Traversing the fantastical realm, I have encountered a prodigal fiancé whose greatest talent lies in depleting my family's fortunes, all in the name of bestowing gifts upon her beloved, the favored child of destiny. However, I remain utterly indifferent to this matter. Instead, I consistently offer my assistance whenever it is sought. It is solely because I have awakened the system of a counterattack in life. By seizing the opportunities of the fated child of fortune, I can alter my destiny. The first opportunity one seized was in the form of the protagonist's reincarnated sister, the Empress. After consuming 99 potency-enhancing pills, I dispatched guards to the core disciple area to prevent the protagonist, Qin Shou, from approaching this vicinity. Subsequently, I boldly entered his sister's chamber and began to perform a duet. However, in retrospect, Qin Loi not only did not blame me for the incident, but instead gazed at me with a look of heartfelt gratitude. I have come to learn that Qin Loi is not only the reincarnation of the great emperor, but also that she will inadvertently cultivate to the point of losing control tonight, succumbing to the chaos of her own powers. How could I possibly remain aloof upon discovering such a matter? Fearing the inadequacy of my own inner yang energy, I even resorted to consuming an entire vial of Xian Yang elixir. At this moment, within the chamber, an exquisite maiden is cultivating her inner energy and harmonizing her breath. However, in the next moment, her delicate form trembled, her face awash with panic. What was happening? I had only cultivated to the first level. How could there be a problem? Qin Luoyi felt an ominous premonition. Just as she intended to forcibly halt her actions, an unexpected warmth enveloped her body, compelling her to uncontrollably tear at her collar. At that very moment, I entered the room with an innocuous expression, my face adorned with curiosity. "Miss Qin, I happened to pass by and heard the sounds of a scuffle. Might I inquire what transpired?" I inquired, casually closing the door behind me. However, Qin Luoyi was utterly oblivious to these minute details, especially upon catching sight of my remarkably handsome visage, which only deepened the flush upon her cheeks. "Mugu, I fear I have succumbed to madness," she confessed. Feigning shock, I turned to leave, declaring, "Wait for me. I shall fetch the elder at once." Upon hearing my words, Qin Luoyi's demeanor shifted to one of panic as she rushed forward to grasp my arm. "Please do not inform anyone. I do not wish for others to witness my current state." I paused, on the verge of uttering a response. Qin Luoyi trembled slightly. "The yang energy within you is exceedingly potent. If this continues, I shall be ruined. My meridians will be damaged. Please assist me." How could I possibly misunderstand the intentions of Qin Luoyi? I merely did not anticipate that the reincarnated emperor would be so extravagant. In silence, I remained, and Qin Luoyi assumed my silence indicated dissent. With a hint of embarrassment, she remarked, "I am aware of your betrothed, yet it is evident that she harbors no affection for you. If you are willing to assist me, I assure you that I shall never treat you unjustly in the future." Gazing at the delicate features of the young maiden, I swallowed hard. "This is your request, so do not blame me afterward. It is indeed a precarious situation to provoke the ire of a great emperor for a fleeting moment of indulgence." Upon hearing my words, Qin Luoyi felt a mix of shame and delight. With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly drew me to the edge of the bed before I could fully comprehend the situation. I felt a soft, searing warmth press against me. My neck was instantly ensnared. Then the candles in the room extinguished, and everything became shrouded in darkness. Qin Luoyi rose with a wince, limping slightly as she escorted me to the threshold. I turned my head and smiled gently. "There's no need to see me off. Please return and rest." Having said that, I swiftly departed. She was filled with regret over her practice from the previous night. Despite having mastered the cultivation technique, she could not resist committing a grave error. At this moment, the Academy was preparing to select its chief disciple, and any damage to her meridians would undoubtedly result in the loss of numerous cultivation resources. Yet, as she gazed upon my swift and agile figure, Qin Luo couldn't help but smile involuntarily. This body surpassed even her innate talent truly. It was a fortunate gift bestowed upon her. Upon returning to the abode, I began to receive my rewards. Congratulations to the host for seizing the opportunity from a formidable rival, thus obtaining a phase-specific counterattack reward. The host's meridians have been revitalized and refined. I felt as if every limb and bone in my body had been cleansed by an unnamed force, leaving me in a state of delightful numbness. After approximately half an hour, I exhaled a breath of turbid air. Once I washed away the grime that clung to me and looked from a distance, I appeared akin to a transcendent being, fresh and ethereal. My newly elevated strength now resides in the early stage of foundation establishment, while Qin Luo remains at best in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. To the utmost, one remains steadfast. To the thousand, one guards with vigilance. Yet, I am merely an ant newly embarking on the path of qi cultivation. Trigger the reverse installation task. At this moment, the fated child, Qin Shou, is outside the core residential area, engaged in a confrontation with the guarding disciples. Please, host, hasten to interrupt the destiny. At the entrance, Qin Shou, his face flushed with anger, shouted, "Go tell Luo Yi that it is I, Qin Shou, seeking her. Let's see if she will come out. You, a mere servant, dare to utter the name of senior sister Qin? Begone at once, and do not force us to take action." Perhaps it was due to the protagonist's aura surrounding Qin Shou that these guards resorted to the utmost ridicule. In the face of these malicious sneers, Qin Shou responded not with anger, but with a smile. To the myriad of petty clowns, do you comprehend the nature of my relationship with Qin Luo? Without waiting for others to speak, I arrived here just in time. What is all the commotion about? Upon seeing the esteemed pastor, I was greeted by a few disciples who respectfully reported the situation. Such a stark contrast in treatment caused Qin Shou to gaze at me with eyes brimming with resentment, harboring bitter thoughts within. A worthless wretch, unable to even please his fiancée. I shall inevitably trample you beneath my feet. I remained oblivious to the hostility emanating from Qin Shou. You are called Qin Shou, are you not? As a mere servant disciple, the core area is beyond your reach. Depart at once. Confronted with my lofty demeanor, the underlying jealousy ignited with mere provocation. Qin Luo is my sister, and I find it intolerable that I cannot even meet my own sibling. Which decree of the academy forbids me from seeing my sister? Without allowing the words to finish, I struck with a swift motion, exclaiming, "You may reside in the core area of the Tanshan, but how dare you claim that Sister Qin is your sister? Who granted you such audacity?" Qin Shou was struck senseless. He never anticipated that I would take such direct action. "How dare you lay a hand on me? I will strike down with a single call. Dare to insult me? How audacious!" Several disciples, poised for action, surged forward in an instant. The sound of Qin Shou's command was swiftly replaced by anguished cries. He had just begun his cultivation journey, barely a novice in the realm of qi, and stood no chance against the onslaught of the outer sect disciples' fists and kicks. "Stop! Please cease the violence. Qin Luo is truly my sister." I stifled a laugh and resolutely declared, "Strike him until he admits, with his own lips, that he has no connection whatsoever with Qin Luo." The gathered onlookers not only refrained from intervening, but instead applauded in approval. Such deluded disciples, unable to recognize their own subordinate status, truly deserve a proper lesson. Fortunately, today Brother Mu stands as the arbiter of justice. Do not strike 7. I implore you, cease your actions. She is not my sister. I acknowledge my mistake regarding 7. Qin Shou was on the verge of tears by the end. With great delight, I returned to my room after successfully completing the reversal mission. I accessed the system shop and acquired 10,000 reversal points, which I could utilize to purchase items within the store. The store is adorned with a dazzling array of goods, offering everything one could desire. Unfortunately, the required reverse value is excessively high. After a thorough browse, I opted to exchange for a gathering essence pill. Perhaps it is because my potential has been fully realized. Not a single fragment of the refined elixir has been squandered. I have absorbed all the spiritual essence contained within. I have even reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Now, I may have the opportunity to compete for the position of chief disciple. Contemplating the advantages that come with being the chief disciple, a sense of anticipation welled up within me. In the disciple area of the menial workers, upon hearing that Su Shou had been beaten, Lu Ru Yin hastened to the scene. However, upon witnessing Qin Shou's condition, her heart ached profoundly. "Qin Shou, how are you faring?" One could see Qin Shou with one leg suspended from the beam of the room, his already unremarkable face now rendered even more unbearable to behold. Rest assured, the Academy upholds strict regulations. How dare they bully you in such a manner? I shall immediately seek the elders to advocate on your behalf. Qinsho hurriedly grasped her hand, feeling a sense of obligation. Let it go like smoke dissipating. I am merely a humble servant disciple. I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. Moreover, this mere provocation, Qinsho, can certainly endure. I shall undoubtedly reclaim my dignity. After feigning innocence, Qinsho does not forget to play the part of the victim. Kalu Ruyin, however, is quite fond of this approach. I have faith in your capabilities. Qinsho forced a bitter smile. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Moreover, it was your fiancé who took action. The more innocent Qinsho appeared, the more distressing it became for Lu Ruyin. I instructed Mu Gu to come and offer you an apology, to kneel before you and plead for your forgiveness. After saying this, she turned and departed. Gazing at the silhouette of a young girl, Qinsho's lips curled into a cold smile. No matter how formidable you may be, your fiancé stands by my side. Lu Ruyin approached my room directly and happened to see me emerge. Instantly, she erupted in anger, exclaiming, Mu Gu, why did you strike Qinsho? Do you find a sense of accomplishment in bullying others? She approached with swift strides, disregarding the appropriateness of the occasion, commanding, now you go and confront Qinsho Dao. She felt no sense of wrongdoing, for her demeanor towards me had always been thus. I remain expressionless while you instruct me on how to proceed. Lu Ruyin was taken aback by my demeanor, yet she remained utterly unperturbed. She casually tossed back the elixir she had previously taken from me. If you do not go to greet Qinsho Dao today, I shall no longer require your gathering qi pill. Furthermore, I shall not accept anything from you in the future. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment graced my face. Truly, this is splendid news. I carefully stowed the elixir within the confines of the system's repository before turning to depart. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. This tactic, which had proven effective in the past, now left her feeling exasperated and furious. She exclaimed loudly, Mu Gu, I hereby intend to annul our engagement. Her voice resonated, deliberately ensuring that those around her could hear her declaration. While Lu Ruyin was somewhat perplexed by the unusual circumstances of the day, she remained undaunted. Today, she was determined to confront him, refusing to bow down to Su Shou in submission. I am resolute in dissolving our engagement this very moment. Upon hearing her words, a collective gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd. The news of Lu Ruyin's intention to sever ties with the esteemed Mu was seemingly linked to the recent altercation involving Qinsho. Whispers suggested that Lu Ruyin had been growing closer to Qinsho, leaving the esteemed Mu to bear the weight of yet another emotional burden. Yet I turned around excitedly to gaze at Lu Ruyin. You just mentioned that you wished to annul our engagement. Lu Ruyin lifted her chin. Unless you kneel before Qinsho and plead for mercy. Upon noticing the excitement on my face, a faint smile graced her lips, as if she had already gained the upper hand over me. But in the next moment, Lu Ruyin observed me suddenly clapping my hands in approval, a joyful expression illuminating my face as I glanced around. Splendid. I wholeheartedly agree. I ask all esteemed brothers and fellow disciples to bear witness. From this day forth, the betrothal between her and me is irrevocably dissolved. The stigma of being a proud dog has weighed heavily upon me, and I have been yearning for an opportunity to clear my name. Lo and behold, this chance has presented itself to me on a silver platter. Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. How could Mu Gu possibly agree to such a thing? Despite sensing that something was amiss, out of concern for her dignity, Lu Ruyin still felt compelled to voice her indignation. You will come to regret this. Even if you seek my forgiveness in the future, I shall not grant you another opportunity. Whoever regrets is not a true man. Oh, by the way, I see that you have a good relationship with Qinsho. I wish you both a swift and fruitful union. With that, I turned and walked away. My sudden release took everyone by surprise, yet, without exception, it was met with applause and cheers. How wonderful! I have always felt that Lu Ruyin was unworthy of Brother Mu's deep affection. Now, I finally feel a sense of relief. Gazing at my indifferent silhouette, Lu Ruyin was left in disarray. She could scarcely believe that I would wish her success with another man. Yet, as the applause echoed around her, a burning sensation flushed her cheeks, and she clenched her teeth, departing. At this moment, Qin Luoyi beheld this scene amidst the crowd, and an unusual sentiment rose within her heart. Is it because of me? Upon hearing that Lu Ruyin intended to dissolve our engagement, I was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost leaping from my bed. Yet, I feigned remorse, expressing, I am truly sorry. Ruyin, it is I who have caused you to suffer from this entanglement. Lu Ruoyan gazed at him with an uncommon tenderness. Do not speak like that. It is none of your concern. All the blame lies with Muggy. How dare he truly agree? However, it wasn't long before she appeared to have an inkling of the truth, her expression shifting to one of sudden realization. I understood, then he must be feeling jealous of the closeness between you and me, which is why he has been acting so uncharacteristically. Upon hearing this, Qinsho lowered his head in self-reproach. With a tone laden with humility, he spoke, I am truly sorry, Ru Yen. It is my fault once again. Please refrain from seeking me out in the future. I do not wish for Mu Gu to misunderstand you any further. It is evident that Lu Ru Yin is quite taken with this approach. She promptly spoke up, asserting that we have a clear conscience and need not fear the whispers of gossip. Mu Gu shall not receive an apology from me. I will unequivocally not forgive him. Lu Ru Yin firmly believes that if she leaves me to ponder for a few days, I will undoubtedly return to admit my mistakes and seek her forgiveness. In the face of Lu Ruyin's affection, Qinsho felt a sense of pride swelling within him. His heart, filled with ambition, began to stir with fervor once more. In truth, Qin Luoyi is indeed my sister. Although my parents adopted her and raised her as their own, our bond is indistinguishable from that of biological siblings. Lu Ruyin initially believed that Su Shou was merely boasting about his relationship with Jin Ping. To her surprise, it turned out to be true, which left her somewhat astonished. Qin Shoujing stated, the day of selecting the chief disciple is approaching. She will participate as well. Then you shall see whether I have spoken the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan smiled gracefully and nodded. I believe in you. Once that group discovers you are Qin Luoyi's brother, they will undoubtedly extend their apologies to you. Qin feigned magnanimity, remarking that ignorance is no fault. In truth, I harbor no resentment towards them after all. I have only just arrived at the academy, and it is entirely natural for them to be unaware. Lu Ruyin gazed at Qin Shou with an expression of admiration. Perhaps influenced by the protagonist's aura, she momentarily forgot that he was merely a servant. On the other side, I opened the system panel and discovered an unexpected delight, an additional 72,000 counterattack points. It turns out that counterattack points can also be derived from Lu Ruyin. Soon, I came to a profound understanding. After all, this has indeed altered the trajectory of my life. In this light, it becomes evident that one can also derive a sense of triumph from the experiences of others. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared outside the courtyard, accompanied by a melodious and enchanting sound. A pastoral song. Luoyi, please come in. I welcomed the guest into the room. A sweet smile graced the delicate features of Qin Luoyi. Her calling my name did not evoke much emotion within me after all. We had shared a certain intimacy, rendering any pretense of unfamiliarity unnecessary. Qin Luoyi retrieved a tome of martial arts from her spatial ring and handed it to me. This is for you. I instinctively began to flip through the pages. The Divine Sun Technique. The script of the cultivation method was neat and elegant, evidently written just recently. This Divine Sun Technique belongs to the esteemed realm of the dry heaven level. Henceforth, you may cultivate with it. Rest assured, it is the complete version and will not lead to any unforeseen circumstances. Feigning great astonishment, I gazed intently at the other party. Surely, there are but a few tomes of celestial grade techniques within the entire academy. Yet, my heart brimmed with boundless joy. Truly, he is the reincarnation of an emperor, effortlessly wielding celestial grade martial arts. The celestial techniques in the system store commence at a staggering reverse value of at least 1 million. It is simply unaffordable. No, this is untenable. It is excessively expensive. Nonetheless, I must maintain a semblance of politeness. As I returned the technique, our hands brushed against one another. Qin Luoyi's beautiful eyes held a hint of melancholy. Tomorrow marks the selection of the chief disciple. Yet you now find yourself diminished. Your internal yang energy reduced to less than 1/10 of what it once was, all due to your assistance to me. This divine yang technique can aid you in replenishing your yang energy. Please accept it. Unbeknownst to her, the richness of my own yang energy stemmed from the consumption of Xian Yuan pill on that day, which allowed her to perceive the weakness of my internal yang energy. She felt a deep sense of guilt, and upon my acceptance of her offering, she fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, the atmosphere suddenly grew warmer. I sought to initiate a conversation. By the way, Loi, do you think you might become pregnant? Qin Loi's exquisite beauty was adorned with a hint of flush and fluster. She was acutely aware that I was not merely jesting, rather, there existed a genuine possibility. Could truly be? My expression remained resolute. Do not be anxious, I reassured her. Rest assured, even if you were to find yourself in such a predicament, I would never allow you to confront it alone. Upon hearing my promise, Qin Luai offered a faint smile. Yet, a perplexity lingered within her heart. Mu Gu, is it because of me that you have annulled your engagement with Lu Ruoyan? I suppose so, came the reply. At these words, Qin Luai tightened her grip on the teacup in her hand, evading the light. Though we have shared intimate moments, I do not presently harbor intentions of seeking a partner. I hastily interjected. That is not what I meant. What I intended to convey was that day when you informed me that Lu Ruyan harbored no affection for me. In these past days, I have come to realize that rather than entangling myself with a cold heart, it is far better to let go and cherish those who are truly deserving of protection. Rest assured, I shall not leverage that matter against you in any regard. As Qin Loi exhaled a deep breath, her heart felt as though it was missing a touch of anticipation. The Wu Tian Academy is particularly bustling today, as the selection of the new chief disciple is about to take place. However, as the murmurs of the crowd reached Lu Ruyan's ears, her expression darkened increasingly. Whispers suggested that if Mu Gu were not hindered by her, he would stand a great chance of becoming the chief disciple. Qin Shou, possessing keen insight, swiftly intervened. Do not speak with such baseless accusations. His inability to become the chief disciple is solely due to his own lack of capability. How can one place the blame on Ruyan? Alas, is this not the self-proclaimed senior sister Qin's elder brother, but rather the humble servant Qin Shou? Qin Shou wished to express more, yet was silenced by Lu Ruyan. Let us refrain from engaging in idle chatter with him. Once we encounter Qin Luo Yi, our grievances shall be naturally vindicated. Qin Shou solemnly declared, Yes, you. From this day forth, I shall never allow you to endure ridicule on my account again. I have faith in you. Lu Ruyan's tenderness and understanding have never been revealed before me. As I approached the grand entrance, an electronic voice echoed in my mind, indicating the detection of Qin Shoujing and Lu Ruyan conspiring to turn the tables. The message urged the host to intervene and put a stop to their plans. Chapter 5, The Collapse of the Chosen One, betrayed by his sister, pregnant. Qin Jiushi, possessing an exquisite beauty, exhibited a hint of blush and bewilderment. However, she was acutely aware that Ning Bei was not merely jesting. There existed a genuine possibility. No, it couldn't be, could it? Her enchanting phoenix eyes twinkled with shyness as she murmured, It was just once. Surely it cannot be that coincidental? Jiushi, do not be anxious, Ningbei reassured. Observing the young girl's expression, rest assured, even if it turns out to be true, I will not allow you to face this alone. Upon hearing Ningbei's promise, Qin Jiushi felt an immense weight lift from her shoulders. Though she did not vocalize it, her face radiated joy. In the next moment, she lifted her delicate head and posed a question that had long troubled her. Ningbei, is it because of me that you annulled your engagement with Lin Yuyao? Sort of, he replied. You. Qin Jiushi tightened her grip on the teacup, her gaze evasive as she continued. Ningbei, while we have shared that experience, I must clarify that I currently have no intentions of seeking a partner. My thoughts are solely focused on cultivation, and there are significant matters awaiting my attention. Please do not misunderstand. Understanding her intent, Ningbei hastily interjected, That is not what I meant. I was referring to that day when you told me Lin Yueyao did not genuinely care for me. I had sensed it long before, yet I was merely deceiving myself. However, I have come to realize that rather than clinging to a heart that is cold, it is far better to let go and cherish those who truly deserve protection. My decision to dissolve the engagement was not made to entangle you in any way. You need not worry, I will not use that incident to coerce you. Ningbei spoke with earnestness, his serious demeanor and striking features lending an air of credibility to his words. Thank you. As Qin Jiushi sighed in relief, she felt an unexpected void of anticipation within her. Unlike Lin Yueyao, who dangled hope before Ningbei without offering substance, she was resolute about her future and knew she must not involve anyone else. Perhaps to alleviate the tension, Qin Jiushi proactively shifted the topic. By the way, Ningbei, there is something else I wish to share with you. What is it? The parents of Qin Yu are my adoptive parents. The following day, the Wutian Academy was particularly lively, for today marked the selection of a new chief disciple. Disciples from both the inner and outer sects set aside their cultivation to witness the event. Even the auxiliary disciples paused their tasks. Who do you think will emerge victorious as the chief disciple? It should be Qin Jiushi. Although Ningbei, Wang Ting, and others possess considerable strength, they still fall short when compared to senior sister Qin. Ning Xixiang was hindered by that Lin, otherwise he would have had a promising chance. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions, and these words inevitably reached Lin Yueyao's ears, darkening her expression further. Ultimately, she directed her resentment towards Ningbei. It was not Ningbei who agreed to annul the engagement. Who would dare to mock her otherwise? Qin Yu, possessing keen insight, promptly interjected, "Do not cast baseless accusations. The failure to become the chief disciple is solely due to his own inadequacy. How can one blame you, Yao? Oh, isn't this the so-called senior sister Qin's brother, who was merely a servant?" Someone taunted. "What are you so anxious about? Are you so eager to protect that ungrateful wretch? Have we spoken incorrectly?" Ning Xixiang treated her with such kindness, yet the outcome. I cannot fathom how you compare to Ning Xixiang. At this point, the crowd not only ridiculed Qin Yu but also spared no scorn for Lin Yueyao. Everyone had witnessed Ningbei's affection for Lin Yueyao, and given that many had benefited from his care, it was only natural they felt indignant upon witnessing such betrayal. Qin Yu wished to retort, but was halted by Lin Yueyao. "Qin Yu, let us not waste our breath on them. This group will not relent until they hit a brick wall. I cannot stand by as they slander you," Qin Yu declared, indignant. "I appreciate your concern," Lin Yueyao replied, warmth flooding her heart as she gazed at Qin Yu. "However, you once said that those destined for greatness must first endure hardship. I too can endure humiliation, and when we meet Qin Jiujiu, our grievances shall be vindicated. Yueyao, I promise you, from this day forward, I will never allow you to be ridiculed because of me," Qin Yu professed with deep sincerity. "Indeed, I believe in you," Lin Yueyao affirmed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with determination. This gentleness and understanding from her was something Ning Bei had never witnessed before. At this moment, on the other side, as Ning Bei approached the entrance, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Detection indicates that Qin Yu is conspiring with Lin Yueyao to turn the tables. Please intervene to prevent history from repeating itself. Analyzing the current situation for the host. 3 strategies have been formulated, along with potential consequences for each. Strategy 1. Directly eliminate Qin Yu. This method is fraught with risk, as the other party possesses considerable fortune, guaranteeing no certainty of success. And it may even provoke a transformative opportunity for them. Strategy 2. Feign ignorance of the matter. This guarantees no loss for the host. Yet if Qin Yu's plan succeeds, it will bestow upon him even greater fortune. Strategy 3. Enough. I choose 3. Without waiting for the system to finish. Ningbei had already made his decision. The first 2 options were simply unplayable. Thus, guided by the system's instructions, Ningbei did not rush into the venue. Soon, as discussions within the venue reached a fervent pitch, 2 figures entered side by side, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Oh, Ningbei and Qin Jiujiu have arrived together. What are they discussing? I have never seen Qin Shiji smile so joyfully before. Truly, she is the goddess of our martial arts academy, the most beautiful of all. A single smile from her captivates 100 hearts. It seems their relationship is quite amicable. Have you noticed how well-matched they are? Let us hope they don't overhear. Both Qin Shiji and Ning Xixiang are respectable individuals." Originally, Qin Jiujiu laughed exuberantly, but upon overhearing the murmurs of the crowd, her smile faltered in a fluster. Ningbei mirrored her demeanor, feigning unfamiliarity with Qin Jiujiu. The more they acted this way, the more it fueled the imaginations of those around them. Lin Yueyao's face turned ashen. She had not anticipated that Ningbei would not seek her out for an apology, but rather enter with another woman, one seemingly superior to herself, sharing laughter and camaraderie. This sensation left her feeling as if she had been betrayed. "Yueyao, we must approach them," Qin Yu declared, unable to wait another moment. Just days prior, he had struck Ningbei, And yet today, he dared to engage in jovial banter with his sister? A worthless man who could not even uphold his engagement. What right did he have to be so close to her? The two advanced with palpable intensity. However, before they could reach their destination, several disciples barred their path. That is the entrance for candidates vying for the chief disciple position. You cannot pass. Step aside. Do you have any idea of our connection to them? Lin Yuyao retorted coldly, gesturing towards Ning Bei. Infuriated, she recalled how these disciples had once treated her with the utmost respect. Now, they refused to let her through? The contrast was stark. Contemplating this, Lin Yuyao's gaze towards Ning Bei brimmed with resentment. If it were not for Ning Bei's obstinate behavior, would she be subjected to such disdain? Did you not hear? This is the candidate entrance. Can you not comprehend human speech? What connection could there possibly be? Ning Shixiang has already annulled the engagement with you. In this moment, the once cowering disciples showed no inclination to indulge Lin Yuyao's arrogance. You. Lin Yuyao's face flushed with anger. And just as she prepared to retort, Qin Yu interjected. Yuyao, allow me to handle this. Very well, Lin Yuyao acquiesced, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Soon, she would turn the tides. I hope you can maintain your defiance in a little while, Qin Yu said calmly, facing the mocking gazes of the onlookers. In the next moment, he suddenly waved at Qin Jiujio, shouting, Jiujio, look this way. Tell them what our relationship is. Hey you. The disciples were taken aback. A collective gasp resonated from the crowd that had previously been observing the scene. No one had anticipated Qin Yu's audacity. Coupled with earlier claims of being Qin Jiujio's brother, he now boldly provoked her. Was he unafraid of the potential fallout? Or did he indeed share a profound connection with Qin Jiujio? Qin Yu stood proudly, and for a moment, uncertainty swept through the onlookers. Consequently, their attention shifted towards Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio, eager to discern the truth. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Ning Bei calmly turned to Qin Jiujio and inquired, Are you well acquainted with that individual? Without hesitation, Qin Jiujio replied, Not at all. Qin Yu? The crowd? Chapter 6, A Delusional Reunion? She already has a better match. What on earth is happening, Qin Yu? Lin Yuyao was bewildered. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with profound astonishment as she continuously glanced at Qin Yu. Why does your sister claim she is not familiar with you? I don't know either. At that moment, Qin Yu was equally dumbfounded. He intended to confront Qin Jiujing for clarification, but discovered that the two had already turned and entered the backstage, completely ignoring him. Jiujing, it's me. I'm your brother. Qin Yu called out desperately. In the midst of everyone's gaze, he did not wish for misunderstandings to deepen, and in his anxiety, he crossed the boundary and chased after them. Come back. The guards were not to be trifled with, swiftly dragging Qin Yu back like a chick. At this moment, the crowd began to awaken to the reality of the situation. Goodness, I almost fell for his act. Who could have imagined that this good-for-nothing could feign such confidence? Damn it, once could be overlooked, but now he dares to publicly coerce? If this affects senior sister Qin's competition, who will take responsibility? In an instant, the crowd rose in unison to denounce him, their voices thunderous with indignation. They wished they could drown Qin Yu in their spittle. Had it not been for the selection of a new chief disciple today, in the presence of numerous elders nearby, they would have already descended upon him in a fray. How dare he repeatedly attempt to forge connections, treating them like fools? What went wrong? Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why Qin Jiujing would disregard him. Why on earth does Qin Jiujing ignore you? Lin Yuyao could no longer contain herself. As the crowd hurled insults at Qin Yu, they did not spare her either. Yuyao, you must believe me. She truly is my sister. Qin Yu's heart was in turmoil, especially upon encountering the skepticism in the girl's gaze. It left him speechless, a sense of despair enveloping him. How dare you slander senior sister Qin? What worth do you have as her worthless brother? Exactly. Look at your ugly appearance. Do you even deserve to be called her brother? Some could no longer restrain themselves and rolled up their sleeves. Let us go. Lin Yuyao's face flushed with a mix of redness and pallor, utterly drenched in humiliation. In her embarrassment and fury, she bowed her head and fled, entirely neglecting Qin Yu. Wishing only to disappear into the earth. She had never experienced such indignity in her life. Yuyao, wait for me. Qin Yu hurriedly pursued her. Backstage. Why did you ask me to pretend not to know him? Qin Jiujing scrutinized Ning Bei, her curiosity piqued. Is it because that day you misunderstood him and even struck him first? No, Ning Bei shook his head, candidly explaining. I simply found him displeasing and did not wish for him to exploit your reputation. Qin Jiujing could not help but burst into laughter, her giggles ringing like silver bells. She had imagined numerous reasons, including rumors of Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu's close relationship. Yet she had never anticipated such an honest response from Ningbei. Jiujing, do you think I'm petty, that I have overstepped? Ningbei gazed earnestly into Qin Jiujing's eyes. Qin Jiuxiu did not shy away from his gaze, shaking her head and saying, no, in fact, I find him quite detestable. He lacks ambition. I have clearly guided him in his cultivation, yet he refuses to make an effort, unable even to pass the Academy's assessments. Now he seeks to leverage my reputation for his own purposes. If he were truly a responsible elder brother, would he willingly bring trouble to his sister? Her words were a candid expression of her thoughts. Ningbei, having gleaned information from the system, recognized the truth in her sentiments. After all, Qin Yu's character was one of an underdog seeking redemption. The more he had been suppressed in the past, the more exhilarating his eventual triumph would be. This had inevitably led to a negative impression of Qin Yu among those around him. The next moment, Ningbei produced a gathering essence pill, smiling as he handed it to Qin Jiuxiu. The earlier performance had garnered him a considerable amount of reverse attack points, totaling over 30,000, thanks in part to the onlookers. Today had made it abundantly clear that Qin Jiuxiu would be an immensely significant presence on the path of future triumphs. Thus, investing some of his reverse attack points in her, especially considering she was a reincarnated emperor, was undoubtedly a wise decision. Gathering essence pill? Upon seeing the precious elixir, Qin Jiuxiu was taken aback and said, why are you giving this to me? Keep it for yourself. Regardless, you have helped me today, so just accept it, he insisted. Let us keep matters separate. My assistance was not motivated by self-interest. Qin Jiuxiu clasped her hands behind her back, smiling sweetly as she locked eyes with Ning Bei. This phrase was originally Ning Bei's way of deflecting the offer of the Divine Sun technique, and she returned it word for word. Ning Bei, realizing the irony, found himself at a loss for words, but in the next moment, he grasped Qin Jiuxiu's delicate hand firmly. Take it. No refusals. Oh, truly unnecessary. Qin Jiuxiu began to protest, but before she could finish, a group of disciples entered, serendipitously catching the two with their hands intertwined. They exclaimed in unison, their lips curling into mischievous smiles. That's not what we. Ningbei began to explain, but he noticed the group retreating, sharing knowing glances and laughter. See? I told you, senior sister Qin and senior brother Ning are indeed involved. One of them chuckled. What a surprise. Ningbei and Qin Jiuxiu exchanged glances, both filled with complex emotions. This situation had escalated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu pleaded, Yu Yao, you must believe me, she is truly my sister. Then why does she ignore you? I think it's because I didn't wash my face today. Qin Yu racked his brain, conjuring a preposterous excuse. Yes, I didn't wash my face, so she didn't dare to acknowledge me at first. After all, she didn't know I had come to the Wu Tian Academy. It was an accident, Yu Yao. Lin Yueyao remained silent. Though she did not wish to doubt Qin Yu, she found herself at a loss for words. Today not only failed to bring her relief, but instead had left her humiliated beyond measure. Truly unfortunate. When she was with Ning Bei, despite her unhappiness, others had always shown her a modicum of respect. She had never endured such disgrace before. I'm sorry, Yu Yao, it's all my fault. Qin Yu, embodying a dramatic flair, began to feign guilt and remorse. It is my inadequacy that has caused you to suffer. Rest assured, I shall never appear before you again. With these words, he pretended to take his leave. Wait. Lin Yueyao's heart softened, her empathy shining through as she replied, you cannot bear all the blame for this. You mentioned that it was an accident. I believe in you, Qin Yu. Really? Yes, indeed. Meeting Qin Yu's earnest gaze, Lin Yueyao nodded repeatedly. She endeavored to convince herself of Qin Yu's integrity, certain that he would never utter such a falsehood. There must be undisclosed circumstances at play. Yes, it must be so. Seeing the young woman who trusted him once more, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief and feigned emotion. Thank you, Yueyao. May I ask you to assist me with something? What is it? It's like this. After Qin Yu briefly outlined his plan, Lin Yueyao furrowed her brows. Clearly incredulous, you want me to apologize to Ningbei? Are you serious, Qin Yu? Yueyao, please do not be upset. I am not asking you to genuinely apologize, rather. I wish for you to use the pretense of an apology to gain access to the after-party. Once you see Jiujiu, you can convey my message to her. She will undoubtedly come forward to help clear our names. Do you not wish to see me vindicated? But, Lin Yueyao bit her lip. Raising her gaze to Qin Yu, you once told me not to forgive Ning Bei so easily, yet now you want me to approach him? Yueyao, could you endure this slight just this once? For me? Qin Yu raised his ordinary visage, exuding an unusual charm. Would you do it for my sake? For you, I can give it a try. After much internal conflict, Lin Yueyao ultimately acquiesced. After all, how much more could she endure for the request of someone she held in such high regard? Moreover, the truth would soon be revealed. At the entrance to the after-party, Lin Yueyao crossed her arms defiantly, frowning. I told you, I am here to reconcile with Ning Bei. Do you dare to stop me? Are you not afraid that once I am back with him, he will cause you trouble? Huh. A few disciples not only showed no fear, but instead erupted in mocking laughter. Oh dear, is Qin Shiji not as beautiful or talented as you? We've seen confidence, but never such arrogance. Do you truly believe that Ning Shixiang would reconsider and abandon Qin Shiji for you? Lin Yueyao's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What do you mean by that? To be honest, Ning Shixiang is already with Qin Shiji. Chapter 7. Life and Death Trials. Companions in the outside world? There exists no wall that does not let the wind through. Being prodigies within the academy, every move of the two was bound to attract attention, especially with such a sensational event as holding hands. Naturally, it could not be concealed. They are together? Lin Yueyao felt as though the sky had fallen. She was still lost in the fantasy that Ning Bei would come to seek her forgiveness as he had in the past. To her disbelief, she heard that Ning Bei was with Qin Zhuoyo. No, this cannot be true. How could they deceive her? This is what we witnessed with our own eyes. A few disciples exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes glinting with mockery as they regarded Lin Yueyao. Ning Bei's affection for Lin Yueyao was evident, yet he always faced rejection. They could no longer bear to watch this unfold. Was this not a case of bullying the earnest? Step aside. I must confront Ning Bei for clarity. Lin Yueyao was frantic. She could not believe that Ning Bei would truly change his heart. She had always felt his fondness and care for her. How could someone so devoted to her simply turn away? As for the threat of breaking their engagement, this was not the first time she had mentioned it. They hadn't even discussed it with their parents yet. How could it be taken seriously? Wasn't this merely jealousy? I can explain it to you. Lin Yueyao desperately attempted to rush in, but the disciples firmly barred her way. Moreover, the assessment was about to commence. Clang, a jarring sound of gongs reverberated throughout the vicinity. The previously noisy atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. In the center of the arena, a projection stone activated, casting a shimmering veil into the air. Within this veil appeared the figures of Ning Bei, Qin Zhuoyo, and 10 others, all participants in the assessment. The academy had allocated 12 spots. The ultimate victor would be crowned the chief disciple. How swift! They had not even begun, yet they were thrust into the divine mirror. Who could locate the divine tree first and pluck the sacred fruit forged by it? Regardless of who seizes the sacred fruit, they are all prodigies of our academy. As long as there are no unforeseen mishaps, it should be fine. Go away, you harbinger of doom. Nothing untoward has occurred in the past few years. It is hard to say. After all, the difficulty of the divine mirror is random, and no one knows what challenges await this time. As they gazed at the scene within the veil, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Boom. Just then, the projection stone quivered violently, and a dark purple light shot skyward. The once serene landscape transformed into a grim inferno in an instant. Wow! Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What? Is this the difficulty of hell? No way. Hellish difficulty? It has appeared in over a century. In a heartbeat, the crowd was left speechless. Even the elders turned pale. What is happening? How could hellish difficulty emerge? Quickly, alert the master of ceremonies. The crowd erupted into chaos. No one anticipated that the assessment for the chief disciple would present a challenge not seen in over 100 years. Hellish difficulty. In the scene displayed. Hellish difficulty? Ning Bei's expression shifted as he turned to the other 11, saying, "It seems we are fortunate enough to encounter the greatest trial of the divine mirror in a century. Do you all think we should join forces? Join forces? Perhaps not. I wish to challenge my own limits," replied a disciple named Wang Tung, who was the first to shake his head in refusal. With that, he stomped his foot and suddenly dashed deeper into the secret realm. Joining forces may be the safer option, but this is an assessment. Indeed, only one can emerge victorious. Let's split up and search for the divine tree. With Wang Tung leading the way, the others disregarded Ning Bei's suggestion and eagerly rushed out. Although it was an unprecedented trial of hellish difficulty in 100 years, the extent of its terror was merely hearsay. None had witnessed it firsthand. Thus, ignorance breeds courage. Will you also choose to act alone? Ning Bei inquired, unperturbed by the reactions of the others, his gaze shifting to the still present Qin Zhuoyo. Qin Jiujiu smiled gently and replied, "Let us proceed together." "Very well," Ningbei responded with a smile as the two walked side by side. Witnessing this scene, the elders outside grew anxious. At a time like this, why are they being reckless? We must find a way to inform Wang Teng and the others to join forces quickly and cease worrying about this assessment. We are likely powerless and must wait for the ritual wine to arrive. The elders were as restless as ants on a hot stove, fully aware that in the face of the hellish difficulty posed by the divine mirror, even the most gifted disciples faced perilous odds. And among these 12, they were the cream of the crop from the Wu Tian Academy. Cut it out. Seeing his sister teaming up with Ning Bei, Qin Yu felt a surge of irritation, only to notice the girl beside him in a daze. "Yu Yao, what troubles you?" "Nothing." Lin Yuyao came back to her senses and shook her head. Ever since she heard that Ning Bei was with Qin Jiujiu, her heart had been in turmoil. Now, witnessing their cooperation, it seemed as if they shared a special bond, which left her feeling quite unsettled. Even though she firmly believed Ning Bei remained loyal, she still felt an emptiness within. "Are you worried about Ning Bei?" Qin Yu asked, watching the girl with a hint of jealousy. Lin Yuyao paused, lifting her delicate face to say, "Why do you care about him? This is a hellish trial with the divine mirror. Aren't you concerned for your own sister?" Of course I am worried, but I trust Jiujiu." Qin Yu awkwardly defended himself. He glanced at Ning Bei in the image, grinding his teeth. "Daring to speak to my sister, you'll regret it soon enough, you scoundrel." In the scene, a fierce beast erupted from the earth, blocking the path of Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu. Simultaneously, the other 10 encountered various types of gigantic beasts. However, one commonality remained. These beasts were at least foundational level in strength, and they were still in the outer region of the divine mirror. The assessment had only just begun. The impending dangers were evident. It is worth noting that 5 among the 12 had not yet reached the foundational level. Jiujiu. Ning Bei cast a glance at the girl and boldly charged toward the monstrous beast with its fangs bared. "All right." Qin Jiujiu, with a profound understanding, circled to the left side of the monstrous beast. In her palm, a verdant luminescence blossomed, swiftly transforming into a sharp blade of light. With a swift hiss, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air. As the colossal creature lunged towards Ning Bei, the icy radiance pierced through its midsection with astonishing speed. A sharp crack echoed, and in an instant, the beast was cleaved in two, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, it dissipated into wisps of smoke. After all, within the realm of the divine mirror, all dangers manifest as mere forces devoid of life. Having vanquished the behemoth, the duo pressed onward. Others, however, were less fortunate. "Damn it, are we facing foundational realm opponents right out of the gate?" Wang Teng, once brimming with confidence, now felt a twinge of regret, contemplating that perhaps he should have collaborated from the start. The forthcoming dangers would undoubtedly surpass those of the foundational realm. Wang Shixiang. At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. "Zhao Ming?" Wang Ting turned, somewhat taken aback. Zhao Ming, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Wang Shixiang, this place is exceedingly perilous. I propose we join forces." "Very well." This time, Wang Ting refrained from putting on a brave front. "Excellent." Zhao Ming, as if grasping a lifeline, pointed behind him and urged, "Wang Shixiang, that monster has been pursuing me relentlessly. I cannot fend it off. Please, assist me in subduing it." With a thunderous roar, a gigantic beast erupted from the earth. Its immense form blotted out the sun, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Late-stage foundational realm? Wang Teng was momentarily stunned. "Damn it." Zhao Ming, the newly initiated Wang Ting, now in the early stages of the foundational realm, erupted in expletives before fleeing in haste. This action elicited uproarious laughter from the outside crowd. "Haha, Zhao Ming has truly put Wang Shixiang in a dire predicament." Indeed. Ning Shixiang and Qin Shiji share such a tacit understanding. They seem to communicate effortlessly with just a glance. After all, they are partners. How could they lack such synergy? Upon hearing the peculiar remarks from the crowd, Qin Yu's expression froze as he pointed at one of the disciples and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you implying is a partner with whom?" Chapter 8. The confident sister upholds her purity, unaware that the cabbage has been tilled who spread such rumors? Why are you in such a hurry? How did he come back again? Shouldn't we drive him out? Initially, the crowd had not paid much attention to Qin Yu. But after his outburst, countless gazes were cast upon him. "Qin Yu, please maintain your composure." Lin Yuyao, deeply affected by the insults, hastily led Qin Yu away to a place where they would not be berated. "Yuyao, did you not hear what they said? How could I remain calm when they are slandering my sister, claiming she is a companion of Ning Bei?" I cannot tolerate this. His beloved sister. How could she possibly be involved with Ning Bei? Lin Yueyao felt a tumult of emotions, struggling to articulate her thoughts. The words were indeed harsh to her ears. Yet she had no choice but to muster the courage to share the rumors of their supposed relationship with Qin Yu. What? Holding hands? Qin Yu was taken aback. His aloof sister. How could she possibly hold hands with a man? For many years, even as her brother, he had never held Qin Jiuzhou's hand. Let alone the fact that it had only been a few days since Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao had annulled their engagement. It was too hasty. I do not believe it either, but we shall uncover the truth once the assessment is over. Lin Yueyao surveyed her surroundings and spoke earnestly. Qin Yu, please do not make a scene, lest they truly decide to expel you. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, unable to retort. At that moment, he felt like a rat crossing the street. Yet, he reassured himself that if he could endure, the truth would eventually emerge once his sister appeared. Moreover, given his sister's temperament, if she were to discover that she was being falsely accused of being a companion to Ning Bei, she would certainly distance herself from him in the future. This could be a blessing in disguise. With this thought, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Yu's mind. Yueyao, I have a plan. After hearing Qin Yu's scheme, Lin Yueyao's expression turned grim. Yueyao, you wouldn't want Ning Bei to grow too close to my sister, would you? Qin Yu urged. If we fan the flames of their supposed companionship, my sister will surely develop an aversion to Ning Bei, and in the future, she will definitely avoid him. Are you certain? Would Qin Jiuzhou truly come to dislike Ning Bei because of this? Of course. She is my sister. And I know her better than anyone else, Qin Yu declared confidently, pounding his chest to assure her of its certainty. Very well, I shall give it a try. Lin Yueyao agreed, her lips pressed together. She did not wish to see Ning Bei and Qin Jiuzhou grow too close. After all, Ning Bei was her fiancé, and rumors with other women were nothing short of betrayal. Determined to take a chance, she sought out a few close friends within the academy. Shall we spread the word about Ning Bei and Qin Jiuzhou's supposed companionship? Rest assured, Yueyao, since it was Ning Bei who wronged you, we will ensure he pays for it. Ning Bei truly is a foolish man. How could he neglect such a wonderful fiancé like you and engage in flirtation with other women? The group of friends readily agreed. They possess an innate ability to love, unable to bear the sight of Lin Yueyao suffering indignities. Thus, a rumor concerning Ning Bei and Qin Jiuzhou escalated fervently. Achoo! Ning Bei sneezed repeatedly. A plot against the host has been detected, attempting to tarnish the host's reputation with Qin Jiuzhou, thereby creating distance between them. Please, host, take measures to thwart the villain's scheme. Upon receiving the system's alert, Ning Bei smirked, a clumsy tactic. What did you say? Qin Jiuzhou raised her delicate head, blinking her long eyelashes in curiosity. Jiuzhou, I have a foreboding feeling. Ning Bei deliberately lowered his voice. The scene of us holding hands was witnessed, and now we act in concert. I fear the rumors regarding our relationship will spiral out of control. Qin Jiuzhou's expression shifted, for she had anticipated this. Aware that the divine mirror had eavesdropping capabilities, she too lowered her voice. Let them spread their chaos. Rest assured, I will not allow you to face this alone. In response to the girl's sweet smile and this familiar reassurance, Ning Bei couldn't help but smile back. Calm restored. The scene shifted, revealing two disciples, not yet at the foundation establishment stage, who had already met their demise at the jaws of a beast. Death within the divine mirror meant no resurrection. It was a true end. The ritual elder arrived. An elderly man with silver brows and a hunched back entered the venue with a grave demeanor. Upon witnessing the two disciples' demise, he wasted no time and unleashed formidable power from within, shattering the barrier of the divine mirror. He conveyed to the 10 individuals in the image, I have opened the guidance for you. Hasten to unite and follow the instructions to locate the divine tree and exit the divine mirror. Below the feet of Ning Bei and his companions, luminous patterns extended, allowing them to discern each other's locations. A broader beam of light directed the 10 toward the divine tree, which also served as the exit. This was intended to terminate the assessment. Although everyone felt regret, they were in agreement. The last trial of purgatorial difficulty had occurred over a century ago, resulting in total annihilation. It had cost the Wutian Academy a group of exceptional talents, a lingering sorrow to this day. They could not afford to repeat that tragedy. Elder, will they emerge alive? An elder inquired. The elder, referred to as the ritual elder, named Wu Yue, shook his head. It is uncertain. They are completely oblivious to the terrors of purgatorial difficulty. They did not remain in place to wait, which reflects our negligence, as we presumed such difficulty would not resurface. Who would have thought the divine mirror would activate all remaining power to impose purgatorial difficulty once more? The elders fell into silence. They were aware that the calamity from over a century ago had been witnessed by Wu Yue himself. No one understood the horrors of purgatorial difficulty better than him. Soon, Ning Bei and the others regrouped. Regrettably, only 9 remained alive. One had lost their head to a beast while rushing to join them. Wang Tong ran up to Ning Bei, still shaken, and admitted, "I concede. I spoke a bit too loudly earlier." "So did I," came the reply. Zhao Ming bent over, supporting himself on his knees, panting as he urged others to act without delay. "Stop with the trivialities. Swiftly seek the divine tree," he insisted. Ning Bei, with no time to elaborate, added, "Everyone, remain vigilant. More perilous creatures may emerge at any moment." He had discerned that the formidable beasts appearing were increasingly powerful, not merely a consequence of their deeper exploration, but rather a race against time. In the face of an overwhelming force, they must locate the divine tree to escape this place. Fortunately, guided by the ritualist, the 9 individuals navigated their way forward, ultimately catching sight of the resplendent divine tree. "The divine tree, my goodness!" Wang Tung exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. "Brother Wang, we must pluck a sacred fruit. Only then will the portal open," Zhao Ming reminded him. Just then, a harrowing scream echoed from behind. One disciple had become ensnared by creeping vines around his ankle. Before Ning Bei and the others could intervene, the vines erupted with deadly thorns, piercing through the disciple's body in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. A collective gasp resonated within and outside the divine mirror. Is this the power of the core formation realm? Sensing the aura of the demonic vines, Qin Jiao urged urgently, "Quickly, seize the sacred fruit. We can no longer withstand the forces here." "Yes, hasten and retrieve the sacred fruit." Wang Tung and the others came to their senses and approached the sacred fruits, each placing a hand upon one. If even one of them could pluck a sacred fruit, not only would they gain the opportunities bestowed by the divine mirror, but they would also unlock the portal for their departure. However, reality proved to be far from favorable. The sacred fruits, imbued with the difficulty of purgatory, were not easily harvested, yet the potential rewards were even greater. Gathering their strength, Wang Ting and the others found the sacred fruits remained immovable. Ning Bei and Qin Jiao, sensing the fruit's aura, felt equally at a loss. As they beheld this scene, everyone held their breath in anticipation. "Look, what is that?" someone exclaimed. "It's a beast tide. My goodness, a beast tide of the core formation realm?" In the next moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from those witnessing the unfolding events. Chapter 9. The harmonious union of husband and wife. Regardless of the deceased at the center of the divine tree, an array of terrifying beasts encircled from all directions, their momentum akin to a relentless tide. The so-called beast tide is an army of monstrous creatures, and a tide comprised entirely of beasts at the core formation stage is a rare occurrence in a millennium, yet each time it manifests, it obliterates several human cities. Such a sight is enough to instill profound terror. "It is over." Wang Ting and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, their faces ashen. The others were equally stricken with fear, their legs trembling. Boom. At that critical juncture, a radiant beam of light suddenly erupted from the apex of the divine tree. "Congratulations, host. The purchased luck talisman has been activated to decode the sacred fruit." An electronic voice resonated in Ningbei's mind, causing his sturdy frame to tremble as blinding white light radiated from the point of contact between his palm and the sacred fruit, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In that instant, the previously unstoppable beast tide came to an abrupt halt. Had Ning Bei plucked the sacred fruit? Someone voiced the thought. As everyone regained their senses, they collectively inhaled sharply. The hellish challenge of the sacred fruit had actually been deciphered. Boom. As a sacred fruit fell into Ning Bei's embrace, it transformed into a streak of luminous energy that soared into his brow. Success. Witnessing this, even the seasoned Wu Yu squinted in astonishment. Had it truly been decoded so swiftly? This young man is remarkable. What? Are we saved? Ning Bei, from this moment forth, I, Wang Tung, shall be your loyal follower. However, the most elated among them were Wang Ting and his companions as they dashed towards the newly appeared portal. Quick, everyone. Let us escape. At that moment, the previously restrained beast tide stirred once more. Qin Jiao retracted her delicate hand. Although she yearned to seize the opportunities within the sacred fruit, given the circumstances, she had no choice but to relent. Ningbei, as she stepped forward, She noticed Ningbei, whose starry eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she rushed towards him, intent on pulling him away, only to find Ningbei, whose body seemed to merge with the earth, immovable. "Hey, what are you two doing? Why aren't you leaving? They're charging at us," Wang Ting urged. His anxiety palpable. Zhao Ming echoed his surprise. "Ning, senior brother? Qin, senior sister? What are you doing?" Ningbei, who cannot move. Qin Jiushi furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth. His consciousness appears to be drawn into another realm. "You all should leave. I will stay here with him." "What?" Wang Tung and the others were left dumbfounded. After finally securing their escape, they found themselves unable to depart. The onlookers outside exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed. What is happening? Why does it seem like senior brother Ning cannot move? This is bad. We must go. As the beast tide surged closer, Wang Tung and the others, the reluctant, had no choice but to flee. Boom. Just as Qin Jiushi was about to employ her trump card to buy Ning Bei some time, the ground beneath them suddenly collapsed. The two vanished from sight, along with the formidable beast tide, disappearing without a trace. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, plunging them into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Lin Yueyao softly called out, "Ning Bei." A strange breathlessness enveloped her, leaving her too flustered to ponder why Qin Jiushi had chosen to remain by Ning Bei's side. In stark contrast, Qin Yu was consumed by a furious agitation. "Jiushi, why are you even bothering with that useless fellow?" The crowd gradually regained their senses, bewildered by the unfolding events. "Where are senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin?" They inquired of the elder. "What has transpired? Why is senior brother Ning unable to move?" In their confusion, they turned to the elder for guidance. The elder, his silver beard neatly arranged, spoke gravely. "It is said that the divine mirror is a relic of a powerful being, its essence taking form as a sacred tree. Thus, each holy fruit it bears is imbued with the fortune of that extraordinary entity. This time, the divine mirror has expended all its power to recreate the trials of the inferno, which had been absent for over a century. I surmise it is because it has found a favored heir among the 12 participants." Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. "So, does that mean senior brother Ning is the chosen heir of that great being? It must be him. After all, he was the one who plucked the holy fruit." It was no wonder that this trial was of infernal difficulty. Ning Bei's remarkable talents had evidently captured the attention of the powerful entity. The realization dawned upon them, transforming their concern for Ning Bei into envy. "How splendid!" Lin Yueyao exhaled in relief. Observing the girl's demeanor, Qin Yu felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. Wait, how can he possibly gain such fortune? I feel like a mere supporting character living in his shadow. Frustration gnawed at him. He found it utterly outrageous that Ning Bei, on the brink of death, could still have a chance to turn the tide in his favor. Why should such good fortune elude him? In the next moment, he turned to Lin Yueyao, whose furrowed brow had relaxed. "Yueyao, did you see my sister staying behind with Ning Bei?" "I did." Lin Yueyao nodded gently. Her emotions were a tangled web. Why was Qin Jiushi being so kind to Ning Bei? Did she not have any sense of boundaries? This budding relationship could not be allowed to flourish. Who knew what it might evolve into? Encouraged by his thoughts, Qin Yu asserted, "Once they emerge, we must go all out." "Indeed, you make a compelling point," Lin Yueyao agreed, albeit reluctantly. While she felt Ning Bei was unworthy of her, she was resolute that no other woman should lay claim to him. Within the secret realm, Ning Bei and Qin Jiushi tumbled into a deep pit, their reactions delayed, resulting in their bodies colliding. "Ning Bei, are you all right?" Qin Jiushi inquired from her position beneath him amidst the darkness. Just feeling a bit breathless," he replied. "Oh." Qin Jiushi, belatedly realizing the awkwardness of their situation, flushed crimson and scrambled to her feet. As they rose, lights flared to life along the sides of a stone pathway. "Let us go take a look," she suggested. As the two individuals commenced their steps, a resonant voice suddenly emerged. "You little rascal, how did you manage to enter?" In front of them, a colossal remnant of a soul materialized, scrutinizing Ning Bei. "Might I inquire your esteemed identity?" Ning Bei sensed a hint of dissatisfaction from the entity. "I am the master of the divine mirror." "Oh, so you are the esteemed one." Ning Bei responded with reverence, expressing his long-standing admiration. "Have you heard of my name?" "No." "Very well." The remnant visibly trembled. Gesturing towards Qin Jiushi, "I intend to bestow the legacy upon her. This matter does not concern you, so you may amuse yourself elsewhere." But it was she who picked the sacred fruit. Qin Joshi pointed at Ning Bei. What? The remnant paused, re-evaluating Ning Bei. You were the one who plucked the sacred fruit. Indeed. Ning Bei acknowledged nonchalantly. Given the urgency of the moment, he had utilized the system's enhancements. Impossible. This revelation seemed incredulous to the remnant. It had sensed the girl's fate and had just wielded the final power of the divine mirror. How could such a remarkably handsome and exceptional young man have acquired the sacred fruit? He possesses nothing but charm. Who harvested the sacred fruit is inconsequential. Ningbei replied with a shrug. If the esteemed one wishes to impart the legacy solely to her, I have no objections. Before the remnant could give a thumbs up in approval, Qin Joshi hastily waved her hand, interjecting, I do not desire it. The legacy is far too inadequate and risks leading me astray. Ningbei was taken aback, realizing she too held disdain for it. You feel the same? Qin Joshi blinked her long eyelashes. The polite remnant exclaimed, Goodness! Do you not understand the gravity of honoring the deceased? P.S. Happy National Day to everyone. I will pause updates for a few days and strive to resume diligently upon my return. Chapter 10. The Empress's unwavering decision cost Ning Bei half his life in the face of the complaints from the lingering soul. Ning Bei and Qin Jiao chose to ignore them, engrossed in their own whispered conversation. Jiao, it seeks to possess us. You notice too? Qin Jiao replied, her expression revealing surprise. What lies beneath us is an array, exuding the essence of a sacrificial formation. Since this old wretch is no benevolent being, we shall not act like humans either. What do you propose? Naturally, we shall do as we please. Shall we give it a try? A subtle smile played at the corners of Ning Bei's lips as he gazed meaningfully into the young girl's beautiful eyes. Here? Qin Jiao inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity. Ning Bei nodded solemnly. He had already devised a plan. There was no need to withdraw from the sacrificial array of the lingering soul. They could confront it head-on. Seeing Ning Bei's determination, Qin Jiao also nodded in agreement. She had her own trump cards, ensuring that even if Ning Bei's plan faltered, she would have an opportunity to take control of the situation, at the very least ensuring their escape. What are you two young ones discussing? Has your esteemed elder not taught you manners? The lingering soul, growing impatient from the lack of response, interjected. Old wretch, what do you bark about? Ning Bei shed all pretense, summoning the soul-refining talisman he had exchanged from the shop with a flick of his wrist. This item could refine all souls, converting them into spiritual energy for absorption. You insolent whelp, daring to show such disrespect to me. I had intended to bestow upon you some opportunities. But now it seems you are unworthy. As it spoke, the lingering soul turned its gaze towards Qin Jiao. Little girl, you are indeed far more polite than he. Rest assured, I shall assist you in walking the path to greatness. Senior, what lies behind you? Qin Jiao feigned surprise, raising her delicate hand. Just as the lingering soul instinctively glanced behind, several wooden darts inscribed with runes appeared in her grasp, glowing with a dazzling blue light as she infused them with mystical energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Jiao hurled the darts with breathtaking speed, each embedding itself into the ground at various locations. Each one served as a focal point. Boom. As the formation abruptly ceased, a terrifying wave of impact surged outward. What? The lingering soul, startled by the commotion, turned back in astonishment. Little girl, what are you doing? The array has been sealed. Your schemes have failed. Qin Jiao declared coldly. You. Haha. Realizing further conversation was futile, the lingering soul suddenly erupted into laughter. I have lain in wait for so many years for the right opportunity. I must admit, you two are quite clever, managing to discern the heaven's wrath soul array I set. Alas, you are ultimately too young, foolishly believing that sealing the formation could alter the fate that I control. Boom. A wave of arrogant pressure erupted from the trembling body of the lingering soul, causing the entire cavern to quake. Even without a physical form, I am not something you mere ants can contend with. As it spoke, the lingering soul reached forward, its hand expanding into a shadow that loomed over them, grasping towards Ning Bei with an overwhelming force. In that moment, the soul laughed maniacally, clearly dismissing the two of them. After all, in its prime, it had been a formidable figure. Bring it on. As the wretched soul surged forth, Ning Bei concealed behind a soul transformation talisman, which in an instant adhered to the soul's brow. In a heartbeat, the once unstoppable specter found itself suspended in the void. The particles of power it exuded were absorbed at a visibly rapid pace by the talisman. What? The wretched soul's expression changed dramatically. particularly upon sensing the loss of its strength. In a state of panic, it exclaimed, "You brat! What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Cease this at once." The already feeble wretched soul let out a hysterical scream. Qin Jiao gazed at Ning Bei in astonishment. "Where did you learn such a technique? To subdue a soul with merely a talisman, and it appears to be absorbing strength. Even I, in my current state, cannot execute such a feat." Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. "In time, I shall teach you." Qin Jiao paused for a moment, then broke into a charming smile. "Very well." Before long, the wretched soul's cries ceased, and its form vanished. The soul transformation talisman fluttered into Ning Bei's hand, and he sensed, it can absorb this much spiritual energy. Jiao, after refining it, we might directly break through. You refine it yourself. After all, it is your. Come here." Without allowing Qin Jiao to finish her sentence, Ning Bei pulled her towards level ground, urging her to join in the endeavor. After all, as the old adage goes, a truly solid relationship is not measured by the good deeds shared, but rather by the mischief undertaken together. Ning Bei had a notion. Perhaps it would bind this reincarnated empress to him entirely. Reluctantly yielding to Ning Bei's enthusiastic invitation, Qin Jiao ultimately joined him in refining the spiritual energy, feeling gratified by his generosity. Moments later, upon absorbing the energy, the talisman turned to ashes, and both Ning Bei and Qin Jiao found their cultivation levels rising to the late stage of foundation establishment. "Had I not appropriated half of your spiritual energy, you might have aspired to breach the core formation realm," Qin Jiao remarked, biting her lip as she gazed at Ning Bei with a sense of reflection. Ning Bei chuckled. "Do not speak like that. You are the only one who remained by my side at the brink of life and death." At this, Qin Jiao's gaze faltered momentarily, and she hurriedly shifted the topic. "You are such a good person. I wonder if Lin Yuyao has a problem with her head, not cherishing you at all." "Haha. It's all in the past," Ning Bei replied nonchalantly. "Besides, without her contrast, how would I know how exceptional you are?" The sudden compliment flushed Qin Jiao's cheeks. Her heart raced, and in a flustered manner, she stammered, For centuries, the Academy has regarded the wretched souls as a blessing. Although we dealt with it for self-preservation, the act of refining it. If this were to be publicized, it might draw the Academy's ire. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility for this decision. It is not your concern." Ningbei said earnestly. "No." Qin Jiao resolutely declined, stating, "This is a decision we reached together. Besides, we cannot fabricate our cultivation levels. I suggest we falsely claim to have obtained the inheritance, and after the inheritance, the remnants of the soul exhausted its power and vanished. This would align more logically with the circumstances." Upon hearing this, Ningbei nearly burst into laughter. His intent in refining the spiritual energy with Qin Jiao was merely to have the young lady share the same bed with him. Now, with Qin Jiao's declaration, actively encouraging him to lie together, it undoubtedly pleased Ningbei. They were now truly bound together. However, Ningbei still had to maintain a semblance of composure. "This method is indeed commendable, but the notion of refining was originally mine. Jiao, it is I who have led you astray." "Do not speak like that," Qin Jiao replied softly, meeting his gaze with a gentle smile. "Moreover, I do not perceive this as a misguided path. Even if everyone else does, I am willing to tread this path with you, and I do not regret it." "Jiao." Ningbei was taken aback. In that moment, the words he had prepared seemed pale and superfluous in the face of the girl's sincere emotion. This genuine feeling momentarily captivated Ningbei, compelling him to grasp Qin Jiao's delicate hand. "P.S. Friends, I have returned. The book has been signed, and updates will resume shortly." Chapter 11. Secrets unveiled. The sudden clasp of hands left Qin Jiao momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but halfway through, she halted, seemingly recollecting something significant. "Apologies," she murmured. In the next instant, Ningbei released her grip, saying, "I was just so moved. I never expected someone would treat me so kindly. Please do not be upset. I recall you mentioning that you were not yet seeking a partner. You mustn't feel pressured by my earlier gesture." Ningbei's considerate words not only alleviated Qin Jiao's tension, but also elicited a soft laugh from her. "It's quite all right. After all, there are no outsiders present. And I am not angry." Ningbei feigned modesty, scratching his head. "Shall we step outside? Those waiting must be concerned." "Indeed," Qin Jiao replied with a slight nod, a blush gracing her cheeks as she followed beside Ningbei, recalling their shared inheritance. "Rest assured, Ning Bei replied with a smile, his heart soaring with joy. Everything was proceeding even more smoothly than he had anticipated. This reincarnated empress was genuinely binding herself to him, willingly and sincerely. However, he found himself pondering. System. What do you mean by granting me reverse attack points when I held her hand? More touches, more rewards. Ning Bei, winky face, as the pair emerged. The entire venue erupted in excitement. Wonderful. Senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin are both safe and sound. They truly are the unrivaled talents of our academy. This marks the first instance of someone passing the trial of purgatory difficulty. Amidst the crowd's cheers, the esteemed Wu Yue, presiding as the ritual elder, approached them, surveying the duo with a hint of surprise. Have both of you elevated your realms? Qin Jiyuan spoke first, announcing their shared inheritance of the Lord of the Divine Mirror. Ning Bei chimed in agreement. This revelation astounded the onlookers. Simultaneously, the Academy's authorities, led by Wu Yue, were both delighted and perplexed, with both having acquired the inheritance. To whom should the title of Chief Disciple be awarded? The elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Ritual Elder, for as long as I can remember, Qin Jiyuan has been the most gifted of our academy. I believe her ascension to Chief Disciple would not only gain the respect of the crowd, but also better lead the academy to greater heights. Thus, I support her candidacy, Ningbei declared, bowing respectfully. Such an opportunity for goodwill was not one to be squandered. Moreover, the title of Chief Disciple held more weight than leaving a favor owed to a reincarnated emperor. It was clear to any wise individual what the best choice would be. You would willingly relinquish this honor? Wu Yue expressed his surprise, his gaze towards Ning Bei revealing a glimmer of approval. When it comes to vision, our senior brother Ning is truly remarkable. I am not at all surprised. After all, senior brother Ning possesses a broad-minded and courteous nature. Ultimately, it matters not who takes the title, as they are both deserving. As the crowd murmured, there were also whispers tinged with ulterior motives. Thus, the dilemma facing Wu Yue and others was undoubtedly resolved with clarity. Just as circumstances began to take a turn for the better, Qin Jiyue expressed her discontent, stating resolutely, "No. I implore the ceremonial liquor to bestow the title of Chief Disciple upon Ningbei. He is the one who plucked the sacred fruit and was pivotal in helping us escape the beast tide." Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, realizing the truth in her words. Without Ningbei's achievement, they might have perished long ago. "Jiyue, please refrain from saying such things." Ningbei turned to the young lady, speaking earnestly. "If it weren't for your decision to stay and face the hardships with me, I could never have obtained the inheritance. Your courage, willing to risk life and death for the sake of your fellow disciples, truly merits the title of Chief Disciple." Ningbei's charm was undeniable. Wang Teng and Zhao Ming exchanged glances, feeling a sense of shame. In their moment of crisis, they lacked the determination and spirit that Qin Jiyue exhibited. Their humility, though it returned the matter to the forefront, also highlighted their noble character. Was this not a fortunate occurrence for the academy? Amidst the collective relief, two individuals were seething with barely contained rage. "Damn it, that is my sister. You need not concern yourself." Qin Yu glared at Ning Bei, his eyes flashing with jealousy. Lin Yueyao could hardly contain herself any longer. She yearned to push through the crowd and confront Ning Bei publicly, demanding to know whom he truly desired, her or the woman who was pursuing another's fiancé. Why was he so kind to Qin Jiyue? "Yueyao, do not act impulsively." In this moment of crisis, Qin Yu intervened. "The ceremonial liquor and the elders are still present. Your actions could incite public outrage. We are on the brink of turning the tide." But Lin Yueyao took a deep breath, ultimately calming herself. Having come this far, a moment longer would not matter. Once the plan unfolded, Qin Jiyue would surely come to resent Ning Bei. Thereafter, he would only revolve around her and have no further ties with Qin Jiyue. "All right, both of you, cease your evasion." After a brief pause, Wu Yu made a decision. This assessment of the divine mirror was a once-in-a-century ordeal of infernal difficulty, and each of you played a crucial role within it. In my view, we might as well break tradition and designate both of you as chief disciples, sharing the privileges thereof. I hope you will set an example and lead the academy to greater heights in cultivation. Wu Yu proclaimed with resolute clarity. Such exceptional talents were indeed rare, and he wished to nurture them earnestly. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in cheers. Two chief disciples, a historic first. Long after Wu Yu's declaration, no one opposed. Rather, the air was filled with jubilant exclamations. "Thank you, ceremonial liquor and esteemed elders," Ning Bei and Qin Juyue smiled at each other, bowing in gratitude. Do your utmost. I have high hopes for you both. With that, the ceremonial liquor led the elders away. Although the secret realm assessment had reached a conclusion, many matters awaited their deliberation, particularly those concerning the divine mirror. The assembly began to disperse gradually. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Ningbei, are you pursuing her? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Lin Yueyao and Qin Yu made a formidable entrance. Upon seeing the woman, Ningbei furrowed his brow and inquired, What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Lin Yueyao scoffed, raising her chin with pride. In this entire academy, who is unaware of your relationship with her? She pointed at Qin Jiujing, her beautiful eyes brimming with resentment. How shameless to seduce another's fiancé. Qin Jiujing stood in bewilderment until murmurs arose around them. Were they referring to the relationship between Ning Bei and Qin Jiujing? It was said that the two were together now, and it appeared Lin Yueyao was anxious. If I were in her shoes, I would be anxious too. After all, she had cast aside Ning Bei, only to realize he could find someone better than her. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Qin Jiujing's phoenix eyes flashed with a hint of confusion and trepidation as she turned to Lin Yueyao and said, Watch your words. Before Lin Yueyao could retort, Qin Yu interjected, Jiujing, you may not know, but the entire academy is spreading rumors of you and Ning Bei, and that you. He deliberately painted their relationship in a despicable and shameful light. In his perception, the more he portrayed his sister and Ning Bei negatively, the more she would detest and reject him. Seeing the unease on Qin Jiujing's face, Qin Yu nearly laughed, believing his scheme had succeeded. Little did he know, the truth was a swift blade. Qin Jiujing had indeed given herself to Ning Bei willingly. Who wouldn't he feel anxious when such matters were exposed? Yet, for Ning Bei, this served as an unexpected boon. Before leaving the secret realm, he had already discerned this plot through the system. Though pleased, Ning Bei could not reveal his joy. Instead, he stood up for Qin Jiujing. Silence. Rumors cease with the wise. No matter who spread these falsehoods, I will unearth them. Ning Bei, are you denying your relationship with her? Lin Yueyao's eyes brightened at his words, filled with anticipation. I shall give you a chance. Publicly sever your ties with her. Promise never to associate with her again, and apologize to me. Perhaps then I may consider reconciling with you. At last, she had awaited this moment. The corners of her mouth could barely contain her glee. This time, she would not easily forgive Ning Bei. He must be taught a lesson for daring to neglect her. A fiancé ought to be cherished. However, in the next moment, Lin Yueyao did not receive the desired outcome. Instead, she was met with a face full of spit from Ning Bei. To hell with your reconciliation. Chapter 12. The protagonist, still intent on stirring up trouble, remarked, Your sister is truly captivating. Lin Yueyao's delicate form trembled, leaving her momentarily frozen in shock. Her mouth gaped wide, oblivious to the unidentifiable liquid that flowed into her cherry-like lips. A collective gasp echoed around them. Goodness, did senior brother Ning just splash Lin Yueyao's face? Can he not articulate his words? That was certainly a mouthful of spittle. Before anyone could regain their composure, Ning Bei had already seized the bewildered Qin Jiushi and strode away. Qin Jiushi offered no resistance. At that moment, she was desperate to escape this place. Laughter erupted around them. I knew senior brother Ning wouldn't backtrack. What could Lin Yueyao possibly be thinking? Did she still have the audacity to mention reconciliation? Truly, a wise person's rumors cease to exist. Surely, this hand-holding was devoid of guilt. The surrounding derision snapped Lin Yueyao back to reality. And in a mix of embarrassment and anger, she called out, Ning Bei, stop right there. Explain yourself. Just as she was about to pursue them, Qin Yu obstructed her path. Yueyao, calm down, Qin Yu urged hastily. Wait for me. I'll clarify this matter. I'll first speak with Jiushi to ascertain what transpired. Gazing at the retreating figures of the two, hand in hand, Lin Yueyao was consumed by a profound rage. She could hardly fathom that the Ning Bei who had once adored her so deeply now treated her with such disdain. Moreover, he had the audacity to leave with another woman right before her eyes. This provoked an unprecedented anxiety and worry within her, while her innate pride prevented her from confronting the situation. Ouch! Who kicked me? Just as Qin Yu made a move to chase after them, he was suddenly sent sprawling by a forceful kick. Thud, thud, thud. Countless heavy feet rained down upon him, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Damn it! Who hit me? Stop this! Lin Yueyao, witnessing this, turned pale and could no longer afford to ponder. She hurriedly took Qin Yu's hand and fled like a mouse crossing the street. In Qin Jioshi's small courtyard, after circling the area outside, Ning Bei returned, feigning breathlessness. Jiushi, I have conducted my investigation. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiushi's expression shifted, and she quickly inquired, Ningbei, who is spreading rumors about us? Your brother. What? It is Qin Yu and Lin Yueyao. Meeting the girl's astonished gaze, Ningbei slowly recounted, during our time in the Divine Mirror, Qin Yu incited Lin Yueyao to gather a few junior sisters, spreading rumors about us in an attempt to drive you away from me. Look, they have been brought here. Ningbei pointed in a direction where several disciples from the discipline hall were escorting 4 outer sect female disciples. These individuals were Lin Yueyao's companions, who, under the guise of supporting their dear sister's happiness, had sullied Qin Jiushi and Ningbei's names with their rumors. Yet, these so-called devoted sisters had now morphed into mere plastic companions. Sister Qin, this is not our fault. It was Lin Yueyao who forced us to do this. We dare not oppose her. She claimed this was instructed by Qin Yu, who asserts himself as your elder brother, which is why we acquiesced. Upon arrival, the 4 of them sold out too. After all, in the face of Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu, the 2 foremost disciples. How could these mere 4 outer sect disciples dare to act recklessly? Take them away and deal with them according to the regulations. Qin Jiujiu clenched her silver teeth, unwilling to waste words on them. At this moment, her heart was a tumult of emotions, never imagining that all of this was orchestrated by her own brother. Indeed, the disciples of the discipline pavilion swiftly subdued the individuals involved. I'm sorry, Jiujiu, Ningbei said, regarding the girl with a serious tone. I had no idea things had escalated to this extent. You are not to blame for this. Qin Jiujiu lifted her delicate head and gazed at Ningbei, responding, if apologies are to be exchanged, it should be I who apologizes to you. Had it not been for my unworthy brother, you would not have been entangled in this matter, nor would you have had such a falling out with Lin Yueyao. As she spoke, she faltered, feeling too ashamed to continue. After all, having such a brother, who first entangled himself with another's fiancée and then slandered Ning Bei's reputation, was a source of outrage. Because of their sibling bond, Qin Jiujiu could not help but feel a deep sense of guilt when looking at Ning Bei. Congratulations, host, on prompting a significant change in the mindset of the daughter of fate, your sister. Henceforth, she will play a more beneficial role in your life. Reward, 5,000 counterattack points. What? Ningbei's lips curled into a smile that was more difficult to suppress than a Barrett rifle. He understood that the system's prompts were undeniable truths, proving that in the future, Qin Jiujiu would not side with Qin Yu. Instead, she might stand by his side to confront Qin Yu. What a delightful surprise. At that moment, Qin Yu made a sudden appearance. Initially barred from entering the core area, he, despite being bruised and battered, insisted on seeing Qin Jiujiu. The gatekeeping disciples were helpless and could only relay the message. Qin Jiujiu did not refuse and instructed them to bring him in. Why don't you ask me why I still wish to see him? Qin Jiujiu inquired curiously, glancing at the silent Ning Bei. Ning Bei, appearing harmless, replied, he is your brother, and I will respect your decision. Ning Bei. Qin Jiujiu pursed her lips. At that moment, she entertained a fleeting fantasy that perhaps if her brother were Ning Bei. But as soon as this thought arose, she shook her head to dispel it, her cheeks flushing red. After all, they had already shared certain intimacies. Before long, Qin Yu was brought in. Upon seeing Ning Bei present, a dark cloud passed over his expression. Jiujiu, why are you still associating with him? He has tarnished your reputation. At these words, Qin Jiujiu fell into a heavy silence. For the first time, she felt an intense hatred and aversion towards her brother. It could even be said that it was repulsive. To exact revenge on others, he would stoop to sacrificing his sister's honor and then play the victim. It was utterly disgusting. Hey, keep your distance from my sister from now on. Do you hear? Qin Yu pointed at Ning Bei, fully aware that the latter dared not make a move. Ning Bei remained silent. Have you had enough? Qin Jiujiu could no longer contain herself and coldly interrupted. Jiujiu? Qin Yu blinked, then expressed his frustration with an air of disappointment, saying, I am doing this for your own good. As a young lady, do you not realize how crucial your reputation is? Huh? How long do you intend to keep up this facade? Qin Jiujiu retorted mercilessly. Do you truly believe I am unaware that it was you who incited Lin Yueyao to spread rumors about my relationship with Ning Bei? Who has truly tarnished my reputation? Qin Yu was taken aback, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face as he realized he had been exposed. He had not anticipated that this matter would come to light, and he hastily defended himself, saying, Jiujiu, listen to me. Do not heed the words of others. I am your brother, How could I possibly harm you? Enough. Qin Jiujio clenched her teeth in frustration. I agreed to meet you today to clarify things. You are to refrain from claiming to be my brother in public. I do not acknowledge you as such. Moreover, do not use my name for your own endeavors. Is that clear? Bang. At her words, Qin Yu stood in shock. How could the sister he had always taken pride in treat him in such a manner? Yet, instead of reflecting on his own actions, he directed his anger at Ning Bei, exclaiming, "Is it you? What have you said to my sister? You scoundrel! You have ruined her reputation and now seek to sow discord between us?" Jiujio, do not believe him. Qin Yu then turned to Qin Jiujio, saying, "This scoundrel struck me. I am your brother. Should you not seek vengeance for me? How can you be so close to him?" Before Ning Bei could respond, Qin Jiujio suddenly wrapped her arm around his, addressing Qin Yu. "Do not blame Ning Bei for everything. Is it your wish to see him ruin my reputation? Very well, let me speak plainly. I have long been with Ning Bei. Jiujio, do not speak recklessly." Qin Yu's mind buzzed as he hurriedly tried to intervene. He was already envious of Ning Bei. How could he possibly accept the notion of his sister being with him? Merely speaking of it was unbearable. But in the next moment, he witnessed Ning Bei wrap his arm around Qin Jiujio's waist. Meeting Qin Yu's astonished and furious gaze, he chuckled softly. "Your sister is truly enchanting." Chapter 13. The protagonist still harbors thoughts of revenge, yet even his sister has been swayed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have transformed adversity into an advantage, delivering a psychological blow to the child of destiny. Reward, counterattack points. No. Qin Yu was stunned, particularly upon witnessing his sister's waist being gripped by an unwelcome hand, along with Ning Bei's taunting demeanor, which drove him into a furious frenzy, lunging at Ning Bei. Before Ning Bei could react, Qin Jiujio had already summoned assistance, dragging Qin Yu away, and declared that henceforth, if Qin Yu dared to refer to himself as her brother again, the disciples of the academy would take appropriate measures. This was undoubtedly a clear severance of ties with Qin Yu. From that moment onward, he could no longer act under the auspices of Qin Jiujio's name. Moreover, who would believe him if he spoke of it? Inside the room, Ning Bei gazed quietly at the young woman, a slight smile gracing his handsome features. Qin Jiujio, feeling the weight of his gaze, felt her heart race and nervously stammered. Well, what I meant earlier about you being involved was to suggest that he should refrain from meddling, particularly regarding matters between the two of us. I understand, Ning Bei chuckled lightly. Which is precisely why I embraced you in support. Qin Jiujio bit her lip, uncertain of how to respond. Although she possessed memories from 2 lifetimes, she had never truly interacted with any man aside from Ning Bei. Furthermore, given their intimate connection, although they had not revisited the topic, the enclosed space rendered the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. It was an inexplicable haze of ambiguity. Ning Bei, sensing the tension, took the initiative to bid farewell. I shall escort you. Just as Qin Jiujio reached the door, Ning Bei, smiling, halted her. No need to see me off. Now that we have become the chief disciples, we are already under scrutiny, and soon the academy will assign us to lead disciples on excursions. You should concentrate on solidifying your cultivation. Indeed, Qin Jiujio smiled brightly and nodded, ceasing her insistence. She lingered by the door, watching until Ning Bei's figure vanished before finally closing the door. Few back in her room, Qin Jiujio leaned against the door, taking a deep breath. Her delicate hand pressed against her racing heart, reflecting, this feeling is so strange. Meanwhile, Ning Bei opened the system shop and was instantly taken aback. His smile broader than ever. Hiss. To think I have accumulated 500 counterattack points. In just a few short days, he had garnered such an impressive amount of counterattack points, enough to procure numerous valuable items from the system shop. Most of these points were accrued from Qin Jiujio, Qin Yu, and Lin Yu Yao, with others contributing a modest sum. After careful consideration, Ning Bei resolved to first exchange for 3 gathering essence pills to elevate his cultivation. If he could achieve the core formation stage before the upcoming excursion, his power would undergo a significant transformation, for the core formation stage holds monumental significance for cultivators. Before this, he might rely on magical tools for flight, but after reaching core formation, he could soar independently without assistance. As a cultivator, who does not dream of traversing the skies and the earth? Moreover, his strength would multiply exponentially. Ning Bei wasted no time, setting aside his plans for further expenditure of counterattack points, and began earnestly refining the precious gathering essence pills. In any case, the remaining tens of thousands of counterattack points cannot purchase any extraordinary treasures. It would be wiser to conserve them. At this moment, Within the main hall of the academy, a group of formidable scholars, led by Wu Yue, gathered around a circular stone nearly the height of a person, occasionally expressing their sentiments. The divine mirror is concealed within the stone. We shall finally behold its true form. Indeed, previously we could only utilize it for assessments due to the lingering consciousness of that esteemed predecessor. Now that their essence has dissipated, we are unencumbered. In the future, our academy shall possess yet another treasured artifact. Listening to the collective reflections, Wu Yue smiled as he stroked his silver beard and said, "Esteemed colleagues, let us together shatter the stone and retrieve the mirror." Yes, the crowd responded in unison. A surge of profound spiritual energy erupted from within them, and in an instant, the entire hall trembled perilously. With a resounding crash, their overwhelming power surged into the stone, shattering the internal seal, and soon a uniquely shaped mirror emerged. Simultaneously, a streak of luminous energy shot forth from within the mirror, vanishing in an instant. "Master, what was that just now?" Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and surprise, evidently having sensed something amiss. Wu Yue furrowed his silver brows, unable to discern the source, and finally remarked, "Perhaps it was merely a remnant force from within the mirror. There is no need for concern. Let us first investigate this divine mirror." Indeed, the group agreed, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, in the auxiliary area, Qin Yu wandered aimlessly, utterly shattered by the recent blow, struggling to regain his composure. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced his brow, causing his body to tremble. Almost immediately, a strange voice resonated in his mind. "Little one, you are destined to cross paths with me." Who are you?" Qin Yu gasped, his hair standing on end as he glanced around. "No need to search. I reside within you." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face drained of color. "Who are you? How did you enter my body?" "I am known as the Great Love Celestial Sovereign," the voice replied solemnly. "I was once a renowned powerhouse in the celestial realm, but due to a moment of folly, I fell into turmoil, my physical form destroyed, ultimately transforming into a wisp of soul energy wandering the world. I never anticipated that I would sense our connection upon passing through this place." Great Love Celestial Sovereign. Celestial realm? Connection? As Qin Yu processed these terms, his expression shifted, a glimmer of hope emerging. "Senior, what do you mean by connection?" Seeing Qin Yu's eagerness, the voice continued, "I perceive you are covered in scars, your spirit forlorn. You have undoubtedly endured much suffering in this mundane world." At these words, Qin Yu nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "Senior, you speak the truth. Can you assist me?" He felt compelled to kneel in supplication. Life had become unbearably harsh. "Very well," the voice feigned a tone of sympathy. "Given our connection, I shall make an exception and accept you as my disciple. In the future, I shall bestow upon you guidance, enabling you to achieve remarkable feats and become invincible in this realm. Master, allow me to pay my respects." Before the voice of the elder could finish, Qin Yu knelt down with a thud, fearful of any change of heart. After enduring so much hardship, he had finally, at long last, awaited this opportunity for a turnaround. He was determined to transform all the disdain and mockery directed at him into admiration and envy, just as he perceived in Ning Bei. And then he would trample that scoundrel Ning Bei beneath his feet, avenging all past grievances. "Good disciple," the elder's voice rang out with surprise. "As I have previously mentioned, due to my reckless pursuit of power, I have lost my corporeal form and cannot remain here for long. If you wish for me to guide you for an extended period, you must first assist me with a task. Master, please instruct me. I am willing to comply with any request. I require all of your cultivation, and you must not resist." "What?" Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, after a moment of hesitation, he acquiesced, reasoning that as he was merely at the initial stage of qi training, he had nothing to lose by taking this gamble. Why not take a chance? Thus, upon Qin Yu's agreement, the soul's essence began to absorb his cultivation. The process was excruciating, and in an instant, Qin Yu felt a warmth spreading in his trousers, leading to an uncontrollable release. "Disciple, do not resist. It will be over soon," the elder reassured. Master, I can endure." Please be gentler, master. This is truly painful for me." This torment did not last long, as Qin Yu's cultivation was too meager. Although the soul's essence was dissatisfied, it had no alternative. It needed to draw strength quickly, lest it dissipate completely. Having something was better than nothing. Yet, it was a torturous experience for Qin Yu. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, while beneath him lay a foul and unsightly mixture of waste. "Master, is this sufficient?" Qin Yu weakly inquired, even amidst such suffering. He did not abandon the hope of rising to power. "Good disciple, from now on, I shall remain by your side, aiding you in your destiny's reversal." The elder's voice echoed once more, painting a hopeful picture. "Wonderful." Qin Yu shed tears of joy. Every bit of his suffering was worth it, even while seated in such filth, for he had gone unnoticed. Truly, fortune favored him. Just as Qin Yu basked in his newfound happiness, unexpectedly, a graceful figure appeared without warning. It was Lin Yueyao. "Qin Yu." Winky face, Chapter 14. Is my fiancé jealous? Upon catching sight of Qin Yu, Lin Yueyao could not contain herself and let out a shriek. The foul stench that assaulted her senses caused her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose, her beautiful eyes reflecting an indescribable horror and revulsion. It was utterly disgusting. Qin Yu was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had been relieved that no one had noticed his predicament, yet the next instant, he found himself confronted by the very girl he dreaded encountering. "Yueyao, please let me explain. It's not what you think." Qin Yu attempted to defend himself. "Don't come any closer." Lin Yueyao retreated sharply, and despite recalling his past kindness towards her, she still dared not let him approach. "You need to clean yourself up? Go wash yourself." "All right. Just wait for me," Qin Yu replied, his face burning with embarrassment. In that moment, he wished he could disappear into the ground. After a brief interval, when Qin Yu returned, cleansed of the unpleasantness, Lin Yueyao still could not bear to look at him. Maintaining a respectful distance and speaking in a hushed tone, "What were you doing just now? Why were you covered in?" "Yueyao, it's not what you think." Qin Yu had already devised an excuse, insisting, "A senior brother of mine botched a summoning ritual, and I happened to pass by just in time to save him from nearly drowning. I had no choice but to intervene." "What?" Lin Yueyao was taken aback. Although she was easily convinced, such an absurd explanation was hard for her to accept. Observing her disbelief, Qin Yu boldly asserted, "You don't believe me? Fine. I will take you to find him. But you must promise to keep this a secret, understand? Are you serious?" Lin Yueyao hesitated, swayed by the earnestness in Qin Yu's expression. "Have I ever lied to you?" Qin Yu's tone was resolute. "Moreover, even if I know nothing about cultivation, I at least have my wits about me. Do you really think I would fall into a cesspit?" Lin Yueyao had no retort. Perhaps out of trust and gratitude towards Qin Yu, she could not fathom a reason that would lead him to such a state. The notion of rescuing someone seemed somewhat plausible. Noticing the disgust on Lin Yueyao's face begin to wane, Qin Yu sighed in relief and hastily shifted the subject. "Yueyao, we are in grave trouble." "What is it?" "Rumors about my sister and Ning Bei have spread, and we have been exposed." Qin Yu confessed the situation. Upon learning the details, Lin Yueyao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. "What did you say?" She actually claimed to be with Ning Bei. I must confront him and get to the bottom of this. For days, she had endured Ning Bei's cold indifference, and the knowledge that he was now with Qin Jiujing sent her spiraling into turmoil. "Calm down, Yueyao. This must be false." Qin Yu quickly interjected. "Think about it. Jiujing doesn't even acknowledge me as her brother anymore. This is surely a result of our schemes being uncovered, leading to their anger. They must be saying things just to provoke us. Are you sure it's just a provocation?" "Absolutely." As the gaze of the young girl fell upon him, Qin Yu patted his chest and proclaimed, "Do I not know my own sister? Moreover, you have only been apart from Ning Bei for a few days. If Jiujia were truly so frivolous, would she have preserved her purity for Ning Bei? Thus, this must merely be a manifestation of their tempers. Even if you do not comprehend my sister, do you not understand Ning Bei? Would he ever engage in an indiscretion with Jiujia?" Lin Yueyao hesitated, her thoughts clouded. When it came to Ning Bei, she was the most attuned to his character, having harbored feelings for him over the years. He would not dare to take her hand without her consent. Such a man, how could he possibly tarnish a woman's virtue? Furthermore, given Jiujiu's aversion to men, even if they were to embark on a romantic relationship, it would surely not escalate so rapidly. I shall confront him to clarify matters," Lin Yueyao declared, her jealousy flaring as she bit down on her silver teeth. How can he embrace other women simply because he is upset? Observing Lin Yueyao's jealousy over Ning Bei, Qin Yu felt a flicker of envy himself. In the next moment, he interjected, "Yueyao, we must remain calm. If you seek out Ning Bei now, it would be tantamount to conceding defeat." But Lin Yueyao's sentence trailed off, only to be interrupted again by Qin Yu. "If you pursue him out of concern this time, what will you do in the future?" Lin Yueyao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Despite her dissatisfaction, she longed to clarify things with Ning Bei. Yet her pride held her back. Moreover, she genuinely wished to teach him a lesson. His recent behavior had been utterly unacceptable. How dare he disregard her? He clearly harbors deep feelings for me. Why treat me so poorly? Fueled by her competitive spirit and Qin Yu's persuasion, Lin Yueyao restrained herself. Though a sense of worry lingered, when the two families had arranged their engagement, it was primarily because the Lin family was facing formidable rivals and required the support of the Ning family. If her neglect of Ning Bei led to the Ning family withdrawing their support, it would have dire consequences for the Lin family. Sensing her unease, Qin Yu reassured her. Do not fret, Yueyao. Ning Bei would not dare to disclose this to his family. Otherwise, the possibility of reconciliation would vanish entirely. He merely seeks to exert control over you. He does not genuinely wish to sever ties, does he? Indeed, you present a valid point. Lin Yueyao pondered for a moment before a smile graced her lips. She too believed that the family alliance would not be jeopardized, as this was merely a minor conflict. And it was not she who had erred. Had Ning Bei been willing to apologize as he had in the past, they would have reconciled long ago. That insufferable Ning Bei, how dare he sulk with his fiancée? Lin Yueyao huffed softly, declaring, he possesses not an ounce of masculine maturity. I shall ensure he understands that being obstinate with me is futile. That's the spirit. Qin Yu beamed, inching closer to Lin Yueyao. However, the next moment, she recoiled as if startled, seemingly still perturbed by the earlier state of Qin Yu, who was covered in dirt. Qin Yu, perceptive to her discomfort, feigned innocence and said, Yueyao, allow me to introduce you to that senior brother. I fear you may not believe me. Do not worry. I have faith in you, Qin Yu. I still need to cultivate. I shall take my leave now. Lin Yueyao forced a smile, her reluctance to resist Qin Yu palpable. Yet, the overwhelming visual and olfactory assault was simply too much to bear, a memory indelibly etched into her mind. Were it not for Qin Yu's actions stemming from a desire to save, she could not have endured even a moment longer. Watching the figure of the girl retreat, Qin Yu felt a burning sensation on his face. Master, you have truly put your disciple in a dire predicament. Fear not, dear disciple. Once I assist you, even the celestial maidens shall find themselves enamored with you. Really? Thank you, master. A flicker of solace finally warmed Qin Yu's heart. The following day, Ning Bei successfully broke through to the core formation stage, feeling invigorated, as if his body had been elevated and infused with newfound strength. Achieving core formation in his teenage years marked him as an extraordinary prodigy within the realm of cultivation, even among the elders of the Martial Heaven Academy. Only a handful had attained such a level. Thus, one could only imagine the exceptional nature of Ning Bei's prowess at such a tender age. Ning Xixiang, are you there? A voice called from outside. Stepping out of his courtyard, Ning Bei was surprised to find a familiar face. Zhao Ming, do you seek me for something? Ning Xixiang, I am aware of the discord between you and Qin Yu. Zhao Ming approached with a knowing smile. Therefore, today, I have brought you a rather intriguing gift. Oh. Ning Bei fixed his gaze upon him, noticing a peculiar object in Zhao Ming's hand, a soundstone. What is this? Ning Xixiang, you shall find out for yourself. Zhao Ming wore an enigmatic expression, intentionally prolonging the moment. After handing over the soundstone, he departed with a hearty laugh. Upon returning to his chamber, Ning Bei activated the soundstone, only to be met with a chilling wail that echoed through the air. The figure within the image was none other than Qin Yu. The ensuing visuals were far too grotesque to endure. Chapter 15. The celibate Empress Reborn surprisingly begins to care for the villain. The scene of Qin Yu's utter disgrace was captured without reservation, exuding an overwhelming stench. Haha. Ning Bei was nearly brought to tears from laughter. No wonder Zhao Ming had been acting so strangely. Anyone would be rendered speechless. Although the reason behind Qin Yu's humiliation remained a mystery, should this incident become public, it would undoubtedly lead to his ruin, leaving him unable to hold his head high for a lifetime. Even Lin Yueyao, that foolish woman who regarded Qin Yu as her ideal, would surely be repulsed to the point of nausea upon witnessing such a spectacle. Truly remarkable. Ning Bei laughed until his stomach hurt, carefully stowing away the recording stone. In the main hall, Wu Yu presented 2 portions of rare resources, smiling as she said, as the chief disciples, from now on, you shall receive these additional resources every month. Thank you, master. Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu exchanged glances and quickly bowed in gratitude. Each of these cultivation resources was more substantial than the rewards bestowed upon previous chief disciples, clearly indicating Wu Yu's special favor towards the two. Furthermore, You will have unrestricted access to the Techniques Pavilion and the Weapons Pavilion, allowing you to freely select techniques for cultivation, Wu continued. However, judging by the auras surrounding you, it seems you both have been practicing more advanced techniques, which you must have brought from your families. Indeed. Qin Jiujiu was the first to respond, casting a glance at Ning Bei. Ning Bei understood the unspoken agreement and joined in the deception. They could hardly admit that the Divine Sun technique was bestowed by Qin Jiujiu. Given the multitude of disciples at Wutian Academy, many were engaged in family techniques. As not every disciple possessed the privilege to practice the Academy's inner door mysteries. Wu Yu did not dwell on this and shifted the conversation, saying, "Prepare yourselves. According to the Academy's customary practices, you shall lead some disciples on an excursion to demonstrate that you are the new generation of chiefs." Understood. The two of them acknowledged and departed. On the way, Qin Jiujiu turned to Ning Bei. "Have you thought about how you will lead them in their training?" "I have it all planned out. Just follow my lead when the time comes," Ning Bei replied with a gentle smile. Traditionally, the chief disciple was solely responsible for leading the disciples on excursions, without interference from the elders, which included decisions regarding locations and methods. This was both a privilege and a test for the chief disciple. Noticing that Ning Bei had thoroughly considered the matter, Qin Jiujiu refrained from further comments and retrieved half of the resources, saying, "By the way, take these spiritual items and refine them." "Huh." Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback. Shaking his head, "I have enough. You should keep them." "Oh, come on, just accept them," Qin Jiujiu insisted, refusing to take no for an answer. With that, she forcibly pressed the spiritual items into Ning Bei's hands. Before he could return them, she had already stepped back, beaming, "You should go prepare. I imagine the elders are already selecting disciples to accompany us on the excursion. I will also get ready." "Jiujiu." Ning Bei wished to say more, but alas, the young lady had already turned and departed. Gazing at the graceful figure of the young girl, Ning Bei lowered his head to the spiritual object in his hand, shaking his head with a smile. "Ah, they have begun to show concern for my cultivation. Originally, this opportunity was meant to be Qin Yu's chance for a remarkable transformation. Yet it had been entirely intercepted by Ning Bei. In contrast to his elder brother, Qin Yu, Qin Jiujiu evidently cared much more for Ning Bei. This feeling is quite delightful. Are you wishing to venture out for training?" Lin Yao blinked her long eyelashes, her expression revealing surprise as she looked at Qin Yu. "I am aware that Ning Bei is leading this training expedition." Qin Yu spoke with a serious tone, "But Yu Yao, I must participate in this endeavor. I need to leave the academy to attend to a matter of great importance to me." The soul essence had imparted to him a powerful technique known as the heavenly fire heartburning method. However, before he could cultivate it, he needed to find a catalyst to stabilize the soul essence's form, facilitating the future reconstruction of his meridians and guiding his practice. Unfortunately, the academy lacked such a catalyst, compelling him to seek it outside. According to the rules of Wutian Academy, disciples were generally not permitted to leave at will, especially since he was merely a servant disciple, which led him to consider asking Lin Yao for assistance. After all, an elder had a fondness for Lin Yao, and it was through her request that Qin Yu had been able to enter the academy as a servant disciple. "Very well, I shall approach Elder Yun." Lin Yao relented, her heart softened. After all, he was her cherished one. "Wonderful Yu Yao. Rest assured, upon my return, you will witness a brand new me," Qin Yu exclaimed, thumping his chest in excitement. "Do not rejoice too early. I fear Elder Yun may not agree." "How could that be? I have faith in you, Yu. After all, Elder Yun dotes on you as if you were his own daughter." In a spacious square, several disciples gathered, including inner disciples like Wang Ting and Zhao Ming, along with outer disciples such as Lin Yao. The only one who appeared out of place was Qin Yu, a servant. Though the chief required the inclusion of both inner and outer disciples for the training expedition, there had never been a precedent for bringing a servant along. "Qin Yu, what are you still doing here?" Wang Tung inquired, astonished. Qin Yu responded with composure, "I too wish to participate in this training expedition." His declaration was met with uproarious laughter. "What? You wish to join the training expedition? Surely you jest. How could a mere servant like you be worthy of joining us? Who deceived you into believing such nonsense?" Servant disciples are unqualified for participation. Unfazed by the mockery, Qin Yu maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly impervious to the derision. He had anticipated such ridicule and had already dispatched Lin Yao to request Elder Yun's intervention, allowing the group to mock him without concern. Once Elder Yun arrived, it would be they who faced the consequences of their taunts. There was no need to engage with these summer insects. Speaking of ice, how shameless can he be? Pretending not to hear? Wang Ting and Zhao Ming were left speechless, their frustration evident. Qin Yu was akin to an unyielding plaster. What is all this commotion about? At that moment, two figures appeared simultaneously. Brother Ning and Sister Qin have arrived. Brother Ning, this fellow insists on staying here, claiming he wants to join us in our training. The crowd gathered to inform Ning Bei of the situation. What nonsense are you up to now? Servants are not permitted to participate in training. You should leave immediately, Qin Jiujio said, casting a furrowed brow at Qin Yu. Having such a brother left her feeling utterly powerless. He seldom applies himself to his cultivation yet revels in drawing attention, only to embarrass himself each time. Qin Yu feigned indifference, choosing to ignore the situation. Who invited you? Ning Bei stepped forward, gazing at Qin Yu with keen interest. He was well aware that every action of a child of destiny often concealed ulterior motives. Perhaps he was plotting something significant. Before Qin Yu could respond, a voice interjected, I invited him. The crowd turned to see two graceful figures approaching, with Lin Yu Yao following closely behind Yun Qing. Elder Yun, did you summon Qin Yu? But he is merely a servant. How can he participate in our training? Faced with the astonishment and discontent of the crowd, Yun Qing's composed visage betrayed no emotion as she replied, Is such a trivial matter truly worthy of my consulting the master? Upon hearing this, Wang Ting and the others fell silent, unwilling to argue. After all, she was an elder. Observing their silence, Yun Qing felt a sense of satisfaction and looked down at Ning Bei haughtily. Ning Bei, since you are leading this training expedition, you must ensure safety. I have specifically arranged for a servant disciple to accompany you as a test for you all. Do not let me down. Wang Tung and the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Let us set aside the matter of the test for now. Others may regard Yun Qing with reverence, but Ning Bei was unperturbed, boldly asking, Elder Yun, will you not be joining us in this training? How could I possibly join? Yun Qing chuckled lightly, clarifying that this was a training expedition led by the chief disciple, and elders should not meddle. Oh, that complicates matters. Ning Bei shrugged, gesturing towards Qin Yu as he addressed Yun Qing. You assign me a servant disciple who cannot even take care of himself, if you do not accompany us. Who will change his trousers if he has an accident along the way? Moreover, if he has a particularly large mishap, it will undoubtedly be quite odorous. The crowd. Chapter 16. Does the fiancé still want to reconcile? The Empress declares her disagreement as Ning Bei's words resonated. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief. It was unexpected for the typically refined and cultured Ning Bei to utter such remarks. Truly, it was akin to being pricked by a needle, an eye-opener indeed. Only Zhao Ming could not suppress a chuckle, fully aware of the underlying meaning behind Ning Bei's words. Ning Bei, you mustn't slander me so, protested Qin Yu, the protagonist, feeling the gravity of the situation. He immediately interjected, pleading with Elder Yun, I implore you, Elder Yun, to take my side. Though I am merely a menial servant, I possess dignity. If Ning Bei disapproves of my participation in the trials, he could have simply stated so. However, to humiliate me in your presence is to show utter disregard for the Academy's regulations and for your esteemed self. Upon hearing this, Elder Yun regained her composure and rebuked Ning Bei, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. How can you employ such crude language against a fellow disciple? Is it truly coarse to speak the truth, Elder Yun? Ning Bei retorted with a sardonic smile, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yu. I wonder who it was that, while calling out loudly near the woodshed in the servants' quarters, also created quite the mess. Is that not more vulgar? Gasps filled the air as the crowd once again fell into stunned silence. Was Ning Bei insinuating that Qin Yu had made a scene while in such a state? What was going on? Was this truly happening? How could one be so disgraceful? Why not simply go to the latrine? In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Yu, who was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, his face burning with embarrassment. How could Ning Bei possibly know his secret? When had he witnessed it? Was there truth to Ning Bei's claims? Elder Yun raised her head, unable to restrain her curiosity as she questioned Qin Yu. No, that is not true, Qin Yu exclaimed in a panic, shaking his head vigorously. Although the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations, he understood the dire need to deny the accusation. Not only were their adversaries present, but also his beloved goddess and his dear sister. Should the truth be revealed, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, thus stealing his resolve. Qin Yu feigned righteous indignation and declared, Ning Bei, I once held you in high regard as the chief disciple, but I never imagined your heart to be so narrow. Simply because I have grown close to your fiancé, you resort to such public defamation? Ning Bei, you have misunderstood Qin Yu, Lin Yuyao interjected, stepping forward to clarify. That day, Qin Yu was indeed in a dire state, but it was not as you suggest. He sullied himself in a bid to save another. How can you exploit such a noble act to target him? If it were for my sake, then you should apologize to Qin Yu now. I would forgive your previous neglect towards me, Lin Yuyao implored, stamping her foot in urgency. She was genuinely distressed, astonished that Ning Bei would go to such lengths for her. However, Ning Bei's unscrupulous targeting of Qin Yu for her sake filled her with a sense of small triumph, compelling her to cast a provocative glance at Qin Jiujio. Ning Bei was both amused and infuriated. Observing Lin Yuyao's confident demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap her, prompting her to take a moment of self-reflection. As the situation escalated to a 2-on-1 confrontation, Yunqing belatedly realized, Ning Bei, are you seeking revenge on Qin Yu? If so, you must provide him with an explanation today. I insist. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone held their breath in anticipation. It was evident that Yunqing had aligned herself with Qin Yu, even willing to confront Ning Bei directly in order to seek justice for him. This was troublesome. Although Ning Bei was the chief disciple, Yunqing held the status of an elder. Even if Ning Bei were justified, he would still bear the stigma of disrespecting his superiors. Moreover, it appeared that he had no upper hand in this scenario. You want me to provide an explanation, do you? Ning Bei calmly met her gaze. Yunqing feigned seriousness. Exactly. Very well. Ning Bei smiled. He first turned to Qin Jiujio. Jiujio, please step aside for a moment. Ning Bei, I will explain everything to you later. All right. Qin Jiujio bit her lip, acquiescing to Ning Bei's decision. Jiujio, stay here. In contrast, as he watched his sister depart, Qin Yu felt a twinge of discontent. Turning to Ning Bei with a challenge. What? You can spout nonsense without shame, yet you're too embarrassed for her to witness your disgrace? I apologize, you misunderstand me. Ning Bei remained unfazed, even finding it somewhat amusing. I merely feared tainting her vision. Qin Yu? Everyone, just watch. Before Qin Yu could react, Ning Bei had already produced a sound and image stone and activated it. The stone projected an image into the void, revealing none other than Qin Yu himself. Slumped against the side of a shed, a visage of agony. There he was, curled up on the ground, emitting frantic, desperate screams, while simultaneously expelling a foul yellow liquid. Poo. Poo, poo, poo. Well, upon witnessing this, everyone instinctively covered their mouths and noses. What on earth is this? He truly soiled himself. My goodness, Qin Yu, you were utterly repulsive. The moment Qin Yu beheld the image, he was left utterly dumbfounded. No, how could Ning Bei possess evidence? Though it was merely an image, the spectators had already conjured the scent in their minds, recoiling in shock and outrage. Damn Qin Yu. How could he subject them to such a revolting sight? Lin Yuyao appeared to question her very existence. After all, she had been the sole individual to interact closely with Qin Yu, and upon uncovering the truth, she not only realized she had been deceived by him, but also felt the nauseating stench, as if it were once again assaulting her nostrils. Lin Yuyao felt her stomach churn violently, and she promptly retched. Yuyao, please listen to me. Qin Yu's mind buzzed, overwhelmed and unable to halt the audio stone, as his primary concern was to soothe Lin Yuyao. However, Lin Yuyao, like a startled bird, cried out in panic. Don't come any closer, please. In a desperate bid for safety, she fled behind Ning Bei, clutching his clothing tightly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have reversed the crisis and thwarted Qin Yu's scheme, earning 1,000 counterattack points. Congratulations, host. You have significantly diminished Qin Yu's fortune aura, earning 5,000 counterattack points. As the sound of rewards echoed in his mind, Ning Bei smirked knowingly and remarked, Elder Yun, I trust my explanation meets your approval? At this, Yunqing regained her composure, no longer wishing to dispute with Ning Bei, and instead turned to Lin Yuyao, demanding, Yuyao, what sort of companion have you chosen? Elder, I was also deceived by him. Lin Yuyao felt tears welling up, unable to accept that Qin Yu could be so vile, having lied to her under the pretense of saving others. How foolish she had been to believe him. I won't concern myself with this any longer, Yunqing declared, nearly at her wit's end, especially as she cast a disdainful gaze towards Qin Yu, which brimmed with contempt and revulsion. He was merely a menial worker, and she had come to support him, only to discover he was a pitiful excuse for a person. Without another word, Yunqing turned to leave, unable to endure another moment. This incident would haunt her for a lifetime within the academy. Qin Yu was engulfed by despair. As he surveyed the scornful gazes surrounding him, the echoes of mockery rang in his ears. At that moment, he lacked the courage to retaliate. Even Lin Yuyao, who had always shown him kindness, chose to distance herself from him now. No. Qin Yu, infuriated and embarrassed, suddenly pointed at Ning Bei and shouted, "You bastard! You intentionally humiliated me by bringing out the audio stone in public. Ah, but you were the one who insisted on an explanation." Ningbei interrupted with a cold smile. "If you truly wish to join us on our journey, it is not impossible, but you must bring several extra pairs of trousers." At this remark, laughter erupted around them. "Ha, Brother Ning is right. You must bring extra pants. Please, let us not take him along. I fear he won't even fill a few pairs." Who would argue? This fellow could fill a basin. The king of excrement has arrived. King of excrement? Where is that bravado you had earlier? Weren't you claiming Brother Ning was slandering you? The derogatory nickname left Qin Yu's face alternating between pale and crimson. Yet, confronted with the reality, he found himself unable to refute their claims, forcing himself to suppress his anger and escape from this place of humiliation. As the crowd erupted into laughter at Qin Yu's retreating figure, Ning Bei turned to Lin Yuyao, expressing his displeasure. "How long do you intend to cling to me? Let go." From the moment of the earlier incident until now, Lin Yuyao had remained hidden behind him, clutching onto him in fear, clearly shaken by the scene of Qin Yu's disgrace. However, this matter does not concern Ning Bei, nor does he feel any sympathy for this woman. Aye. Lin Yuyao did not release her grip. Instead, she pressed her lips together and implored Ning Bei with a pitiful gaze. "Ning Bei, let us reconcile." Before Ning Bei could respond, coincidentally, Qin Jujio returned, her phoenix eyes glinting with a chilling intensity as she coldly declared, "I do not agree." Chapter 17. The fiancé weeps in regret, yet Ning Bei remains unyielding under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Qin Jioshi approached with measured steps. Lin Yuyao seethed with indignation. This was a matter between her and Ning Bei. Who was Qin Jioshi to interfere? She longed to confront Qin Jioshi directly, yet her strength forbade her. Had it not been for Qin Jioshi's meddling, she would have reconciled with Ning Bei long ago. How audacious of this instigator to emerge now. In Lin Yuyao's mind, it was undoubtedly Qin Jioshi who had whispered poison into Ning Bei's ear, causing his uncharacteristic coldness towards her. All misfortune stemmed from Qin Jioshi's interference. Qin Shijie actually declined on behalf of Ning Shixiong? Someone quipped. Of course, they are a match made in heaven. The crowd, reveling in the drama, began to jest. Confronted by Lin Yuyao's resentful glare and the laughter surrounding her, Qin Jioshi belatedly recognized her transgression. It was indeed inappropriate for her to speak on Ning Bei's behalf, as it would only exacerbate the situation. Nevertheless, retreat was not an option. She was set to embark on a journey of cultivation and did not wish to burden Ning Bei further, for such a weight would be detrimental to the academy. Lin Yuyao began to retort, but Ning Bei interjected, "Lin Yuyao, you are not included in this training session, are you? Instead of causing a scene here, why not pursue your own aspirations?" "What?" Lin Yuyao's expression froze. "Ning Bei, how can you accuse me of causing trouble? I merely wish to reconcile. It is she who is sowing discord, can't you see that?" With a dismissive laugh, Ning Bei ignored her, striding past her towards Qin Jioshi. "Prepare yourselves. Once ready, we shall depart," he instructed. "Jioshi, let us wait outside." "Of course," Qin Jioshi replied with a nod, following Ning Bei as if Lin Yuyao were non-existent. Left in the wake of their indifference, Lin Yuyao stood rooted to the spot, a wave of profound disappointment washing over her, as if she had lost something invaluable. At that moment, Wang Teng and others approached to deliver their barbs. "Lin Yuyao, you are truly foolish. Ning Shixiong treated you so well, and yet you forsook him for someone so unworthy. Ning Shixiong has a bright future ahead, but alas, you lack the fortune to grow alongside him." Their caustic remarks pierced Lin Yuyao's heart, causing it to ache sharply. Why was this happening? Why, when she stood right here and openly expressed her desire for reconciliation? Did Ning Bei choose to walk away without sparing her a glance? At Yanqing's residence, upon Lin Yuyao's arrival, Yanqing admonished her sharply. "You should refrain from associating with that Qin Yu in the future, do you understand? Have I made a mistake?" Lin Yuyao murmured after a long silence. "Excuse me?" Yanqing was taken aback by the girl's unexpected response, her expression a mixture of astonishment and frustration. "Now you realize your error? What could possibly motivate you to grow so close to a mere servant? Just because he saved you, must you owe him a lifetime?" Sob in the next moment. Lin Yuyao burst into tears. "He has changed. He truly has changed. Oh dear Yueyao, what is the matter with you? Yunqing was taken aback by Lin Yueyao's sudden sobs, momentarily forgetting to scold her. Feeling Yunqing's concern, Lin Yueyao could no longer hold back her emotions, and tears cascaded down her delicate face like rain. These past days, she had endured too much grievance. Ever since her fallout with Ning Bei, nothing had gone right. She had transformed from an enviable swan into a rat despised by all. It was only today that she realized her past accolades were not due to her own brilliance, but rather because Ning Bei had been by her side. Whoever Ning Bei drew near would shine, and the white moonlight she held dear. That foolish king, aside from subjecting her to ridicule, had deceived her into forsaking her dignity. The thought of having abandoned the promising Ning Bei, who could have been her chief disciple, for a foolish king filled Lin Yueyao's heart with profound regret. Alas, I knew from the start that Qin you could not compare to Ning Bei. Yet you insisted on being willful. Yunqing gently patted her back, offering comfort. But do not be too disheartened. Conflicts between couples are quite normal. It is not too late for you to recognize your mistakes. When Ning Bei returns from his training, I will personally plead on your behalf. You share a betrothal. And how could he refuse you, especially given how fond he was of you? Even if he does refuse, I will seek the headmaster's intercession for you. Now, dry your tears. Really, Elder Yin? Lin Yueyao looked up in surprise, her heart brimming with excitement. Foolish child, would I deceive you? Yunqing gazed at Lin Yueyao with affection. If my daughter were still alive, she would be your age. I regard you as my own. Lin Yueyao's eyes sparkled. If you do not mind, I wish to adopt you as my godmother. Oh, Yunqing was overjoyed, having long harbored such thoughts. Thus, within this martial heaven academy, they would become mother and daughter. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Elder Yueyao, it is Qin Yu. Qin Yu called nervously. Hearing his voice, Yunqing stormed out, fuming. How dare you show your face here? Though she was merely an outer sect elder, she was highly respected within the academy. Yet today, due to Qin Yu, her lifelong reputation was tarnished in an instant. How could she not be furious? Elder Yin, I am here to apologize. Please grant me a chance to explain, Qin Yu pleaded. He had already devised a plausible excuse, complete with a suitable backup plan. Qin Yu, why did you deceive me as well? Lin Yueyao said with a heavy heart. It would have been one thing to deceive me, but you insisted on having Ning Bei produce evidence even after being exposed, ultimately causing my godmother to lose face because of you. Yueyao, I have my reasons. Leave now. I no longer wish to see you. Lin Yueyao felt a surge of irritation. The once towering figure of Qin Yu in her heart had long since diminished. The mere thought of his impressive abilities made her feel nauseated. As the two women offered no opportunity for reprieve, Qin Yu had no choice but to concede. He took out several volumes of martial arts techniques and said, Elder Yun, I am aware that I have caused you embarrassment. Please accept these techniques as my humble apology and tribute. After placing the volumes down, Qin Yu turned to leave. Humph. Does he think I lack martial arts skills? Yunqing scoffed. Yet, she approached to take a glance, and upon doing so, her expression shifted to one of shock. Goodness, what is this? This is a heavenly grade technique. What? No, this one too. Both are heavenly grade techniques? Yunqing exclaimed, her complexion paling. There are hardly any of these in the academy. How did Qin Yu acquire so many? Hurry, Yueyao, go after him. Lin Yueyao was momentarily stunned. By the time she rushed out to pursue Qin Yu, he had already vanished. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was preparing to slip out of the academy, feeling uneasy. Master, is this plan truly feasible? Rest assured, my disciple. The heavenly grade techniques I have given you are genuine, the soul voice replied. They are likely searching for you now, but there is no need to rush back and explain. Let them stew for a while. It will make it easier to deceive them later. Indeed, you are right, master. Qin Yu said, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. He began to anticipate the days ahead when he would soar to great heights. I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Ningbei, I will ensure that you regret it in public. Chapter 18. Reminiscing that night's beauty with the assistance of the soul entity, Qin Yu successfully escaped from the academy, embarking on a quest to seek the catalyst for solidifying the spirit. Meanwhile, Ning Bei and his companions also set forth. As they traversed the path, an electronic voice resonated within his mind, detected that Qin Yu has departed from the academy, intending to journey to the Shura cliff in search of blood spirit grass to reinforce the essence of the soul entity within the divine mirror. And Qin Yu has taken the soul entity as his master. The counterattack mission has been triggered. The host is urged to proceed to the Shura cliff immediately to prevent the lifelong rival from seizing another opportunity. Oh, a surge of information flooded his consciousness, causing Ning Bei's expression to shift. How could Qin Yu, whom he had clearly refined with the soul transformation talisman, still escape from the divine mirror and even acquire a disciple? Truly, the son of fortune, able to seize opportunities even in adversity. Surprising as it was, Ning Bei remained unperturbed. Without Qin Yu, he would have no means to intercept the fortuitous chance. Ning Xixiao, where are we preparing to go for our training? At that moment, Wang Tung stepped forward to inquire. Zhao Ming suggested, I have heard that its city has become perilous of late, with several beasts infiltrating the town. Shall we go to punish the wicked and uphold righteousness? Compared to in city, Lan City is far more treacherous, interjected a female disciple. It is rumored that a flower thief has emerged there, targeting young maidens with insidious methods, leaving those he ensnares incapable of even walking afterward. Ning Bei raised his hand to interrupt their quarrel, stating, we shall head to the Shura Cliff. The once cacophonous discussion fell into an abrupt silence. What? We are to train at the Shura Cliff? That is a desolate land rife with beasts. Facing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Ning Bei smiled faintly. Fortune favors the bold. It is precisely because the Shura Cliff is uninhabited, teeming with beasts, that it is abundant in spiritual treasures. This is a rare opportunity for training. Do you not wish to take the gamble? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of apprehension and anticipation. That may be true, but we fear our strength may not suffice. Without the elders to safeguard us, can we really venture to the Shura Cliff, Ning Xixiao? Their faces reflected both anxiety and impulsiveness. Rest assured, since I have decided to lead you to the Shura Cliff, I will ensure your safe return. Ning Bei promised with a smile. He was not merely speaking lightly, he had already found suitable items in the system store to exchange in case of emergencies. However, he refrained from using them just yet to avoid wastage. Besides, the girl beside him was no ordinary individual. How could one doubt the capabilities of a reincarnated emperor? After Ning Bei's assurance, the group felt their fears dissipate, replaced by expressions of eager anticipation. I have longed to visit the Shura Cliff. One exclaimed. It is said to be replete with spiritual herbs. When we return from our training, we may well elevate ourselves to a whole new level. With Ning Xixiang's words, I would brave any peril. The group set forth joyfully. Qin Jiui walked alongside Ning Bei. Did you plan to go to the Shura Cliff from the very beginning? Indeed. There lies a century-old blood spirit mushroom. Ning Bei did not conceal his intentions. Rather, he deliberately raised his voice. With the system's reminders, he had already devised a plan to deal with Qin Yu, and prior to that, he needed everyone to hear the name blood spirit mushroom. Qin Jiui did not inquire further, assuming it was for Ning Bei's cultivation needs. Gazing at the delicate profile of the girl, Ning Bei's mind involuntarily conjured memories of that day when they were entwined in the secret chamber. It must be said that the girl's exquisite figure resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, so beautiful that it revealed no flaws. Especially after succumbing to the allure of passion, her appearance starkly contrasted with her usual innocent and radiant demeanor. Even having lived 2 lifetimes, Ning Bei had never encountered such a captivating woman, let alone experienced it firsthand. How beautiful! How enchanting! What's wrong? Qin Jiui bit her lip, feeling a bit flustered under Ning Bei's gaze. Nothing, Ning Bei replied, shaking off his thoughts and smiling. You must be nearing the Golden Core stage, right? Just a bit longer. As they approached the Shura Cliff, the dense foliage obscured the sun, intermittently revealing patches of white poisonous mist, mingled with the stench of decay from corpses. Upon reaching the outskirts, they encountered numerous demonic beasts, but as disciples of the Wu Tian Academy, they were certainly not unprepared. However, as they ventured deeper, the strength of the beast multiplied, forcing Ning Bei and the inner disciples to encircle the outer disciples for protection. Ning Xixiao, I see you have 3 legs. A female disciple suddenly pointed at Ning Bei and giggled. Silly girl, you're poisoned. Ning Bei replied with a helpless shake of his head, instructing Wang Tung to administer a pill to her, reminding everyone to be cautious while collecting spiritual herbs. It was best to avoid those they did not recognize, especially the attractive ones, as they often harbored deadly toxins. Understood. The group responded, continuing their journey. After all, having come this far, it would truly be a shame not to delve deeper. Before long, Qin Yu also arrived. Damn it, how could Ning Bei be here? Upon spotting the figure ahead, Qin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he were living in Ning Bei's shadow, with the other always present. Humph, since I've encountered you. A glint of malice flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as he anticipated. Master, can you help me kill him here? No. Why not? Qin Yu immediately grew displeased, saying, Aren't you the great celestial lord from the immortal realm? Killing a mere mortal should be easy for you, right? Rebellious disciple, are you instructing your master on what to do? Aye. Qin Yu instantly softened. After all, he was still counting on the old fellow within him for a turnaround. He could only obediently admit his mistake. Master, please do not be angry. I did not mean it that way. It's just that Ning Bei is too despicable. I don't understand. I understand your resentment. The soul's whisper offered solace. Yet now, my master exists merely as a spectral entity, possessing limited power. Even if I were to assist you in vanquishing him, how could I ensure your safe retreat? Moreover, do you not yearn to exact your vengeance personally? Of course, I long to avenge myself. But I am uncertain how long I must wait. Qin Yu replied through clenched teeth. Rest assured, once we acquire the blood spirit mushroom, with my guidance, you shall swiftly gain the strength to surpass him. Thank you, Master. I was impulsive just now. There is no need for gratitude between us, but my dear you must learn to employ your intellect in your endeavors. Do not let anger dictate your emotions. What do you mean, Master? Since we have encountered them here, could this not also be an opportunity? The soul elaborated on its plan, suggesting that Qin Yu disguise himself to conceal his identity, while it would use its power to alter Qin Yu's aura, allowing him to blend into Ning Bei and his companions. In this perilous azure cliff, Ning Bei and the others would naturally provide protection for Qin Yu, sparing the soul from exerting its feeble strength. After hearing the plan, Qin Yu expressed some apprehension. But Master, what if I am discovered? The soul replied confidently, although I cannot slay him directly, as long as I am present, he shall not harm you. You must act boldly, for I will rely on you to find the blood spirit mushroom, and thus, I will not bring you any harm. Understood. Encouraged by the soul's words, Qin Yu felt considerably reassured. After donning his disguise, he approached the crowd. Brother Ning, there is someone approaching. Wang Teng and the others exclaimed. At last, he has arrived. Ning Bei's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. He had been searching for Qin Yu's figure, and truthfully, without the guidance of the Child of Fortune, it would have been exceedingly difficult for them to locate the blood spirit mushroom, as the azure cliff was vast beyond measure. Everyone, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Upon reaching them, Qin Yu spoke in a constricted voice. I am a wandering cultivator, traversing the lands. It is indeed serendipitous for us to meet here. The dangers within the azure cliff are numerous. I propose we join forces. What say you? The group exchanged glances, turning towards Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio. Just as Qin Jiujio was about to decline, she was halted by Ning Bei. That would be splendid. Ning Bei stepped forward with a smile. May I ask your name? I am known as Go Bei. Qin Yu responded with enthusiasm. Does this mean you agree to join forces? Haha, so you are Brother Go. Ning Bei's eyes gleamed with mischief. In such a perilous place, an additional ally only strengthens our resolve. Why would we refuse? Besides, you are not the Qin Yu who would eat what he defecated, so we welcome your addition. The group erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Qin Yu? Chapter 19. The protagonist suffers humiliation, while the antagonist brazenly flirts with his sister, leaving Qin Yu's face darkened with anger. How could they even think of such things? Qin Yu felt a burning sensation on his face. Yet he could only endure in silence, grappling with the absurdity of it all. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? Noticing Qin Yu's attempt to shift the topic, Ningbei, unfazed, continued, I assure you, my words are not mere fabrications. You may verify this with my fellow junior disciples. Ning, my brother, he speaks the truth. You haven't seen this man. He can indeed stand and relieve himself with remarkable ease. Laughter erupted among Wang Teng and the others, each sharing their own opinions, their mirth echoing through the air, nearly provoking Qin Yu to the brink of fury. This was truly intolerable. Although he had been the subject of ridicule, he had never intended to experience such warmth. Yet, he found himself unable to refute the slander. Ah, so your surname is Ning. I observe that your attire resembles that of the Wu Tian Academy. Ningbei smoothly continued. Let us consider ourselves friends from this moment forth. I shall call you Dog, and you may refer to me as Brother Ning. What say you? Dog. You. Qin Yu nearly exclaimed in exasperation. But he managed to suppress his frustration with the remnants of his composure. Having concealed his identity, he still faced such indignity at the hands of Ning Bei. Surely, their destinies were misaligned. Our brother Ning is quite amiable and is the foremost disciple of Wu Tian Academy. You should be pleased, dog. Wang Tung interjected with a casual familiarity. Ah, what an honor it is, Qin Yu replied, nearly suffocating in his rage. Yet he forced a smile. Brother Ning, let us not squander time. We should explore this place post-haste. Indeed, Ning Bei feigned enlightenment, leading Qin Yu forward. Dog, you are well-traveled and must possess considerable strength. Please, take the lead. Qin Yu, gritting his teeth in frustration, trembled with indignation. At this juncture, he could only console himself, thinking it wise to forge ahead. For if they encountered the blood spirit mushroom, he would be the first to seize it. After all, with his master's protective power, he was certain no harm would befall him. Thus, the group pressed onward. Qin Jiujio seemed to sense something amiss and lowered her voice. Ningbei, do you not feel as though you are intentionally setting him up? Indeed, I am, Ningbei candidly admitted. This man claims to be a wanderer. Yet he suddenly appears seeking companionship, clearly intending to use us for his own ends. Jiujio, do you think I am being too cruel? As he spoke, Ning Bei's untainted eyes locked onto the girl's, revealing an earnestness. Not at all. Qin Jiujio quickly shook her head, adding, earlier, I was concerned about your willingness to ally with a stranger, but now that I see your cunning, I feel quite reassured. Is that so? Then I shall endeavor to embrace my wickedness a bit more. Qin Jiujio was momentarily taken aback. Upon meeting Ning Bei's smiling starry eyes, her heart raced uncontrollably. I didn't mean it like that. Oh, Ning Bei, watch out. Suddenly, a ferocious beast sprang forth from the side, prompting Qin Jiujio to act swiftly. A radiant light emanated from her palm, transforming into a golden lotus that soared like a projectile towards the beast, instantly sending it flying away. The battle concluded with remarkable efficiency. This spectacle elicited cheers and jubilations from the disciples behind her. Sister Qin, your skills are remarkable, they exclaimed. In the entire academy, only Brother Ning is worthy of Sister Qin. Hey, stop joking around. Focus on staying alert, Ning Bei admonished the crowd, feigning dissatisfaction. Yet, rather than fear, the group only teased further. Sister Qin hasn't even spoken. Why are you blushing, Brother Ning? Ning Bei sighed in exasperation, casting an awkward glance at the blushing girl. Jiujio, please don't mind. It's all right. They're just joking. Qin Jiujio replied shyly, biting her lip. Contrary to feeling resistant to the crowd's banter about her and Ning Bei, she felt an inexplicable delight. This sensation was peculiar indeed. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, walking ahead, was infuriated, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. You scoundrel! You've tarnished my reputation, and you dare spread rumors about my sister? He was baffled. His sister, usually cold and averse to men, seemed unfazed. Surely, she couldn't have feelings for Ning Bei? That was utterly impossible. He knew his sister too well. Sensing Qin Yu's rising anger, his soul entity spoke up, revealing the process through which Ning Bei had refined it with talismans, though it intentionally withheld the reasons. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was taken aback. What, master? Could it be that my sister was threatened by Ning Bei? Such a possibility existed, but certainty eluded him. It must be so, he concluded. He had sensed that the unfolding events were peculiar, surpassing ordinary comprehension. Hidden secrets lay beneath it all. So, his dear sister had been manipulated. You must have been coerced by Ning Bei to feign indifference towards me. Quickly, there's the scent of blood spirit grass ahead. The soul entity communicated to Qin Yu. With a swish, Qin Yu wasted no time and quickened his pace. Oh, Ning Bei narrowed his eyes, observing the change. It seems we have found it. Everyone, pick up the pace. Ning Bei urged, leading the charge forward. Damn it, why is he speeding up too? Qin Yu thought, feeling overwhelmed as he too accelerated, unable to stop now. Soon, a cave radiating a blinding crimson light came into view, and at its entrance swayed a spiritual plant. The slender stalk of the plant, topped with a dazzling red flower, swayed in the wind, scattering countless tiny particles that illuminated the air with a blood-red hue. Blood spirit grass. Qin Yu felt a surge of passion coursing through him. This was his chance for a turnaround, a precious opportunity to alter his fate. He had finally found it. However, before he could revel in his joy, a hefty foot suddenly kicked at him. Ouch! Qin Yu fell unceremoniously to the ground. When he stood up, he discovered that the coveted blood spirit mushroom had already been plucked by Ning Bei. I saw it first, Qin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Just because you saw it first, does that mean it belongs to you? Ning Bei retorted with a cold sneer. I came for it as well. You. Qin Yu felt his temper flare. As he noticed the crowd approaching, an idea struck him. Ning Bei, as the chief disciple of the Martial Heaven Academy, You represent the dignity of the institution. Shouldn't you set an example for your peers? The blood spirit mushroom was clearly my discovery. Yet you falsely claim that you came for it. Did you already know it was here? How can you be so shameless for the sake of this mushroom? How will you earn the respect of others in the future? Moral coercion? Ningbei replied calmly. You are quite right. I knew it was here from the very beginning. If you don't believe me, ask her, Jiujio, am I speaking the truth? Yes, Qin Jiujio nodded without hesitation. Before we came here, we had already decided to seek the blood spirit mushroom. Accusing Ningbei of being shameless, you're the one who truly lacks shame. Qin Yu stood dumbfounded, staring at his sister. At that moment, Wang Teng and others chimed in. I heard Brother Ning and Sister Qin say they were searching for the blood spirit mushroom as well. Indeed, I believe I also heard about the mushroom, another added. Brother Ning didn't collect any spirit herbs along the way. He was protecting us. He only accelerated his pace just now, clearly knowing the blood spirit mushroom was here. Qin Yu was left in a daze. Not only had he failed to morally coerce Ning Bei, but he had also drawn the ire of the crowd. How could things have turned out this way? How could Ning Bei have known the blood spirit mushroom was here? Ninggu, could you possibly look for other spirit herbs? This blood spirit mushroom seems of little use to you, does it not? Qin Yu forced a smile, opting for a softer approach. After all, this blood spirit mushroom was of immense importance to him. He was willing to forsake his pride to plead for it. Ningbei glanced at the blood spirit mushroom and replied, You are correct. This mushroom doesn't hold much significance for me, but someone else desperately needs it. I'm looking for it for her. Who? Qin Yu pressed urgently. No matter who it is, just deceive her into thinking you didn't find it. I owe you a favor. It's fine to lie to her. But I don't want to deceive her. That girl is very important to me. Damn. How important could she be? Qin Yu was genuinely anxious. Women are like clothing. With your good looks, there is no need to be so sincere towards one. Ning Bei seemed to ignore Qin Yu's plea entirely. In front of the gathered crowd, he walked directly to Qin Jiujio, cupping the blood spirit mushroom in his hands, and said, Jiujio, happy birthday. Huh. Qin Jiujio suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. Qin Yu? Oh no, I've become the fool. Chapter 20. The villain's tactics are too superb. The protagonist's sister can't stand it. The crowd exchanged astonished glances, unable to conceal their surprise. Is today the birthday of senior sister Qin? The important girl that senior brother Ning referred to as none other than senior sister Qin. Senior brother Ning truly did an admirable job, boldly laying his cards on the table. Amidst the shock, smiles of delight crept onto the faces of the onlookers. As the situation grew increasingly intriguing, gazing at Ning Bei's warm and gentle smile, Qin Jiujio felt a noticeable flush spread across her cheeks. How did you know it was my birthday? She had never mentioned it to anyone. Yet Ning Bei not only knew but had also prepared such a grand surprise for her. She felt a slight ache in her nose. What woman could withstand such a display of sentiment? But that was inconsequential. Ning Bei smiled softly and handed the blood spirit mushroom to the young girl. What truly matters is that this century-old blood spirit mushroom can help you break through your bottleneck and reach the golden core stage. No, that is indeed significant. Qin Jiujio vehemently shook her head. At that moment, she was oblivious to the gazes of those around her, her attention solely fixed on Ning Bei. You went to great lengths to find the blood spirit mushroom, just to give it to me? Ning Bei remained silent, bashfully scratching his head. This simple act instantly ignited the atmosphere. Oh, look at senior brother Ning, he is shy? How enviable senior sister Qin must be. To receive such affection and importance from senior brother Ning. I'm so moved I could cry. Let them be together. The scene spiraled into chaos, with the crowd enthusiastically trying to bring the two together, even calling for early progeny. Qin Jiujio, overwhelmed with shyness, could hardly find her bearings, her gaze faltering when meeting Ning Bei's eyes. Understanding the young girl's character, Ning Bei swiftly intervened, addressing the crowd with authority. Everyone, please be quiet and refrain from making wild remarks. I am merely expressing my gratitude to Jiujio for her assistance by gifting her the blood spirit mushroom for her birthday. Anyone who continues to speak out of turn, I might actually get angry. Ning Bei's earnest demeanor served as a serious warning. Yet it was evident to all that he was merely trying to protect Qin Jiujio from embarrassment. Consequently, the crowd complied. Don't be angry, senior brother Ning. We were only joking. Yes, it's been so oppressive since coming to Shura Cliff. We just wanted to lighten the mood. Senior sister Qin, say something. Or else senior brother Ning will blame us. Qin Jiujio's blush deepened, but in the next moment, she inexplicably interjected, Ning Bei, don't blame them. They were just joking. Upon hearing this, Ningbei nearly burst into laughter. Far from blaming the others, he would have gladly hosted a celebratory feast for them on the spot. Truly a divine assist. Despite his heart overflowing with joy, Ningbei maintained a bashful facade. Jojo, I'm sorry. I didn't anticipate things would unfold this way. No, it's all right. Chin Jojo averted her gaze and said, "There is no need for apologies. I am not angry. In fact, I am quite touched." These words came from the depths of her heart. Receiving such a precious gift, imbued with Ning Bei's sincere intentions, would move anyone, unless they were a heartless wretch. The teasing from the crowd, which sought to bind her and Ning Bei together as a pair, did not foster any feelings of disdain in her. Instead, she experienced an inexplicable joy. Enough already. They haven't even established a relationship, and you're recklessly pairing them together. On the contrary, Chin Yu could no longer contain himself. Infuriated, he erupted into curses, finding it utterly excessive. It was one thing to flirt publicly with his sister, it was another to use him as a pawn. Wasn't this simply bullying an honest person? The mere thought of his exceptional sister being pinned beneath the bare body of Ning Bei was unbearable for him. Congratulations to the host for winning the affections of the protagonist's sister and for stirring the heart of the child of destiny, thus tainting his path. In light of the host exceeding the requirements of the counterattack mission, a special reward has been triggered. 1. A reward of 1 Pokeball, capable of forcibly capturing demon beasts of the Golden Core realm and below, compelling them to obey the host and fight on their behalf. 2. The counterattack has yielded a critical hit, granting the host 200,000 counterattack points, which have been deposited into the system store. Ignoring Chin Yu's tirade, Ning Bei was wholly absorbed in the rewards from the system, feeling an unprecedented sense of grandeur. However, Wang Teng and Zhao Ming were furious. Who the hell do you think you are to speak? You're nothing. Previously, they had insisted on joining forces, and out of kindness, their senior brother Ning had allowed him to partake, but now he dared to covet the blood spirit ginseng, and still had the audacity to sow discord? Brothers, let's take him down. The group was truly enraged. Without a second thought, they charged at Chin Yu. They had relied on Ning Bei's protection to gather spiritual materials in the Shura Cliff, yet now, Chin Yu had emerged to undermine Ning Bei. This was a blatant slap in their faces. There was a limit to what could be tolerated. Wait, Chin Yu felt a chill. He never intended to provoke their wrath. Yet why was everyone so intent on attacking him? Just as he contemplated seeking help from his master, a white-toothed tiger beast suddenly burst forth from the cave. Roar. The roar of the tiger reverberated through the mountains and forests, shaking the very ground for miles around. Was it truly a demon beast of the Golden Core realm? This was bad. It seemed to be the guardian of the blood spirit ginseng. Chin Jojo's complexion changed dramatically as she hurriedly warned, "Quick, retreat. Stay away from it." In stark contrast, Chin Yu burst into hearty laughter, reveling in the fact that they had provoked a Golden Core demon beast. Today, they were all doomed. The power granted to him by his soul was sufficient for his own protection. But relying solely on the strengths of Ning Bei and Chin Jojo to shield those outer disciples of the Qi refinement realm was nothing short of a fool's dream. The emergence of this white-toothed tiger beast would surely cost many lives. Once a disciple meets their demise, the academy will hold Ning Bei accountable for bringing students to the Shura Cliff, and he may very well lose his position as the chief disciple. As this thought crossed his mind, Chin Yu felt as though divine intervention had arrived, bringing an end to their suffering. "Senior Ning, please save us." Several disciples cried out, their faces ashen. The oppressive gaze of the white-toothed tiger beast rendered their legs weak, leaving them unable to muster even the strength to flee. This is the end. Wang Teng and the others were also drenched in sweat, gazing in terror at the beast. A demon beast at the core formation stage. Even as inner disciples, they would likely face a near-fatal encounter. Chin Jojo clenched her delicate fists at this juncture. She feared that only by employing her hidden trump cards could she aid their escape. She did not wish to witness Ning Bei being held accountable by the academy. "Allow me." Just as the young girl prepared to act, Ning Bei grasped her arm and offered a gentle smile. Chin Jojo blinked in surprise. Ning Bei, composed and untroubled, approached the white-toothed tiger beast, casually stating, "Brother Tiger, it has not been easy for you to cultivate to this level. Do not act foolishly." Ha! Upon hearing this, Chin Yu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You fool! I thought you were about to do something significant, yet you merely wished to reason with it? If reasoning were effective, why would we even need to cultivate?" Facing Chin Yu's derisive mockery, Wang Teng and the others exchanged glances, lacking even the courage to retort. They too felt that Ning Bei's actions were somewhat excessive. Would a demon beast entertain reasoning? Especially one of the core formation stage? Human boy, are you insulting this king? The white-toothed tiger beast spoke in human tongue. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, rendered speechless. In the realm of cultivation, many beasts could articulate human speech. But to do so at the core formation stage undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary creature. Moreover, judging by its response, it was clear that it had no intention of letting matters rest. Exactly. At this moment, Qin Yu interjected again. Tiger King, he is indeed insulting you. Look, he is the one who picked the blood spirit herb. Initially, I intended to stop him, but they wouldn't listen. He had finally seized the opportunity. The arrival of the white-toothed tiger beast was nothing short of heaven's favor upon him. Ningbei, will you live or die this time? Chapter 21. There is always a higher mountain, and one cannot escape from a forced confession. In contrast, Ningbei remained composed, gazing indifferently at the white-toothed tiger beast and inquiring, what do you intend to do? I shall ensure you find no resting place. The white-toothed tiger beast roared, its massive forepaw striking forward, causing the ground to fissure at an astonishing rate. Boom. The shockwave erupting from the crack surged forth like a sharp, ethereal sword, suddenly cleaving towards Wang Teng and his companions. In that moment, everyone's faces turned ashen. Audacious. Ning Bei's gaze turned icy. A surge of core formation energy erupted from his being, and upon invoking the divine yang technique, his strength was further augmented by a masculine vigor. His aura ascended dramatically, sweeping away the oppressive force of the white-toothed tiger beast in an instant. The beast, being a creature of pure yang, was momentarily subdued by Ning Bei's overwhelming yang power. What? The white-toothed tiger beast's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this human youth exude a pressure greater than its own? The others were equally taken aback, unable to conceal their astonishment. This aura. Brother Ning has actually reached the core formation stage? What? He was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment just days ago. What monstrous talent is this? Qin Yu was left dumbfounded. He had once dreamed of surpassing Ning Bei, yet he never anticipated that the latter's rate of advancement rivaled that of a rocket. Ascending from foundation establishment to core formation in mere days, was this even human? The future of this individual is indeed terrifying. The chilling voice of dread echoed in Qin Yu's mind. Gritting his teeth, he urged the white-toothed tiger beast, Tiger King, kill him. If he grows stronger, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. We cannot miss the chance to eliminate Ning Bei. The white-toothed tiger beast cast a glance at Qin Yu, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in its eyes. Even though it was aware that it was being manipulated, the truth of his words was undeniable. It had sensed an unprecedented weight of pressure and fear emanating from Ning Bei. Roar! The white-toothed tiger beast suddenly leapt, opening its massive jaws wide to swallow Ning Bei whole, its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Brother Ning, be cautious. Though Wang Teng and the others found themselves in peril, they did not forget to warn Ning Bei. Wonderful. Qin Yu's lips curled into a manic grin. As long as Ning Bei perished, even if he failed to acquire the blood spirit herb today, he would still have the opportunity to rise again and reclaim his honor. Yu Yao, how unfortunate that you cannot witness the spectacle. Just as Qin Yu awaited the gruesome scene with eager anticipation, an astonishing turn of events unfolded. How? The white-toothed tiger beast, which had seemed unstoppable just a moment ago, suddenly began to nuzzle against Ning Bei's hand with surprising gentleness. Like a great cat, it writhed on the ground, presenting its soft, white belly to Ning Bei. Such a little rascal. Ning Bei reached out to rub its forehead, while his other hand held the pokeball, emanating a peculiar glow that shone directly into the tiger beast's eyes. The crowd was left utterly perplexed. What is this situation? How did Brother Ning manage to tame it? Goodness, is this not a beast of the core formation realm? Wang Teng and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Even the worldly wise Qin Jiushi was momentarily speechless. The card she had been preparing slowly retracted, as disbelief washed over her at the scene before her. How had Ning Bei achieved this? Tiger King, what in the world are you doing? Hurry and kill him. Qin Yu questioned the absurdity of it all. What is happening here? You, a core formation Tiger King, are acting all coy with that rascal? Enough. Ning Bei's brow twitched, his cold gaze landing on Qin Yu. Eliminate him. With a roar, Ning Bei commanded, and the white tiger instantaneously transformed from its docile demeanor into a ferocious beast, lunging toward Qin Yu. What the heck? Qin Yu's body shuddered, his mind blank. Clearly, it was Ning Bei who had plucked the blood spirit mushroom. Why was the Tiger King charging at him? Why was he always the target of animosity? With no time to ponder the situation, Qin Yu hastily summoned the power granted to him by his soul body and fled in disarray. In the eyes of the white tiger, it seemed that only Qin Yu was its adversary. Wang Teng and the others exchanged glances, as if coming back to life, gasping for breath. Brother Ning, how did you accomplish that just now? This core formation Tiger King actually obeyed your commands. In the subtle expressions of trepidation on their faces, a profound admiration for Ning Bei began to bloom. I promised to bring you all back safely, and I shall keep that promise, Ning Bei said with a smile. Now, everyone, relax and regain your composure. Brother Ning, it is truly a blessing to be able to venture forth with you. With your guidance, even a pig could soar. Once the danger had passed, the respect and gratitude towards Ning Bei deepened significantly. Ning Bei approached the girl who had been watching him intently. Jiushi, I hope I didn't frighten you just now. Not at all. Qin Jiushi gently shook her head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked, how did you manage that? With this, Ning Bei revealed a pockball, candidly stating, this object allows me to control beasts of the core formation realm and below, which is why it obeys me. Qin Jiushi glanced at the pockball, then lifted her delicate head, beaming at Ning Bei. You certainly keep your secrets well. What other abilities do you possess that I am unaware of? I didn't mean to keep it from you. I simply felt it unnecessary to mention. Ning Bei feigned nervousness as he explained. Oh, Qin Jiushi mirrored his tension, her cheeks slightly flushed. That wasn't my intention. I was merely asking. Everyone has secrets, and I can understand that. Do you have secrets too? Indeed, Qin Jiushi replied candidly with a nod. Ning Bei gazed at her in silence, waiting. If Qin Jiushi were to willingly divulge any details about her reincarnation, it would almost guarantee that she would forever be his. Confronted by Ning Bei's fervent gaze, Qin Jiushi felt a twinge of conflict within her. Do you know why I said I don't wish to seek a companion just yet? Is it because you have yet to encounter someone you admire? No. Then do you have someone you are fond of? Who is so fortunate? Ning Bei inquired with piercing intensity. Chapter 22. The villain's benevolent manipulation under the fervent gaze of Ning Bei. Qin Jiujiu felt her cheeks flush. She had not anticipated falling into such a predicament. What I mean is, there are still many tasks awaiting my attention. Ning Bei, look, it has returned. Qin Jiujiu, seizing the opportunity, pointed towards the returning tiger beast to divert the conversation. Oh, so soon. It seems to have lost track. Ning Bei understood the importance of knowing when to withdraw. He approached the tiger beast, initially not expecting it to eliminate Qin Yu. For it was a protagonist endowed with destiny. If he could not guarantee success, how could a mere beast? At that moment, Wang Teng and the others emerged from the cave, joyfully exclaiming, Ning Xixiao, there are numerous white-toothed tiger cubs inside the cave. Is that so? Ning Bei exchanged a glance with Qin Jiujiu and ventured inside to investigate. Indeed, deep within the cave lay 7 cubs, eagerly awaiting nourishment, their eyes still shut. No wonder it did not appear to thwart us while we were collecting the blood spirit herb, Qin Jiujiu remarked, realization dawning upon her. It seems they were born not long ago. Ning Bei nodded in agreement. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind, detected that Qin Yu, with the aid of the soul body's power, has escaped pursuit and, under the influence of the luck aura, unexpectedly acquired a small opportunity. However, the host need not concern themselves. This minor opportunity poses no threat to the host and has already led the host to a greater chance. Please proceed as instructed. A surge of information flooded Ning Bei's consciousness. His eyes brightened as he turned his gaze towards the mother tiger. According to the system's guidance, if he were to liberate the mother tiger, allowing her to nurture her cubs freely, there was a possibility she would be grateful and bestow upon him a fortuitous blessing. Should she choose not to submit upon regaining her freedom, he could continue to control her with the spirit ball, repeating the process until he succeeded. In essence, it was an opportunity for infinite trial and error. How marvelous! A smile curled at the corners of Ning Bei's lips, particularly when he observed the glimmers of pity in Qin Jiujiu and the others' eyes as they gazed at the cubs. A plan quietly took shape in his mind. Without hesitation, Ning Bei commanded, everyone, step back and keep your distance from the mother tiger. Though the others were perplexed, they complied. In the next moment, before Qin Jiujiu, he produced the spirit ball. The young girl, aware of its purpose, blinked in bewilderment. Ning Bei, what are you intending to do? Grant it freedom. Ning Bei inhaled deeply, feigning a sense of melancholy. Without the mother tiger's protection, these cubs will struggle to survive on the Shura cliff. Now that we have obtained the blood spirit herb, I cannot bear to witness these cubs become prey to other beasts due to the loss of their mother." Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals were taken aback. Ning Xixiang remained calm. "Once the white-toothed tiger beast is freed, it may very well turn against us," they urged anxiously. Though they empathized with the cubs, they were unwilling to gamble on the mother tiger's benevolence. "Jiao, will you also try to dissuade me?" Ning Bei turned his attention to the young girl. "I." Qin Jiao pressed her lips together. She was neither indecisive nor a saint. Yet, when Ning Bei proposed such an idea, a ripple of emotion stirred within her as she gazed at the cubs whose eyes remained tightly shut. Perhaps it was her subconscious acknowledgement of Ning Bei's significance that compelled her to align with his decisions. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she raised her delicate head and asked, "Ning Bei, have you considered the consequences? I know it may spiral out of control." Facing the anxious gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei deliberately refrained from mentioning that he could still control the mother tiger with a pokeball. Instead, he made a solemn promise. "I assure you, if the mother tiger truly loses control, as long as I am alive, I will do everything in my power to prevent it from harming any of you. Please trust me." Ning Xixiang. The crowd exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence. As a prestigious sect, the Wutian Academy was far from being a band of ruthless killers. On the contrary, they held a compassionate view towards the weaker beings, such as these tiny cubs. However, none of them possessed the same audacity as Ning Bei, and it was his intervention that had allowed them to survive until this moment. Consequently, after Ning Bei made his vow, no one dared to voice their dissent. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, when they witnessed Ning Bei truly preparing to grant the mother tiger her freedom, they collectively held their breath, regret evident in their expressions for not insisting he reconsider. If the mother tiger were to go berserk, their lives would be in grave peril. It is true that kindness often yields no reward. Fortunately, upon regaining her freedom, the mother tiger did not lose control. Instead, she deeply bowed to Ning Bei, saying, "Thank you, talented youth of the human race." Phew, at that instant, the tension in the crowd dissipated. What a relief, she did not turn on us. After all, she was the Tiger King of the core formation realm. Displaying a semblance of humanity, Ning Xixiang, that was far too risky. They exclaimed, their hearts still racing with anxiety. Ning Bei, however, was not surprised at all. He gazed at the mother tiger with eager anticipation. "Come to me, dear treasure, it is time to bestow upon me my fortune." In the next moment, the mother tiger looked at Ning Bei and spoke in human language. "Talented one of the human race, I beg your forgiveness for my earlier rudeness. To express my gratitude for sparing my child and allowing our reunion, I wish to take you on a journey to seek the Shura ruins." The mention of the Shura ruins struck the crowd like a bolt from the blue, leaving them in stunned silence. What did she just say? The Shura ruins? Is that not merely a legend? Does it truly exist? For ages, tales of the Shura ruins had circulated endlessly, yet no one had ever found them, rendering them a mere fantasy over time. Thus, it was no surprise that upon hearing this from the mother tiger, even Qin Jiao was left agape. Aside from the already expectant Ning Bei, under the guidance of the mother tiger, the group stepped into a miasmic fog. Ning Xixiang, are we dreaming? Could the mother tiger be deceiving us? Do the Shura ruins truly exist? Along their journey, Wang Teng and the others could hardly conceal their excitement. Yet disbelief lingered in their hearts. They had no way of knowing how long they had been walking. The skin of the crowd seemed to be enveloped by a layer of bubbles, and suddenly, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy rushed into their bodies. Boom. The miasma that had obscured their vision vanished without a trace in an instant. Before them lay not the dark and damp Azura cliff, but a radiant new world bathed in sunlight and adorned with a cerulean sky. The abrupt transformation caught everyone off guard. Where are we? Is this the Azura ruins? The richness of the spiritual energy is overwhelming. I feel as though simply being here is pushing me toward a breakthrough. Haha, truly. It is the heavens that have blessed us. No, it is all thanks to Senior Brother Ning. Excitedly, the crowd turned their gazes toward Ning Bei. Senior Brother Ning, you are indeed our great benefactor. Just moments ago, I was contemplating stopping you. How blind I was. I should be ashamed. I retract my words about good deeds receiving no rewards. I was superficial. Senior Brother Ning, I bow to you. From now on, you shall be my deity. It was unclear who sparked the idea, but soon, everyone began to worship Ning Bei. Their actions, though somewhat excessive, reflected their genuine excitement and admiration. Had it not been for Ning Bei's kind decision to spare the mother tiger, how could they have stumbled upon the Azura ruins? a treasure so fervently sought after by all. Yet, when it came time to release the mother tiger, many had voiced their opposition, compelling Ning Bei to make a promise. Reflecting on this, many felt a sense of shame while simultaneously harboring deep admiration for Ning Bei's courage. "What are you all doing?" Ning Bei feigned surprise and said, quickly, "Rise. Since we have arrived at the Azura ruins, let us search for clues. Rest assured, Senior Brother Ning, we will handle this matter. Senior Brother Ning. From this day forth, I shall be your loyal servant. You point east, and I shall not venture west." "Me too." At that moment, the crowd faced Ning Bei with an excitement akin to that of a dog spotting its favorite treat. The secret realm represented an opportunity for cultivators that was both serendipitous and elusive, and this time, it was entirely due to Ning Bei that they had been granted this chance. Witnessing the crowd's praises and Ning Bei's formidable charisma, Qin Jojo gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Noticing the young girl's attention, Ning Bei turned around and asked, "What is it, Jojo?" Qin Jojo hesitated for a moment before sincerely declaring, "I find myself somewhat in awe of you." Chapter 23. The Charismatic and Considerate Villain. A dual ascent of emotion and physicality admiration? Observing the rosy complexion of the young maiden and the shyness flickering in her gaze, Ning Bei was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost shaking a bouquet of flowers in celebration. While others remained oblivious to the girl's true identity, he was well aware. A reincarnated emperor openly expressing admiration, who would not feel elated in such a situation? Moreover, given Qin Jiaxiu's character, her ability to articulate such sentiments was indeed remarkable. This further validated that Ning Bei's strategy of employing benevolence to conquer hearts had yielded extraordinary results. It was merely a stroke of luck. "I never anticipated encountering the Azura ruins." Ning Bei feigned ignorance. "No, I am not referring to the ruins." "Oh? Then what is it?" "Your courage." Qin Jiaxiu bit her lip and spoke candidly. Earlier, Ning Bei's altruistic spirit, his defiance of others' warnings to act on his convictions, and his promise to protect everyone with his life. These vivid scenes replayed in her mind. Throughout her past and present, she had never witnessed such fortitude in anyone. Yet here he stood before her. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, Qin Jiaxiu could not deny that, deep down, she felt a genuine admiration for Ning Bei. This man is truly exceptional. Congratulations, host. Your cunning has succeeded in stirring the heart of the protagonist's sister, earning you 5,000 reversal points. What nonsense about cunning? Ning Bei expressed his disapproval. It was clearly a testament to his unparalleled wisdom. Before long, Wang Teng and the others arrived to report their findings. "Senior Brother Ning, this is the grove of statues we discovered," Wang Teng introduced. As they beheld the sight, countless oddly shaped statues densely populated the area, resembling towering trees amidst the mountains. Qin Jiaxiu stepped forward, recognizing it as a unique method of inheritance. By deciphering the patterns of the statues, one could engage in cultivation that would yield more pronounced results than ordinary training. "Sister Qin, you possess such vast knowledge." A female disciple marveled. The others nodded in agreement, unable to dispute her insight. Qin Jiaxiu smiled brightly. Ning Bei chuckled as well. How could an emperor not comprehend such matters? "In that case, let us begin searching for the patterns and discover the method of cultivation using the statues," Ning Bei suggested. "Senior Brother Ning, why don't you two head to the spiritual spring? We will take care of things here." At that moment, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming said cheerfully. Not only had they found this grove of statues, but they had also uncovered a spiritual spring hidden deep within the mountains, where the abundant spiritual energy of this world emanated. It could be said that the spiritual spring held far greater significance than the opportunities presented by the statue grove. However, at present, none were inclined to covet it. Rather, they exchanged knowing glances, their eyes fixed on Ning Bei and Qin Jiaxiu, breaking into smiles. Ahem. Ning Bei, well aware of their thoughts, cleared his throat. "Jiaxiu, shall we go take a look?" "Sure." Qin Jiaxiu nodded, having thought of something as well. As they watched the two depart, the onlookers exchanged glances and burst into suppressed laughter. "Oh dear, do you think they will be upset with us for doing this?" "Why be angry? Their relationship is already on the verge of being exposed. Yet, I feel it is somewhat excessive. At the very least, we ought to inform them. Is that spiritual spring so narrow that they must be pressed together to use it? If not, it would be splendid if they could produce a child." On another note, when they arrived at the spiritual spring, Ning Bei and Qin Jiaxiu were both taken aback. The so-called spiritual spring that supports the entire world, while emanating a power that stirs the soul, is so narrow that only two individuals can stand side by side. What kind of romantic spiritual spring is this? You should use it. Ning Bei, feeling embarrassed, graciously deferred. Perhaps you should go first. I have the blood spirit mushroom you gave me. I will refine it first. Qin Jiujio's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. After saying this, she hurriedly moved to the side, pretending to concentrate on refining the blood spirit mushroom. With matters standing thus, Ningbei had no choice but to enter the spring alone. Being solitary in this instance was rather suitable. At Shira Cliff, that damned foolish tiger dared to chase after me. When I defy fate and alter my destiny, I shall ensure you pay in blood. And you too, Ningbei. Qin Yu swore silently. He was indignant. After all, it was Ningbei who had plucked the blood spirit mushroom. So why was the white tiger pursuing him? It left him in a state of agony. Yet, could this not be considered a blessing in disguise? The voice of the soul body echoed. Indeed, the master speaks true. Qin Yu placed both hands upon a luminous stone, stating, if not for falling into that pit, I would not have encountered this treasure capable of altering my meridians. The annual academy assessment is approaching. I should be able to enter the outer sect and become an outer disciple. Outer sect? The soul body laughed heartily. Is the inner sect not good enough? Inner sect? Qin Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Master, please do not jest. While this object can assist me in altering my meridians, it is not to the extent that I dare to dream of becoming an inner disciple. My dear disciple, have you forgotten that I can also enhance my strength through this object? With my assistance, do you fear that you cannot become a mere inner disciple? Master, is this truly the case? Have I ever deceived you? Wonderful. Qin Yu's face broke into a radiant smile. An inner disciple, this was something he had never dared to imagine. However, after experiencing the power granted by the soul body, he believed wholeheartedly in its words. Soon, he would be the most dazzling participant in the assessment. Unimpeded on his path from a mere servant to the legend of becoming an inner disciple. Yu Yao, I am about to soar. You shall see. My future far surpasses that of Ning Bei. Boom. After Qin Jiujio refined the blood spirit mushroom, countless tiny blood-red particles emerged, gradually enveloping her in warmth. Not long after, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted forth. When she opened her eyes, a striking face appeared before her. Ah, Ningbei? At this moment, Ningbei was squatting in front of her. Had he broken through? Yes, Qin Jiujio managed to smile, nodding gently. You should go consolidate your realm in the spiritual spring. No need, do not be modest. Without waiting for Qin Jiujie to offer a suggestion, Ningbei had already taken her by the hand and walked forward. With no other choice, Qin Jiujie reluctantly entered the spiritual spring. What about you? She inquired. I have already absorbed enough energy for quite some time, Ningbei replied, settling down cross-legged on the ground. You should consolidate your cultivation. I can practice outside just as well. Gazing at Ningbei, who had closed his eyes, Qin Jiujie hesitated, her words caught in her throat. In the next moment, she cast her gaze upon the narrow spiritual spring, as if she had made a firm resolution. Raising her delicate head, she proposed, Ningbei, why don't you join me? What? Ningbei opened his starry eyes, a wry smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. Perhaps it's not quite appropriate. It's perfectly fine, Qin Jiujie reassured him, her anxiety subsiding somewhat in light of Ningbei's earnest demeanor. Yet she lowered her voice. There's no one else here, please. Come in. Is that acceptable? It is indeed. Qin Jiujie felt shy about meeting Ningbei's gaze, but when she nodded, there was no hint of hesitation. Her expression was filled with seriousness. Thus, Ningbei entered the water. Though they were not physically close, both could sense the warmth radiating from one another. Jiujie, your body is quite warm, Ningbei remarked teasingly. Having just refined the blood spirit mushroom and achieved a breakthrough, it is indeed a bit warm, Qin Jiujie admitted, her cheeks flushed. Do you mind? If so, I can rise out. No. Ningbei took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, pulling her down once more. It just reminded me of that day when you were as warm as you are now. Chapter 24. The child of destiny yearns for a turnaround. A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Jiujio's delicate frame, rendering her mind a blank slate. Gazing at Ningbei's charming smile, a rosy hue of embarrassment flushed her cheeks. Did we not agree that no one was to mention that matter again? What? Ningbei feigned surprise, then quickly clarified. Do not misunderstand, Jiujio. I am not referring to that day of madness. What I meant was, when we refined the soul together. The mention of the divine mirror assessment struck Qin Jiujio like a thunderbolt. especially with Ning Bei's impeccable acting, devoid of any flaw. Her shame surged, causing her to lower her head. Yet, as they were seated so closely, her lowering of the head inadvertently led her to tumble into Ning Bei's embrace. The host is quite the player, enticing the protagonist's sister to an unbearable extent. Reward of 1,000 counterattack points. Feeling the warmth of the young girl in his arms, Ning Bei smirked and earnestly reassured her, "It's all right, Jujio. After all, there are no outsiders here. You need not feel embarrassed." Upon hearing this, Qin Jojo wished fervently to sink into the earth. Their shared secret had already been unspoken, and now, without Ning Bei saying anything, she had inadvertently brought it up herself. How utterly humiliating. The usually composed young girl appeared as if she had been thoroughly rattled. "Well, thank you for the gift you sent me," Qin Jojo said, attempting to shift the conversation. "Without that blood spirit mushroom, I could not have advanced to the core formation stage so swiftly. Did you like the gift?" "Yes." Qin Jojo bit her lip, unable to deny it. Ning Bei's silence left her momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, the atmosphere fell into a silent ambiguity. Qin Jojo practically nestled against Ning Bei, and from a distance, they resembled a pair of enamored partners. Perhaps they both understood the inappropriateness of their situation. Yet, in this moment, neither wished to shatter the warmth enveloping them. Meanwhile, after an extensive day of exploration, Wang Teng and the others finally uncovered the rules concealed within the stone statue. Unlike typical opportunities, this grove of statues leaned more towards honing their mental fortitude. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Wang Teng and the others managed to break through, and aside from elevating their realms, their mental strength had doubled, if not more. Although mental fortitude is not an innate gift, it becomes crucial in scenarios where only the soul can enter, such as the annual assessments at the Wu Tian Academy, where, to safeguard disciples from harming each other, special methods are often employed to draw their souls into a divine platform for competition. In such circumstances, mental strength plays a pivotal role. If it is sufficiently robust, one can even unleash powers that far exceed reality. At the spring of spiritual essence, both Ning Bei and Qin Jojo also experienced significant growth, having both reached the mid-core formation stage. As they consolidated their cultivation, Ning Bei's vigorous masculinity seemed to intertwine with Qin Jojo's gentle, feminine aura, creating a harmonious balance of yin and yang. Thus, it did not take long for both to solidify their realms. Ning Bei opened his starry eyes and lamented, "Alas, had we discovered the Azura ruins earlier, we might have reaped even greater benefits. However, it is time for us to return. Otherwise, the Academy will begin to worry." Qin Jojo smiled gracefully and reassured him. The Azura ruins, a relic of a millennium past, inevitably saw a decline in the residual spiritual energy. Yet the two still enjoyed considerable gains. "Indeed, we have been away for nearly a month," Ning Bei replied with a smile, rising to his feet. The two walked side by side toward the grove of stone statues where the others awaited. Upon spotting Ning Bei from a distance, Wang Teng and the others rushed to greet him. "Senior Ning, look, we have all broken through to new realms. The rules of this stone statue are extraordinary. They have also sharpened our mental strength. If we return in time for the competition, we shall surely astonish the Academy." Observing the excitement etched on their faces, Ning Bei chuckled softly. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and pack up. We must prepare to return to the Academy." "Yes," they responded eagerly, filled with anticipation. If they could make it back in time for the competition, they would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression. After leaving the ruins, Ning Bei first took them to bid farewell to the Mother Tiger, which was a good gesture. The Mother Tiger welcomed them warmly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you all for your benevolence. Should any disciples from the Martial Heaven Academy come to Azura Cliff in the future, I shall offer my utmost assistance." "Too kind," Ning Bei replied with a smile and a courteous gesture. "Who would have thought that such a formidable beast would aid us in locating the ruins? It is all thanks to Senior Ning. Without him, we would not only have missed the ruins, but perhaps lost our lives as well." Indeed, to train alongside Senior Ning is a true blessing, they all expressed with heartfelt admiration. This experience had deepened their respect for Ning Bei. His strength and spirit were worthy of their emulation. At the Martial Heaven Academy, the annual competition had already commenced. The vast training grounds were teeming with spectators. As two figures stood upon the arena, their souls drawn into a divine confrontation. The battle scenes were projected before the audience in a luminous display. Qin Yu had already triumphed over 3 outer disciples in succession. At this rate, he might challenge all the outer disciples single-handedly. It was astonishing that a mere servant possessed such formidable strength. Qin Yu's remarkable performance left everyone, including the elders, astounded. While it was not unheard of for servants to ascend to the rank of outer disciples through hard work over the centuries, none had ever witnessed a servant-disciple sweep through the outer disciples as Qin Yu had. He was truly unprecedented. Among the crowd, Lin Yuyao turned to Yun Qing and exclaimed, "Godmother, I told you Qin Yu is no ordinary person. Have you seen his progress?" "Indeed, I have. It is truly impressive," Yun Qing replied with a beaming smile, showering her praises. To have relegated him to his servant disciple was indeed a disservice. "Of course," Lin Yuyao said proudly, lifting her chin. "But Qin Yu once said, when great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure hardship and cultivate their resolve. Regardless of his status, he will prove his worth." As Lin Yuyao spoke, a sense of pride was unmistakably etched upon her features. After all, during Qin Yu's fall from grace, she was the sole individual to lend him her unwavering support, enduring a barrage of disdain and ridicule in the process. Yet, in hindsight, the truth had emerged, proving her to be the wisest among them all. During the intermission, Qin Yu approached her, his demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Yueyao, I haven't brought you any shame, have I?" he inquired cheerfully. "How could you possibly bring shame?" Lin Yuyao replied with delight. "If anything, you have given me cause to hold my head high. Qin Yu, I firmly believe you will undoubtedly gain entry into the outer sect this time." "Outer sect?" Qin Yu chuckled heartily before continuing, "If memory serves. Each year during the Academy's assessment, 5 spots are allocated for inner sect disciples, correct? Do you aspire to leap directly into the inner sect?" "Yuyao, do you truly believe in me?" Qin Yu's gaze met the young woman's, his eyes blazing with intensity. "I." Lin Yuyao hesitated for but a moment before nodding resolutely. "I believe in you." Although Qin Yu lacked the striking handsomeness of Ning Bei, at that moment, gazing into his eyes, she felt an unprecedented sense of determination. She found herself irresistibly inclined to place her faith in him. "You wish to ascend from being a mere handyman to an inner sect disciple?" Yun Qing expressed her astonishment, unable to believe her own ears. Such a precedent had never existed in the history of the Academy. Undeterred by Yun Qing's skeptical gaze, Qin Yu replied with unwavering confidence, "I have stated, Elder Yun, that what I have lost, I shall ultimately reclaim myself. Just wait and see." "Well, that takes courage," Yun Qing remarked with a warm smile. "I shall eagerly anticipate whether you can indeed make that leap into the inner sect." Her words were sincere. Recalling the moment when Qin Yu had presented her with 2 tomes of celestial-level techniques, an accomplishment beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, especially as gifts, this young man held great promise for the future. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. Senior Brother Ning and his team had returned, having just concluded their days of arduous training in the outside world. Chapter 25. The protagonist is struck in the face, weeping before the antagonist. Qin Yu lifted his gaze, a shadow of malice crossing his eyes. Not long ago at the Shura Cliff, had it not been for Ning Bei's interference, he would have already acquired the blood spirit mushroom, gaining an opportunity far more formidable than the one he currently possessed. The mere thought of this filled him with a seething rage. In the next moment, a plan formed in Qin Yu's mind, and he made his way toward Ning Bei and the others. "What a fortuitous return. I thought you would miss this competition." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Qin Yu. It was evident to all that his words dripped with provocation. Before Ning Bei could respond, Wang Teng and the others could no longer contain themselves. "Oh my, isn't that the king of excrement? Huh, just the sight of him makes me feel nauseous. What absurdity has he conjured up today?" Their customary mockery caused veins to throb on Qin Yu's forehead. "Laugh, indulge in your merriment. Today, you shall all serve as my stepping stones." "Ning Bei, aren't you going to manage them?" Before Qin Yu could speak, Lin Yuyao interjected. "Is it truly amusing to dwell on this matter all day? Do you not realize that the truth is far from what you perceive?" Qin Yu has his reasons. "Yuyao, one cannot discuss ice with summer insects. There is no need to explain yourself to them." Qin Yu waved dismissively and addressed Wang Teng and the others directly. "Since you look down upon me, spare me the idle chatter and meet me on the arena if you dare." Though he was not a match for Ning Bei, he felt confident against the 5 outer disciples who had trained alongside him. Defeating those 5 publicly would serve as a slap in Ning Bei's face. "What does it matter that you have trained them? In the end, they shall still fall before me." At this proclamation, Wang Teng and the others erupted in laughter. "Did I hear correctly?" This worthless fool wishes to challenge us on the arena? Huh. The king of excrement is truly himself. Why choose us? Having just emerged from the Shura ruins, the group found themselves delighted at the prospect of a confrontation. What is there to laugh about? Qinyu has just triumphed over 3 outer disciples, Lin Yueyao defended. Yunqing also spoke up, after a trip with Ning Bei. Why do you all return with such arrogance? Do you truly believe you can defeat Qinyu? Initially, Wang Tang and the others regarded Qinyu as nothing more than a jest. However, upon witnessing Yunqing draw attention to Ning Bei, their amusement quickly faded. Elder Yun, surely you cannot say that. Senior brother Ning has assisted us. Before they could finish their protest, Ning Bei interrupted. Enough, further discussion is futile. Wang Wu, Lu Chuan, you 5 outer disciples, prepare to spar with Qinyu. Rest assured, senior brother Ning, leave it to us. Wang Wu, Lu Chuan. And the other 5 pounded their chests in assurance. They would not tarnish Ning Bei's reputation. Seeing this, Qinyu nearly burst into laughter. Had Ning Bei dispatched in her disciples, he might have felt uncertain, perhaps facing a defeat that, while glorious, would still be humiliating. But who would have guessed that Ning Bei would send out 5 outer disciples? This is entirely an opportunity for ostentation, delivered to him on a silver platter. Come, who will challenge me first? Fearing that Ning Bei might reconsider, Qinyu hastily ascended the stage. I will. Wang Wu was the first to step up. Below the arena, Lin Yueyao approached Ning Bei and asked once more, Ning Bei, do you wish to reconcile with me? Ning Bei raised an eyebrow, replying bluntly, are you having another episode? You. Very well, don't come crying to me later. Lin Yueyao retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. She believed that Ning Bei's current confidence stemmed from the illusion that Qinyu was a worthless waste. However, in truth, Qinyu had risen to the occasion. She was certain that once Ning Bei witnessed Qinyu's growth, he would no longer be as self-assured as he was now. At that time, the reality of her clarity amidst the collective intoxication would confront Ning Bei. He would have no grounds to distance himself from her, and would instead have to acknowledge her discerning eye and his own juvenile jealousy. Thus, there was nothing more to say. Time would vindicate her perspective. Swish. Upon hearing of Ning Bei and the others' return, the Grandmaster of Rituals, Wu Yu, hurried over. Originally, it was merely a customary contest for the Academy, and as the Grandmaster, he need not be present. Yet now, he was curious to observe the fruits of their training. On the platform, Qinyu called out, Master, the Grandmaster has arrived. Is that all right? No problem, the soul body replied slowly. Although I cannot grant you excessive power to avoid detection by the Grandmaster, I can provide you with a slight enhancement. Considering your mid-stage qi cultivation, dealing with mere outer disciples should pose no challenge. That's good to hear. Reassured by the soul body's promise, Qinyu felt at ease. Begin, the elder commanded. In an instant, the souls of Qinyu and Wang Wu appeared on the luminous stage. Your name is Wang Wu, correct? Don't burden yourself with any psychological weight after your defeat, Qinyu declared, taking the opportunity to boast. After all, today he aimed to make a stunning impression, not to be modest. To hell with you, Wang Wu retorted, charging at Qinyu without further ado. Just this? Qinyu feigned calm, but the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Wait a moment, master. Why am I raising my hand so slowly? Bang! In the next instant, a dull thud echoed. Qinyu's arm, which he had just lifted, was swiftly kicked aside by Wang Wu, the latter's foot landing squarely on his chest, sending him tumbling off the stage. Wow! The abrupt conclusion of the battle left the spectators astonished. What? Qinyu lost just like that? What is going on? He couldn't even withstand Wang Wu's kick? Who claimed he was on a winning streak? Is this the legendary 3 victories? Were you all merely pretending to compete? In an instant, the venue erupted in chaos. Zing. Meanwhile, the Qinyu who had returned to his body wore a bewildered expression. Master, what just happened? How did I lose to him? Do not fret, my disciple. Something felt amiss just now. After a moment of hesitation, the soul entity explained, that lad possesses extraordinary spiritual power. His strength cannot be judged merely by his cultivation level. Thus, your defeat this time is not without reason. We shall await our next opportunity. This left Qinyu at a loss for words. He had intended to feign strength but ended up making a fool of himself instead. Nonetheless, he did not succumb to despair, after all. The soul entity had remarked on the opponent's unusual spiritual strength, attributing this misfortune to mere bad luck. To avoid mockery, Qinyu hastily turned to Lu Chuan and the others, declaring, this time, I concede. Who else dares to challenge me? Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Lu Chuan replied as he ascended to the stage. Thus, When the two were absorbed into the divine platform, an eerily similar scene unfolded once more. This time, Qin Yu was again defeated in a single move. Rather than laughter, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Next came the third challenger, then the fourth, and finally the fifth. Without exception, Qin Yu fell to each opponent with a single blow, and the total time taken was less than that of a single battle between two ordinary disciples. Despair etched on his face. Qin Yu knelt on the stage, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? I made my boast, and you allowed me to lose 5 consecutive matches? Is this how you repay your master? I've had enough of this." Furious, he cursed, "Get out of my body. I no longer want you as my master." In response, the soul entity, feeling the weight of its dependent existence, quickly sought to placate him. "Calm yourself, my disciple. All 5 of them possess extraordinary spiritual powers. This is not the fault of your master." "Huh? What is that fool bellowing about? Has he been struck senseless? To fall to a single move every time. I thought Qin Yu had turned his fate around, but it seems his previous victories were mere flukes. 5 consecutive defeats are his true destiny. I suspected something was amiss. How could a mere servant achieve 3 victories in a row? Do they think we outer disciples are merely idle?" In an instant, the surrounding ridicule and derision crashed down like a tidal wave. Why is this happening? Meanwhile, Lin Yueyao and Yun Qing, who had been filled with anticipation, now wore expressions of doubt. They even began to suspect whether Qin Yu's earlier triumphs had involved bribery. Otherwise, how could he be so easily defeated by 5 outer disciples, each with a single strike? "Ning Bei, I may have spoken too harshly." Lin Yueyao suddenly turned to Ning Bei, offering an apology. She felt that failing to reconcile would only worsen their relationship. Originally, she had hoped to leverage Qin Yu's resurgence to find courage before Ning Bei, hoping he would soften and admit his mistakes. Little did she expect such a conclusion. "Stay away from me," Ning Bei replied disdainfully. "Ning Bei, please don't be so harsh." Chapter 26. The irresistible charm of the villain. 2 women compete in jealousy silence. At this moment, Wu Yue stepped onto the stage to quell the tumultuous scene. Turning his gaze towards the victorious Lu Chuan and the other 4, "It appears your prowess has significantly improved since our last encounter. In gratitude to the master of rituals, we owe our progress entirely to senior brother Ning." The 5, humble and respectful, directed their hands in salute towards Ning Bei and the audience. Had it not been for senior brother Ning's guidance, we would not have achieved such remarkable advancement. All credit belongs to his support. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation and comprehend the reasons for their gratitude towards Ning Bei, Wang Teng and Zhao Ming exchanged glances and chimed in unison, "And we too. The kindness of senior brother Ning in taking us on our training excursions is something we shall never forget. Were it not for his benevolence and expansive vision, we would never have discovered the fabled Azura ruins. To accompany senior brother Ning on such journeys is indeed our fortune." As the crowd spoke in unison, expressing their gratitude towards Ning Bei, the scene left many bewildered. Once they began to piece together the events, their astonishment only deepened. Good heavens! Did senior brother Ning take them to Azura Cliff? It is a place I have longed to visit, and they even uncovered the Azura ruins. "Senior brother Ning, might you take me along on your next excursion?" Me too. "Senior brother Ning, please look my way." Not only the disciples brimmed with envy, even the elders were taken aback by the unfolding events. Even Wu Yue, the master of rituals, could not help but exclaim publicly, "Ning Bei, you are the foremost disciple in the history of our academy, leading your peers on expeditions and achieving such unparalleled fortune." Indeed, even the elders have never experienced such opportunities during their own training. "You are too kind," Ning Bei replied, visibly taken aback, as he bowed in humility. "This is the result of everyone's hard work. I dare not claim such honor. Furthermore, I have much to learn from the esteemed elders present, and I hope for your continued guidance." "Haha, Ning Bei, do not be so modest. You are indeed formidable. With such a chief disciple, our academy need not worry about future glories." The elders laughed heartily, though they urged him not to be humble. They could not hide their delight at his compliments and decorum. The more they observed this chief disciple, the more they found him endearing. Master of rituals. Though Wang Wu and the others are outer disciples, they have returned from their training with the strength of inner disciples. One elder suddenly proposed, "Why not grant them the 5 available spots in the inner sect directly?" "Oh, that is an excellent idea." Wu Yue's eyes sparkled with interest, and he smiled. "In that case, let us conclude the competition early and hold a grand feast to welcome Ning Bei and the others back from their expedition." Upon this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. To conclude the competition early and host a welcoming feast for the returning disciples was an unprecedented occurrence. However, senior brother Ning has discovered the Azura ruins, which indeed warrants a grand feast. Haha, I must draw closer to senior brother Ning. He is the beacon of our cultivation. A throng of disciples surrounded Ning Bei, venerating him as if he were a deity. How infuriating. Watching Ning Bei bask in adoration, Qin Yu ground his teeth in frustration. At this moment, he huddled in a corner of the arena, resembling a rat in a sewer, with no one willing to spare him even a glance. Although his plans had faltered, he resolved not to let his efforts be in vain. With this thought, Qin Yu mustered his courage to approach an elder, forcing a smile as he said, "Elderly, you are responsible for the allocation of disciples, and given my previous performance, I surely qualify for entry into the outer sect, don't you think?" Though the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple had slipped away, the outer sect was still preferable to being an errand boy, as it would grant him access to some cultivation resources. "Oh, you are the errand disciple Qin Yu, right?" Elderly scrutinized Qin Yu from head to toe and replied, "The festival is to be held, as the sacrificial wine is mentioned, and I hereby appoint you as the chief errand boy. You must organize the other errand disciples and lead them to clear space." "What? Chief errand boy?" Qin Yu felt a wave of despair wash over him and continued to force a smile. "Elderly, what about my status as an outer sect disciple? Next year, surely." With that, Elderly dismissed Qin Yu and turned to leave. Damn it. Qin Yu trembled with anger. It would have been better not to approach him at all. Being assigned as a chief errand boy was hardly a commendation. Regret flooded his heart. Had he known, he would not have provoked Ning Bei. Instead of using him as a stepping stone, he had unwittingly turned himself into a fool. This was not what he had anticipated. Spotting a young woman in the crowd, Qin Yu hurried over. "Yu Yao, I finally found you." "Qin Yu?" Upon seeing him, Lin Yu Yao's displeasure was palpable. "Yu Yao, this was an accident. I was careless." Their spiritual power was overwhelming, Qin Yu hastily explained. He spoke the truth, not intending to deceive the young woman. Yet to Lin Yu Yao, his words seemed utterly ridiculous. Even if it were indeed an accident, it had occurred 5 times, and each time he was defeated in a single move? What kind of accident was that? "Qin Yu, do you take me for a fool?" Lin Yu Yao retorted, "Because of you, I have fallen in Ning Bei's esteem, and now you seek to argue. Cannot you reflect on your own shortcomings? Perhaps you simply lack diligence?" Qin Yu was taken aback, unable to comprehend her words. "Yu Yao, how could you be angry with me? Do you now despise me as well?" Lin Yu Yao hesitated, then said, "Qin Yu, you should attend to your matters. I need to clarify things with Ning Bei. If you linger by my side, it will only displease him." With that, she turned and walked away. "No, Yu Yao." Qin Yu felt as if struck by lightning. He was numb. How could the girl who had always held affection for him now treat him with such indifference? In that moment, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Meanwhile, Lin Yu Yao had just intended to find an opportunity to approach Ning Bei when, unexpectedly, a sudden and graceful figure collided with her, interrupting her path. As Lin Yu Yao finally discerned the identity of the perpetrator, a surge of anger welled up within her. "Qin Jiui, what do you intend to do?" "Do not interfere with him," she declared. Qin Jiui replied with a hint of indifference. "You." "Umph." Lin Yu Yao retorted, gritting her teeth. "I am going to discuss matters with Ning Bei. It is none of your business." Qin Jiui extended a delicate hand to obstruct her path, saying, "Lin Yu Yao, could you perhaps gain a semblance of clarity? He is no longer yours. He is not yours either." Lin Yu Yao shot back. "But I belong to him." Chapter 27. The protagonist's realization comes too late. Her rival, the Empress, is exquisite. "What did you say?" Lin Yu Yao trembled, as if struck by lightning. Realizing her bluntness, Qin Jiu calmly rephrased, "Oh, I merely mentioned that I am his friend and do not wish for you to trouble him." "Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" "Do you take me for a fool?" Lin Yu Yao was momentarily taken aback. How could she believe such an absurd statement? Moreover, her womanly intuition had long since alerted her to the extraordinary connection between Qin Jiu and Ning Bei. You finally concede." Lin Yu Yao's chest heaved with anger. Despite being the chief disciple, she could not fathom why Qin Jiu would covet another's fiancé. "Silence yourself." Qin Jiu's expression changed dramatically as she hastily chastised her. Fortunately, at that moment, the crowd's attention was focused solely on Ning Bei, oblivious to the altercation between her and Lin Yu Yao. "Why should I be silent? The one who ought to be silent is you." Lin Yu Yao, undeterred, continued her tirade. "You shameless harlot. How dare you entangle yourself with another's fiancé, you brazen." Slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. Lin Yueyao was momentarily stunned. She covered her stinging cheek with one hand, while pointing at Qin Zhuyue with the other. You. How dare you strike me? Qin Zhuyue's face remained impassive. If she did not forcibly interrupt Lin Yueyao, who knew how she would further malign both her and Ning Bei. What is happening? Ning Bei, alerted by the commotion, cast a bewildered glance in their direction. Lin Yueyao, seizing the opportunity like a drowning woman clutching a straw, exclaimed, Ning Bei, will you not intervene? She has struck my face. Amidst the fervent gazes of the onlookers, Lin Yueyao feigned tears, purposefully shedding a few drops. After all, Ning Bei had always regarded her as a cherished confidant, even though they were currently at odds. Surely he would not completely disregard their past bond. Thus, she intended to leverage Qin Zhuyue's aggression to evoke Ning Bei's concern and care. Does it hurt? In the next moment, Ning Bei approached with a worried expression. It hurts terribly. Lin Yueyao feigned a pitiful complaint, her heart swelling with joy. Yet, before she could revel in her triumph, she realized that Ning Bei was not approaching her, but instead stopping before Qin Zhuyue. Zhuyue, does your hand hurt? Why are you not speaking? Lin Yueyao? It's all right. Qin Zhuyue was also somewhat taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she displayed a bashful smile. Come, let me take you to wash your hands. Before the eyes of all, Ning Bei boldly took Qin Zhuyue's hand. Qin Zhuyue did not refuse, and together they left with grace. Throughout the encounter, Ning Bei did not spare Lin Yueyao a single glance, treating her as if she were invisible. Ning Bei, witnessing this, Lin Yueyao stood frozen in disbelief. As she watched the two depart, she felt a profound sense of confusion wash over her. Why was this happening? She had been the one struck. Yet Ning Bei not only failed to show concern for her, but had instead inquired about Qin Zhuyue's hand. Once again, Qin Zhuyue was taken to wash her hands. Was it because they felt she had soiled them? In the next moment, laughter erupted around them. Look, senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin truly embody a beautiful tale within our academy. Haha, look at that fool. She's standing there, lost in thought. Serves her right. She was foolish enough to break her engagement with senior brother Ning for that worthless wretch. How kind senior brother Ning was to her back then. Now she regrets it. But alas, senior brother Ning is no longer present. The mockery of the crowd pierced Lin Yueyao's heart like sharp thorns, causing a sudden pang of anguish. Yet, amidst the laughter, her heart was enveloped by a heavy sense of loss, as if she had lost something of great value. Consequently, Lin Yueyao left in a daze, wandering until she arrived at Yunqing's residence. Yueyao, what troubles you? Upon seeing the suddenly appeared girl, seemingly in a daze, Yunqing asked with concern. Godmother. Awakened, Lin Yueyao could no longer restrain herself. Tears as large as soybeans instantly welled up in her eyes, and in the next moment, she fell into Yunqing's embrace. Recounting the events that had just transpired, Ning Bei no longer wants me. Ning Bei wishes to be with Qin Zhuyue. What? That is simply outrageous. Yunqing, upon learning the details, expressed her indignation. Ning Bei is still bound by an engagement to you. How could he dally with another female disciple? It's utterly unacceptable. Wu. Godmother, what should I do? Yueyao, please do not cry. Yunqing gently wiped the girl's tears away. However, at that moment, she too was at a loss for words to comfort her goddaughter, especially upon learning that the object of Ning Bei's rumored affections was none other than the exceptionally talented and beautiful Qin Zhuyue. Anyone with common sense could see the excellence radiating from Qin Zhuyue, and it would be difficult for any man to utter a word of refusal. Even Lin Yueyao, with her striking beauty, could not be compared to Qin Zhuyue. Yet, gazing at her weeping daughter, Yunqing knew she had to say something. Yueyao, this is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon Qin Yu. Had he not sown discord, you and Ning Bei would not be in such disarray. Wu. Lin Yueyao was too distressed to absorb her words, lost in her sobs. This time, she was genuinely frightened. It seemed only moments ago that she had recognized that Ning Bei's distance was not a mere provocation, but a genuine desire to part ways. She had always thought Ning Bei unworthy of her, and that he could not live without her. Only now did she realize her own insignificance, and that Ning Bei had better options. In an urgent moment, filled with both concern and reluctance, Lin Yueyao implored, Godmother, could you intercede with the master to help reconcile Ning Bei and me? To seek the master for such matters. Yunqing hesitated, but fortunately, at that moment, a voice from outside interrupted. Yueyao, I heard that Zhuyue harmed you. Are you all right? Once again, it was you, this worthless creature? Yunqing, infuriated, stepped outside and scolded. How dare you come to find Yuao? Constantly proclaiming ambitions to enter the inner sect, yet, to her dismay, suffering 5 consecutive defeats at the hands of outer sect disciples, resulting in Yu Yao's inability to hold her head high due to your actions. Upon arrival, faced with a barrage of anger, Qin Yu felt both exasperated and helpless. Elder Yun, that was merely an accident. I even presented you with 2 volumes of celestial-level techniques. Have you forgotten? He endeavored to invoke the techniques in hopes of softening Yunqing's demeanor. However, Yunqing callously tossed the manuals to the ground, exclaiming, "Take your techniques and leave." For days, she had refrained from practicing, as who would dare to risk experimenting with techniques presented by a mere servant disciple? What if she fell into madness? Especially after witnessing Qin Yu's pitiful condition today, her doubts intensified regarding the authenticity of those 2 manuals. Could they truly be incomplete fakes? This useless individual seeks to harm her. Elder Yun, what is this? Qin Yu stood dumbfounded, gazing at the 2 precious manuals on the ground. These were gifts from the soul entity, treasures he could scarcely bear to exchange for spirit stones or other cultivation resources. Yet now, they lay discarded like refuse. Yu Yao, why are you here? Yunqing's expression faltered as she turned to the girl. Yu Yao, are you crying? Upon seeing the girl's reddened eyes, Qin Yu's heart ached with sympathy. Lin Yu Yao offered no reply, instead confronting Qin Yu directly. You claim Qin Jiujio is your sister, correct? Yes. Rest assured, Yu Yao, I will ensure she provides you with an explanation regarding her actions, Qin Yu assured her. I do not require her explanation. Lin Yu Yao's voice was icy. If she truly is your sister, then keep her far away from Ning Bei and ensure she never speaks to him again. What? Qin Yu's expression froze. He was no fool. He could discern the underlying sentiment in Lin Yu Yao's words. Clearly, her request stemmed from her feelings for Ning Bei, a manifestation of jealousy. Witnessing her lingering affection for Ning Bei pained Qin Yu deeply. Is it too much to ask? Lin Yu scoffed, threateningly stating, if you cannot comply, then do not show your face to me again. I do not wish to see you. Yu Yao. Qin Yu's face tightened with anxiety as he implored, I saved your life. I lost Ning Bei because of you. Is that not sufficient to repay your life? Lin Yu Yao, feeling wronged, replied, do you know how well Ning Bei treated me before? All because of you. Today, when he saw me being assaulted by your sister, he showed no concern for my well-being. Instead, he asked if your sister's hand hurt. Tell me, whose pain is greater, hers or mine? Confronted with the irrefutable grievances expressed by the girl, Qin Yu could only relent. Very well, I promise you, Yu Yao. I will ensure Jiujio stays away from Ning Bei. Meanwhile, Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio arrived at a fountain. I am all cleaned up. Qin Jiujio cheerfully announced as she rejoined Ning Bei, playfully waving her delicate hands. This scene resembled a charming little girl proudly demonstrating her accomplishments to her father. Come, let me see if you are truly clean, Ning Bei jested. Oh, I am not a child anymore. Qin Jiujio giggled, thoroughly amused. With a casual toss of her head, her long tresses danced in the breeze, and her exquisite visage, imbued with a hint of shyness, radiated an ethereal beauty. Ning Bei was momentarily entranced, exclaiming, Jiujio, you are truly enchanting. Huh. Chapter 28. A villain's life is a stage, causing tears to flow a hem. Realizing he had misspoken, Ning Bei hurriedly rectified. What I meant to say is, you are truly beautiful. Oh, thank you, Qin Jiujio replied, her gaze evasive, unable to conceal her fluster. The lingering thought of that character made her cheeks flush a rosy hue, leaving her momentarily shy to meet Ning Bei's eyes. By the way, how did you come to strike Lin Yu Yao? Ning Bei attempted to shift the conversation, and in front of so many people, this is unlike you. Qin Jiujio hesitated, struggling to formulate an excuse when Ning Bei interjected, is it because of me? Well, after a brief pause, Qin Jiujio did not deny it. I just didn't want her to spread more nonsense, lest others overhear and mock us. I see. Ning Bei chuckled knowingly, choosing not to expose her. It is worth noting that both he and Qin Jiujio held the status of chief disciples. And within this martial academy, not only the students but even the elders treated them with utmost respect, as they represented the future of the institution. To claim they would be ridiculed was indeed a fanciful notion. Lin Yu Yao, she likely wishes to reconcile with you, he posited. In the next moment, Qin Jiujio, almost instinctively, replied, rest assured, there is no possibility of that. Ning Bei promptly assured her, understanding the implied meaning in her words and wisely providing a promise. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Jiujio feigned indifference, though a smile crept at the corners of her mouth. I merely wanted to remind you not to neglect your cultivation. Haha, I share that sentiment. Ningbei replied with a smile. After all, I have previously stated my intention to master the Divine Sun technique. I cannot let your kindness go to waste. From this day forth, I shall devote all my energy to practicing the Divine Sun technique. Qin Jiujio chuckled lightly. There is no need to exert yourself too harshly. Take it step by step. That technique is quite powerful, and we wouldn't want you to accumulate too much unspent solar energy within you. That makes sense. Ningbei nodded in agreement, but suddenly remarked, but what if one day, I truly do accumulate too much unspent solar energy? Jiujio, what then? Under Ningbei's intense gaze, Qin Jiujio felt her heart race, her breathing becoming labored. What should she do? What should she do? At that moment, Ningbei took a step closer to her. Qin Jiujio found herself momentarily lost in thought. Fortunately, several figures appeared in the distance, and she grasped onto this lifeline. They seem to be looking for you. You should go attend to them. Ningbei glanced over, unhurried. Let us wait until they come closer. Oh, you should go now. Don't delay important matters, Qin Jiujio urged, her anxiety rising. Without a second thought, she pushed Ningbei gently at the waist, prompting him to hurry along. At this moment, the arriving disciples exchanged glances, instinctively reducing their pace. The actions of the two were unmistakably reminiscent of a playful couple. No, it was indeed that. Qin Jiujio seized the opportunity to dart away amidst the crowd, fleeing as if in haste. Ding! Congratulations, host. Under your audacious flirtation, the protagonist's sister has completely let down her guard, and her fondness for you has surged. Please continue your efforts, for a perfect life is within reach. Ningbei smiled. Although he had yet to eliminate the child of destiny, he had already shed the label of ill-fated, steadily progressing towards a promising future. This was indeed a positive development. When several disciples arrived, Ningbei learned that the festival master was seeking him. He dared not delay and hurried to pay his respects to the head of the academy. In the main hall, the disciples bowed in greeting to the festival master. Ningbei clasped his hands respectfully. Wu smiled as she glanced back, saying, There are no outsiders here. You need not be overly formal. Thank you, festival master, Ningbei replied with reverence. I am unaware of why the festival master summoned me. During this outing for training, your performance has been exceptional. Not only did you discover the Azura ruins and lead a dozen disciples to seize an opportunity, but you also personally taught them the principle of harboring goodwill and aiding the world. Wu gazed at Ningbei with satisfaction. According to protocol, you should receive a reward. What would you desire? You flatter me, festival master, Ningbei replied, seemingly taken aback. The fact that the festival master has paused the competition to host a welcoming banquet for us is already a considerable honor. I truly dare not make further requests. Haha. Ningbei skillfully navigated the nuances, bringing forth a hearty laugh from Wu. You, with your kind heart, are content and uncontentious, yet fortunate to possess exceptional talent. Otherwise, how much hardship would you endure in this world? However, contentment is one matter, rewards are another, Wu stated with gravity. Since I have permitted you to make a request, speak boldly. Must I truly make a request, festival master? Ningbei raised his handsome face with a hint of reluctance. Indeed, it is imperative, the festival master nodded firmly, not allowing for rebuttal. Otherwise, I may have to reproach you for lacking insight. Very well. Ningbei feigned a sigh of difficulty, then suddenly his eyes glistened with emotion. If I must make a request, I wish for you to delegate some authority, particularly concerning minor affairs within the academy. You need not personally oversee every trivial matter. Although I understand this may seem overly broad, I cannot bear to witness you, at such an advanced age, still toiling for us younger generations. Elder, you are the very faith of our academy, having dedicated your life to it. You should consider your own well-being. Ningbei spoke with conviction, his sincerity resonating deeply. In his voice, one could even detect a tremor wrought by emotion. Consequently, once Ningbei finished speaking, Wu remained speechless for a long while. He gazed at Ningbei, and in that moment, his eyes, which had remained unperturbed for decades, were suddenly stirred by a surge of emotion. The wind was fierce, stinging his eyes with tears. Even as the esteemed Master Yua, he could only turn his back, muttering to himself, This impudent boy, I have granted you the opportunity to propose your terms, yet you prattle on endlessly. Esteemed elder, these are indeed my terms, replied Ningbei, dabbing at his tears before turning to leave. Stop right there. Yu Yue called out urgently, unable to let him go. If anyone else had uttered such words, he might have doubted their sincerity, but with Ning Bei, he had no reason to disbelieve. With a swift motion, a certain object was hurled by Yu Yue and landed firmly in Ning Bei's hand. What is this? The divine mirror. What? Ning Bei gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the divine mirror that initiates the assessment? Esteemed elder, what do you mean by this? Take it and make use of it, Yue replied. This is far too precious, Ning Bei said, stifling a smile and repeatedly declining. I cannot accept such a gift, esteemed elder. You insufferable brat, you truly are a chatterbox. Yu Yue waved his sleeve dismissively, and Ning Bei found himself expelled from the Hall of Affairs. Almost immediately, several elixirs and hundreds of spirit stones appeared before him. Chapter 29. The villain's cheat is overwhelming. The Empress exclaims how ferocious it is upon returning to his abode. Ning Bei gazed upon the myriad of rare treasures and the profoundly significant divine mirror, a smile of realization gracing his lips. The divine mirror has escaped. It appears the old man has acknowledged me. His grand performance was not in vain, and now he can rest easy within the Academy's embrace. After scrutinizing the divine mirror, Ning Bei discerned that aside from its storage capabilities, it bore no extraordinary features. Well, he would delve into it further when time permitted. He first secured the divine mirror and then accessed the system shop. After days of diligent effort, he had amassed over 300,000 reversal points, a substantial sum indeed. Ample for a thorough expenditure. He briefly perused the cultivation techniques, the weaponry, and the armor sections, yet refrained from making any purchases. The Divine Sun technique, gifted by Qin Jiujio, was sufficient for his needs, at least up to the celestial level. He had no need to squander reversal points on additional techniques. As for weaponry, truth be told, 300,000 reversal points would not procure anything of significant strength. And given his status as chief disciple, he could easily select an equivalent weapon from the armory without depleting his reversal points. As for armor, Ning Bei hesitated, opting to explore the special goods section first, directly enhancing his realm with experience fruits, effortlessly comprehending techniques with toast bread, and the indomitable deer antler melon seeds. His heart raced with excitement. The offerings in the special goods section were undeniably enticing, a blatant display of game-breaking advantages. If he had to pinpoint a drawback, it would be the steep starting price of 100,000 reversal points. Expensive, indeed, but who could resist the allure of such power? With a wry smile, Ning Bei decided to exchange 200,000 reversal points for an experience fruit and the toast bread. The moment he consumed the experience fruit, he felt a surge of spiritual energy, comparable to a spiritual spring, flooding his entire being. Oh, the overwhelming sensation was exquisite, igniting a profound exhilaration within him. Before long, a surge of breakthrough energy erupted, propelling him to the late stage of the core formation realm. Remarkable, it truly facilitated a direct enhancement. Ning Bei was elated. He surmised that with 2 more experience fruits, he could ascend to the nascent soul realm today and become a formidable force within the academy. Naturally, Ning Bei understood that strength was not solely derived from one's realm. There were myriad factors to consider, and comprehensive development was essential. Hence, after stabilizing his realm, he consumed the toast bread to cultivate the Divine Sun technique. From the very onset of his training, he experienced a cognitive enhancement far exceeding the ordinary, enabling him to grasp the essence of the Divine Sun technique with remarkable clarity. Consequently, after merely an hour, he had mastered the technique. The concentrated vigor of the sun within him creating an unprecedented sense of overflow. It appears that an excess of solar energy is indeed a possibility. Ning Bei was suddenly reminded of Qin Jiujio's words. Yet, lost in thought, a knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth. Back then, when you succumbed to madness, I was the one who aided you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiujio, will you please keep your distance from Ning Bei? Qin Yu implored, almost in a tone of desperation. He had no authority over her, resorting instead to a humble plea. That's none of your concern. Qin Jiujio retorted firmly, turning to leave. Once again, Qin Yu positioned himself in her path, shamelessly asserting, our parents instructed me to look after you. I cannot stand by and watch you stray from the right path. Who is straying from the right path? Qin Jiujio laughed in exasperation. With a brother like him, it was a miracle she wasn't embroiled in chaos. Yet he dared to accuse her of losing her way? This was unprecedented. Ning Bei was undoubtedly exceptional. She simply could not comprehend what was amiss with Qin Yu, who seemed intent on finding fault with Ning Bei at every turn. Had he not targeted Ning Bei? Perhaps she could have considered their sibling bond, but now she had no desire to exchange another word with him. Jiujio, Qin sighed helplessly, watching the resolute figure of the girl as she walked away. What was he to do? He had promised Lin Yueyao to keep Qin Jiujiu away from Ning Bei. Yet now, he struggled to even converse with her. How would he explain this to Yueyao? His head throbbed with frustration. Then, clenching his teeth, he muttered resentfully. Ning Bei truly has luck on his side, managing to lead that group of useless individuals to the Shuro ruins. Otherwise, my status as an outer disciple would have been secure, and Yueyao wouldn't be so disappointed in me. He placed all the blame squarely on Ning Bei's shoulders. Disciple, are you willing to take a bold step? The resonant voice echoed in his mind, causing Qin Yu to pause. Master, what do you mean? I have a method, albeit fraught with risk, that could yield substantial rewards. It may very well enable you to achieve the Golden Core stage. The Golden Core stage? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's heart raced, and he eagerly pressed for clarification. Is that truly the case? Why didn't you mention such a brilliant strategy earlier? Do not fret, disciple. It is not too late now. After the spirit explained further, however, Qin Yu could not find humor in the situation. You mean, we would share a single body? Indeed. By doing so, my strength will become yours, the spirit elaborated. With our powers combined, a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage is entirely possible. But, Qin Yu fell silent. The notion of sharing a body was shocking. What would that imply for his future, especially when it came to marriage and family? Would he have to share that too? The spirit sensed Qin Yu's apprehension and reassured him. This method is merely a means to help you through this trial. I do not intend to remain in your body forever. I can forge a new vessel for myself in the future, so you need not worry. Is that so? Qin Yu felt an unexpected sense of relief. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he still harbored doubts. Master, is this method truly reliable? Certainly. The banquet tonight presents a rare opportunity. Very well. Qin Yu steeled himself, resolute in his decision. He could no longer endure this wretched existence for another day. The mere thought of reaching the Dan formation stage stirred excitement within him. Although he remained no match for Ning Bei, he was no longer a mere waste. Instead, he would emerge as a prodigious talent at the Wu Tian Academy, dazzling all who witnessed his ascension. Who would dare belittle him then? Lin Yueyao would regard him with newfound respect, and his sister would have to acknowledge her errors. Just contemplating this filled Qin Yu with an uncontainable anticipation. Seeing Qin Yu's enthusiastic agreement, the soul entity chuckled. It refrained from informing Qin Yu that this method must never encounter the divine mirror. Failure would not be the only consequence. It too would be forcibly drawn into the mirror. Of course, it was not deliberately withholding information, but rather believed that such a coincidence was unlikely. Meanwhile, after his training, Ning Bei exchanged an item for a ring, which not only possessed storage capabilities, but was also crucial for concealing his true strength. Truth be told, his rapid progress had raised suspicions. If he did not adopt a more discreet demeanor, it would be all too easy for others to grow wary. Just then, a voice echoed in Ning Bei's mind. Ding. Detected Qin Yu conspiring with the soul entity, intending to merge tonight. Please, host, utilize the divine mirror to thwart this, preventing Qin Yu from seizing an opportunity. Upon receiving this information, Ning Bei's eyes sparkled. Was fortune knocking at his door? For days, he had been troubled about how to deal with the soul entity, which had been residing within Qin Yu like a ticking time bomb. Little did he expect that an opportunity would present itself at this very moment. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound resonated from outside. Ning Bei stepped out to find an unexpected visitor. Jiujiu, what brings you here? The sky was darkening. Qin Jiujiu, striving to maintain her composure, replied, I wanted to invite you to the banquet. Wang Tung and the others have reserved a spot for us. Ah yes, the welcoming banquet tonight. Ning Bei chuckled, suddenly recalling the event he had nearly forgotten in his immersion in training. Let us go. As he exited his room, he intentionally released a hint of his aura. As anticipated, upon sensing Ning Bei's presence, Qin Jiujiu's expression shifted dramatically. In the next moment, she grasped Ning Bei's hand, exclaiming, Your internal young energy, how is it even more formidable than that day? Chapter 30. The villainous sister's sweet nothings infuriate the protagonist. What? Ning Bei feigned ignorance before suddenly appearing enlightened. Oh, you mean Yongli. In fact, I was just practicing the Divine Sun technique. The Divine Sun technique? Qin Jiuxi's delicate features shifted, her disbelief palpable. For according to her understanding, while the technique could indeed enable one to store yang energy, there was no way he could have accumulated so much in such a brief span of time. The next moment, a thought struck her. To what level have you cultivated it? Let me think. Ning Bei stroked his chin. Perhaps to the 3rd level. No. Wait, the fourth, or maybe even the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth levels. What? Qin Jiushi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She gazed at Ning Bei with a look of incredulity. Although the Divine Sun technique was not particularly difficult, its intricacies were vast, and enlightenment could not be achieved overnight. It had only been a short while since she gifted it to Ning Bei. How could he grasp it with such terrifying speed? What's wrong, Jiushi? Ning Bei asked, feigning innocence. Qin Jiushi bit her lip and replied, you're progressing too quickly. Is that so? Isn't that a good thing? Ning Bei smiled warmly. But Qin Jiushi hesitated, then said, you should refrain from further practice for now. I will find you a more suitable technique. Please, I haven't fully comprehended it yet. Ning Bei exclaimed urgently. Trust me, Jiushi, I will soon master it completely. Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiushi was genuinely frightened. She set aside her concerns and declared, Ning Bei, you must stop your practice. Your yang energy is already excessive, and if you continue, you might very well cultivate to the point of deviation. What? Is it that serious? Ning Bei pretended to be alarmed. Do I look like I'm joking? Qin Jiushi said earnestly. With your current level of cultivation, your body cannot withstand the full effects of the Divine Sun technique until at least the transformation stage. Gasp, what should we do then? Thus, you must stop. Qin Jiushi looked at him seriously. I will find you a new technique. But seeing that Ning Bei was still hesitant, Qin Jiushi had no choice but to suppress her embarrassment and say, have you forgotten when I deviated? Ning Bei seemed to suddenly lose his focus, staring blankly at the young woman, speechless. Observing this, the already anxious girl felt her heart race. She inexplicably recalled that day of taboo. Regret flooded her heart. Why did she bring it up again? Little did she know, it was all part of Ning Bei's scheme. After his trickery succeeded, he left a hint. I understand now, Jiushi. Don't worry, I will handle it from here. All right, Qin Jiushi bit her lip and nodded shyly, at a loss for words. Soon after, the two entered the venue. Senior brother Ning, senior sister Qin, come sit over here. Wang Teng and the others rose to greet them, waving eagerly. The table was occupied by seasoned individuals, clearly gathered intentionally, as they had collectively endured a harrowing experience of life and death. At this moment, two chairs remained closely positioned together, while the surrounding seats were conspicuously vacant. It was not that there were numerous empty spots. Rather, the table was somewhat crowded with over a dozen people, all squeezed together except for those two chairs. Given this scenario, how could Ning Bei be oblivious to the intentions of the others? Approaching with a serious demeanor, he inquired, isn't this table a bit cramped? How about we move elsewhere? Jujio? Ning, we've saved seats for both of you. You two have plenty of room, they replied in unison. Indeed, we don't mind being a bit squeezed. We are more than willing, another chimed in. Sister Qin, please let Ning sit down. Our exploration team must sit together. In that moment, everyone began to persuade him. Observing the two chairs glued together, with ample space on either side, Qin Jiujiu discerned the underlying dynamics, but felt no anger. Instead, she turned to the hesitating Ning Bei and said, why not sit here? Everyone is eager for you to join us. With a resigned sigh, Ning Bei reluctantly took a seat, followed closely by Qin Jiujiu. After settling in, she intended to shift the chair slightly apart, not out of disdain for being too close to Ning Bei, but rather due to its conspicuousness. To her surprise, she found the chair immovable. Catching sight of her struggle, Ning Bei suppressed a grin and remarked, Wang Teng, why can't these chairs be separated? Oh, that's the case, Ning. We tried that earlier, and it seems the chair legs were broken and nailed together. Due to the hasty preparations for this banquet, we simply couldn't find replacements, Wang Teng explained with a smile. Zhao Ming added, Ning, since you and Sister Qin don't mind each other, why not sit close tonight? Just bear with it a little. Ning Bei was about to voice his discontent when Qin Jiujiu tugged at his sleeve, whispering, it's all right, being a bit close isn't a problem. Very well then, Ning Bei conceded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Thus, in the gaze of all, the two of them sat closely together. An awkward silence enveloped the group, as no one dared to speak. Onlookers, unaware of the chairs being fastened together, exchanged knowing glances. Only Lin Yuyao, from a distance, trembled with indignation. After all, Ning Bei was her man. At that moment, Qin Yu approached to console her, saying, Yuyao, don't be upset. I've investigated and found that the chairs were broken and nailed together, which is why they are sitting so close. Lin Yuyao, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. Is the world really this absurd? Didn't you promise me that Qin Jiujio would keep her distance from Ningbei? Why hasn't she maintained that? She retorted, exasperated. As I stood before the sorrowful gaze of the young maiden, Qin Yu retorted, time is too limited, Yueyao. Today, I have been preoccupied with the arrangements for the banquet, and I have yet to find a moment to converse with Jiujio. You are aware of my current role as a mere errand boy. I am quite busy. A mere errand boy. Lin Yueyao couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing this. She now questioned her own foolishness for publicly distancing herself from Ning Bei over someone of such lowly status. Now, Ning Bei had ascended to the position of chief disciple, while the errand boy had become a grand errand boy. The thought made her disinclined to engage with Qin Yu any further. Qin Yu felt a pang of discomfort within. The girl who once regarded him as her shining light now treated him with such indifference. Yet he reassured himself that his fortunes would soon change. Observing that the guests were arriving in droves, he sensed that the moment was near. Turning to Lin Yueyao, he exclaimed, Yueyao, wait a moment. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? She inquired. A secret. Qin Yu teased, deliberately withholding details. He envisioned himself possessing the strength of the core formation stage. Appearing before Lin Yueyao, who would undoubtedly be taken aback. Perhaps she would no longer contemplate reconciling with Ning Bei. Meanwhile, Ning Bei, who had been closely monitoring Qin Yu, smirked slightly. The show was about to commence. Jiujio, I shall step away for a moment. All right, I will hold your place, Qin Jiujio replied, raising her chin. Ning Bei smiled gently and departed from the venue through another exit. In the forest surrounding the academy, Qin Yu arranged the materials and inquired of the spirit, Master, is this how the formation is set? After a brief pause, the spirit responded, Indeed, this formation will allow us to merge as one. As they are all at the banquet, no one will notice our actions. Master, once we merge, will I truly attain the core formation stage? Qin Yu asked with anticipation. Certainly, the spirit assured him. However, shortly, I will have to withdraw from your body, which may cause you considerable pain. Remember not to cry out too loudly, lest we attract attention. Do not worry, Master. Qin Yu clenched his fists. He was prepared to endure any hardship for the sake of altering his fate. Unbeknownst to him, a figure lurked 100 meters away, having concealed their presence with a ring, rendering even the spirit oblivious to their existence. As Qin Yu let out a pained cry, he quickly covered his mouth, but alas, he had neglected to stifle the sounds below. The result was rather gruesome. Observing this, Ning Bei frowned in disdain. He leisurely recorded the event with a soundstone, and, at the precise moment the spirit emerged from Qin Yu's forehead, he swiftly drew forth the divine mirror and activated it. Bring it forth. Chapter 31. Watching the villains adored by many, the fiancé feels bittersweet regret. Boom. How wonderful. Qin Yu was on the verge of tears of joy. His suffering had not been in vain. His soul had finally separated from his body, and he was about to attain the strength of the Dan formation realm. All his hardships were now yielding sweet rewards. Yet, before he could revel in this moment, he suddenly realized that the soul before him had vanished. A question mark slowly formed on Qin Yu's face as he forced a smile, glancing around. Master? Where are you? Meanwhile, Ning Bei quickly withdrew from the forest after capturing the soul with the divine mirror. Is it you, you insolent brat? The soul's voice trembled with shock. What have you done? Why is the divine mirror in your possession? It's all in my grasp now. Do you still dare to act arrogantly? Ning Bei scoffed, observing the familiar soul imprisoned within the mirror. At this moment, the soul could hardly conceal its fear. How could you possibly use the divine mirror? Let me out. How did you learn of our plans? I'm rather busy at the moment. I shall educate you properly after the banquet concludes. No, wait. Ning Bei put away the divine mirror and returned to the banquet with an air of nonchalance. On the other side, Qin Yu, having called out in vain, was overwhelmed with despair. Master, please don't frighten me. This jest is neither amusing nor entertaining. Please, just show yourself. I would gladly forego the Dan formation realm, if only you would return. With tears threatening to spill, Qin Yu clutched his damp trousers, nearly crying. He had originally hoped to reach the Dan formation realm in one fell swoop, but now he could not even find a trace of the soul. It was as if the other party had evaporated into thin air. He had counted on the soul to provide him with additional cultivation techniques to exchange for elixirs and resources at the auction house. His hopes had been entirely pinned on that entity, and now, it seemed to have taken all his aspirations along with it. After a lengthy pause, Qin Yu could only drag his weary, soiled body to change into a clean outfit before returning to the banquet in a daze. At that moment, The appearance of the esteemed Zhejiang Wu transformed the banquet into a scene of exuberance. Numerous elders raised their cups and approached, seizing the joyous occasion. They took the opportunity to express their loyalty and flattery towards Wu Yu. This was not surprising to all, as the elder was the highest authority of the Wu Tian Academy, and such opportunities to curry favor were rare. Ning brother, shall we go greet the Zhejiang? Wang Teng and the others were eager to participate. We have never had such an opportunity before, but tonight we are, in a sense, co-stars. However, when they turned to Ning Bei, they witnessed him swagger through the crowd and boldly snatch the wine cup from Wu Yu's hand, declaring, "Stop drinking." The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Ning Bei, what are you doing? Apologize to the Zhejiang immediately. How can you be so lacking in decorum? Oh dear. Esteemed Zhejiang, please don't be upset. I believe Ning Bei must have had too much to drink. The elders quickly reacted, some reprimanding Ning Bei for his rudeness, while others sought to placate the elder. The disciples were abruptly roused from their stupor, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Ning Bei. They had never anticipated that this typically astute and exceptional individual would commit such an outrageous blunder. In stark contrast, Ning Bei remained composed, placing his wine glass upon the table before addressing Wu Yu publicly. Old man, this raucous environment is ill-suited for you, especially at such a late hour. It would be wise for you to seek a quieter place to rest. Ning Bei, how dare you? What insolence is this? Are you attempting to instruct the altar master on how to conduct himself? An elder immediately emerged, vehemently rebuking him. Although Ning Bei was a prodigy of the academy, in their hearts, the paramount figure remained Wu Yu. Yet, before the elder could finish his retort, Wu Yu, far from being incensed, chuckled amiably. You impudent brat. On such a joyous occasion, do spare me your concerns. Consider it an old man's request, will you? The assembly was rendered utterly speechless, particularly those elders who had just chastised Ning Bei, their expressions akin to witnessing a specter. What was transpiring? Despite Ning Bei's blatant disrespect, why was the altar master not angered but instead exhibiting such a benevolent demeanor? Nay, this is unacceptable. It is detrimental to your health, Ning Bei asserted firmly, pulling Wu Yu towards the exit. Come now, I shall lead you to a more tranquil setting. Impudent child, must I really acquiesce? Release me, and I shall indulge in another couple of drinks. Not even a single cup, Ning Bei declared emphatically. In that moment, the banquet fell into a profound silence. The attendees, unable to comprehend the sight of a formidable altar master being so brazenly escorted away by a mere youth. They could scarcely believe their eyes, questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. As the duo's figures vanished, the venue erupted into a flurry of hushed conversations. Wait, did Senior Brother Ning actually drag the altar master away? Am I inebriated? Goodness, judging by the altar master's earlier reaction, it seems he has often been under Ning's Senior Brother's guidance. Did you hear? Ning's Senior Brother just referred to the altar master as old man. The disciples exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. The elders, similarly struck as if by lightning, seemed to have stumbled upon a staggering revelation. Thus, as they awaited Ning Bei's return, the atmosphere once again descended into a profound stillness, all eyes fixed upon him, uncertain of how to articulate their thoughts. Why has the merriment ceased? Ning Bei inquired, feigning ignorance, a skill he had mastered. Ah, yes, let us drink. With that, the crowd erupted into lively chatter once more. Dozens of elders approached with raised cups, particularly those who had just reprimanded Ning Bei, their faces now adorned with expressions of flattery and deference. Ning Bei, you've sent your old man away. Do ensure we enjoy a hearty drink together. Your elder has instructed us that this celebratory banquet is exclusively for you, and you must see us thoroughly inebriated. Ning Bei, feigning surprise, responded earnestly. Please, do not misconstrue this. My calling him old man was merely a sign of respect. Indeed, we all understand. The crowd responded with knowing smiles, sensing an unspoken camaraderie enveloping them. Wang Teng, Zhao Ming, come here. Ning Bei turned to the disciples who had returned from their trials and said, I am not adept at handling wine alone. Come help me entertain the esteemed elders. Yes. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng and Zhao Ming could hardly conceal their excitement. They understood that although they were inner disciples, opportunities to be close to the elders were rare. Yet now, Ning Bei had directly summoned them to a table, openly creating an opportunity for them. In this world of cultivation, even in a more mundane business setting, only those who genuinely consider you a friend would extend such an invitation. Accompanying senior brother Ning on this expedition felt more fortunate than discovering the ruins of Shura. Who could disagree? Next time, I must strive for the opportunity, even if it only allows me to carry luggage, one of them mused, as tears of frustration welled in their eyes. The other disciples looked on, filled with envy towards Wang Teng and the others. At that moment, Ning Bei became the focal point of the entire banquet. Humph, what is there to be so proud of? Qin Yu's eyes betrayed his jealousy. His already dismal mood worsened upon witnessing Ning Bei's prominence. Why must Ning Bei always be the center of attention while he languished in the shadows? He felt resentful. At this moment, Lin Yuya was also engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Each time she beheld Ning Bei's brilliance, it sparked memories of his past kindness towards her. Once, Ning Bei had been exemplary, devoted entirely to her. But now, he seemed indifferent, treating her with less regard than a stranger. What had caused this transformation? Just then, Qin Yu appeared in her line of sight. Yao, did you enjoy your meal tonight? He forced a congenial smile. His mood was abysmal, seeking solace in the young woman's presence. However, as Qin Yu approached, Lin Yueyao frowned slightly, as if detecting an indescribable scent. She suppressed her displeasure and retorted, "Didn't you say you would give me a surprise? Where is it?" Chapter 32. The two women's jealousy is spectacular. The Empress assertively declares her sovereignty. Ah, surprise. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. His already dismal spirits plummeted to an all-time low, a cruel twist of fate compounding his miseries. Despite the promise made to assist him in attaining the strength of the core formation realm, he found himself entangled in a situation where he lost not only his dignity, but also his allies. Even his master had vanished. In this moment, Qin Yu could not help but question whether he had been deceived by the soul entity. What does that expression mean? Lin Yueyao furrowed her brow even deeper, her suspicions rising. Is it possible that there was no surprise at all, and you were merely toying with me? It's not like that, Yueyao. How could I ever deceive you? Qin Yu, alarmed by her words, hastily defended himself. It's just that an unexpected incident occurred. Please believe me. I have never lied to you. Had never lied to me? Lin Yueyao scoffed coldly. At this point, she was reluctant to continue the conversation. He had once tricked her into believing that he had soiled himself, only for Ning Bei to present undeniable evidence. Moreover, that foul stench seemed to have left her with a psychological scar, as if she could smell it once more. Of course, how could I ever deceive you, Yueyao? Qin Yu retorted, thumping his chest. Although he had not received any comfort from Lin Yueyao, he did not wish to provoke her anger, for she was the most important person in his life. I have no expectations of your surprises. Lin Yueyao huffed, pointing ahead. You should go and clarify things with Qin Jiushi immediately, ensuring she keeps her distance from Ning Bei. That should be a reasonable request, right? Qin Yu followed her, only to see Ning Bei calling over Wang Teng and others. He then withdrew from toasting the elders and returned to Qin Jiushi's side, the two of them sitting closely together, sharing laughter and conversation. Hurry up and go, Lin Yueyao urged. Qin Yu momentarily faltered, feeling at a loss. After all, he had already advised his sister to steer clear of Ning Bei, yet he had been reprimanded for it. Approaching her now would undoubtedly lead to further humiliation. However, he had misled Lin Yueyao by claiming he had yet to seek out Qin Jiushi, leaving him in a difficult predicament. Seeing that Qin Yu remained unmoved, Lin Yueyao's anger intensified. Are you mute? Did you not promise to help me? Do you wish for me to consider you a useless person as well? For heaven's sake. Must you keep pushing me? Upon hearing the word useless, Qin Yu's temper flared. It was one thing for others to insult him, but for Lin Yueyao to label him as such was intolerable. His voice, filled with ire, drew the attention of many. Lin Yueyao was taken aback. Do you dare to insult me? Facing the intense gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu, belatedly realizing the situation, quickly smiled apologetically. No, Yueyao, I merely wish to make you see reason. Ning Bei has already stated he does not want you. Do not humiliate yourself further by seeking reconciliation. What gives you the right to instruct me? Lin Yueyao, now infuriated, retorted. Who are you, a mere servant, to speak to me like that? If it were not for you, would I have found myself in this predicament with Ning Bei? All of this is still because of you. Leave me. I do not wish to see you again. You. Qin Yu felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Leave. However, Lin Yueyao was deaf to his pleas, her voice rising in a hysterical outburst, unleashing all her grievances from the past few days upon Qin Yu. Qin Yu attempted to articulate a response, but was abruptly interrupted by Yun Qing. As a mere servant, what qualifications do you have to attend this banquet and create such a ruckus? Elder Yun. It was Yu Yao who sent me here. Qin Yu stammered in a flustered defense, his face burning with embarrassment. Yet, circumstances had changed. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yu Yao dismantled his defense. I did not summon him. He insisted on coming here with his tail between his legs. Her words elicited a chorus of laughter. I wondered why it smelled a bit foul. It turns out the king of filth has arrived. Ha ha. The king of filth lacks any self-awareness, sitting here all alone as a servant. By the way, why isn't Lin Yu Yao defending him today? Wasn't she always protective of him before? Perhaps she feels discontented seeing Senior Ning become more accomplished after leaving her. While the king of filth continues to be a source of ridicule, the respect many held for Ning Bei contrasted sharply with the loud laughter aimed at Qin Yu. Despite Qin Yu being the target of mockery, Lin Yu Yao was not spared either, faced with the derision. She wished for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole. After all, the truth is a sharp blade. Every association with Qin Yu left her feeling humiliated. While her time with Ning Bei made her the envy of the entire academy. Qin Yu, you should leave. Yun Qing, feeling for her goddaughter, scolded Qin Yu. Qin Yu cast one last glance at Lin Yu Yao before he could only flee, his head hung low. This night was destined to become a nightmare. Meanwhile, not far away, Ning Bei observed the scene with a cold smile. Have they already fallen apart? It seems that the only way for the white moonlight to remain untainted is through death. What did you say? Qin Jiujiu turned her head, gazing at Ning Bei. Ning Bei shook his head with a smile, saying, I remarked that they are too loud, arguing without regard for the occasion. Family troubles should not be aired publicly. Ha. Family troubles. Qin Jiujiu could not help but chuckle, her laughter ringing like silver bells. How can you be so unfazed? They included you in their quarrel. No need to bother. Ning Bei laughed nonchalantly, adding, I no longer have any ties with her. She can quarrel with Qin Yu as she pleases. As long as she does not repulse me, I am indifferent to her antics. But what if she seeks you out later? Ning Bei paused slightly. Then, he feigned seriousness, fixing an intense gaze upon Qin Jiujiu's eyes. What is it? Qin Jiujiu felt flustered under his gaze, biting her lip. If she truly comes to irritate me, it must be due to your ill-fated words, Ning Bei said deliberately. Thus you must take responsibility. Qin Jiujiu pouted in grievance, innocently asking, how am I supposed to take responsibility? I shall not concern myself with it. After all, you bear the responsibility. Alas, I merely voiced my thoughts. Are you not bullying me? Qin Jiuxiu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully struck Ning Bei with her delicate hand. It was a gentle tap, hardly forceful. To the onlookers, this scene appeared not as a couple engaged in flirtation, but rather as a clandestine affair. A covert exchange of glances. How infuriating. Lin Yueyao stood up in indignation. Witnessing the previous exchange, she felt a wave of jealousy wash over her. Yueyao, what are you doing? Yin Qing inquired, astonished. I am going to confront Ning Bei. With that, Lin Yueyao strode forward decisively. Ning Bei was undoubtedly her fiancé. Yet that woman, Qin Jiuxiu, displayed no sense of shame whatsoever. How could she brazenly pursue another's betrothed? How shameless. Oh dear, she is truly coming over. Qin Jiuxiu looked at Ning Bei nervously. Ning Bei smirked slightly. Remember, you must take responsibility. Qin Jiuxiu hesitated, at a loss, for she had no experience in such matters. In the next moment, Lin Yueyao stood before Ning Bei, glancing at Qin Jiuxiu before saying, Ning Bei, step outside for a moment. I wish to speak with you. Her actions attracted the attention of many curious onlookers. Jiuxiu? Ning Bei ignored Lin Yueyao and instead nudged Qin Jiuxiu's shoulder, clearly signaling her to step forward. Qin Jiuxiu, already feeling guilty, now found herself flustered under the intense gaze of the crowd. However, Ning Bei's blatant disregard seemed to leave her no room for retreat. Thus, Qin Jiuxiu could only take a deep breath and muster her courage to say to Lin Yueyao, if you have something to say, just say it here. At this, Lin Yueyao's chest heaved with anger, yet she did not wish to appear overly fierce in front of Ning Bei, so she suppressed her rage and replied, I need to discuss our matters with Ning Bei. It is not your place to interfere, is it? Jiuxiu. Ning Bei nudged the young woman again. I understand. Qin Jiuxiu, thoroughly embarrassed, cast a resentful glance at Ning Bei before bravely stating, I am determined to oversee this matter today. By what right do you presume to dictate? Lin Yueyao nearly lost her composure. Yet, the subsequent words shattered her restraint. Qin Jiuxiu intertwined her arm with Ning Bei's. Her face flushed as she declared, simply because I am his woman. Lin Yueyao? The crowd? Chapter 33. The Empress snatches a man. And the fiancé regrets her choices. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The previously silent onlookers could not help but exclaim, "What the heck?" Cough, cough. Ningbei found himself choking on his own saliva. Although he intended to drag Qin Jiujio into the fray, he had not anticipated that beneath her shy and reserved exterior lay a heart ready to unleash a bombshell. Truly, as a reincarnated empress. Her words were nothing short of astonishing. Lin Yuyao, taken aback, stumbled back to the edge of the table, her voice trembling with anger as she demanded, "Say that again, if you dare." Qin Jiujio momentarily averted her gaze, but in the next instant, summoned her courage and softly implored Ningbei, "Say something." Ningbei cough, cough. Ningbei stifled a laugh, placing a hand on her delicate shoulder while addressing the stunned Lin Yuyao. "Indeed, we have a child." "Ah, no. We have already pledged ourselves to one another." With this declaration, the atmosphere erupted into fervor. They had admitted it, the facade was gone. My investment in their relationship over these past days was not in vain. They had long since made their vows. I was truly moved. Senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin, a match made in heaven, had finally come together. Very well, when they wed, I shall present Qin Yu's head as a gift. The crowd erupted in cheers, their laughter ringing out like thunder. Their excitement upon confirming the relationship between Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio was palpable, even more exhilarating than if they had found partners of their own. "Take me away." Qin Jiujio, blushing, could not lift her head, clutching Ning Bei's hand. The raucous cheers surrounding her made her wish to sink into the ground. Such ostentatious display of affection was unbearably embarrassing. No. Lin Yuyao shook her head repeatedly, unwilling to accept the reality. This must be false, especially when recalling Ning Bei's unwavering promises to her in the past. In the next moment, she rushed to Ning Bei, declaring, "Ning Bei, do not deceive yourself. I know you are still angry, but I have publicly apologized now. Can you be reasonable?" In her perspective, her willingness to approach Ning Bei was already an apology. Yet, Ning Bei's refusal to relent, instead pushing Qin Jiujio forward, was merely childish behavior. In truth, had this been the old Ning Bei, he would have undoubtedly felt a sense of warmth from Lin Yuyao's actions. Unfortunately, Ning Bei was no longer the same. He scoffed coldly and bluntly retorted, "The one who needs to be rational is you. Lin Yuyao, we are no longer connected. Please do not seek me out again, as I fear it may lead to misunderstandings for Jiujio." As he finished, Ning Bei wrapped his arm around Qin Jiujio's shoulder, speaking softly, "Shall we go?" Qin Jiujio had long desired to escape. Under the scrutiny of all eyes, the two departed in an affectionate manner, regardless of Lin Yuyao's calls and threats. Ning Bei appeared oblivious, showing no sign of lingering affection for the past. Even after they left, the atmosphere remained charged, and the discussions only intensified. In the past, to humiliate Brother Ning for the sake of that wretched king, you now wish to reconcile? Do you truly believe we would indulge you as we once did? Abandoning Brother Ning, you have chosen to fawn over a useless fool. Lin Yuyao, you deserve every bit of this. At this moment, Lin Yuyao felt as if the sky had collapsed. Faced with the crowd's scornful jeers, she remained unmoved, as if her consciousness had plunged into a suffocating abyss of despair. Ning Bei, has he truly forsaken this relationship? The Ning Bei who once doted on her and was ever at her beck and call. Has he really changed his heart? Time passed unmeasured. It was only when Lin Yuyao suddenly regained her senses that she looked around in panic. "Godmother, how did I end up here?" "Silly child, you came back with me." Yin Qing sighed, observing the girl's helpless demeanor, and offered comfort. "I understand the night has dealt you a heavy blow. Come, rest well. I must go and clarify matters with Ning Bei, but he has left with Qin Jiujing. Do you truly believe he will listen to you?" In the small courtyard, Ning Bei escorted Qin Jiujing back to her residence, still draping his arm around her fragrant shoulder. "I hadn't anticipated you to be so generous." "Huh." Qin Jiujing was taken aback. Once she grasped Ning Bei's implication, a rosy hue swiftly adorned her neck, and she defensively retorted, "Don't misunderstand. I merely wished to help you free yourself from her entanglements. I meant nothing else." I know you are only trying to help me make her give up," Ning Bei replied with a gentle smile. Yet in his heart, he was as clear as day, sensing the girl's burgeoning feelings that she struggled to conceal. It appeared even the reincarnated emperor could succumb to the whims of love. "No, it is my exceptional charm that has you unable to let go. Do you still not realize?" Qin Jiujing cast a glance at the hand resting on her shoulder, playfully scolding him. "Oh, my apologies." Ning Bei feigned ignorance and quickly withdrew his fragrant hand. Qin Jiujing bit her lip lightly, walking toward the house while saying, "Umph. Who asked for your apology? You were so terrible just now." In response, Ningbei followed her into the room. "How was I terrible? Have you forgotten so soon?" Qin Jiujing sat down, her gaze filled with reproach as she shot Ningbei a sidelong glance. "It was your conflict with her. Yet you pushed me out to take the brunt." "Haha," Ningbei chuckled, closing the door behind him and sitting beside the girl. "Isn't this what we agreed upon? You were to help me, yet you cannot keep bumping into me endlessly." Qin Jiujing lamented. Just moments ago, Lin Yueyao would utter a word, and Ningbei would nudge her, leaving her no time to think. It was in that moment of urgency that she blurted out such unprecedented words. Whenever she recalled that statement, she felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in. The unfolding of events diverged further from her original expectations. "Then allow me to apologize. I shall refrain from urging you in the future. Do you still wish to have a future together? Then, how do you suggest I make amends?" Ningbei inquired earnestly. Qin Jiujio's gaze darted about before she playfully chided Ningbei. "You are nothing but a scoundrel. I see through you now." Haha. Faced with such an endearing reproach, Ningbei couldn't help but chuckle. "Still laughing? No, no more laughter." Ningbei hastily suppressed his breath, waving his hands repeatedly. Bang bang. Just as the two were deepening their bond, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Ningbei, feeling disgruntled, went to open the door. Qin Jiujio furrowed her brow slightly, dissipating the blush on her cheeks. "Ningbei, I have something to discuss with you." The visitor, Jiang Ji, was a newly appointed inner door elder who typically had little interaction with Ningbei. Even this evening, he had not exchanged a single word with him. Thus, upon his arrival, Ningbei expressed curiosity. "Elder Jiang, is there something you need?" Jiang Ji replied blandly, "So? You two are together now?" Ningbei turned to meet Qin Jiujio's gaze, offering a polite smile. "Yes, what of it? You both should part ways for the time being," Jiang Ji commanded directly. Ningbei raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused. "You both are the chief disciples. The academy has high hopes for you. Becoming entangled in romantic sentiments so early could jeopardize the academy's future." Just as Qin Jiujio was about to speak, she was interrupted by Ningbei, who stared intently at Jiang Ji. "Is this the academy's stance?" "No, it is my personal opinion." Ningbei's lips twitched, and he inwardly questioned the system. "Is this person also a child of fortune?" "System? No." "Good." A cold smile crept onto Ningbei's face. Observing this, Jiang Ji displayed a look of satisfaction. "If you can agree, it would demonstrate your wisdom." Slap. Before Jiang Ji could finish, Ningbei abruptly struck him. "Am I giving you face?" Chapter 34. The Empress declares, "My man." A fierce guardian ready to annihilate the academy? Jiang Ji was momentarily stunned, as if struck by a slap. It took him a full 2 seconds to realize the situation, covering his face in shock. His eyes wide with fury. "How dare you strike an elder? I specifically aim to strike you." Before he could finish his sentence, Ningbei delivered another kick. Bang! Jiang Ji could hardly believe that a mere disciple would dare to strike him twice. When Ningbei's foot connected with his chest, he was sent hurtling backward. "Ningbei, do not act impulsively," Qin Jiujio urged, not out of fear for Jiang Ji's potential injuries, but rather concerned about Ningbei facing punishment. Given that Jiang Ji was a newly appointed inner sect elder, disrespecting authority was a grave offense. "I am quite composed," Ningbei replied, brushing aside the girl's attempts to dissuade him, striding up to Jiang Ji and coldly commanding, "Retract your words." Gazing at Ningbei's imposing demeanor, Qin Jiujio was momentarily entranced, swallowing back the words on the tip of her tongue. "Is this because of me?" Meanwhile, Jiang Ji, having just risen from the ground, seethed with humiliation and rage. "This is outrageous. A disciple dares to lay hands on an elder. Ningbei, no matter your prodigious talent, you have violated the academy's regulations this time. I can eradicate you on the spot." Boom! As he spoke, a surge of late-stage core formation power erupted from his being. Though his cultivation level was not exceedingly high, at his age, such an achievement was remarkable. His promotion to inner sect elder stemmed from genuine skill, and he could not tolerate being humiliated by a disciple. "Eradicate me? I welcome it." Ningbei's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. Just as he had been worried about leaving Jiang Ji with any chance of survival, an opportunity had now presented itself. Boom! Ningbei no longer concealed his strength, instantly unleashing his own late-stage core formation prowess. With the vigorous yang energy coursing through him, his aura soared, surpassing the enraged Jiang Ji in an instant. "What?" Jiang Ji's expression turned incredulous. Although he was aware of Ningbei's extraordinary talent, How could someone so young reach late-stage core formation? This was utterly unreasonable. At that moment, Qin Jiujio, who had been about to reveal her trump card, halted her incantation, gazing at Ning Bei in astonishment. Just days ago, they had shared the spirit spring, both advancing to mid-stage core formation together. Now, his rapid progress left her utterly flabbergasted. In both past and present, she had never witnessed such a chosen talent. Bang! With a decisive stomp, Ningbei shattered the ground beneath him, and in the next instant, he shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow. This is bad. Jiangxi's pupils constricted, sensing the imminent danger. The speed was too swift. Before he could react, a fierce gust from Ningbei's punch shattered his defenses and struck him with ferocity. Ah! Jiangxi let out a horrific scream. The body soared like a kite severed from its string, blood gushing from his mouth, tracing an elegant arc in the air. Such a fierce clash inevitably captured the attention of the banquet attendees. What is happening? Why is Elder Jiang flying over while spitting blood? Could it be that someone has learned of our gathering tonight and seeks to invade the academy? No. That is, Brother Ning? A gasp swept through the crowd upon seeing the pursuer. At that moment, Jiang struggled to rise from the ground and exclaimed to the onlookers, Ningbei shows no respect for his elders and has attacked me. Quickly, assist me in safeguarding our domain. What? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Their faces a canvas of shock. The term disrespectful towards elders was worlds apart from Ningbei's established persona. It simply did not align. You, a worthless wretch, dare to claim the title of my elder? In the next instant, Ningbei caught up, and before Jiang could unleash his arcane abilities, he stomped down hard on Jiang's protruding ankle. A crack rang out. A collective gasp filled the air as Ningbei seized Jiang's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Stop. At this moment, the elders regained their composure and urgently interjected, Ningbei, do not act impulsively. What has transpired? Brother Ning, please, do not be rash. Otherwise, even if you are innocent, you may appear guilty, Wang Tung and others implored in alarm. To brutally assault an elder was an abomination in any faction. Yet, Ningbei merely responded with an air of indifference. Allow me to eliminate him first, and then I shall recount the events to you. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and concern. Witnessing Ningbei's maniacal demeanor, Jiang felt a surge of fear. Ningbei, please, calm yourself. I merely suggested. Perhaps my words were too direct, but that stems from my straightforward nature. I have never targeted anyone, including you and Qin Jiujio. Haha, your demeanor is quite diplomatic now. Ningbei laughed heartily in response. As one faces death, their words grow meek. With one hand gripping Jiang's neck and the other gathering a visible surge of power, the murderous intent no longer needed to be concealed. How dare someone devoid of fortune and lacking a fate of reversal provoke him? Thus, he would kill. Stop. The elders sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to intervene. However, Ningbei denied them the opportunity, raising a fist brimming with power and striking Jiang's face, which was marked by terror and regret. Boom. Before the astonished eyes of all, Jiang's head exploded into a mist of blood. In that instant, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence. Jiang was an esteemed elder of the inner sect, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the core formation. How could he be slain by a mere teenager? The crowd gazed at Ningbei, their eyes betraying an ineffable astonishment. Even the elders' expressions mingled with a hint of dread. This young man must not be left unchecked. Otherwise, they too could face dire consequences in the future. In the next moment, a stern elder of the disciplinary committee forcibly suppressed his astonishment and spoke heavily. Ningbei, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Before Ningbei could utter a word, Qin Jiujio, who had remained silent until now, calmly approached Ningbei's side and, facing the astonished expressions of the crowd, declared, my man has committed no wrongdoing. Though it was merely a straightforward statement, for reasons unbeknownst to them, the elders felt an inexplicable sense of oppression and threat. Ningbei looked at the young girl before him and smiled. He understood that Qin Jiujio's words signified her unwavering commitment to protect him at all costs, even if it meant waging war against the entire academy. Moreover, it indicated that he had fully entered the depths of her heart, becoming an irreplaceable presence in her life. What nonsense are you spouting now? The disciplinary elder turned to Qin Jiujio, frowning as he said, he publicly killed an inter-sect elder and challenged the academy's regulations. Do you not comprehend the severity of this situation? Withdraw at once. However, Qin Jiujio remained unfazed. She began to rummage through various talismans, formations, and spiritual treasures, preparing to obliterate the surroundings. At that moment, a long sigh resonated through the air. It was the esteemed elder Wu Yu. Do you two chief disciples truly intend to turn the academy upside down? It is the esteemed elder, we greet you, master. The elders and disciples, upon witnessing this, hurriedly bowed to the venerable figure. Ning Bei, suppressing his imposing demeanor, lamented to the elder in the void, "Old man, I am wronged." The crowd. Wu Yu. Chapter 35. The joys of love and the pitfalls of misfortune. A chilling autumn breeze swept through the venue, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. The elders, as they gazed upon Ning Bei, could not suppress the twitching of their lips. "Silence yourself." Wu Yu's face darkened as he momentarily lost his words. "The ritualist, Ning Bei, has publicly slain Jiang Ji," one of the disciplinary elders remarked. "We were unable to intervene. We beseech you to take charge." Casting a glance at the headless corpse on the ground, Wu Yu shifted his gaze back to the composed yet intimidating Ning Bei. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "Follow me." Yes. Ning Bei had just begun to move when he was halted by Qin Jiu, who whispered, "Do not worry. We can fight them all together." "Calm down," Ning Bei replied with a gentle smile, patting her hand to convey restraint. He had faith in her abilities. After all, she was the reincarnation of a great emperor, likely possessing hidden strengths for dire situations. Yet, for now, he believed he could still manage the situation. Watching Ning Bei's figure soar into the air, Qin Jiu bit her lip, ultimately deciding to heed his judgment. "Jiu, you're being foolish." Several elders approached her, expressing their concern. "Ning Bei has committed a grave error. Aligning yourself with him will only result in shared punishment." Many among them had held high hopes for Qin Jiu, especially before Ning Bei's rise to prominence, considering her as the foremost disciple. Yet, faced with their well-meaning warnings, Qin Jiu remained unfazed. Her sole focus was on Ning Bei. Anyone who opposed him was her adversary. At that moment, two figures arrived at the scene, Lin Yu and Qin Yu. Upon hearing of Ning Bei's actions against an intersect elder, Qin Yu could hardly contain his eagerness to share the news with Lin Yu, who immediately rushed over upon hearing it. Ning Bei has been taken by the ritualist? Panic surged within Lin Yu at this revelation. Conversely, Qin Yu reveled in the unfolding drama. To publicly slay an intersect elder is to utterly disregard the Academy's regulations. With even the ritualist involved, I doubt Ning Bei will escape unscathed. He may be stripped of his powers and expelled from the Academy. A glimmer of malice flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. After all, it was evident to all that failure to impose severe consequences on Ning Bei would undermine the Academy's authority. "What are you gloating about?" Lin Yu frowned, her irritation palpable. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then forced to smile. "Yu, how can you still be concerned for him after all he has done to you?" Lin Yu's lips parted in silence, her displeasure directed at Qin Yu. At this juncture, Qin Yu dropped the pretense and stated, "Yes, I am indeed reveling in his misfortune, but am I wrong? Ning Bei brought this upon himself. Look at you. Yu, you were once the center of admiration. If it were not for Ning Bei conspiring with others against you, would we have been subjected to such ridicule? Please, cease your words." Lin Yu clenched her teeth, unwilling to hear more. Her thoughts were in turmoil. Why shouldn't I speak? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu became displeased, raising his voice to declare, "Today, I shall speak, and I shall speak loudly. Ning Bei is merely reaping what he has sown. With a modicum of talent, he has become arrogant and dismissive. And now, how audacious of him to publicly slay an elder. He possesses talent, indeed, but does he understand the principles of respecting his teachers and valuing the path of cultivation?" Qin Yu intentionally raised his voice, striving for all to hear, as if this would cleanse the humiliation he felt due to Ning Bei's actions. "What do you, a mere fool, have to say?" he exclaimed. "What a disgrace that the matters concerning Senior Ning and Elder Jiang remain unresolved, yet you revel in this chaos." Wang Ting and Zhao Ming, upon hearing this, were filled with righteous indignation and rebuked him. "What, do you intend to strike me?" At that moment, Qin Yu bore a shameless countenance. "Would you dare to strike me in front of so many elders? I am merely voicing the grievances of the deceased elder. Have I committed any wrongdoing?" Wang Ting and the others were so infuriated that their teeth ground together. However, given that the situation was still unresolved and many elders were present, they found it difficult to retort without offending them. Observing this, Qin Yu grew increasingly arrogant, declaring, "A bunch of brutish fools. Let me enlighten you. Regardless of how brilliant one may have been in the past, only those who reach the end are deemed victors. Victory is not merely achieved through bravado. It is earned by respecting our elders who guide our cultivation. Do you comprehend this? Witnessing Qin use arrogance, Wang Teng and his companions seethed with frustration. Under normal circumstances, they would have swiftly taught this servant a lesson. However, Qin Yu now cloaked his words in the pretense of righteousness derived from the elders. Should they act, they would undoubtedly offend those in attendance. Moreover, with the outcome still uncertain, they were at a loss for how to proceed. A bunch of opportunists, Qin Yu scoffed, crossing his arms. The age-old principle of an eye for an eye remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Ningbei stood respectfully before Wu Yu, recounting the events without embellishment, as was his manner. You wished for me to separate from Qin Jiushi, and upon my refusal, he threatened to annihilate you? Wu Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized Ningbei's eyes. Ningbei replied with conviction, Elder, every word I speak is as uttered by Jiangji himself. I swear upon the heavens. Wu Yu fell silent. From the subtle nuances in Ningbei's expression and aura, it was evident that he bore no signs of deceit. Yet, he refrained from questioning the potential for misinterpretation, for Ningbei had no obligation to confess. Regardless, Jiangji had indeed made those statements. After a brief pause, Wu Yu stroked his silver beard and spoke gravely. Though you possess exceptional talent and are the chief disciple with numerous accomplishments, do you understand the gravity of publicly slaying an intersect elder? This is a matter of utmost seriousness for the Academy. Indeed, I understand. Yet, knowing this, why do you not show mercy? Ningbei knelt on one knee, asserting, if you insist on an explanation, I am willing to forfeit my cultivation and be expelled from the Academy. Humph. Wu Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Do you think I would fall for your ploy of self-sacrifice? No. Ningbei shook his head and inquired of the system in his mind. If I were to abandon my cultivation, would it stop me? The system replied, 100% will be stopped. As Wu Yue continued to scrutinize Ningbei, attempting to see through his tricks, he suddenly raised a hand, gathering power, and without hesitation, struck towards his own dantian. Wah! Wu Yue was taken aback, quickly intervening to halt Ningbei, exclaiming in alarm, You little rascal! What do you intend to do? Old man, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Even if I were to abandon my cultivation today, I would have no regrets, Ningbei declared, lifting his reddened gaze. If Jujia believes in me, then as a man, how can I tolerate the existence of an enemy who seeks to sow discord between us? I do not regret my actions tonight, nor do I wish for you to face difficulty. I can sever my own cultivation. You, observing the earnestness in Ningbei's expression, which bore no semblance to jest, Wu Yue hesitated to test him further. This was not a mere ploy, rather, it was the courageous resolve of a young man deeply committed to his affections, willing to challenge worldly constraints for love. Ningbei's profound sense of loyalty, coupled with his extraordinary talent, rendered Wu Yue unable to resist. Any other would have succumbed to the same sentiment. In the next moment, Wu Yue stated directly, Do not attempt to charm me with such rhetoric. Merely answer one question, and I shall spare you. What question? Your cultivation. Why has it progressed so rapidly? Wu Yue, possessing considerable experience, asked earnestly, With your current rate of growth, there has never been anyone like you across the entire Zhongshuan continent. What has prompted this sudden enlightenment? Old man, to speak frankly, I am a reincarnated emperor. Wu Yue? Before long, when Ningbei and Wu Yue returned, the once boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. What happened? Qin Yu stood stunned, witnessing the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, a stark contrast to his expectations. Meanwhile, Wang Teng and others, harboring a pent-up frustration, seemed to see a glimmer of hope for relief and eagerly rushed forward to inquire. Senior Brother Ning, what is the situation? Dare I ask the esteemed ritual master how this matter shall be resolved? The elders were equally curious. After glancing at Ningbei, Wu Yue spoke with authority. I have thoroughly investigated this matter. It is entirely Jiangji Zhou's own fault. Ningbei is blameless. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Finally, we can take action. At that moment, Wang Teng and the others were on the verge of tears from excitement. Ningbei felt a surge of emotion, initially believing they wished to embrace him, but the next moment, they all rushed towards Qin Yu instead. Chapter 36. The villainous empress walks hand in hand, and the fiancé drops pearls of tears. Qin Yu was utterly stunned. The severity of their attack could leave him crippled on the spot. In his desperation, he turned to Lin Yueyao for assistance, only to realize she had abandoned him to seek out Ningbei. Left with no other recourse, Qin Yu implored the elders. Elderly, look at them. They're coming to beat me. Elder Zhao, please say something. At that moment, the assembly of elders feigned ignorance and turned their backs in unison. After all, they had witnessed Qin Yu's arrogance firsthand, and now Wang Ting and his companions were merely seeking to avenge Ning Bei. Who would dare intervene? Ning Bei had brazenly slain an inner-sect elder without facing any repercussions, instead receiving open favoritism and protection from the festival master. As fellow elders, how could they not fear Ning Bei's reprisal? In simpler terms, who among the wise would risk offending a promising genius and the powerful festival master over a mere servant disciple? King of shit, your end is nigh. Wang Tung was the first to charge forward, delivering a brutal kick to Qin Yu's chest. Uffed. Instantly, Qin Yu spat blood, his complexion turning ashen. Wait. Before he could finish his plea for mercy, Zhao Ming and the others arrived as promised. Unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. The one who endures until the end is the true victor. How dare you preach to us? Keep talking back if you have the guts. Faced with the relentless barrage, Qin Yu's arrogance evaporated, leaving him to flee like a stray dog, howling in despair. The elders, seemingly oblivious to his plight, approached Wu Yue with solemnity, inquiring about the conflict between Ning Bei and Jiang Ji. Upon learning the details, their expressions shifted dramatically. If that were indeed the case, Ning Bei was blameless. I always said Ning Bei had a kind heart. How could he strike an elder? It must have been Jiang Ji who provoked him regarding the matter of Qin Jiujiu. As the saying goes, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to break a marriage. Jiang Ji deserved his fate. Observing the elders' fickle faces, Wu Yue felt a pang of frustration but refrained from reprimanding them. He turned his aged eyes toward the tall figure, murmuring, "The emperor reincarnates. May the heavens bless Wu Tian. After 30 years of humiliation, redemption may finally be within reach." Meanwhile, Ning Bei approached Qin Jiujiu, who anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. "Everything is under control. It's all taken care of." Seeing Ning Bei's confident demeanor, Qin Jiujiu returned a radiant smile. "What did the festival master say to you? Why were you not punished? Why do you wish to see me punished?" Ning Bei replied with a teasing smile. Qin Jiujiu was momentarily taken aback, then pouted with a hint of reproach. "You know that's not what I meant. Haha." Ning Bei ceased his playful banter. Lowering his voice, "I promised the festival master I would secure first place in the competition among the 3 great academies. The so-called 3 esteemed academies refer to the Wu Tian Academy, Qi Tian Academy, and the Yu Academy within the Great Yu Dynasty. Although the Wu Tian Academy is regarded by the masses as the coveted sanctuary for cultivation, where countless young aspirants vie to enter, in reality, it occupies the lowest tier among the 3. For instance, in the martial arts competition held every 3 years, the Wu Tian Academy has suffered defeat for 10 consecutive times, overshadowed by the other 2 academies for a staggering 30 years. Moreover, following each competition, the foremost prodigy of Wu Tian Academy is invariably lured away by the Dayu Academy's enticing offers, without exception. This is hardly surprising, as the Dayu Academy is a royal institution, predominantly composed of disciples from noble bloodlines and esteemed families, boasting an unparalleled depth of heritage. Even the somewhat lesser Qi Tian Academy, situated in the fertile lands of Lingzhe, nurtures its disciples with the essence of heaven and earth, rendering them considerably stronger than those of Wu Tian Academy. It can be said that the disciples from the other 2 academies generally regard the Wu Tian Academy, a place of aspiration for ordinary individuals, with disdain. Qin Jiuxiu, in a moment of realization, nodded thoughtfully. "It is no wonder that the dean has shown leniency towards you. Since he assumed control of the Wu Tian Academy, he has seemingly endured a loss of face within the grand institution, harboring decades of humiliation in his heart. Losing is not the most critical aspect. The most significant issue is, those elite disciples he once held in high hopes have ultimately departed for brighter futures." Ning Bei expressed his sentiments, acknowledging this as the heartache he could not untangle, pledging to the dean that he would never abandon the Wu Tian Academy. Gazing at Ning Bei's resolute countenance, Qin Jiuxiu smiled gracefully, assuring him, "I will accompany you in fulfilling this promise." She held no interest in the Qi Tian Academy or the Dayu Academy. Otherwise, she possessed sufficient strength to enter either of those institutions for cultivation from the outset. Ning Bei smiled and nodded. "I will escort you back." Qin Jiuxiu replied softly, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, Ning Bei had also committed to assisting Wu Yu, but that was a proposal he had initiated, intending to contribute some celestial-level techniques to enhance the Academy's foundation. This suggestion would instill greater trust in Wu Yu regarding his words. However, Ning Bei did not intend to seek Qin Jiushu's assistance, for at that moment, within the divine mirror, a soul adorned with treasures was being detained. It was the ancient soul that held the key to extraction. Ning Bei. Just then, Lin Yueyao appeared ahead. Upon seeing her, Ning Bei's handsome features revealed a hint of resistance. Why are you here again? Your beloved Bai Yue Guang is being pursued. Shouldn't you assist him? Ning Bei's words rendered Lin Yueyao speechless. She was no fool and could easily discern the sarcasm in his tone, especially since she had abandoned Ning Bei for Qin Yu. In retrospect, she felt an indescribable sense of regret. Forget her. Let us go, Qin Jiushu interjected, linking her arm with Ning Bei's, feigning intimacy. After all, she had already sacrificed so much to help Ning Bei extricate himself from Lin Yueyao. A simple gesture of holding hands was of little consequence. As she watched the two depart, Lin Yueyao stood frozen in place. The person who should have been by Ning Bei's side was indeed her, yet in reality, she could not utter a single word of protest. The stark contrast left her feeling hollow, akin to having lost something of great significance. More precisely, this sensation emerged when she compelled Ning Bei to kneel and apologize to Qin Yu, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. In the past, she had resolutely stood by Qin Yu's side, undeterred by the whispers of those around her, even believing herself to be the sole beacon of clarity amidst a sea of drunken folly. Yet, after witnessing Ning Bei's remarkable charm repeatedly, her conviction began to waver. The thought of Qin Yu's humiliation, especially when he disregarded her counsel and stubbornly provoked the ire of the masses, leading to his current predicament of being assailed by a throng, filled her with a sense of distaste rather than the empathy she once would have felt. At this moment, Lin Yueyao's heart was in turmoil, so much so that she could not discern when her confusion had first taken root. Upon returning to her residence, Ning Bei finally had the opportunity to retrieve the spirit mirror and properly instruct the soul entity. What do you intend to do? The visible fear emanating from the soul entity was palpable, a lingering shadow of the forced refinement it had endured at Ning Bei's hands still haunting its consciousness. With a smirk, Ning Bei remarked, "Surely, you do not wish for your essence to be scattered?" Chapter 37. The villain turns the tables, and the protagonist loses both his lady and his soldiers. Before long, various celestial-level techniques and precious elixirs had already found their way into Ning Bei's possession. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Is this all there is? The soul entity pondered, questioning its very existence. Was this not sufficient? A plethora of celestial-level profound arts, each worth its weight in gold, alongside exquisite elixir recipes, any one of which, if placed in an auction house, would guarantee a lifetime of comfort and ease. Yet, it was not enough. Far from it. Ning Bei shook his head. What exactly do you desire? The soul entity inquired, genuinely fearful. It sensed that the youth before it was not merely a mere child in his teens, but rather an unfathomable demon. I demand everything you possess. What? The soul entity's expression shifted in shock, its voice tinged with despair. I truly have nothing of value left to offer. Then farewell. Wait. You previously stated that if I cooperated, you wouldn't kill me? I was deceiving you, silly fool. Ning Bei replied with a smile, shaking his head. With the realization that the entity could no longer yield any value, he ceased further conversation and directly utilized the divine mirror to refine it. Upon completing the refinement of the soul entity, a glimmer of radiant light surfaced upon the mirror's surface. Instantly, the formerly dilapidated mirror appeared new and brilliantly resplendent. Ning Bei's face lit up with surprise. Earlier, the system had informed him that the divine mirror not only possessed storage capabilities, but also the ability to imprison soul entities and refine materials. Unfortunately, it had been sealed for far too long and required a catalyst to activate. To his astonishment, the catalyst turned out to be the very soul entity itself, a delightful surprise indeed. Although the divine mirror had not yet regained its peak state, its original level was impressive, and he surmised that it could refine items of considerable caliber. With this thought in mind, Ning Bei cast a sword into the mirror, and indeed, the next moment, the divine mirror commenced the refinement of the weapon. Remarkable, Ning Bei exclaimed in delight, when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, detected that Qin Yu has escaped the academy and is destined to encounter an opportunity. Please suppress him to drain his heavenly luck. As he absorbed the system's transmitted information, Ning Bei raised an eyebrow. Truly, he was a child of fortune. Despite his deliberate avoidance of the heavenly path's interference, allowing Wang Teng and others to act freely, he had inadvertently triggered an opportunity. Very well, I possess the counterattack system. Your fortune shall serve my purpose. Ningbei scoffed softly. The system deems it necessary to remind the host not to underestimate the situation. Given the nature of this opportunity, it is evidently aimed at the host. The host should avoid personal involvement to prevent exposing themselves. Rest assured, this will be quite straightforward, Ningbei replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, battered and bruised, crawled out of the latrine of the Wu Tian Academy. It was not that he lacked ambition, but rather that Wang Teng and his cohorts had dealt him merciless blows, truly striving to beat him to death. Wu Tian Academy. I shall remember this grudge, Qin Yu vowed through gritted teeth, silently promising. In 30 years, the tides will turn. Do not underestimate a young man in poverty. Whoosh. A shadow clad in black suddenly emerged, startling Qin Yu to the point of losing control. Come on, if you don't mind the mess, continue striking me. The figure in black furrowed his brow. Are you a disciple of the Wu Tian Academy? He asked, his voice pitched unnaturally high. Huh? Qin Yu regained his composure and tentatively inquired. Who are you? You need not concern yourself with my identity. The figure scrutinized Qin Yu, as if perceiving an opportunity. What you must know is that I am here to investigate the Wu Tian Academy. If you assist me, I can offer you unexpected rewards. Rewards? Qin Yu regarded him with skepticism. In the next instant, a gathering yuan pill fell before him, instantly robbing him of his emotional restraint. What? Is this a gathering yuan pill? His excitement was not unfounded. A single gathering yuan pill could propel him to a higher realm. Observing Qin Yu's reaction, the figure in black appeared pleased. What is this? A mere gathering yuan pill has rendered you so uncomposed? If you truly assist me, you may find yourself overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression shifted. Senior, what exactly are you investigating? The chief disciple of the Wu Tian Academy, Ning Bei. Qin Yu hesitated momentarily, then cautiously asked, do you have a grudge against him? No grudge, but I wish to uncover everything about him. Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Yu divulged all he knew about Ning Bei. From his discovery of the Shura ruins to his ruthless slaughter of elders and his formidable prowess at the late stage of Foundation establishment. He possesses late-stage Foundation establishment power. The figure in black seemed taken aback, muttering, it appears the Wu Tian Academy has stumbled upon a treasure. A fleeting glint of malice flashed in the figure's eyes. Indeed, otherwise how could he have slain an inner sect elder? Qin Yu exclaimed, Senior, if you harbor animosity towards him, I suggest you eliminate him swiftly. After all, if he can kill an elder and remain unscathed, it indicates that the Wu Tian Academy is his stronghold. Once he grows stronger, he could pose a significant threat to you. The figure in black spoke meaningfully. It seems you have a grudge against him? I'm being seen through, Qin Yu candidly admitted. What is your name? Replying to Senior, my name is Qin Yu. Qin Yu, a fine name. The figure in black chuckled, tossing another 3 gathering yuan pills. Wow. Seeing this, Qin Yu's grin nearly reached his ears. Thank you, Senior. 4 gathering yuan pills. This was a treatment even inner sect disciples would envy. Sufficient for him to directly reach the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, these pills were a reward for revealing information about Ning Bei, adding to his sense of triumph. Was this not a form of vengeance? Do not thank me. This is merely your due reward. The figure in black seized the moment to tempt him further. If you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, then I can bestow upon you another primordial harmony pill. A primordial harmony pill? Qin Yu was instantly rendered speechless. Senior speaks truly? I am willing to follow you. The primordial harmony pill was a genuine high-grade elixir, far more precious than the gathering yuan pill, especially since he already sought to escape the Wu Tian Academy. At this moment, Qin Yu truly felt that his hardships had finally borne fruit. Ning Bei, when we meet again, I shall make you regret your past actions, haha. Yet, the next instant, he heard the cloaked figure say, No, you misunderstand. I want you to remain at the Wu Tian Academy as my informant. What? Qin Yu's smile abruptly ceased. An informant? Is that not a traitor? You are unwilling? Qin Yu hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely deciding. No, I am willing. I would gladly traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames for you, esteemed senior. Haha, the cloaked figure was quite pleased, tossing a mixed yuan pill into the air. Upon receiving the pill, Qin Yu nearly burst into tears. He had never imagined that he would one day be granted such an opportunity. The beating he endured today was worth it. As for the guilt of being an informant, It vanished in an instant. After all, in his eyes, it was the Wu Tian Academy that had wronged him first, thus he bore no guilt for his betrayal. Esteemed senior, I wish to refine the pill now. Qin Yu was somewhat impatient. The cloaked figure stood by, observing, and did not intervene until he sensed someone approaching. The cloaked figure paused momentarily. If it were that monstrous chief, perhaps he could eliminate him directly here, but it seemed that many had arrived. To avoid causing too much commotion, he had no choice but to conceal himself for the time being. Esteemed senior? Qin Yu looked up, somewhat perplexed. However, he did not dwell on it. He arranged 1 mixed yuan pill and 4 gathering yuan pills in a row before him. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, my chance to defy fate has arrived. Which pill should I start with? It shall be you, gathering yuan pill. Just as Qin Yu reached out his hand, several figures suddenly leaped out from the side. P.S. right here. Look, isn't that the mixed yuan pill and gathering yuan pills that Senior Ning lost? Wang Teng and the others focused their gaze, their anger igniting like a wildfire. Damn you, you despicable thief. How dare you steal Senior Ning's pills? Qin Yu. Chapter 38. The villain unleashes dark secrets that could ruin the protagonist's family. Isn't that so? Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. This was clearly a reward he had just received. How had it turned into something that Ningbei had lost? Wasn't this just bullying the honest? And they still dared to deny it? Hit him. Wang Teng and the others wasted no time, rushing forward to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Qin Yu curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. Stop, please don't hit me. I truly didn't steal anything. You, a mere servant, didn't steal? Then where did you obtain the gathering yuan dan and the mixed yuan dan? Qin Yu was left speechless. He could hardly confess that these benefits were acquired through betrayal of the academy, for that would entail more than just a beating. In that moment, Qin Yu could only hope that the cloaked figure would step forward to teach this group of ruffians a lesson. However, the figure had no intention of revealing themselves, leaving behind a vial of healing medicine before turning to depart. Let us see how stubborn you are. Today, we won't stop until you admit it. Please. Stop hitting me, I'll confess. Is that not enough? No, you must also recount the details of your theft. Qin Yu. In the core area of the academy, Ning Xixiao, Qin Yu has admitted to stealing the elixirs. Wang Teng presented his spoils, adding, he claimed he snuck into your room during the banquet and found them under the bed. He said that? Ningbei looked surprised. Zhao Ming chimed in, yes. At first he wouldn't admit it, and we kept beating him until he finally described the incident in his own words. Ning Bei couldn't help but chuckle. What a case of coercion for a confession. He could even imagine Qin Yu, while fabricating the story, being so beaten down that he had lost his temper, simply wishing to conclude the ordeal as quickly as possible. This child of fortune would likely have a sleepless night ahead. In the end, Ningbei only accepted the mixed yuan dan, returning the 4 gathering yuan dan to Wang Teng and Zhao Ming. Ning Xixiang, what is this? The two exchanged puzzled glances. Ningbei replied calmly, the martial competition among the 3 academies is approaching. Your families might come to watch. So refine the gathering yuan dan and strive for an excellent performance at the great martial event. This? Wang Ting and Zhao Ming looked at each other, both astonished. The gathering yuan dan was exceptionally precious. Ning Xixiao, you should keep it for yourself, they urged. Although the great martial event is near, you are the hope of our academy. How could we seize your resources at such a critical time? The two were taken aback and repeatedly declined. Enough. Ningbei interrupted their flattery, saying, if you truly wish to repay me, then perform well at the great martial event. If anyone dares to stand on ceremony with me again, there will be no brotherhood in the future. Ning Xixiang, the words the two intended to say faltered on their lips. Their eyes instantly grew misty. Although they too were inner disciples, in comparison to Ningbei, they felt like mere fledglings. Now, being addressed as brothers by Ningbei moved them deeply. This kindness was far too significant. I apologize, Brother Ning. When you were taken away by the ceremonial wine bearer, we, out of fear of the elders, failed to stand up for you. In the next moment, Wang Teng and Zhao Ming bowed their heads in guilt, filled with self-reproach. Stop. No one is allowed to utter such words again, Ningbei declared solemnly. You have already done enough, and I do not wish for you to offend certain formidable individuals due to my current strength. Remember, the courage of a common man and the compassion of a woman are grave taboos for cultivators. Do you understand? Understood. The two replied through gritted teeth. All right. Go rest now. Yes, Brother Ning, we shall take our leave. After a respectful bow, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming turned to depart. As they walked, their hearts remained tumultuous. Wang Teng sighed. Brother Ning truly regards us as his own brothers. Indeed, Zhao Ming nodded in agreement. Although we are inner disciples, we have never partaken of the gathering yuan pill, not even during the critical juncture of the great martial exam. We owe Brother Ning far too much. Wang Ting patted his shoulder. From now on, let us train diligently and strive to become individuals of worth to Brother Ning. Inside the room. After refining the mixed yuan pill, Ningbei felt an ever-increasing surge of yang energy within him. Yet he did not manage to break through the shackles of his current realm. He was not surprised by this. The chasm between the foundation establishment and the nascent soul stages is one that ordinary individuals struggle to surpass in an entire lifetime. How could a single pill accomplish such a feat? Otherwise, wouldn't the elders who have been stuck at the pinnacle of foundation establishment for decades be fools? At this moment, Ningbei was less concerned with ascending in rank than with completely winning over Qin Jiujio. He could already sense the profound affection emanating from the young woman, yet it appeared that her previous life's experiences had instilled some reservations within her. Thus, to shatter this barrier, Ningbei needed to find an opportune moment to inspire Qin Jiujio to open her heart entirely to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, after healing from his injuries, Qin Yu returned to his dwelling, dragging his battered body. Why is it always I who suffers while Ningbei receives adoration? He gazed at the unattainable beams of the ceiling, clenching his fists in frustration. He refused to accept it. Clearly, Qin Jiujio is his sister, yet she stood by Ningbei. Undeniably, Lin Yuyao viewed him as her ideal. Yet still could not forget Ningbei. Clearly, all advantages lay with him, yet victory always favored Ningbei. Why did the wheels of fate never turn in his favor? After a long while, Qin Yu reached a conclusion. Ningbei was simply too fortunate. Luck cannot follow you for a lifetime, can it? A flicker of malice flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Remembering the appearance of the black-clad figures that night, he felt a glimmer of hope. A mysterious force would soon aid him in eliminating Ningbei, as long as he did not give up. I, Qin Yu, am certainly not a mere creature of the pond. As the autumn winds howled and leaves fluttered to the ground, cloaking the earth in a golden shroud, the group, after a long journey, finally arrived at the capital of Dayu to participate in the triannual Grand Martial Assembly. Gazing at the familiar city gates, Wu Yu felt a mix of emotions and turned to Ningbei, saying, with your current strength, you would have been a contender for the championship in previous years. There is no need to feel overly pressured. Old man, do not burden yourself too heavily, Ningbei replied with a smile. This time, watch how I avenge you. Do not underestimate your opponents, Wu Yu admonished. Yet, despite his words, the look in his aged eyes towards Ningbei was increasingly filled with kindness and admiration. Such youthful arrogance. And yet you feign nonchalance even before the battle has commenced. Qin Yu scoffed from the rear of the group. Lin Yueyao turned to him. Her brow furrowed. Why do you always harbor animosity towards Ningbei? Where is your evidence? Qin Yu vehemently denied, adding, Yueyao, he has ignored you throughout this journey. Why do you defend him? I do not require your concern. Lin Yueyao hesitated, losing patience with Qin Yu. Are you certain your parents will attend the great martial arts competition? Of course. We reside in the neighboring Yunqian. What parents would miss witnessing their daughter's martial prowess? Lin Yuyao found herself unable to refute this claim. With a daughter as exceptional as Qin Jiujin, it was only natural for any parent to wish to observe their child's splendid performance in the great martial arts competition. Her own parents might very well attend as well. In the next moment, a mix of anticipation and anxiety gripped Lin Yueyao. Will they truly intervene in Qin Jiujin's relationship with Ningbei? Rest assured, Qin Yu assured her. Patting his chest, when my parents selected a suitor for Jiujin, they envisioned someone of princely stature. It was only her descent that led her to the Martial Heaven Academy. Otherwise, she would have cultivated at the Great Yu Academy. If they discover Jiujin has traveled so far to the Martial Heaven Academy only to end up with a young master from a lesser family. At this point, Qin Yu chuckled to himself. What do you think would happen? My parents would undoubtedly resort to severing ties to compel her to part ways with Ningbei. Yet, Ningbei is also quite remarkable. Qin Yu's expression faltered, stubbornly insisting. He cannot compare to a prince. Moreover, he is bound by a betrothal to you. Given my parents' disposition, they would never tolerate such a situation. Though Lin Yueyao felt some doubt, it was overshadowed by hope. I hope you are reliable this time. Otherwise, I shall never speak to you again. Qin Yu hastily offered a sheepish smile in assurance, for he knew his parents well. Meanwhile, although Ningbei walked ahead, he had already gleaned Qin Yu's intentions through the system and, as a result, triggered a startling revelation. Congratulations, host. Due to the imminent arrival of Qin Yu's parents, It has been detected that his lineage derives from his mother and a family servant, not his biological father. Ningbei? Chapter 39. Deceiving the protagonist with blood tests, leading to his utter ruin. The household servant, a once mighty being now wounded, had lost his memory and found refuge with the Qin family, but has since departed this realm. Rest assured, dear host, there are no signs of the mighty father appearing. And according to the system's investigation, he poses no threat to you. Upon receiving this information from the system, Ning Bei felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Goodness, this is utterly sensational. The mother of a distinguished child of destiny could be seduced by a mere servant? This seems to align perfectly with the protagonist's aura of serendipity, where fortuitous encounters abound. The powerful biological father is yet another hidden thread. Alas, what a plight for his father. Ning Bei couldn't help but chuckle. Once again, I must remind you not to worry, for you have already seized control of the rhythm of your life. Enough, my dear. I am not worried, Ning Bei interjected with a smile. As a competent antagonist, he would not allow concerns for others to sway him, especially when the child of destiny enjoyed the protection of fate. No matter how powerful one might be, I would dare to challenge even the emperor. Now that he learned that Qin Yu was born of his mother's infidelity, with his father blissfully unaware, a plan quietly began to take root in Ning Bei's mind. Qin Yu, prepare for your downfall. Qin Jiujio turned her delicate head. Ning Bei. What are you laughing about? Nothing much, Ning Bei replied, regaining his composure, and casually asked, by the way, Jiujio, what is your relationship like with your adoptive parents? Qin Jiujio was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she confided in Ning Bei, revealing that she had rejected the prestigious DU Academy to avoid being controlled, opting instead for the farther Wutian Academy. After all, her previous focus had been solely on her cultivation, leaving no room for romantic concerns. Upon hearing this, Ning Bei expressed, I never would have guessed that they adopted you merely as a means to ascend the social ladder. Jiujio, you have suffered. Qin Jiujio hesitated, a warm current flowing through her heart. Although she could not ascertain whether that was the sole reason for her adoption, recent experiences indeed suggested that her adoptive parents viewed her as a valuable asset. With her beauty and talent, it was no surprise that she attracted the attention of those of noble birth. During their conversation, the group arrived at the designated accommodation for the participating academies. Ning Bei and the other disciples entered the hall first, while the servant disciples retrieved various materials to assist the elders in setting up the barrier. Shortly thereafter, Wu also visited the emperor and signed in for the Wu Tian Academy. Having completed their tasks, Qin Yu eagerly sought out Lin Yuyao. Yu, would you accompany me to find my parents? Why should I go? They are your parents, not mine. Lin Yuyao refused. At this point, she had lost interest in Qin Yu. Were it not for her hopes that Qin Yu's parents would separate Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio, she would have no desire to engage with him further. But the city is vast, and searching alone would take too long, Qin Yu persisted. Having an extra person would be beneficial. Don't you want me to find my parents quickly so that Jiujio can part ways with Ning Bei? Fine, I suppose. Under the persuasion of Qin Yu, Lin Yuyao ultimately relented. Each time she observed Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio engaging in lively conversation, her heart ached profoundly, and she found herself dreaming of their separation. In her eyes, the reason Ning Bei was unwilling to reconcile with her was largely due to Qin Jiujio. After all, which man could remain devoted when surrounded by such a stunning woman? Thus, she firmly believed that if she could just make Qin Jiujio leave Ning Bei, it wouldn't be long before Ning Bei returned to her side. Before long, a knock resounded at Ning Bei's door, and Wang Teng rushed in, exclaiming, Senior brother Ning. Trouble is brewing. Senior sister Qin's parents have arrived. Finally, the moment had come. A smirk curled upon Ning Bei's lips. In the next instant, he beckoned Wang Teng closer and whispered a few instructions. Wang Teng's expression shifted. All right, leave it to me. At that moment, the grand hall was already filled with elders and disciples. Is Qin Yu truly senior sister Qin's brother? Goodness, he is rather unseemly. Surely, senior sister Qin cannot be his biological sister? Gasps of astonishment filled the air as murmurs arose. Before Qin Jiujio stood a middle-aged couple. Her adoptive father Qin Hao and adoptive mother Yuan Yuan. Yuan, still possessing undeniable charm, had a figure that was both ample and alluring, yet her face, adorned with a sharp and caustic expression, now bore a frown. Jiujio, are you truly involved with someone named Ning Bei? When your brother informed us, we could hardly believe it. How could you not discuss such a significant matter with us, your parents? Qin Hao echoed her reproach. Could you refrain from meddling in my affairs? Qin Jiujio replied, fatigued by the confrontation. She never anticipated that Qin Yu would summon her adoptive parents to exert pressure on her, entirely disregarding the appropriateness of the situation and making her uncomfortable. Yet, Qin Yu showed no remorse and interjected, "Jiao, it matters not that you refuse to acknowledge me as your brother. But how could you speak to your parents in such a manner? They only wish for your well-being. Be quiet," Qin Jiao retorted sharply. In that moment, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her gaze towards Qin Yu. How could one be so brazenly shameless? "Jiao, how can you address your brother like that?" The couple immediately expressed their displeasure. As the argument escalated, the elders attempted to intervene but were at a loss as to which side to support. After all, even the most impartial of judges find domestic disputes challenging to resolve. At that juncture, Ning Bei seized the opportunity to appear, asking, "Jiao, what has transpired?" Before Qin Jiao could respond, Lin Yueyao excitedly interjected, "Ning Bei, they are Qin Jiao's parents, and they disapprove of your relationship with her." "Ah, so you are Ning Bei?" In an instant, Yuan and Qin Hao's gazes fell upon Ning Bei. Before he could feign politeness, Yuan erupted with fury. "What have you done to my daughter? Ning Bei? How could she forsake the young prince to be with someone like you?" Qin Hao pointed at Ning Bei and declared, "From now on, keep your distance from Jiao. We will never consent to her being with you. Why do you blame Ning Bei? It is my own decision." Qin Jiao was about to defend Ning Bei when he was halted by Ning Bei's gesture. He scrutinized the couple before him. "Are you Qin Yu's parents?" "Obviously, they are indeed his biological parents." Qin Yu, seizing the opportunity to gloat, remarked, "Ning Bei, I have always said you are unworthy of my sister. Look at the predicament you have caused her. Your lack of self-awareness has embarrassed Jiao in public." He warned, "I advise you to stay away from my daughter." Yuan, pointing at Ning Bei, retorted in a shrill voice, "I do not care if you are the top disciple of Wu Tian Academy or anyone else. You are not worthy of my daughter. She is destined to marry a genius like the young prince. Do you understand? You already have a betrothal. Why must you bring misfortune upon my daughter?" Qin Hao, equally enraged, added, "Jiao, you two should know better. Are you unaware of his engagement? Our Qin family upholds a virtuous tradition. How could you possibly develop feelings for a man who is already promised to another?" Qin Jiao was at a loss for words in her anger. While she could endure such a situation for herself, she could not bear to see Ning Bei being blamed as well. Lin Yueyao seized the moment, saying, "Ning Bei, let us reconcile. She does not belong to you, and her parents will never agree to this." Ning Bei cast a glance at Lin Yueyao. But there was no time to engage in a debate. He promptly continued with his plan, declaring, "Wait a moment. Qin Yu, you are deliberately seeking trouble by pretending these people are your parents, aren't you?" Ning Bei suddenly turned to Qin Yu and coldly remarked, "Huh." Hearing this, Qin Yu was infuriated to the point of laughter. "Ning Bei, they all say you are clever. How come I have never noticed? What a ridiculous assertion you have concocted. What, are you afraid of losing face and trying to divert the topic?" Qin Jiao tugged at Ning Bei, subtly indicating that they were indeed real. "Ning Bei, they are truly Qin Yu's biological parents." Lin Yueyao stepped forward, insisting, "You need to wake up. You and Qin Jiao have no future. Shut your mouth." Ning Bei could no longer contain his frustration, shouting at Lin Yueyao. Before she could respond, he turned his attention back to Qin Hao and Qin Yu. "If you claim to be father and son, how can you prove it?" "Prove it? Have you lost your mind, Ning Bei? How else can we prove it?" Qin Yu replied with a twitch of his lips, "Shall I show you a blood test?" "Very well." Ning Bei chuckled. "You." Realizing that Ning Bei was willing to take him up on the challenge, Qin Yu was incensed, but in the next moment, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. "All right then. If we truly are father and son, what will you do? What do you expect me to do? If we are indeed father and son, you must leave Jiao. Do you dare to wager?" Qin Yu immediately provoked. Chapter 40. The failure of blood recognition, the protagonist's heartache of losing a father's love. What is there to fear? Ning Bei nearly laughed out loud, suppressing his mirth as he declared, "A gentleman's word is his bond." The crowd was instantly rendered speechless. No one anticipated that Ning Bei would dare respond to such an obvious provocation. Ning Bei chuckled, believing he would need to exert considerable effort to reveal the truth. He was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Yu perform as consistently as ever, providing him with an unexpected assist. Unaware of what was about to transpire, Qin Yu burst into laughter and exclaimed to the assembly. Everyone heard him. "This is what Ning Bei himself has asserted. Next, we shall conduct a blood test for kinship. If we are indeed father and son, he must sever all ties with Jiao. I implore the elders and fellow disciples to witness this." Fearing that Ning Bei might retract his words, Qin Yu hastily involved everyone present. Now, Ningbei could not back out. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. Brother Ning is being foolish. This is clearly a tactic of provocation. How could he possibly agree? While they may not resemble each other much, Qin Yu bore a slight resemblance to his mother, making it evident they were indeed family. Due to Ningbei's good rapport with the crowd, concern began to ripple through them. Ningbei accepted the wager outright, and thus, they would be unable to intervene on his behalf. Meanwhile, Qin Jiuzhou's heart raced as she attempted to convey the truth to Ningbei, only to be silenced by his gentle squeeze of her hand, accompanied by a resonant whisper, "Trust me, Jiuzhou." Ningbei? Qin Jiuzhou stood frozen, her large, fluttering eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and intrigue directed at Ningbei. No, this cannot be. Just then, Yuan rushed forward to intervene. "Mother, what are you doing? Don't jeopardize this." Qin Yu urgently tried to restrain her. "No, this cannot happen." Yuan exclaimed, her heart racing. "We are already family. Why should we fall into the trap of self-verification? This will only lead to ridicule. Father, please pull mother away." Qin Yu implored, desperate for his father's assistance. After all, this was a rare opportunity to undermine Ning Bei and prevent his sister from associating with someone she despised. He could not afford to let it slip away. Qin Hao also grasped Yuan, urging, "My lady, that young man clearly will not relent until faced with the truth. Since he dares accept the wager, let us ensure he has no ground for rebuttal." Yet, Yuan hesitated, her heart racing. However, recalling a previous incident, she thought, surely, history cannot repeat itself so conveniently? With that thought, fearing her uncertainty might be exposed, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Let us proceed with the blood recognition. We shall leave him no room for argument." Thus, the process continued smoothly. Before long, Wang Tung brought forth a bowl of clear water, allowing Qin Hao and Qin Yu to make incisions on their fingers and drip their blood into the bowl before the assembly. Both acted without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Yueyao approached and said, "Ningbei, in truth, they are indeed Qin Yu's parents. Regardless of the outcome, you still have me." "I have no idea what you mean." Ningbei had long been enduring her presence and, at this moment, showed no restraint. "If you find it more comfortable elsewhere, then by all means, go there. I am utterly exasperated by your incessant wandering before me." Lin Yueyao was momentarily stunned by his outburst, feeling a mix of indignation and frustration as she stamped her foot. "Fine, you've said it yourself. Just don't blame me for not giving you a chance later." With that, she turned away in a huff. She never expected that Ning Bei could still be so foolish and immature at such a time. Nevertheless, she reassured herself that once the results were revealed, he would come to realize just how much she had invested in their relationship. With this thought, Lin Yueyao felt even more aggrieved. "Humph, if you don't sincerely apologize to me this time, I truly want to forgive you." She felt a newfound confidence, especially since Ning Bei had already promised to part ways with Qin Jiui. Once Qin Jiui no longer clung to Ning Bei, she was certain that with her allure, Ning Bei's focus would once again return to her. At that point, she would be far less forgiving. As the blood was about to merge, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to assert himself. "Ning Bei, a man must honor his word. There are so many witnesses here. I hope you want to become a deceitful jester." Ning Bei scoffed. "Some things are better left unsaid too early." Qin Yu crossed his arms, choosing to remain silent. To him, Ning Bei was merely a stubbornly defiant individual. Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Moments later, Wang Tung exclaimed, "Oh my, the blood has coagulated." "What? The blood has merged? How is that possible? It should have fused by now, unless there is no blood relation." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, with whispers erupting around them. How could this be? Qin Yu was equally bewildered. He quickly pushed through the throng to investigate, only to find that the two droplets of blood in the bowl had formed distinct clumps, showing no signs of merging. Suddenly, an intense gaze fell upon the father-son duo of Qin Hao. "Step aside." Faced with the fervent stares, Qin Hao lost his composure and hurried to inspect the situation. However, upon seeing the separate droplets, he nearly choked in disbelief. They had not merged. Unable to contain himself, Qin Hao looked at Yuan with questioning eyes. Yuan turned pale, too anxious to utter a word. Witnessing her distress, Qin Hao's anger flared, and he stormed over, demanding, "What on earth is happening? I need an explanation. Let us go outside to discuss this," Yuan said, feigning calm as she reached for Qin Hao's arm. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. You hit me?" Yuan clutched her stinging cheek, her eyes misted as she gazed at Qin Hao. Yet, At that moment, Qin Hao's heart held no pity as he pressed on with a fierce tone. Damn it, you better clarify this situation right now. Father, please calm down. Don't you dare touch me. As Qin Yu reached out to grasp his father's hand, he was unexpectedly flung aside by Qin Hao. A wave of numbness washed over Qin Yu. He could only turn to Yuan, inquiring, Mother, what is happening? Tears welled in his eyes. With the truth now laid bare, Yuan's earlier bravado crumbled. She cried out to Qin Hao, it was just once. I only slept with him once. I never intended for you to raise another son. I always believed that Yu was your child. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. Oh my, this news is astonishing. He has been raising another son for over a decade, and the daughter is also adopted. So he is left without heirs. Laughter erupted, especially when recalling the fervent declarations made by Qin Hao and Qin Yu moments ago, now replaced with confusion and rage. Shut up, just shut up, Qin Yu exclaimed, his face burning with humiliation as he stomped his feet in frustration. The laughter from the crowd grew louder in response. Qin Yu was at a loss for words, desperately trying to persuade his father to leave the scene. Yet, Qin Hao was oblivious to the mockery, glaring at Yuan and demanding, Tell me, who is that man? Head of the family, it's all in the past. Speak, Qin Hao shouted, his voice filled with desperation. Indeed, it was a truth no one could bear. It was Xiaoyun. Yuan finally revealed, her voice trembling. He was our family's servant. I don't know where he is now. We only slept together once. Truly, you must believe me. Xiaoyun. Qin Hao nearly choked in fury. Gasps echoed around as the crowd absorbed the shock. Qin Yu's biological father was a servant? This revelation was beyond belief. Silence. At that moment, Qin Yu felt on the brink of madness. He never anticipated that what was meant to undermine Ning Bei would instead turn into a trial of his own lineage. Moreover, alongside the derogatory title of scum, he now bore the even more disdainful label of bastard. Why must fate treat me so cruelly? Catching Qin Yu's gaze, Ning Bei frowned slightly. You dare to hold a grudge against me? Very well. Today I shall ensure your complete ruin. Upon receiving Ning Bei's glance, Wang Tung hurriedly approached with a bowl, exclaiming, my apologies. This bowl contains pure oil, and no blood can intermingle with it. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Pure oil? Ancient texts claim that placing pure oil in water prevents the blood of a biological father and son from mingling. Are you deliberately mocking me? In the next moment, Qin Yu snapped, his frustration boiling over. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter any longer. It appears to be a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that such a misconception would unveil the truth regarding Qin Yu's mother and her liaison with the servant. Qin Hao, you truly owe your gratitude to Ning Bei. Faced with the derision of those around him, Qin Yu hurriedly turned to Qin Hao, exclaiming, Father, let us clarify the facts. I am undoubtedly your son. Indeed. Yuan nodded fervently, kneeling before Qin Hao, imploring, Trust me, he has only been with me once. It is impossible for him to have conceived you in just one encounter. He must be your offspring. Such an absurd coincidence cannot exist in this world. Do you dare to speak further? Qin Hao brusquely pushed Yuan away, scolding her in displeasure. Nevertheless, he realized that he must ascertain his relationship with Qin Yu. For otherwise, it would indeed signify his line's extinction. To be prudent, he personally fetched the water, ensuring that no errors would occur. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu prepared for the blood test, he declared earnestly, Father, please forgive Mother this once. If I am not your son, I shall take my own life on the spot. Chapter 41. Passion and Commitment. Upon hearing those words, Qin Hao found it difficult to remain unmoved. Despite having endured betrayal, the existence of such a genuine son brought him a modicum of warmth and solace. Of course, this was contingent upon Qin Yu being his biological offspring. If Yu were not his own, Yuan, too, feigned despair, declaring that she could no longer bear to live. At that moment, Ning Bei interjected, I advise both of you to choose your words wisely. Otherwise, he may very well take your lives. And the Academy would not be able to intervene. Yuan's face flushed with anger, her composure nearly unraveling. Stop with the cold remarks. Qin Yu pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Bei, enraged. Do not forget our earlier agreement. As long as I am the true son of my father, you must leave Jujio. And if you are not, Ning Bei provocatively challenged, then I shall perish. Qin Yu was equally incensed by this taunt. Everyone heard that. He said it himself. Ning Bei mimicked Qin Yu's earlier demeanor and added, I also asked the elders and fellow disciples to bear witness. Qin Yu? Ning Shixiao, rest assured, I shall be fair and just. Wang Teng and Zhao Ming were the first to express their support, followed by others who relished the unfolding drama. Ning Bei. Qin Jiuzhou tugged at Ning Bei, eager to inquire further. Ning Bei, sensing her curiosity, chose to downplay the matter, saying, do not worry. Their appearances differ so greatly. I am confident they are not biological father and son. Qin Jiuzhou hesitated, ultimately refraining from further comment. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Qin Hao and Qin Yu once again pricked their fingers to confirm their kinship. Yet moments later, a familiar scene unfolded once more. This time, the clear water was drawn directly by Qin Hao himself, devoid of any oil or the slightest possibility of misunderstanding. Wow, so the earlier revelation was indeed true? The realization spread, confirming their suspicions, and the mocking laughter that had briefly subsided erupted once more, even more fervently than before. No. This cannot be. Qin Yu felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. He shook his head vigorously, retreating step by step, while Qin Hao stood frozen, his body rigid with disbelief. Twice now, they had failed to unite. Master, please hear me out. Yuan's complexion had turned ashen, forcing out her final reserves of strength. I can still bear. I will give you another child. What if that one is not his either? Ningbei interjected. I'll bear your ancestors. At Ningbei's words, Qin Hao erupted in fury. No longer burdened by pity or hesitation, he kicked Yuan away with force. A mouthful of blood erupted from Yuan's lips. Mother? Qin Yu gasped in horror, immediately kneeling before Qin Hao. Father, grant her a chance. I will honor you as my true father from now on. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's forehead throbbed with veins, and he suppressed his fury as he glared at the son he had raised as his own, Qin Yu, and coldly remarked, why don't you just die? I ask you, why are you still alive? Ning Bei interjected, attempting to clarify. What he means is, you just promised that if you weren't his son, you would take your own life. Now that you aren't his son, why haven't you done it? Damn it, I don't need your explanations. At that moment, Qin Yu's composure shattered. He felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at Ning Bei. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd snickered, relishing the unfolding drama. Haha, senior brother Ning is too kind. Who says otherwise? At such a moment, would Qin Yu even understand what his father, the great fool, is implying? Qin Yu turned to Qin Hao, pleading, Father. A day of marriage equates to 100 days of kindness. Mother was in the wrong. Can you not consider our past affection and give her another chance? Though we share no blood, you must surely recognize what a good son I am. Qin Yu played the emotional card. However, his words only incited Qin Hao further. You, a bastard, still have the audacity to plead for her? I have long found it peculiar that, given my striking looks, I could father such a hideous creature like you. Now it is clear, my heart's burden is lifted. With a kick, Qin Hao dismissed Qin Yu mercilessly, declaring, from now on, you and she are no longer members of the Qin family. After saying this, he intended to depart. Staying here was futile. A man in such circumstances must learn to let go. Without a wife of 18, there are still maidens of 18, right? Qin Hao, stop right there. At that moment, Yuan rose from the ground, blood trickling from her lips. Are you seeking to tear apart our family? Tear apart our family? How dare you speak such words to me? Why shouldn't I speak them? I have apologized. What more do you want from us, mother and son? Is this your idea of an apology? Qin Hao's anger surged, leaving him questioning his existence. Yes, I admit that isn't your biological child, Yuan lamented, but childbirth is already so painful for a woman. Does it truly matter whether he is your flesh and blood? As long as he regards you as his true father, isn't that sufficient? Qin Hao was left breathless with rage. Father, please don't be angry. Qin Yu, alarmed, hastily intervened. Mother, perhaps you should hold your tongue. Now is not the time to provoke father. Come here, Yuan insisted, unfazed. If I could adopt a daughter with no blood relation, why shouldn't I adopt another son without blood ties? Since he has chosen to abandon us, we shall abandon him as well. Mother will find you a better stepfather. At that moment, Ning Bei laughed so hard that he nearly burst into pearls of laughter. I can hardly contain myself. This is simply unbelievable. Qin Hao could no longer suppress his murderous intent, his eyes reddening as he lunged toward Yuan. How truly despicable to bully an honest person. Yuan was taken aback. When faced with the specter of death, she was acutely aware of her predicament and promptly fled. Father, mother, please do not fight. Qin Yu hurriedly chased after her. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, laughter and merriment echoed. Ha ha ha, the Shit King's family is absolutely extraordinary. The mother is morally bankrupt, the father is a victim of injustice, and he himself is a bastard. Truly a family of oddities. Cough. But surely senior sister Qin cannot be counted among them? Someone, realizing their faux pas, cast a glance at Qin Jiujio. At this moment, Qin Jiujio was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She could not lift her head, let alone speak. After all, being associated with such a family would tarnish anyone's reputation. Fortunately, at that moment, Ningbei stood protectively in front of her, his voice resonant and firm. Today, everyone has witnessed that family has disbanded. From this day forth, Jiujio stands as an independent entity, if one must describe her status. She is the foremost of our academy. As he spoke, Ningbei's tone turned frigid. Should I ever hear anyone linking her to Qin Yu or that couple? It matters not whether you are an elder or a disciple, you will find no refuge here. I, Ningbei, am a man of my word. Cough. Does that include us? An elder inquired tentatively. Indeed, Ningbei replied, leaving no room for doubt. The elder was left speechless. Elder Ning's words hold no flaw. He is right. Those three are entirely different from senior sister Qin and should not be conflated. I disagree with the notion that senior sister Qin's sole identity is that of the academy's foremost. As human beings, we ought to possess at least a modicum of conscience. Spoke Wang Ting, suddenly taking an opposing stance. After eliciting astonished gazes from the crowd, he continued with a smile, given how well Elder Ning treats senior sister Qin. Should not her most significant identity be as Elder Ning's partner? Haha. Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere transformed into jubilant cheers. Sigh, they truly are. Ningbei glanced at Qin Jiujio, exasperated yet amused. At that moment, Qin Jiujio looked at Ningbei, her cheeks flushed and eyes glistening. Ningbei, thank you for being by my side. Let us refrain from such talk between us. Ningbei replied with a gentle smile. He then draped his arm over Qin Jiujio's shoulder, intending to lead her back to her chamber for rest. Just then, Lin Yuyao rushed forward, exclaiming, I did not anticipate things would turn out this way. What? Are you feeling sorry for Qin Yu? Ningbei scoffed. If so, go after him instead of wasting words with me. I do not pity him. Casting a glance at Ningbei's arm around Qin Jiujio, Lin Yuyao felt a pang of discomfort. What I meant to say was, earlier, I truly wanted to reconcile with you. Having no time to address Lin Yuyao earlier, Ningbei could no longer contain himself. Jiujio, please close your eyes. Oh, Qin Jiujio, perplexed, complied and shut her eyes. A sharp slap echoed in the air, followed by a terse remark, do not bother me again, or else. With that, Ningbei wrapped his arm around Qin Jiujio's delicate shoulders and sauntered away. Lin Yuyao, meanwhile, found herself crouched on the ground. Her fair hand pressed against her flushed cheek, momentarily lost in thought. Strangely, she felt her heart race just moments ago, as if awakened to a sensation she had never experienced before. Upon returning to the room, Ningbei nonchalantly locked the door behind him. Jiujio, consider this a blessing in disguise. You are finally liberated. Qin Jiujio nodded slightly, choosing not to respond. Her emotions were a tangled web. She felt no sorrow, yet joy eluded her smile. Are you not happy? Ningbei crouched beside her, gazing at the girl perched on the edge of the bed, his starry eyes radiating warmth. I am not, Qin Jiujio replied, biting her lip as she summoned a faint smile. I understand that you must be hurting inside, Ningbei remarked. Rising to his feet, regardless of how they have wronged you, they were your family, and with that family now shattered, you must feel lost. As if the world is steeped in solitude and despair. Faced with Ningbei's poignant words, Qin Jiujio pressed her lips together. Indeed, that was precisely how she felt. Just as she thought Ningbei had said enough, he continued, delivering a blow to her heart. Jiujio, I wish to give you a home. The unexpected confession sent Qin Jiujio into a fluster. Ningbei persisted, I recall you mentioned having obligations to fulfill. However, if they do not pertain to family, then I surmise they are fraught with peril and thorns. Yet, no matter how arduous the path ahead may be, I am willing to accompany you. Ningbei. At that moment, Qin Jiujio's heart raced, as if caught in a surreal dream. If you doubt my sincerity, I will swear an oath. Sensing the moment was ripe, Ningbei produced a life and death oath talisman exchanged from the store. No, there's no need, Qin Jiujio quickly interjected. Yet Ningbei was insistent. Jiujio, I want you to believe in my vow. I believe in you, Ningbei. That is enough. It is more than sufficient. Tears welled in Qin Jiujio's eyes as she shook her head. She held no doubt regarding her feelings, especially as Ning Bei was resolute in his oath. Her tears began to flow uncontrollably, filling her heart entirely with his presence. "Kiss me." In an unexpected turn, Qin Jiujio offered her lips, unwilling to let Ning Bei utter another oath. With no hesitation, Ning Bei captured her dampened, rosy lips, moistened by her tears. Gently, he kissed her, guiding her softly onto the bed. Moments later, as Ning Bei contemplated rising, Qin Jiujio, her cheeks flushed, insisted, "Continue." In the adjacent dwelling, there resides a disciple. Ning Bei yearned to continue, yet he must ensure that no one perceives the maiden's voice. This melody belongs solely to him. Suddenly, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Qin Jiujio unfurled a talisman inscribed with a barrier. "Tonight, it is but the two of us. No one can hear. No one can intrude, and no one can impede." Qin Jiujio tenderly encircled Ning Bei's neck, her glistening phoenix eyes shimmering with an uncontainable affection. "Jiujio." Ning Bei's heart raced, momentarily lost in a daze, until Qin Jiujio deliberately tore open her garment, revealing a tantalizing expanse of alabaster, and said, "Please indulge yourself." Chapter 42. The protagonist's tearful misjudgment, witnessing the female lead transform into a villainous sycophant as night fell. Qin Yu wandered the streets in a daze, having ultimately failed to catch up with his parents. He could only pray for his mother to escape from father's clutches. Cursed be Ning Bei. The mere thought of earlier events made Qin Yu clench his fists in anger. Had it not been for Ning Bei's assertion that he bore no resemblance to his father, he would not have undergone the blood test that revealed he was not his father's biological son, leading to the ruin of his family and his tragic descent into orphanhood. This enmity, Qin Yu would surely attribute to Ning Bei. He had no intention of returning to the Wutan Academy, for given his current circumstances, the only outcome would be mockery. Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid such a place. Aside from Lin Yueyao, there was nothing worthy of his nostalgia. Suddenly, a shadow clad in black appeared, dragging him into a secluded corner. "Senior?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Yu nearly wept with joy. "Your arrival is truly timely. I wish to leave with you." The figure in black replied calmly, "You cannot leave Wutan Academy yet." "What?" Qin Yu's expression faltered, and he began to express his grievances. "Senior, you have no idea what I have endured." Before he could finish, the figure interrupted, "I am aware. Your mother's affair with the family servant has been exposed. I know all of this. Then why send me back?" Qin Yu was further perplexed. Returning to Wutan Academy now would be tantamount to humiliation. "You must understand, a man must endure some disgrace," the figure in black stated, simultaneously producing several pills. "Moreover, we need you to remain at the academy to serve a purpose at a crucial moment. If you leave, you will be of no use to us." Gazing at the offered pills, Qin Yu fell silent. Indeed, if he abandoned Wutan Academy, he would be rendered utterly useless to the figure in black. After a moment, Qin Yu suddenly raised his head. "Senior, you must be from the Dayu Academy or Qitian Academy, correct? I merely wish to know whether your investigation into Ning Bei aims to eliminate him or to recruit him." Perceiving Qin Yu's intent, the figure placed the pills in his hand. "Rest assured, he has committed transgressions that cannot be overlooked. Even the divine cannot save him now. As long as you are willing to return, you will soon witness how he meets his demise." With a spark of realization, Qin Yu's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Senior, with your assurance, I can withstand those slanderous rumors." A laugh escaped him. The figure in black appeared satisfied before vanishing without a trace. Qin Yu then glanced at the pills in his hand, excitement coursing through him. Such generosity suggests a deeply rooted power behind this. "Ning Bei, your end is nigh for provoking such a figure." In that moment, Qin Yu envisioned the dawn of vengeance. He promptly sought an unoccupied spot to consume the pills and commence their refinement. Thanks to the remarkable effects of the pills, he swiftly advanced to the late stage of qi training. Gazing at the last two elixirs, Qin Yu's expression wavered. "If I refine these two pills, I should be able to reach the foundation establishment stage, right? But Yu Yao, she must be very disappointed in me now. Perhaps I should first find a way to cheer her up." In the face of cultivation and emotions, Qin Yu chose the latter. Of course, he harbored another scheme. If he could meet Lin Yuyao's parents during the grand martial event, given her character of gratitude and reciprocity, it was highly probable that the Lin family would bestow upon him additional cultivation resources as a token of appreciation. Thus, he would not only mend his relationship with Lin Yuyao, but also acquire more resources in return, Truly a case of killing two birds with one stone. What a profitable venture. At times, Qin Yu felt a swell of pride in his own cleverness. Absolutely brilliant. In the early morning, as Qin Yu strode confidently into the Martial Heaven Academy, a multitude of elders and disciples stood in stunned silence. The king of excrement has returned? How thick-skinned must Qin Yu be? I thought he would disappear. You all wouldn't understand, would you? Like mother, like son. Didn't you hear his mother's outrageous remarks yesterday? In the face of the anticipated ridicule, Qin Yu remained composed, releasing a subtle aura from within. Huh? How does the king of excrement possess late-stage chi refinement? No way. Is this real? How could he have suddenly improved? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Qin Yu reveled in their surprise, silently scoffing. A bunch of opportunistic fence-sitters. Is this little achievement enough to excite you? He vowed that one day, these people would regret their mockery and bow in submission. Under the gaze of all, Qin Yu calmly approached Lin Yuyao, maintaining his composure as he said, I apologize, Yuyao, for making you the subject of ridicule yesterday. It's not your fault. Lin Yuyao's lips moved slightly, momentarily at a loss for words, though she felt quite disappointed. What could she say in light of Qin Yu's tragic circumstances? He had become an orphan after all. In the next moment, Qin Yu produced 2 elixirs and declared, Yuyao, to express my apologies, these are specially prepared for you. Upon seeing the valuable elixirs, Lin Yuyao's expression turned to one of surprise. No, you should keep them for yourself. Yuyao, you must accept them, Qin Yu insisted, standing tall. As a man, it is my duty to shoulder my responsibilities. Even if my actions inadvertently caused you disappointment, it is still my fault. Therefore, Yuyao, if you refuse to accept my apology, I shall be utterly ashamed. Hearing Qin Yu's feigned profundity, the onlookers furrowed their brows, gritting their teeth. No way. Does this king of excrement even know what he is saying? The sun has come out, the rain has stopped, and now he thinks he can act like an orphan? Damn, I truly want to deal with him. Chuckling at the surrounding taunts, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, boldly addressing the crowd. What else can you do besides laugh? How many of you among this group have a cultivation level higher than mine? And just how much higher can you be? 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. The crowd murmured, Yueyao, if you do not accept my heartfelt intentions, they will only continue to mock me. Qin Yu pressed Lin Yueyao. Do you wish to see me subjected to their ridicule for an eternity? Very well, thank you. Lin Yueyao's expression was complex, yet she ultimately relented. Although her affection for Qin Yu had waned, one could not deny that he had played a role in bringing her parents back, which ultimately led to her becoming an orphan. Presently, she was being ridiculed for accepting his elixir, and she did not wish to appear overly vindictive. Yuyao, I assure you, you will witness a new version of me. Qin Yu could not help but put on an act. In his eyes, the girl accepting his elixir indicated that he still held a place in her heart. Furthermore, he was certain that Ning Bei's demise was imminent. Just the thought of it filled him with an indescribable excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueyao forced a smile and replied, I shall assist you in your success. I certainly will. Qin Yu beamed back. The girl who once regarded him as her moonlight seemed to be returning. Creak. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Ningbei opened the door and stepped out. Ningbei. Lin Yueyao rushed forward, cradling the elixir in her hands, smiling as she said, You must be exhausted from your training. I happen to have 2 elixirs. Take them to restore your energy. Qin Yu. Chapter 43. The icy empress transforms into a fan. The villain's charm is irresistible. Yuyao. Those are the pills I gifted you. Before Ning Bei could utter a word, Qin Yu couldn't contain himself any longer. He rushed forward, pointing at the 2 pills, his expression one of despair. He had hoped to use these 2 pills to make a significant breakthrough into the Foundation establishment realm. However, in an effort to please Lin Yuyao, he had painfully chosen to hold on to them. To his dismay, Lin Yuyao turned around and gifted the pills to his most detested rival, Ning Bei. Was this not a slap in the face? Moreover, there were so many people around to witness this humiliation. Look at the expression on the king of turds. It's as if he has lost a parent. Oh wait, he truly has. Haha, I could burst from laughter. Ning Shixiang's appearance is just perfect. King of turds. You ought to be more cautious. Even if Ning Shixiang no longer desires Lin Yuyao, she certainly does not belong to someone like you. In an instant, the crowd erupted in laughter. This dramatically amusing scene was indeed hard to endure. Just a moment ago, Qin Yu had been boasting, trying to win Lin Yuyao's favor with the pills, but the very next moment, Lin Yuyao had turned around to please Ning Bei instead. At that instant, they even felt a twinge of sympathy for Qin Yu. Such misplaced affections. The pills belonged to Qin Yu? As the laughter echoed around him, Ning Bei, upon learning the details, couldn't help but smirk coldly. How familiar, too familiar. Yes, Qin Yu had just attempted to assert his claim, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu Yao, who had already declared them as hers. Ning Bei, I speak only the truth. Yu Yao, how could you? Qin Yu was about to protest when Lin Yu Yao interrupted him again, questioning, did you not already give them to me? Do you wish to take them back? No. I never intended to take them back, Qin Yu hastily denied. Then that means I have the right to dispose of them. Lin Yu Yao huffed at Qin Yu, and then turned to Ning Bei with a softer tone. The grand martial arts competition is about to commence. I would like to gift you these 2 pills. Perhaps they may be of some assistance to you. Such worthless pills to assist me? What are you thinking? Lin Yu Yao? Ning Bei retorted without mercy. In the future, spare me from such trifles. With that, he turned and strode back to his room, locking the door behind him. Ning Bei. Lin Yu Yao wanted to say more, her lips pressed together in a pout. Yet she was left standing outside the door. Yu Yao, these pills are my heartfelt intention. How could you transfer my sentiment to Ning Bei? Qin Yu caught up, his feelings a tumultuous mix. This was indeed his genuine intention. In response, Lin Yu Yao tossed the pills back at him, declaring, take back your cheap sentiment. Do not send me such worthless pills again. Ning Bei does not even appreciate them. What? Qin Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, stunned and numb. He was not a fool. How could he not discern Lin Yu Yao's implication? She had given his heartfelt gesture to Ning Bei, only for Ning Bei to dismiss it and instead criticize the value of his sentiment. It is not Yu Yao. You cannot say that. Qin Yu wished to clarify the matter. However, Lin Yu Yao did not grant him the opportunity and turned to retreat to her room in a huff. Useless Qin Yu. The worthless elixir you gave me couldn't even exchange for a smile from Ning Bei. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, shunned and left outside, was subjected to an overwhelming tide of mockery. Shit King, you could just give me the elixir. I wouldn't mind. Haha, you were so arrogant just now. Don't forget, you are merely a servant. Dear brothers, please do not conflate the shit king with us ordinary servants, lest we truly suffer. In that moment, all traces of Qin Yu's earlier pride vanished, leaving him with nothing but resentment as he retreated into his room. Inside the chamber, Qin Jiujiu was about to sit up when Ning Bei embraced her delicate shoulders, saying, it's just a farce, Jiujiu, don't get up yet. Rest well. Qin Jiujiu bit her lip and cast him a charming glare. Where was your compassion before? Now you care for me? I thought you were a reincarnated emperor, supposed to be formidable. Ning Bei rubbed the young girl's fragrant shoulders, offering a wry smile. While the two were lost in tender moments, Qin Jiujiu finally let go of her inhibitions and revealed her greatest secret, her reincarnation. How annoying! Qin Jiujiu's cheeks flushed red. She longed to ask Ning Bei, do you truly not know how formidable the divine sun technique is? Why are you still shy? Gazing at the girl's rosy cheeks, Ning Bei found himself increasingly enchanted, unable to resist gently cupping her exquisitely crafted face. Such beauty, he claimed for himself. How delightful! Yet, Qin Jiujiu made no protest, allowing the man before her to possess her with his domineering affection. Ning Bei, hug me. All right. Ning Bei wrapped his arms around her waist, contemplating. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would never have guessed you were a reincarnated emperor. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiujiu fluttered her long eyelashes. I possess memories of my past life, but in both my past and this life, apart from you, I have not taken a partner. Oh? In your past life, you were also alone? Ning Bei feigned ignorance. Yes, Qin Jiujiu proudly lifted her chin, seemingly conveying to Ning Bei that her pure heart was solely devoted to him across lifetimes. Ning Bei planted a kiss on her beautiful forehead. So am I. What about afterwards? Qin Jiujiu inquired with her sparkling eyes. What do you think? Qin Jiujiu's expression shifted, and the next moment, she suddenly leaned in and kissed Ning Bei. You are a bad person. The martial arts arena buzzed with excitement. Were it not for special passages, it would be quite difficult for people from various academies to enter the venue. May the three festival hosts take the stage. On the platform, an elder from the Dayu Academy served as the host, using a sound transmission stone to amplify his voice throughout the vast assembly. The scale of the gathering was truly awe-inspiring. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, three venerable elders gradually made their appearance. They were Weihua, the esteemed head of Wutian Academy, Yu Tong, the revered head of Dayu Academy, and Xianyang, the distinguished head of Qitian Academy. Following each elder were the elders from their respective academies and the competing inner disciples. As for the outer disciples and miscellaneous staff, they were, of course, unworthy of the stage and were currently seated in slightly better positions than the ordinary ones. 3 years have passed, and I trust you all have been well, began Yutong, his gaze shifting between Wu Yue and Ziyunyang. Brother Yu, we were just drinking together a few days ago. Ziyunyang laughed heartily, directing his attention towards Wu Yue. Yet, dear brother Wu Yue, it has been 3 years since we last met. Have you refrained from seeking us out for a drink due to the embarrassment of being at the bottom for 10 consecutive tournaments? At these words, Yutong could not help but chuckle. Oh, your words are quite pointed indeed. In response to the banter of the two, Wu Yue was equally unyielding. This time, whoever does not secure the first place is not worthy of being considered a true offspring of their mother. Yutong and Ziyunyang were momentarily taken aback. On the other side, while the heads were exchanging pleasantries, the competitors were also busy sizing up their opponents, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. For the Grand Martial Arts Tournament represented a splendid opportunity for them to make their names known. Some even went so far as to provoke the participants from other academies, particularly targeting the perpetually underperforming Wutian Academy, which was subjected to particular scrutiny. Every time you compete, you finish last. I fail to understand why you even bother to participate. Withdrawing would be far less disgraceful. Haha, perhaps if one of them performs well, they might be recruited by our Dayu Academy. Our Qitian Academy has no interest. Faced with the taunts and jeers from the two major academies, there was no need for Ning Bei and Qin Jiushi to speak, as Wang Tong and others had already launched into a barrage of insults. Their words were crude and laced with venom. The disciples of Dayu Academy and Qitian Academy had never encountered such a verbal onslaught. While some playful banter was expected, the vitriol escalated to outright foul language, with terms like bastard and illegitimate child being thrown around. It was nothing short of personal attacks. Moreover, Wang Tong and his group seemed to wield such insults with alarming proficiency, as if they had undergone specialized training. Let us move on. There's no point in stooping to their level. They eventually retreated, their faces burning with shame. Only Qin Yu in the audience felt his countenance darken. Though he knew he was not the target of the insults, he felt nonetheless affronted. As the customary introductions were drawing to a close, a young man suddenly strode directly towards Ning Bei. Upon arrival, he looked down from his height and stated, "So you are Ning Bei? And you are?" "I am Yuxing," he replied with a smile, patting Ning Bei on the chest. "Remember my name, for someone has instructed me to. End your life on stage." Ning Bei, intrigued, asked, "Who is that?" Yuxing replied, "That is of no concern to you." Yu Sheng was nearly led astray, but fortunately, he managed to halt just in time. "You only need to exercise caution. Do not blame me for not warning you," he remarked before attempting to turn away. Ning Bei suddenly interjected, "Please convey a message to him." "What message?" Yu Sheng retorted with a cold smile. "I curse his ancestors." Chapter 44. The protagonist's sister bestows a public kiss. Someone can no longer contain themselves. Yu Sheng was utterly bewildered by the scorn directed at him. The mere thought of the identity of the person behind all this caused beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. "Did you hear? Tell your ancestors to cleanse themselves and await their fate. To be favored by senior brother Ning is indeed a blessing from your forebears." "Huh. Do remember to inscribe this in the family genealogy." Wang Tong and his companions unleashed a torrent of scornful ridicule. When they confronted someone, they showed no mercy, especially when the target of their ire was someone they deeply respected, Ning Bei. The divine spirit of their hearts could not be subjected to such humiliation. You shall regret this soon enough." In a flurry of fear and seething anger, Yu Sheng spat a fierce retort before turning on his heel and departing. The conversation from moments ago was fortuitously amplified by the sound stone on the stage, causing an uproar among the audience. Has the Wu Tian Academy truly gone mad? First, they insulted the Qi Tian Academy, and now they are challenging the Dayu Academy. Does Wu Tian Academy fear no repercussions for their vendetta? Year after year, they linger at the bottom of the ranks. Do they not consider the consequences of such reckless behavior? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a figure suddenly ascended the stage, eliciting gasps of astonishment. "Is that Yuxian, the enigmatic chief of the Dayu Academy and the son of the prince? What brings the young prince to the stage? Could he be participating in the grand martial arts event? Look at what I said. Even in the midst of chaos, one must tread carefully." Now, it seems, the first prodigy of the Dayu Academy has been incited to take the stage. Instantly, all eyes were riveted upon the young man. and the atmosphere in the venue reached an unprecedented climax. The brilliance of Yuxian's aura was simply dazzling. As the prince's son, the chief of the academy, and the most extraordinary prodigy in history, each title alone was enough to astound. Until now, the public had only heard of him, seldom having glimpsed his presence, and never did they imagine such a prodigy would participate in the academy's grand martial arts event. This was, in essence, a crippling blow to the competition. Senior brother Yu. Upon his arrival, the disciples of the Dayu Academy hastened to pay their respects. Yet, Yuxian did not spare them a glance. His calm gaze was fixated intently on Ning Bei and Qin Jiu, laden with significance. Ning, do you have a grudge against him? Wang Tung inquired, astonished. I can't shake the feeling that he harbors animosity towards you. Be cautious, Ningbei advised, now certain that the mastermind behind Yusheng was indeed Yuxian. Yet, considering that the latter was not a child of fate and that Ning had never encountered him, why would he hold animosity? Could it be? Ningbei turned to the young woman. Jiu, do you know him? I do not. Qin Jiu shook her head, adding, but previously, Qin Yu's mother sought to leverage me into a union with the prince's residence, and it seems he was the intended match. Oh, a smirk played on Ningbei's lips. If that were the case, everything would fall into place. As he met Yuxian's calm gaze, a fleeting smile curved on his lips, and in an unexpected move, he wrapped his arm around Qin Jiu's delicate shoulder. Observing this, Yuxian's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists tightly. With a crack, the ground beneath him shattered under the force of his rising fury. Brother Yu? The onlookers, including Yuxing, were bewildered. Ningbei? Qin Jiu blinked her long eyelashes, looking up at the man who had embraced her, perplexed. Ningbei did not divert his gaze to Qin Jiu. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Yuxian and said, Jiu, bring your lips over. I wish to kiss you. Huh? Right now? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. The sheer number of people surrounding them made her feel utterly embarrassed. Yes, right now. Amidst the fervent stares of the crowd, Qin Jiu felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Given her character, feeling no embarrassment would indeed be odd. Yet, despite her heart nearly leaping out of her chest, upon hearing Ning Bei's insistence, she hesitated not for a moment. Here I come with that. She rose on her toes and offered her moist lips. Muan Ning Bei reciprocated without hesitation, capturing her cherry-like mouth in a kiss. Boom. Witnessing this, Yuxian was momentarily stunned. A surge of potent energy erupted from within him, sending shockwaves that forced Yuxing and others to stagger backwards. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What just happened? Why did the young prince suddenly lash out at those nearby? Meanwhile, the three officiating elders turned their attention toward the commotion. Enough chatter, let's commence. Yuxian commanded Yutong. Faced with the youth's authority and might, Yutong refrained from further discussion and promptly concluded his conversation with the two elderly friends. Duong. The resounding beat of the gong signaled the commencement of the grand event. As in previous years, the order of participants was determined by drawing lots, employing a round-robin advancement system. Once the lots were drawn, the expansive stage was divided into 3 arenas. The elder host then picked up the amplification stone and announced the names of the competitors for the first round. By sheer coincidence, 3 disciples from the Wu Tian Academy were set to face off against 2 from the Qi Tian Academy and 1 from the Dayu Academy. This arrangement elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. How unfortunate for the Wu Tian Academy. Haha, already weak, and now they're sending 3 participants in the first round. I wager they will set a record for the quickest exit this time around. Amidst the surrounding jeers, the 2 participants for the first round, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming, pledged to Ning Bei, Senior Ning, we shall not disappoint you. Proceed with caution. Ning Bei nodded with a smile, confident in their abilities. At this moment, the 3 officiating elders were seated together in the most prominent position within the venue. Yutong chuckled, Brother Wu Yu. We hold no ill will towards the Wu Tian Academy. This is merely the result of a fair and impartial drawing. Brother, you need not elaborate. Is it even possible to rig such a draw? Moreover, what purpose would such deception serve? Su Yunyang cast a glance at Wu Yu and, with a teasing remark, attributed their current plight to the whims of fate, suggesting that heaven wished for the Wu Tian Academy to return home prematurely. Ah, such words ought not to be spoken. Yutong interjected, adopting a feigned seriousness. Your younger brother Wu Yu is already suffering enough. Must you add to his woes with your jests? Indeed, it is my fault. Su Yunyang responded with a hearty laugh. Wu Yu, you don't mind, do you? Wu Yu merely scoffed dismissively, uninterested in engaging. However, soon, it was not just Yutong and Su Yunyang who were rendered speechless. The laughter in the arena gradually morphed into astonishment. How is it possible that the students of the DU Academy could be bested by one named Wang Teng? Look at the second platform. The contestant Zhao Ming has also triumphed over his opponent from the Qi Tian Academy. Goodness, the Wu Tian Academy has claimed 2 victories? The crowd was enveloped in disbelief. They could hardly fathom how the typically underperforming Wu Tian Academy could achieve such remarkable success in the initial round, with 2 individuals securing victory. Is this truly the Wu Tian Academy? Even Yu Tong and Su Yuyang found themselves questioning their very existence at this moment. The defeated contestants were not the lowest among the competitors. Rather, they were ranked quite respectably. As the two were momentarily bewildered, Wu Yu rapped his knuckles on the table, demanding, "Look me in the eye and speak." Yu Tong and Su Yunyang exchanged glances, their lips twitching in suppressed amusement. Do not be too smug. Having faced the 2 strongest in the first round, it will be challenging for your Wu Tian Academy to secure further victories, Su Yuyang retorted defiantly. No wonder Wu Yu remained so composed, Yu Tong chuckled. It seems he has acquired some promising talents. Surely, substantial resources have been invested. Not at all, Wu Yu replied, feeling a sense of pride. I typically allow them to grow independently, with Ningbei leading them. Shouldn't you, as the chief instructors, be concerned about the training of your disciples? What, then, is the purpose of appointing a chief disciple? Yu Tong, Su Yunyang. Chapter 45. This villain is insane. The arena becomes a slaughterhouse after the competitors descended from the stage. Yu Xing turned to the defeated disciple, admonishing him without reservation. You fool, how could you lose to someone from the Martial Heaven Academy? Senior brother Yu, I truly did not expect him to possess the Golden Core Realm. Are you not in the Golden Core Realm yourself? Yu Sheng was about to continue his reprimand when Yu Xian interjected. That is enough. Yes. Yu Xing ceased his scolding. Just ensure there are no further missteps. Yu Xian replied calmly. Rest assured, I shall be the one to face him. Yu Sheng cast a distant glance at Ning Bei, remarking, if he manages to survive the stage, then I shall present myself before you with his head. Agreed. A glint of cold resolve flickered in Yu Xian's eyes. He held confidence in Yu Sheng's prowess. Moreover, he had prepared a stunning trump card for the opponent, ensuring absolute certainty of victory. On the other side, just before ascending the stage, Qin Zhoujiu grasped Ning Bei's arm, saying, be cautious, they will target you. Do not worry, Ning Bei replied with a smile, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. After all, I am a man who has once suppressed an emperor. Qin Zhoujiu's cheeks flushed instantly. How can you be so wicked? Do you like it? Indeed. Qin Zhoujiu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she shyly admitted, resembling a love-struck girl. Peck. After planting a light kiss on the girl's forehead, Ning Bei turned to ascend the stage. Witnessing this, Yu Xian seized Yu Sheng, who was about to step onto the stage, his face turning pale. Make sure to incapacitate him. Understood. On the arena, as Ning Bei and Yu Sheng stood face to face, the tension in the air was palpable. Do you remember what I once said? Yu Sheng scoffed. Ning Bei rubbed his nose. Are you referring to that remark about his ancestors? Yu Sheng's expression twitched. Yet he sneered coldly. I am aware of your considerable strength, and I have never underestimated you, but your arrogance. I have promised to make you regret it, and I shall fulfill that promise. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful aura erupted from within him. It was indeed the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. As Yu Sheng's power surged forth, the audience gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the strength of the late Golden Core Realm? Indeed, this is the late stage of the Golden Core Realm. I recall that the first place in last year's Grand Martial Tournament seemed to possess this level of strength, right? To achieve this at such a young age. This youth's future is boundless. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Qin Yu's lips curled into a manic grin. It has begun. It has truly begun. The cloaked figure had previously informed him that Ning Bei would soon be killed, and given Yu Sheng's demeanor towards Ning Bei and Yu Sheng's power, he perceived no coincidence in this. Bang! In the next instant, Yu Sheng stomped his foot, his figure lunging toward Ning Bei with astonishing speed. Almost imperceptible to the naked eye, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Could it be that he truly intends to kill his opponent? The moment they beheld the lethal move unleashed by Yu Sheng, a massive shadow of a sword glimmering with cold light materialized, and the crowd instantaneously confirmed their suspicions. He had indeed come with the intent to kill. Otherwise, how could he have unleashed his ultimate move right from the outset? As the formidable sword rushed towards Ning Bei, he appeared utterly unresponsive, standing motionless, showing no inclination to evade. Could it be that this individual is simply too weak to react? It is indeed possible, after all. The Wu Tian Academy had just secured victories in 2 rounds. The Dayu Academy must be eager to reclaim their honor. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. However, in the very next moment, as the colossal sword approached Ning Bei, a surge of profound yang energy emanated from his body, instantly tearing the sword apart. The fierce onslaught was reduced to mere fragments, as if it were nothing more than paper. The spectators, who had been holding their breath just a second ago, were now left agape in disbelief. What just transpired? He hadn't even moved. Could it be that he surpasses Yu Sheng in strength to an even greater degree? It suddenly dawned on them. He is Ning Bei, the esteemed champion of the Wu Tian Academy. Those who had initially dismissed him began to reassess their perceptions. They had not anticipated that the Wu Tian Academy harbored such a prodigious talent. This was unprecedented. Yu Sheng, having failed in his initial assault, did not display any fear. Instead, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Wonderful! When I aimed to eliminate you, I feared it might tarnish my reputation, but it seems you possess some remarkable abilities. If that is the case, I shall no longer hold back." Amid the confusion of the crowd, a beastly roar interrupted the atmosphere. A radiant light emerged from Yu Sheng's brow, and in an instant, he summoned a peak-level demon beast of the core formation realm. A beast master? Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was taken aback. Wait, Yu Sheng is a beast master as well? At such a young age, a late-stage beast master summoning a peak-level demon beast? I recognize each of these terms, yet together they leave me bewildered. It is no wonder the crowd found it hard to believe. Each of these titles alone would signify a person of exceptional talent. Yet now, they were witnessing these identities manifest in a single young man. One can only imagine the shock that resonated within them. Throughout the entire Zhongxian continent, no such prodigious beast master had ever emerged. Yu Xian, however, remained unfazed. For this demon beast was the trump card he had prepared for Yu Sheng, ensuring absolute victory. Haha, Ningbei, you are finished. Qin Yu trembled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuyao furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you saying? Are you a disciple of the Wu Tian Academy or the Dayu Academy?" Qin Yu hesitated, a nervous smile on his face. "Yu Yao, why are you still defending Ning Bei? He is with my sister now. Can you be a bit more realistic?" Lin Yuyao, with mixed feelings, replied, "But you shouldn't say such things. It's just a competition." All right. Qin Yu conceded, yet he couldn't suppress a secret smile. Deep down, he understood that this was far from an ordinary contest. The other party was there with the intent to eliminate Ning Bei. At this moment, Wu Yue cast a dark glance at Yu Tong and exclaimed, "Isn't this excessive?" "I fail to comprehend." Yu Tong shrugged, smugly asserting, "Is it not entirely reasonable for a beastmaster to summon a magical beast for assistance in battle?" Indeed. Su Yang chuckled heartily. The rules do not prohibit beastmasters from participating in the Grand Martial competition. However, it is truly unprecedented for a disciple of Yu Sheng's age to summon a peak golden core magical beast. We cannot dismiss his prowess simply due to an unexpected circumstance. Yu Tong added, "Young Wu Yue, if you were concerned about your chief's safety, you might consider advising him to concede, lest no one be left to mentor your disciples in the future." "Ah, you scoundrel." Wu Yue's lips twitched, yet he felt helpless. Nevertheless, he understood that Ning Bei's temperament would never allow him to concede. The outcome of this clash remained uncertain. "I admit you possess some strength," Yu Sheng boasted arrogantly, "but now that I have summoned my magical beast, how will you counter it?" Ning Bei replied calmly, "I advise you to retract it." "Haha. Are you afraid?" Yu Sheng erupted into laughter. "Afraid? I fear your tears," Ning Bei retorted with a grin. "Stubborn." Yu Sheng's gaze turned icy, and in the next moment, he commanded the magical beast to charge at Ning Bei. The aura of the peak golden core beast caused the arena to tremble, and a fierce wind surged forth. Yet, in the face of the oncoming beast, Ning Bei remained composed, leisurely retrieving a pokeball. "Come forth." Roar. Before the audience's astonished eyes, the previously ferocious magical beast suddenly lay down obediently before Ning Bei. "What?" Yu Sheng exclaimed. The crowd gasped in disbelief, a profound silence enveloping the arena. Soon after, regaining his composure, Yu Sheng shouted, "Attack! Kill him!" Roar. Suddenly, the magical beast turned and lunged toward Yu Sheng. Observing this, Yu Sheng was left dumbfounded. The audience erupted in chaos. What is happening? Why has the magical beast lost its mind? Indeed, controlling a peak golden core beast as a late-stage golden core practitioner proved to be no simple feat. No, it was not the beast. It was Ning Bei who had taken control. A single remark from the crowd snapped everyone back to reality. incredulous expressions etched upon their faces. What the hell? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sprang to his feet. He had envisioned Ning Bei struggling in vain, yet here was the magical beast, just as it had been at the Shura cliff. Under Ning Bei's command? How was this possible? Haha. At this moment, Wu Yue's somber expression transformed into a smile. It is only logical that the magical beast has gone rogue. Yutong struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately remaining silent. The embarrassment was too great. How could this magical beast have turned against its master? In his frantic attempt to evade the magical beast, Yusheng had failed to notice Ning Bei's movements. Suddenly, he felt a sharp crack in his legs, followed by excruciating pain coursing through him. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Before he could raise his head, a foot had already landed upon it, firmly pinning him to the ground. Is this it? You intend to kill me? Regret? Ning Bei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yusheng struggled to rise, but with his legs shattered, he could only claw at the ground like a floundering fish, utterly unable to lift his head. Just a moment ago, he was the envy of many, but now he found himself in utter disgrace. The entire venue fell silent. No one anticipated that Yusheng would suffer such a humiliating defeat. It felt surreal, as if trapped in a dream. Stop. Seeing Ning Bei intent on delivering a fatal blow, Yusheng hurriedly called out to intervene. After all, Yusheng was his trusted subordinate, a rarity among capable aides, and he could not bear to watch him perish before his eyes. Yet, Ning Bei appeared deaf to his pleas, drawing forth his sharp blade. Yusheng's expression shifted. I commanded you to cease. What? You wish for me to sever a hand? Ning Bei cleverly misinterpreted the command, raising his sword directly towards Yusheng in plain sight. Swish. The warning from Yusheng had barely escaped his lips when Ning Bei's hand struck down, severing Yusheng's head. A gasp of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Yusheng's face drained of color, his gaze towards Ning Bei filled with shock. He had never anticipated that his opponent would dare to strike after achieving victory. Meanwhile, Ning Bei appeared innocuous, apologizing. My apologies, I seem to have miscalculated. You wanted a hand, correct? What? Yusheng was momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous turn. Before he could voice a warning, Ning Bei, swift of hand, had already cut off both of Yusheng's hands with 2 swift motions. A collective intake of breath echoed through the now eerily silent venue. All were left in stunned disbelief. But the spectacle was not yet over. Ning Bei, using his mystical energy to lift the severed hands, approached Yusheng directly. Here. I have brought your hands. Do you want them? Thud. The usually composed Yusheng now displayed a look of horror, particularly when met with Ning Bei's smiling starry eyes. Goosebumps prickled across his skin. A madman. This individual was utterly unhinged. As Ning Bei advanced with the severed hands, his pace quickened. Here they come. Do you want them? Do you truly desire them? Yusheng felt numb. Where were the guards? Where were they? Chapter 46. What is the first prodigy? Merely a stepping stone for the villain. In an instant, several formidable guardians stationed at the arena positioned themselves in front of Yusheng, leaving everyone astonished. Goodness, is the young prince truly frightened? They murmured. What nonsense. Yusheng is the foremost prodigy of the Dayu Academy. How could he be intimidated? Indeed, that individual was utterly deranged, having committed murder and then dismemberment. Where did the Wutian Academy find such a demon? Their gazes towards Ning Bei were filled with trepidation. A youth so ruthless and endowed with extraordinary talent. What impact would he have on the Zhongxian continent as he matures? At that moment, the 3 esteemed scholars ascended the stage. How audacious! You have already secured victory. Why persist in your ruthless actions? Yutong was the first to confront Ning Bei. Anyone with the surname Yu in the capital bore some relation. And given Yusheng's strength and talent, he was indeed a distinguished disciple at the Dayu Academy. The loss of such a genius was profoundly unsettling for Yutong. Before Ning Bei could respond, Wu Yu interjected, weapons are blind. Everyone signed a life and death agreement before stepping onto the stage. To speak of such matters now is to demonstrate a lack of vision. Wu Yu, are you truly so biased in his favor? Yutong raised an eyebrow, casting a challenging glance at Wu Yu. With narrowed eyes, Wu Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Yutong was momentarily rendered speechless with indignation. At that juncture, Su Yunyang chimed in. This is excessive. Having already won, you still resort to lethal measures, and with such brutality, the Dayu Academy deserves an explanation. Otherwise, how can the Da Wu continue? What are you pretending for? Wu Yu retorted. Dare you claim that you are not pleased to see the Dayu Academy lose such a disciple? I am not. Do not sow discord. Xian Yang stammered, feeling guilty. Despite their outward camaraderie, they belonged to different factions, and the loss of a promising prodigy would surely please no one. As the three scholars argued, Ning Bei casually tossed a severed hand toward them, pointing at Yu Xian. Everyone, cease your bickering. If anyone is to be blamed, it is him. He is the one who compelled me to sever his hand. Yu Xian's face contorted in disbelief, exclaiming in frustration, Do not slander me. Did I order you to chop? Do you heed my words so easily? I merely wish to do you a favor. Ningbei replied innocently, After all, you are the young prince. The more friends, the more avenues. I also wish to inquire, what enmity exists between you and Yu Sheng? Yu. At this, Yu Xian was left stammering with rage. As the favored young prince, revered for his exceptional cultivation talent, he had never endured such slander. Engaging in a verbal skirmish with Ning Bei made him feel like a novice. Such eloquence. Yutong scoffed as he observed Yu Xian's plight. To take a life and then twist the narrative, placing the blame upon another. Wu Yu, is this the caliber of your Wu Tian Academy's champion? This assertion was utterly erroneous. Through Ning Bei's reminder, Wu Yu also detected the loophole and remarked, Let us not dwell on what Yu Xian previously stated regarding whether to cease or to inflict harm. The mere act of taking the stage before the outcome of the competition has been determined is a breach of the esteemed rules of De Wu. It is only natural that this would lead to misunderstandings. Perhaps we should first heed the opinions of the audience. Upon uttering these words, the originally indifferent spectators felt an inexplicable sense of being valued. I perceive that this esteemed scholar from the Wu Tian Academy possesses a commendable sense of objectivity. Indeed, the sudden intrusion of the young prince onto the stage could easily invite misinterpretation. That Ning Bei even extended a hand towards him. Could it be that the phrase to inflict harm was truly misheard? Upon hearing such absurd remarks, Yu Xian was momentarily stunned. Are you all fools? I rushed onto the stage to prevent him from committing murder. For heaven's sake, how can you be so misguided by such an evident truth? Are you all devoid of reason? It is no wonder Yu Xian could not maintain his composure. Who could endure such nonsense? Observing this, Ning Bei merely smiled. In the next moment, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Silence. While you may target me, what reason do you have to unleash your wrath upon these innocent spectators? They come to witness De Wu with hearts filled with admiration and expectation. As a prince and representative of the De Yu Academy, how can you so brazenly insult others? Wah, not me. Yu Xian was momentarily taken aback. That was not his intent. He had no desire to insult the audience. It was merely that some spectators were so foolish as to completely disregard the truth. However, before Yu Xian could articulate his defense, a tide of invective surged forth. I admit my voice was softer earlier. Yu Xian, I curse your ancestors. Is this the so-called first prodigy of the De Yu Academy? You, who were frightened enough to call for guards, did we utter a word against you? Now you dare to retaliate against us? Indeed. His venomous retort mirrored the accusations he had cast upon Ning Bei. Yu Xian was rendered utterly bewildered. At this moment, he felt as if he were a scholar confronted by a soldier, unable to articulate his reasoning. The glaring truth lay before him, and yet he was accused of slander? Was this not reality? Truly a gathering of simpletons. Given Yu Xian's character, he could hardly swallow this indignation. Fortunately, before he could completely lose his temper, Yu Tong placed a hand on his shoulder, advising him to refrain from inciting further anger. This was precisely the effect they desired. Being provoked would mean his utter defeat. Yu Xian trembled, struggling to contain himself. Yet, the look he cast upon Ning Bei was shrouded in an unmistakable murderous intent. Very well. I shall not pursue the matter regarding Yu Sheng. Ning Bei, you shall await your reckoning. With that, Yu Xian turned with a darkened expression and descended from the stage. A gentleman's revenge is not to be sought in haste. He had come to realize that, since the opponent was so adept in their verbal manipulation, there was no need for further discourse. He would simply eliminate Ning Bei on stage. In due course, these foolish voices would surely vanish. The De Wu competition would continue. At this juncture, Yu Tong realized that he could no longer rectify the situation with Ning Bei, and feeling a sense of frustration, he could only turn away with a stern countenance. Although Yu Xian and the others had stepped down, the clamor for the punishment of the De Yu Academy had not ceased. After all, the sentiment of resentment towards the affluent is a pervasive mindset, even in the realm of cultivation. The De Yu Academy has long been regarded as an exalted entity, untouchable and sacred. Now that an opportunity to exploit their misstep had finally arisen, it was only natural for many to take advantage of it. As he descended from the arena, Wu Yu cast a glance at Ning Bei and remarked, "You little rascal, there is no need for us to continue our wager. You have already demonstrated the worth of the Wutian Academy." Ningbei responded with a smile. "I promised you that I would strive for victory on behalf of the Wutian Academy. Whether I achieve that victory is of little consequence. My foremost desire now is for your well-being." Wu Yu replied with a gentle smile, fully aware that although Yu Xian had chosen not to pursue the matter further, he harbored a deep-seated resentment, a sentiment not confined to Yu Xian alone, but shared by Yu Tong as well. This resentment, indeed, was tinged with murderous intent. He could not bear to witness the downfall of the prodigious talent that had so painstakingly emerged from the Wutian Academy. "Old man, my promises are not mere words." Ning Bei interjected, shaking his head in refusal. He spoke earnestly. "I wish to pose a question. If I were to truly slay Yu Xian on that stage, could you ensure my safety?" Chapter 47. The Child of Destiny. Merely a stepping stone thud. Upon hearing the words, Wu Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. His deep, aged gaze fixed upon Ning Bei, stirring ripples that had not surfaced in decades. In the next moment, a heavy hand fell upon Ning Bei's shoulder. The voice tinged with the wisdom of experience and a touch of tenderness. "You rascal, go forth and do what you believe is right." "Very well." Ning Bei replied with a smile. "I shall honor my promises and deliver on my commitments." Haha. This time, Wu Yue did not refuse. Instead, he laughed heartily. In the twilight of his years, encountering such an ambitious youth, words could scarcely capture the depth of his emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, witnessing Ning Bei descend from the stage unscathed and being showered with admiration, Qin Yu felt as though he might shatter his own teeth in frustration. The so-called prodigy was nothing but a fool. Qin Yu was seething. To him, it had been an excellent opportunity, under the pretext of Ning Bei's slaying of Yu Shang. Yu Xian could have justified maintaining order and summoned guards to apprehend Ning Bei. Though such an act would be a blow to his dignity, it would have resulted in Ning Bei's demise. Yet now, Yu Xian chose to engage in a competition of prowess with Ning Bei on stage. Was this not a grave miscalculation? Utterly foolish. If he possessed Yu Xian's strength and influence, he would have disregarded all notions of propriety and simply eliminated Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao turned to him. "Are you worried about Ning Bei as well?" Qin Yu replied incredulously. "Worried about that scoundrel? What a joke." After Qin Yu's denial, Lin Yueyao remained unconvinced. "Stop pretending. I heard you berating Yu Xian. Is it not due to his targeting of Ning Bei?" Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Lin Yueyao, her beautiful eyes sparkling, continued, "In truth, Ning Bei possesses many admirable qualities. We simply failed to recognize them before, right?" Qin Yu stammered. "You're speaking nonsense, aren't you?" Yes. What qualities of Ning Bei have you discovered?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's face turned pale. Initially, he had been seething because Ning Bei had survived. Now he was being compelled to consider Ning Bei's merits. Was this not a torment of the heart? "Yueyao, I would rather not discuss him. Could you please refrain from asking?" "No, you must speak." "I do not wish to." "Will you, or will you not?" As Lin Yueyao appeared poised to erupt, Qin Yu could only swallow his rejection and casually mutter, "He is handsome." "Indeed." Lin Yueyao nodded in agreement. "Ning Bei is truly handsome, far more so than you. Isn't that so, Yueyao?" Qin Yu's expression faltered, dissatisfaction creeping in. "What do you mean by that? Why must you compare me to Ning Bei? Why? Am I not speaking the truth?" Lin Yueyao remarked nonchalantly. "You become irritable upon hearing the truth? Your temper is truly poor. Unlike Ning Bei, he never once raised his voice at me." Qin Yu was seething with indignation. His heart was already heavy with distress, and now he had to endure comparisons between himself and his goddess and Ning Bei, playing the role of mere background. This was akin to pouring salt on his wounds. Thus, Qin Yu could only leave in resentment. Seeking to confront the cloaked figure to understand why Ning Bei had not been eliminated outright. After wandering the streets for the better part of the day, he finally caught sight of the longed-for silhouette as night fell in a dark alley. Without preamble, Qin Yu opened the conversation directly. "Senior, why didn't you execute Ning Bei on stage?" It was a perfect opportunity. In response to Qin Yu's inquiry, the cloaked figure did not argue, but simply removed the mask. With a thunderous shock, Qin Yu realized, You are the sacrificial offering of Qitian Academy. You are not from the Yu Academy?" Surprised, "Were you?" Su Yunyang replied with a knowing look. Qin Yu was taken aback. He had always believed the figure to be affiliated with the Yu Academy, closely tied to Yu Xian. This was why he had investigated Ning Bei, as it was common knowledge that Ning Bei was with Qin Zhujiu, Yu Xian, as a lofty prince. despite having never met Qin Jiujiu initially, would undoubtedly resent Ning Bei for encroaching upon someone he had been introduced to. However, why was the cloaked figure unrelated to Yu Xian, or even to the Yu Academy? Meeting Qin Yu's puzzled gaze, Su Yunyang countered. Do you think that just because Yu Xian wishes to kill Ning Bei today, he can accomplish it? Qin Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His mind was in disarray. This was merely his perspective. I need you to do something. Su Yunyang continued without probing further. What is it? Ensure that Ning Bei is informed tonight about his duel with Yu Xian tomorrow. Su Yunyang spoke calmly. On the arena, Yu Xian will go all out to kill him, and Yu Tong has prepared a trump card for Yu Xian what? After hearing Su Yunyang's request, Qin Yu was left questioning his existence. Why should we help Ning Bei? Shouldn't we assist Yu Xian in eliminating him instead? Do you truly believe Yu Xian can kill Ning Bei? Su Yunyang scoffed softly, elaborating. Based on his duel with Yu Sheng today, Ning Bei's strength far exceeds the late stage of foundation establishment. He likely possesses the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Even if Yu Xian is the most talented prodigy in the history of the Yu Academy, he cannot guarantee Ning Bei's defeat. On the contrary, Ning Bei harbors a deep desire for revenge. He is now fully aware of Yu Xian's murderous intent and will surely not show any mercy in the arena due to Yu Xian's status. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced Su Yunyang's lips. Rather than hoping for Yu Xian to eliminate Ning Bei, it would be wiser to assist Ning Bei in vanquishing Yu Xian. This way, that grief-stricken prince will undoubtedly go to any lengths for vengeance, which is the only surefire way to eliminate Ning Bei. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he finally realized with a smile. So, the senior not only wishes to eliminate Ning Bei, but also intends to incite conflict between the Yu Academy and the Wutian Academy? Haha. Su Yunyang did not deny this. He turned to Qin Yu with a smile and said, It truly is a slight to confine you to the role of a mere servant at Wutian Academy. Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally take you as my disciple. Is what you say true, senior? Qin Yu's face instantly lit up with joy. To be chosen by the esteemed sacrificial altar of an academy is undoubtedly exhilarating. Moreover, he had long endured trials at Wutian Academy. This was akin to being rescued from the depths of despair. Indeed, Su Yunyang replied calmly, but the condition is that you must find a way to inform Ning Bei, allowing him to uncover Yu Xian's hidden cards, so that he may eliminate Yu Xian on stage. Rest assured, senior, this task shall be entrusted to me. Qin Yu declared confidently, thumping his chest. Once this matter is accomplished, the dynamics among the three major academies will undoubtedly shift, and Qitian Academy may very well soar to great heights. As the disciple of a sacrificial altar, his fortunes would also surely be reversed. The mere thought of it filled Qin Yu with overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, on the other side, detection of Qin Yu and Su Yunyang's conspiracy to incite conflict, utilizing the host to provoke a clash between Wutian Academy and the Yu Academy, generating countermeasures for the host. After receiving this information from the system, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Ning Bei's mouth. The child of fortune? Merely a stepping stone for me. Chapter 48. Turning the tables, using a blade to kill as the night descended, Ning Bei concealed his presence with a ring, hiding in an unnoticed corner. Before long, Qin Yu stealthily approached Ning Bei's door, slipping a letter beneath it before making a hasty retreat. Believing himself undetected, he was unaware that Ning Bei had recorded everything with a soundstone. After reading the letter, he deliberately altered its content. Tomorrow, the grand spectacle begins. The following day, the venue was teeming with spectators, crowded to the brim. Whispers circulated about the anticipated duel between Ning Bei and the young prince. The two had nearly clashed the day before, and today promised to be thrilling. Who would emerge victorious? Would there be another fatality like yesterday? As the crowd buzzed, representatives from the Yu Academy and Wutian Academy arrived in succession. In stark contrast, the Qitian Academy, long overshadowed as the perennial second, seemed almost invisible during this martial arts competition. This was precisely the effect Su Yunyang desired. After several rounds of competition, the audience was finally treated to the main event, Ning Bei and Yu Xian taking the stage together. Following his remarkable performance yesterday, Ning Bei's popularity surged, and the cheers that greeted him overshadowed even the renowned Yu Xian. Humph, let's see how long you can bask in glory, Qin Yu thought, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Today, it was either Ning Bei's demise or Yu Xian's downfall. Regardless of the outcome, his objective of eliminating Ning Bei would be fulfilled. The prospect of reaping the benefits of their rivalry filled him with ecstasy, and he had not suppressed his smile since entering the arena. On the stage, the tension was palpable as Ning Bei and Yu Xian faced off. Today, I will not grant you the opportunity to retreat or concede, Yu Xian hissed, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Bei. This echoed words spoken by Yu Shang. Ning Bei shrugged nonchalantly, unfazed. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. Ah, such a scene is truly delightful. A battle of prodigies. Undoubtedly the most thrilling clash in the history of martial arts. Hearing the crowd's cheers, Su Yunyang couldn't help but smile. This was the effect he had longed for. The more animosity the two displayed towards each other, the smoother his plan would unfold. For years, it wasn't just the Wu Tian Academy that harbored a grudge. The Qi Tian Academy, perpetually the runner-up, also yearned for the top spot. The duelists did not disappoint. As the battle commenced, their figures darted across the stage like lightning, eliciting continuous applause from the audience. This was the caliber of combat one would expect from geniuses. After several exchanges, Yu Xian unleashed his cultivation level, early stage of the nascent soul. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Achieving nascent soul at such a young age was truly terrifying. As the pride of the DU Academy, this battle seemed assured for Yu Xian. Alas, I had wagered on Ning Bei's victory. Boom. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Ning Bei revealed his formidable cultivation level. In an instant, an overwhelming force exuded an aura of terror, effortlessly shattering Yu Xian's suppression. What? He is also at the nascent soul realm? My goodness, another nascent soul cultivator. Have the top students from various academies become this formidable? The crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. No one anticipated that the confrontation between the two would be more terrifying than imagined. Even Su Yunyang, witnessing this, could not help but feel a twitch in his eyelids. Truly, they were two prodigies. Fortunately, they had become mortal enemies. If allowed to grow, within the next few hundred years, the Qi Tian Academy would likely struggle to breathe under their pressure. Ning Bei is truly impressive, Lin Yueyao remarked with admiration. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu merely chuckled, too lethargic to dispute the claim, as it seemed unnecessary. Ning Bei, a doomed individual. A dead genius is not a prodigy. Rather, it is a case of untimely demise. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from the arena. In that instant, one could see Yu Xian swiftly clutching his neck, his expression one of terror, and soon, blood gushed forth from between his fingers. Ultimately, he collapsed straight down from the stage. What just happened? The unexpected scene caught everyone off guard. What transpired? Did Ning Bei just slice Yu Xian's neck? Is Yu Xian dead? The entire arena was filled with gasps of disbelief. Su Yunyang was also taken aback. In his view, the match should not have ended so swiftly, especially since Yu Xian had not even revealed his trump cards. Could it be that he was caught off guard? Priest, the young prince. He has no breath left. In the next moment, several guards rushed to Yu Xian's side, their expressions filled with terror as they called out to Yu Tong. What? Yu Tong was taken aback and hurriedly flew down from the high platform. Under the gaze of the crowd, he inspected Yu Xian and, consumed by rage, shouted at Ning Bei, "You wretch, how dare you kill him?" Boom. As Yu Tong, the priest, uttered these words, silence fell over the crowd. Yu Xian is truly dead? Whoosh. At that moment, Wu Yu had rushed to Ning Bei's side, confronting the enraged Yu Tong with swords drawn. Everyone has already signed a death contract. Do you intend to make a move? Wu Yu, you still protect him. Have you considered the consequences? Yu Tong retorted angrily. The impending clash between the two seemed imminent. Seeing this situation unfold, Su Yunyang's doubts were replaced by exhilaration. They truly killed him ahead of time. Haha. Without even revealing their trump cards. Despite all calculations, he never expected the plan to proceed so smoothly. Truly, fate is on my side. Look, the prince is coming. Someone shouted. As the crowd looked up, they beheld a group of imposing figures soaring toward them, led by a stern-faced middle-aged man. This man was none other than the prince of the great Yu dynasty, Yu Fei. At this juncture, Su Yunyang ascended the arena, making his final incitement. How outrageous. Yesterday, you took the life of Yu Shang, and now you dare to slay the sole heir of the prince? This statement was deliberately directed at Yu Fei. Alas, the prince has arrived. Yu Xian is indeed the prince's only son, leaving Ning Bei with no means of escape. It is a pity that Ning Bei harbors such a heavy heart for killing. Otherwise, his future would hold boundless potential. The crowd seemed to foresee Ning Bei's grim fate. In contrast to the astonished attendees from the Wu Tian Academy, Qin Yu rose with heightened excitement, declaring, Ning Bei, your end is nigh. Heaven has finally granted me this moment. No words could encapsulate his elation. It was utterly exhilarating. Yet, just as Qin Yu reveled in his joy, suddenly, both of his hands were seized by Wang Teng and Zhao Ming. What are you doing? He protested. Senior brother Ning wishes to thank you, they replied, exchanging amused glances, disregarding Qin Yu's resistance as they forcibly dragged him towards the stage. Amid the astonished crowd, Ning Bei appeared unfazed. Upon seeing Su Yunyang and Qin Yu ascend the platform, he leisurely turned his gaze towards the encircled Yu Xian. How long do you intend to feign death? Cough, cough. The next moment, a familiar cough resonated. Following that, the supposedly deceased Yu Xian energetically stepped into the spotlight. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. What was happening? Not dead. Su Yunyang's eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding taking root. In the next instant, Ning Bei produced a piece of parchment and proclaimed in a resonant voice, I wish to express my gratitude to one individual. His name is Qin Yu, a mere errand boy of our Wutian Academy. Qin Yu? Facing Qin Yu's bewildered gaze, Ning Bei continued unabated. It was he, the unassuming Qin Yu, who inadvertently uncovered a scheme to instigate conflict between our Wutian Academy and the Daiyu Academy, aiming to exploit the ensuing chaos. Yet, lacking evidence and fearing misunderstandings, he opted to inform me through a letter. Hearing Ning Bei's assertions, Qin Yu was left in a state of shock. He had certainly not inscribed such words in the letter. Ning Bei spoke the truth. There were indeed those who sought to sow discord between the two esteemed academies. Yu Xian then stepped forward, affirming, thus, we staged this charade. Last night, when Ning Bei, under the guidance of Wu Yu, approached, Yu Xian and the others had been skeptical. It was only when Ning Bei revealed his trump card that they were convinced. Indeed, few were privy to his secret. Thus, reality proved more persuasive than mere rhetoric. Though Yu Xian begrudged Ning Bei in his heart, he was no fool in matters of great consequence. One must discern right from wrong. It became clear that there were those attempting to incite strife between the two grand academies. No wonder this conflict, seemingly fierce, concluded in such an odd manner. Feeling the icy glare from Su Yunyang, Qin Yu's mind buzzed, and he fervently protested, this must be a misunderstanding. He still hoped for Su Yunyang's support in the future and could not afford to have him believe he had betrayed their trust. This is unacceptable. It must be clarified. What misunderstanding exists? Ning Bei inquired with a slight lift of his lips, his expression laden with significance. Under the fervent gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu hastily exclaimed, this letter was not composed by me. I did not write it. It must have been penned by someone else. Ning Bei, you have expressed your gratitude to the wrong individual. Is that so? A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Ning Bei's eyes as he leisurely extracted an object from his pocket. In truth, Qin Yu was merely bashful and embarrassed to accept such commendation, but that was of no consequence. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the audiovisual stone. Qin Yu? Chapter 49. Ning Bei's deceptive tactics under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a vision was projected from the soundstone, revealing a shadowy figure stealthily slipping a letter through a door crack in the dead of night. Lo and behold, it was indeed him. The servant from the Wutian Academy appeared rather sheepish, for despite the undeniable evidence, he feigned modesty regarding the significant achievement. It's you. Stop pretending. We see it all too clearly. In an instant, the assembly unanimously accused Qin Yu. Conversely, Qin Yu was taken aback. No. I distinctly observed that no one was around. How could this have been recorded? Such an accolade was not something he desired. Not a fool. Qin Yu quickly turned his gaze towards Ning Bei. You orchestrated this. The contents of that letter were not penned by me. Does it matter who wrote it? Ning Bei retorted quietly. What holds weight is whether Su Yunyang believes you authored it. Thud. Qin Yu instinctively glanced at Su Yunyang. Not far away. Su Yunyang's piercing gaze bore into him like a cold blade. One cannot conceal the intent to harm. Panic gripped Qin Yu's heart. Initially, he had hoped to leverage Su Yunyang's support for his own resurgence, but now, it seemed the latter harbored murderous intent towards him. How could this have transpired? The plan was flawless. The advantage lay with him. Qin Yu was perplexed. In response to his despairing expression, Ning Bei whispered, step forward and claim this honor. Expose Su Yunyang as the mastermind. What? Qin Yu's pupils constricted, and he cast a look of resentment towards Ning Bei. Do you take me for a fool? Revealing myself now is tantamount to signing my own death warrant. In the next moment, he heard Ning Bei's menacing whisper, if you refuse, I shall push you towards him. Panic surged through Qin Yu. He understood that Ning Bei was a man of his word. If he were to be thrust into Su Yunyang's presence, he would likely meet a swift end at the hands of the enraged individual. Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Qin Yu steeled his resolve, opting for the path of peril. Yes, ha. It was I. At first, I was too shy to admit it. In fact, I even know who the true mastermind is. At this revelation, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. The mastermind, could it be? In truth, a name had already formed in many minds, for who else would desire to witness a conflict between the Du Academy and the Wu Tian Academy? Yet, for various reasons, they hesitated to voice their suspicions. Indeed, it was he. Meeting the fervent gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and pointed towards Su Yunyang, who stood not far away. The mastermind is none other than Su Yunyang, the chief of the Qi Tian Academy. He seeks to exploit the discord between Ning Bei and Yu Xian to incite a war between the two academies, thereby allowing Qi Tian Academy to reap the benefits. Having betrayed his ally, Qin Yu added, I stumbled upon this information by chance. Do you all know? At that moment, I could hardly believe my ears. Su Yunyang. The crowd erupted in astonishment. To think, this truly is the prestigious Qi Tian Academy. Who would have imagined that you, Su Yunyang, with your striking features, harbor such malice within? As Qin Yu skillfully played a winning card, Ning Bei also smiled. The so-called child of destiny has now lost all sense of boundaries, or rather, they never had any boundaries to begin with. They were merely protected by the heavens. Without luck by one side, one is utterly insignificant. While some rejoiced, others were filled with dread, confronted by Yu Tong and others' inquiries. Su Yunyang seethed with anger. How dare you? A mere servant dares to slander me? Wu Yu, is this the disciple you have raised? Even a servant disciple can act with such impunity? Su Yunyang attempted to defend himself. After all, he knew he could not admit to such matters, especially with the looming threat of retaliation from the Wu Tian Academy and the Da Yu Academy. Wu Yu merely scoffed, refusing to retort. In the next moment, Yu Fei, who had remained silent since his arrival, suddenly spoke. Su Yunyang, do you know why I've come today? Feeling the weight of Yu Fei's oppression, Su Yunyang's heart raced, and he hurriedly replied, Your Highness, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Yu Tong interjected, A misunderstanding? The young prince's trump card is known only to us and you. Now that the secret is out, how do you explain this? Su Yunyang's eyes darted, and he suddenly fell silent. At this point, he understood that further explanations would be futile, so he gritted his teeth and charged at Qin Yu. This is bad. Seeing this, Qin Yu was taken aback. Just as he intended to retreat, he was unexpectedly kicked from behind, hearing Ning Bei's voice exclaim, Qin Yu, are you foolish? You are no match for him. Why would you engage? Damn. Qin Yu was stunned. He had never anticipated that at such a critical moment. Ning Bei would kick him from behind. Stop. Wu Yu, Yu Tong. And Yu Fei swiftly activated the formation they had prepared to suppress Su Yunyang as he made his move. However, no one expected that Su Yunyang's first thought was not to flee or to capture Ning Bei or Yu Xian as leverage, but rather to seize his last opportunity to strike viciously at Qin Yu. Was there enmity between them? Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud reverberated. Qin Yu was struck squarely by Su Yunyang's palm, blood spewing from his mouth, his body flying back like a kite severed from its string. The crowd rose in alarm. Oh no, this is disastrous. He actually dared to charge forward. This servant is incredibly bold. Good heavens, the Wu Tian Academy is devoid of any cowards. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Yu truly wanted to cry, family, who understands? I never intended to engage. As chaos engulfed the scene, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the venue, causing everyone to look up in unison. The emperor, upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, the expressions of Yu Fei and the others changed dramatically. The figure leading in the void was none other than the current emperor of the Great Yu dynasty. Yu Wuing, Your Majesty, I implore you to take a stand on my behalf, Su Yunyang exclaimed, as if seizing a lifeline. They intend to accuse me of a grievous crime based solely on a letter written by a mere servant of the Wu Tian Academy. What outsiders did not know was that the very instigator of the conflict between the two academies was, in fact, the hand of Yu Wuing himself. The relationships among the three great academies within the Great Yu dynasty were exceedingly intricate. Over the years, the Great Yu Academy had flourished the most, with many of the powerful individuals joining the royal family originating from it. The Great Yu Academy was directly overseen by Yu Fei, a prince. And whether these powerful figures were under his command is a matter yet to be discussed. However, this was sufficient to cause unease for Yu Wuing. Thus, he covertly supported the Qi Tian Academy, attempting to thwart the further expansion of the Great Yu Academy. Yet, Yu Wuing had not anticipated that his plan would not only fail but that Su Yunyang would become deeply ensnared in the situation. He had no choice but to intervene and protect this capable subordinate. To assign such a grave accusation based merely on a letter not authored by Su Yunyang was indeed absurd. After hearing this, Yu Wuing calmly stated, "If this is the conspiracy of that servant, or if someone has instigated him to sow discord among the three academies, the consequences would indeed be dire." Upon hearing this, Yu Tong and Wu Yu exchanged glances, all falling into silence. As seasoned individuals, they could not fail to perceive that Yu Wuing was deliberately showing favoritism towards Su Yunyang. They even began to surmise certain implications. Ultimately, under Yu Wu Ying's command, the palace's powerful figures approached to detain Su Yunyang, ostensibly to take him back for investigation. But the reality was all too clear. Though Yu Fei and Yu Tong were dissatisfied, they dared not voice their concerns in light of Yu Wu Ying's status. Given the current circumstances, the competition among the three academies could no longer continue. Under the direction of the elders of the Great Yu Academy, both the audience and the contestants could only leave one after another in disappointment. Damn it, why? Qin Yu, lying on the ground in a state of agony, watched as Su Yunyang was taken away unscathed, feeling utterly despondent. In the end, was he the only one to suffer? At that moment, an elder who had just examined Qin Yu's injuries suddenly spoke up. "Your meridians are severed. You will no longer be able to cultivate in the future." What? Chapter 50. The protagonist's sister loves too deeply. The villain cannot endure elderly. Please do not frighten me, Qin Yu exclaimed. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, Li Shun reiterated, "Your meridians are indeed severed, and quite thoroughly at that. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to cultivate again in the future." No, Qin Yu could no longer contain his emotions. Tears surged from his eyes as he clutched Li Shun's hand tightly. "Elderly, I am but the grand servant you personally appointed. You cannot abandon me." "Qin Yu, calm yourself." Li Shun, feeling helpless, could only offer words of comfort. "Rest assured, although your meridians are broken, I assure you, I will promptly petition the Grand Scholar to elevate you from a grand servant to the position of chief servant." Chief, still a servant? Qin Yu felt numb. How could this wretched servant position still yield such accolades? "Elderly, I do not care for the title." Before Qin Yu could voice his refusal, Li Shun interrupted, "No need for thanks. You were injured due to the academy, and we shall certainly not treat you unfairly." "That is not what I meant." Before Qin Yu could clarify, he found himself unwillingly thrust into the role of chief servant. Li Shun had already risen and strode towards the crowd. Damn it! At that moment, Qin Yu felt utterly despondent. He had finally glimpsed a chance for redemption. Why, oh why, had it culminated in a situation even worse than before? Being a servant was already humiliating enough, and now he was to be a chief servant? Would this label haunt him for life? Congratulations! Not long after, Ning Bei approached with a smile. "When elderly petitioned the Grand Scholar for your promotion to chief servant." The Grand Scholar hesitated a bit, but rest assured, I persuaded him to agree. "What? You?" Qin Yu nearly choked with indignation, retorting, "Who asked you to intervene on my behalf? You could have refrained from doing so." "What do you mean? Are you not pleased?" Ning Bei feigned ignorance. "Pleased? I truly thank you." Qin Yu ground his teeth in anger. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out at Ning Bei. He was certain Ning Bei had done this deliberately. What in the world is this chief servant nonsense? "You ungrateful wretch, how could you repay kindness with malice?" Ning Bei's brother had secured you the position of the first chief servant at the Wu Tian Academy. Should you not be expressing gratitude instead? At that moment, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming approached. As sycophants of Ning Bei, they were well aware of the animosity between Ning Bei and Qin Yu. So they seized the opportunity to taunt Qin Yu. They always managed to concoct a nickname that was both insulting and cutting. Upon hearing the term chief servant, Qin Yu's nearly shattered heart could no longer bear the strain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ouch! Wang Tung and Zhao Ming were taken aback. Instinctively recoiling a few steps, Ning Bei, quick-witted, exclaimed, "What are you two standing there for?" "Qin Yu has been injured by Su Yunyang and still has blood pooling in his chest. Quickly assist him in expelling it. Rest assured, Brother Ning, we shall take care of this matter." Wang Tung and Zhao Ming exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding each other. "No, it's unnecessary." In the next moment, Qin Yu's anguished scream pierced the air. "Ning Bei, I will ensure that you suffer more than death." Meanwhile, Ning Bei sought out Wu Yu. "Old master, it seems that the promise I made to you regarding the first position is unattainable. That is sufficient, Wu replied, his aged eyes radiating warmth and satisfaction. The humiliation of the Wu Tian Academy over the past 30 years has finally been avenged today. Furthermore, even if the Great Wu did not reach its ultimate conclusion, I believe, in the hearts of the people, you have already claimed the top spot. Wu sincerely reflected, expressing thoughts he had never anticipated experiencing in his lifetime, being held in such high esteem, all thanks to the young man before him. Truly, he is the reincarnation of a great emperor. Shall we remain in the capital? Ningbei implied. Although the previous events had reached a resolution, it was evident that the internal strife within the royal family was only beginning, with a true storm brewing. Could the Wu Tian Academy, as a significant force, remain unscathed? Understanding Ningbei's implication, Wu pondered seriously for a moment before responding with a smile. With this old bone of mine around, it shall be safeguarded. Understood. Ningbei replied with a knowing smile. Subsequently, he sought out Qin Jiujio. Before he could speak, Qin Jiujio interjected, "Have you had someone beat Qin Yu again?" Ningbei paused for a moment, then chuckled. He had blood stagnating in his chest, so I merely helped him alleviate it. Are you trying to deceive me? Qin Jiujio pouted and huffed. You clearly did it to punish him, but because of your position as chief, you couldn't act directly. So you had Wang Ting and the others do it instead, right? Ningbei coughed awkwardly yet politely. It must be said that Qin Jiujio was correct. But it was not merely his status that prevented him from intervening directly, it was rather the halo of the protagonist. Jiujio, do you think I am too wicked? That I have been too harsh on Qin Yu? Ningbei asked, gazing into the girl's eyes tentatively. Huh. Qin Jiujio was taken aback. She then angrily swatted Ningbei, retorting, What are you talking about? I never considered him a true brother. Why would I think poorly of you because of an outsider? Then why do you ask such a question? Qin Jiujio glanced around to ensure no one was watching before leaning closer to Ningbei. I know you, and Qin you're at odds. But I fear that if you seek revenge publicly, it could tarnish your reputation. Is that so? Ningbei met Qin Jiujio's gentle gaze and smiled contentedly. Is that not important? Do I appear to care about reputation? I do care. Before Ningbei could finish, Qin Jiujio interrupted. I do not want you to suffer because of insignificant people, undermining the goodwill you have painstakingly earned. I wish for you to always be held in high regard, forever. As he beheld the earnest expression on the young maiden's face, a warm current surged within Ningbei's heart, prompting him to gently grasp her hand. I should not have uttered such words. No, Qin Jiujio immediately shook her head, flashing a charming smile. It was my failure to articulate clearly. In that moment, Ningbei felt as if his heart were melting. To have such an understanding and exquisitely beautiful companion by his side. He would willingly consume elixirs of immortality and partake in celestial wines for an eternity. Qin Jiujio and Lin Yuyao were utterly contrasting in nature. Ningbei could distinctly sense that his position in Qin Jiujio's heart was irreplaceable. It had never been so, and it would not be so in the future. Even if he ceased to maintain his facade, even if one day he found himself compelled to eliminate Qin Yu, Qin Jiujio would undoubtedly stand by him without hesitation. Suddenly, Ningbei encircled the delicate waist of the young girl. Jiujio, I desire you. Huh? Right now? Indeed. Qin Jiujio's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Shyly biting her soft pink lips, she whispered in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Let us return to the room. I shall create a barrier for you. Chapter 51. The arrival of my fiancé's parents in the initial moments. A sudden slap caught me off guard. After a considerable pause, Qin Jiushi embraced Ning Bei from behind, resting her delicate face against his back. Will there come a day when you grow tired of me and no longer want me? Ning Bei was taken aback by her concern, considering her status. He teased, Don't speak nonsense. A gem like you is irreplaceable. I wouldn't mind having a few more like you. Oh dear. Qin Jiushi suddenly sat up. Her face flushed with a rosy hue as she pouted playfully. You're so wicked. But do you like me? Of course, he replied, as she leaned forward once more. Nestling into his embrace, she was utterly enraptured by love. Ningbei gently caressed her smooth skin, but then a thought struck him. We should be cautious, lest we stir up trouble. Qin Jiushi blinked her long eyelashes, and upon grasping his implication, she shyly bit her lip. It's all right. I can bear your children. Oh, a hint of surprise played upon Ningbei's lips, especially as he observed the flicker of expectation on her bashful face, as if she were already envisioning the joys of motherhood. In that moment, he realized he had truly captured the young maideness heart. This was the sister of the reincarnated emperor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Yao, how long must we wait? Qin Yu inquired with a hint of boredom. Since Ning Bei and Qin Jiushi entered the room, Lin Yuyao had been stationed outside, feeling an unmistakable sense of voyeurism. Yet, she no longer possessed the standing to feel that way. Furrowing her brow, Lin Yuyao asked, "What do you think they're doing in there for so long? What else could they be doing?" "Practicing, of course." Qin Yu shrugged. Though he no longer claimed to be Qin Jiushi's brother, he was quite confident in understanding her character. Surely they aren't planning to have children, right? The mere thought made him chuckle. Given his sister's shy nature, her willingness to be with Ningbei was already a significant leap. She would undoubtedly not tolerate any overstepping on his part. Perhaps they would merely hold hands, or share a kiss. Lin Yuyao concurred, recalling how Ningbei had been almost timid during their time together, lacking even the courage to initiate hand-holding. It was hard to believe that he would suddenly change his demeanor with Qin Jiushi. "I'm not devoid of charm, am I? By the way, when will your parents arrive?" Qin Yu shifted the conversation. He was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Lin Yuyao's parents. Given the conflict between Ning Bei and Lin Yuyao had unfolded at the Martial Heaven Academy, neither set of parents were yet aware of the situation. According to Lin Yuyao, Ning Bei held her parents in high regard and was obedient to them. If her parents were to appear and mediate between the two, Ning Bei, out of respect, would likely refrain from outright rejection. There was even a possibility they might reconcile. Although Qin Yu did not wish to witness Ning Bei and Lin Yuyao rekindling their relationship, he was acutely aware that his standing in Lin Yuyao's heart had diminished. Furthermore, his sister had been wooed away by Ning Bei. After careful consideration, he resolved that exposing the truth about Ning Bei and Qin Jiushi was of paramount importance, which led him to suggest this course of action to Lin Yuyao. The time must be drawing near. Lin Yuyao bit her lip in contemplation, as if summoned by fate. A junior sister rushed over. "Senior Lin, a couple outside claims to be your parents and is insisting on entering our inn." "Where are they? Where are they?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu displayed greater urgency than Lin Yuyao herself. "Brother Wang has stopped them outside, and they are still arguing. I came to check the truth of the matter," the junior sister explained. "Foolish. That must be Yueyao's parents," Qin Yu exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. As he turned to Lin Yuyao and urged, "Yuyao, let us hurry and greet uncle and aunt." "All right." Lin Yuyao felt a twinge of confusion but had no time to ponder further. She had clearly informed her parents to bring Ning Bei's parents along to exert pressure on him to leave Qin Jiujiu. How could anyone dare to obstruct their entry? Did they truly have the audacity to disrespect Ning Bei's parents? Yet, upon reaching the entrance, Lin Yueyao's bewilderment was swiftly resolved, for only her parents were present. "What is going on? These are Yueyao's parents. Shouldn't you let them through?" Qin Yu was the first to speak. Eager to make a good impression on Lin Yueyao's parents upon their first meeting, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming were unimpressed by his demeanor. "This is none of your concern. Step aside." "You." Under the scrutinizing gazes of the couple, Qin Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment. After all, they were all fellow disciples. Why should they treat the parents of a peer with such rudeness? Before Wang Tung could retort again, Bai Yu Qin, upon spotting her daughter, could no longer contain herself. "That is my daughter. Am I not allowed to visit her?" "Yuyao, we are here," Lin Donglai waved, calling out to her. Lin Yuyao hurried to her parents' side and addressed Wang Ting and the others. "These are my parents, and I would like to invite them inside." "No way." To her surprise, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming flatly refused. "Why not?" Bai Yu Qin's temper flared as she protested. "You just claimed you were unsure of our identities. Now that Yueyao has come out, you're not being targeted. Everyone is treated equally," Wang Tung replied calmly, directing his gaze toward Lin Yueyao. "You should understand the rules of the academy, Lin Yueyao." Lin Yueyao hesitated, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, the regulations for this competition explicitly forbade any disciple from bringing family members into the academy's temporary lodgings. This was to ensure safety and to prevent unnecessary complications arising from mixing various individuals. Yet, while this was the official stance, the reality was that, as fellow disciples, there existed a shared camaraderie that should not be disregarded. However, Lin Yueyao was acutely aware that the tension with Ning Bei was the root cause of their current predicament, leading to Wang Tung and others withholding their respect. "Is there such a notion, Yueyao?" Bai Yu Qin expressed her skepticism, turning to her daughter for confirmation. "Tell me, are they deliberately targeting us?" Before Lin Yueyao could respond, Zhao Ming interjected, "I have already stated that it is not a personal attack. It is a regulation of the academy, and it applies equally to everyone." It appeared to be a matter of policy. At this moment, Lin Donglai tugged at Bai Yu Qin's sleeve, quietly advising her, "Men tend to avoid making situations too uncomfortable." Just then, an attractive couple strolled in, hand in hand. They cast a sidelong glance at Lin Donglai and his wife before inquiring of Wang Teng and the others. Excuse us? Is this the inn for the Wutian Academy? And you are. Wang Ting and the others politely responded, intrigued by the couple's distinguished demeanor. Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu, Lin Yuyao quickly exclaimed with a smile. For the couple was none other than Ning Bei's father, Ning Tsonghua, and mother, Lu Yujuan. Oh dear-in-laws. Upon seeing Ning Tsonghua and his wife, Lin Donglai and his wife hurriedly offered their smiles. The threshold of Wutian Academy is exceedingly high. They do not even allow us to visit our children. However, Ning Tsonghua and his wife chose to disregard the pleasantries offered by Lin Donglai. Wang Teng and the others, gleaning insights from the conversation, inquired, Uncle and Aunt, are you the parents of Ning Shixiang? Yes, we are indeed the parents of Ning Bei, Ning Tsonghua replied with a warm smile. In the next moment, the demeanor of Wang Ting and the others underwent a dramatic transformation. Oh my dear uncle, what brings you here? You should have informed us so we could have welcomed you. Come, Uncle Ning, please, do come in. I will fetch you some tea immediately. Instantly. Whether it be the elders or the disciples at the entrance, they all adopted a remarkably cordial demeanor, inviting Ning Tsonghua and his wife inside. Lin Donglai. Bai Yuqin? At that moment, Lin Donglai and his wife felt as though they had been struck across the face, especially when they attempted to follow suit and were once again halted. You may not enter. Please remain outside and converse with your daughter. Chapter 52. The circumstances surrounding the broken engagement. Upon learning the details of the annulment, the parents of the fiancé brutally confronted the protagonist. Why is it that they can enter while we cannot? At that moment, the couple finally erupted in indignation. It was utterly outrageous. Just a moment ago, they had been told that everyone was treated equally, yet in the next instant, individuals with the same status as them had been warmly invited inside. Who could possibly endure such an affront? If you too wish to cause a disturbance, do not blame us for retaliating, one elder admonished sternly, turning to Lin Yuyao. Do you wish for your parents to challenge the Academy's regulations? At this juncture, Lin Yuyao recognized that further discourse would be futile. She could only attempt to persuade her parents to leave, for she was acutely aware that, given her precarious position within the Martial Heaven Academy, the elders might very well take action against her parents, thereby forcing Ning Bei to take a stand. Outside the inn, Lin Yuyao implored, Father, Mother, did I not ask you to accompany Ning Bei's parents? She felt deeply aggrieved. Why did Ning Bei's parents ignore us just now? Have you taken advantage of the Ning family? In the past, a mere call of uncle or aunt from her would have delighted Ning Tsonghua and Lu Yujuan for an entire day. Yet, just moments ago, the couple had shown no response to her overtures, even disregarding her parents' presence entirely. Throughout their interactions, whether it was Ning Bei before her or his parents before her own, there had always been a mutual respect. Lin Yuyao could not fathom how her parents had become estranged from Ning Bei's family. Unless they had previously taken significant advantage of the Ning family, it was utterly uncharacteristic of Ning Tsonghua and his wife to behave in such a manner. Are you questioning us? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Bai Yuqin's voice was filled with frustration as she demanded, what discord exists between you and Ning Bei? How could it escalate to the point of an annulment? Yuyao, we did extend an invitation to Ning Bei's parents, but they completely disregarded us, Lin Donglai sighed, adding, moreover, in recent days, they have suddenly mentioned the annulment and intend to sever ties with our Lin family. The entire Lin household is in disarray. What exactly transpired between you and Ning Bei that led them to claim that you initiated the annulment? Unbeknownst to Lin Yuyao, Ning Bei had already sent word to his family, informing them of his desire to cut ties with the Lin family. However, due to his busy schedule, he had been unable to return home personally. From Ning Bei's perspective, it was hardly worth his time to meet with the Lin family, whom he deemed ungrateful. They flourished on the support of the Ning family while maintaining an air of superiority. For such individuals, why adhere to formalities? He would merely state his intention to withdraw, without even bothering to draft a formal letter of divorce. Upon learning this, Lin Yuyao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ning Bei had actually notified his family? She had always believed that the discord between them was confined to their personal relationship and had never considered that he had already informed his parents without mentioning it to her. Yuyao, did you truly bring up the annulment with Ning Bei? Bai Yuqin interrogated. In a moment of heated argument, I rashly declared my intention to break off the engagement. At this instant, Lin Yuyao felt a surge of emotions, teetering on the brink of tears. She found herself at a loss for words, grappling with how her quarrel with Ning Bei had escalated to such an extent. Was this not sheer folly? Upon confirming that it was indeed his daughter who had initiated the dissolution of the engagement, Lin Donglai felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, lamenting how well Ning Bei had treated her. Moreover, was it not common knowledge that the Lin family now depended on the Ning family for survival? Without their protection, how would they navigate through their current tribulations? Her uncles and relatives were already casting judgment upon them. Confronted by her father's inquiries, Lin Yueyao's eyes reddened. Initially, she had never contemplated genuinely severing ties with Ning Bei. It had merely been a tactic to frighten him. Yet, she had not anticipated that this ploy would be taken to heart. How could she be oblivious to the kindness Ning Bei had shown her? Speak up. Have you sought to reconcile with Ning Bei? When do you intend to mend things with him? Bai Yuqin pressed her daughter, her grip firm. Although she had once believed that Ning Bei was reaching beyond his station by courting her daughter, she could not deny that he was indeed a rare find. The recent events had showcased Ning Bei's remarkable potential, as he had ascended to the position of valedictorian at the academy. Surpassing the talents of both the Diyu and Qitian academies, his future was undeniably bright. Such an exceptional match could not simply be discarded. Lin Yueyao bit her lip, rendered speechless. She truly did not know how to articulate to her parents that she had already suggested reconciliation more than once, in fact. But Ning Bei had consistently refused, even resorting to striking her. Most importantly, he had seemingly shifted his affections towards a girl who was more accomplished than she. Uncle and aunt, this is not Yueyao's fault. Seeing Lin Yueyao ensnared in her predicament, Qin Yu stepped forward, believing himself to be the voice of reason. Ning Bei is being obstinate, fixated on seeking revenge against Yueyao. For instance, the reason you were barred from entering earlier was undoubtedly orchestrated by him. Those individuals are merely his sycophants. In his words, Qin Yu sought to sow discord, attempting to persuade the couple that Ning Bei's character was lacking. Who are you? Bai Yuqin scrutinized Qin Yu, astonished. Perhaps it was due to the fact that previously, those who stood beside Lin Yueyao had been Ning Bei. Now, she found herself unable to view Qin Yu in a favorable light. This man was exceedingly unattractive. In contrast to her golden son-in-law, he paled in comparison in terms of looks, physique, and demeanor. My name is Qin Yu. He straightened his posture, employing a resonant tone. I am a close friend of Yueyao at the academy, and by chance, I once saved her. As he spoke, Qin Yu deliberately emphasized his last words. Yet, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin's attention was entirely diverted from his act of heroism. So you are called Qin Yu? Indeed. Meeting Lin Donglai's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Yu smiled. Uncle, are you familiar with me? Has Yueyao mentioned me to you? Before Qin Yu could finish speaking, Lin Donglai interrupted with a cold laugh. Qin Yu, you are quite famous. Oh? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could hardly contain his excitement, saying, I wonder what you mean by famous. Could it be regarding my thwarting Su Yunyang's scheme, thus preventing a conflict between the two esteemed academies? Haha. That was merely a trivial matter. I feel no pride in it. Oh no, do not misunderstand me. I was referring to your parents. As he observed Qin Yu's smug demeanor, Lin Donglai interjected, Moreover, I have heard rumors about you soiling your pants, and you're referred to as that Wang. Is there any truth to this? Boom. Qin Yu's mouth fell agape, stunned in place. Who on earth let that slip? Who has such a loose tongue? That even Lin Yueyao's parents are aware. At that moment, Qin Yu felt as if the sky had fallen. He had initially hoped to leave a good impression on Lin Yueyao's parents. Who could be so cruel? Yueyao, you should refrain from associating with such people in the future. At this juncture, Bai Yuqin cast a disapproving glance at her daughter, asserting that any man should be kept at a distance. Or else how would Ning Bei feel? Upon hearing her mother's reprimand, Lin Yueyao felt a tumult of emotions. Before she could respond, laughter erupted nearby from Wang Ting and others. Too bad you spoke too late. Now brother Ning has nothing to do with her. Recalling the past, Lin Yueyao had publicly annulled her engagement with brother Ning for Qin Yu's sake. TSK, she had indeed done a commendable deed. Upon hearing this, Lin Donglai and his wife felt as if struck by lightning. Their daughter had broken off her engagement with Ning Bei because of this hideous fellow? Yueyao, is this true? Did you truly end your engagement with Ning Bei because of him? The couple erupted in fury, questioning Lin Yueyao. Lin Yueyao found herself at a loss for words. No, to be precise, she could not deny it. Even if she regretted it now, it was already too late. Uncle, auntie, this is not Yueyao's fault. It is all Ning Bei's wrongdoing. Qin Yu stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Slap. But before he could finish, Lin Donglai, enraged, struck him with a resounding slap. Qin Yu. Chapter 53. The protagonist's family regrets their decision. while the antagonist's family acknowledges their daughter-in-law. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, particularly by the vehement insult of little bastard, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Fortunately, his reason prevailed, and he suppressed his indignation. Otherwise, Lin Yueyao would have deemed him disrespectful to her parents. Uncle Lin, things are not as you perceive. Qin Yu attempted to regain his composure and explain. However, before he could finish his sentence, Bai Yuqin struck him with a resounding slap. You worthless wretch, reeking of filth. What right do you have to befriend Yueyao? Get lost. Bai Yuqin scolded without restraint. She was astounded that the engagement had been initiated by her daughter, and even more so that it was due to this grotesque figure before her. How could this ugly creature compare to her golden son-in-law? The king of Dung was indeed a target of universal derision. It is said that even virtuous officials find it challenging to resolve family matters. Yet here he was, meddling in their affairs. Who else could they blame if not him? If my daughter loses her happiness because of him, I will ensure he pays dearly. Wang Ting and the others reveled in mockery. Yet, Qin Yu trembled with suppressed fury. The moment he heard the laughter surrounding him, he teetered on the brink of an explosion. Your daughter was abandoned by Ning Bei. What does that have to do with me? This is sheer bullying. Father, mother. Please stop. Lin Yueyao interjected, seeking to intervene. Yueyao, what is wrong with you? Lin Donglai exclaimed, his disappointment palpable. He has caused you such distress, and you still wish to defend him? I am not defending him, but you cannot. Before Lin Yueyao could finish, Bai Yuqin interrupted. Tell me the truth. Do you wish to be with this waste? I warn you, Lin Yueyao, if you dare associate with this good-for-nothing, then you shall no longer be our daughter. Bai Yuqin was truly infuriated. They had only just arrived in the capital, yet had already encountered a slew of derogatory labels such as King of Dung, menial, and bastard directed at Qin Yu. This man was a living joke. Initially, they regarded Qin Yu as nothing more than a clown. However, they never anticipated that their daughter would forsake the infinitely superior Ning Bei for this jester. What parent would not be enraged? To suggest that Lin Yueyao had discarded a watermelon for a sesame seed only elevated Qin Yu's status to that of a mere sesame seed. Yueyao, please be honest with us. How far have you progressed with him? Lin Donglai pressed, his gaze directed at Qin Yu, filled with murderous intent. Should he discover that Qin Yu had led his daughter astray, he would not hesitate to act. Father, mother, please do not speak so recklessly, Lin Yueyao exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. I have no relationship with Qin Yu. The one I love is Ning Bei. Yu. At that moment, Qin Yu felt as though his heart was bleeding. He believed he had treated Lin Yueyao with utmost care and sincerity, yet he was blindsided by her resolute rejection. The most painful part was that he could not muster a single word of rebuttal. Given his current predicament, with his meridian severed, he possesses no tangible advantages to assert his worth. Especially when compared to Ning Bei, he feels like a mere inconsequential presence. Contemplating this, Qin Yu's resentment deepens. All of this is because of Ning Bei. Truly? That's splendid. Upon hearing this, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, their daughter did not possess such lowly aspirations and did not yield to this contemptible individual. Therefore, Yueyao, you must hasten to reconcile with Ning Bei. Bai Yuqin urged eagerly. Lin Yueyao hesitated. She dared not divulge to her parents that she had already broached the subject of reconciliation. But Ning Bei had not consented. Observing her daughter's silence, Bai Yuqin remarked disapprovingly, Child, I am speaking to you. How can you still maintain such pride at this juncture? The most crucial matter now is your reconciliation with Ning Bei, lest you be outpaced by others. Before Lin Yueyao could respond, Qin Yu, unable to contain himself, coldly interjected, Someone has already beaten you to it, and Yueyao had previously suggested a reconciliation, yet Ning Bei refused. Qin Yu, could you refrain from speaking? Lin Yueyao stomped her foot in frustration. Just moments ago, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Qin Yu due to her parents' disparagement of him, but now, his disruption incited her disdain. How could she have abandoned Ning Bei for someone like him? Such folly. What? Bai Yuqin was taken aback. Is that true? Yueyao? Ning Bei does not agree to reconcile with you? At this point, Lin Yu realized she could no longer conceal the truth. Honesty was the only recourse. Upon learning the reality, Lin Donglai and his wife were thunderstruck. How could Ning Bei act thus? He had previously professed that he would only marry her. How could he have changed his heart? I must discover which vixen dares to steal my daughter's man. The couple became incensed, insisting that Lin Yueyao bring him to the inn to confront Ning Bei directly. Meanwhile, Ning Bei emerged with Qin Jiujio, introducing her to his parents. Father, mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. daughter-in-law. Qin Jiujiu's face flushed instantly. Yet, rather than shyly deny it, she respectfully addressed the couple. Uncle Ning, Aunt Lu, greetings. Oh my, how wonderful. This girl is so beautiful, as if she stepped out of a painting. As Lu Yujuan assessed her future daughter-in-law, her admiration grew, pulling Ning Songhua aside, and she appears so gentle, surely far better than Lin Yuyao for our son. Haha. Ning Songhua laughed heartily, unable to refute. In Qin Jiujiu, there was none of the haughty demeanor that Lin Yuyao exhibited. Instead, when standing beside Ning Bei, they seemed a perfect match, a couple destined for each other. How splendid. Ning Songhua patted Ning Bei's shoulder, expressing with a touch of nostalgia. Finding such a wonderful young lady brings us great relief. Before arriving, we were concerned you might remain entangled with Lin Yuyao. Let us not dwell on that family. Lu Yujuan cast Ning Songhua a disapproving glance, and then turned to Ning Bei with earnestness. Beer. Jujiu is a splendid girl. You must treat her well. Do you understand? Her previous disdain for Lin Yuyao stemmed from the latter's haughty demeanor whenever in Ning Bei's presence. What mother could find joy in such behavior? Yet, despite her reservations, she and Ning Songhua had refrained from voicing their concerns, even supporting the Lin family's enterprises to help their son gain acceptance. However, upon laying eyes on Qin Jiujiu for the first time, she felt an innate fondness for this future daughter-in-law, worrying instead about her son failing to appreciate her. Rest assured, Mother, Ningbei replied with a smile. The deep-seated memories stirred a sense of affection towards his parents, and coupled with recollections from a previous life, he willingly embraced the duty of filial piety. While the family shared laughter, Wang Ting entered the room. Ning Shixiang, the Lin family has come clamoring to see you, and the elders are inquiring whether you will meet them. Send them away, Ning Bei replied without hesitation. Wait a moment, Beer, Ning Songhua interjected. This time, let us not meet with them. They will continue to pester us in the future. I believe it would be better to clarify matters now to prevent further entanglement. What do you think? That seems reasonable. Ning Bei contemplated and did not oppose the idea. Chapter 54. The protagonist's family pleads for reconciliation. While publicly humbling the son of destiny before long, Lin Yuyao's family appeared at the entrance. Upon noticing Qin Jiuxiu seated closely beside Ning Bei, an uncomfortable sensation washed over Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin. They had not anticipated that Ning Bei's new companion would possess such striking beauty, rivaling that of their own daughter. The pressure on their daughter had now intensified. Dear-in-laws, what is the meaning of this? In the next moment, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin forced smiles as they entered, for they were there to mend ties and could not afford to display displeasure. Qin Yu intended to follow them inside, only to be met with a sharp slap from Wang Ting. What are you doing? This is none of your business. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned by the blow. He cast a hopeful glance at Lin Yuyao, wishing she might intercede on his behalf. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Yuyao was solely focused on Ning Bei, not sparing him a single glance. Smack. Just as Qin Yu felt dejected, Zhao Ming delivered another slap. I'm speaking to you. Are you mute? Qin Yu felt a surge of anger, but found himself powerless to retaliate, gritting his teeth as he turned to leave. Get moving. Wang Tung kicked Qin Yu in the rear. Qin Yu clenched his fists, silently vowing that this group would one day regret their actions. Inside the room, facing their once arrogant in-laws now reduced to a humble demeanor, Ning Songhua and his wife felt a sense of vindication. Previously, they had endured considerable discomfort due to their son's affection for Lin Yuyao, but now they remained silent, dismissing Lin Donglai and his wife's overtures with indifference. In desperation, Bai Yuqin initiated the conversation. In-laws, marriage is a significant matter. Hold on, Lu Yujuan interrupted. Bai Yuqin, spare me the in-law talk. My son's engagement to your daughter has been annulled, and your words might upset my daughter-in-law, Jiuxiu. Lu auntie, Lin Yuyao called out anxiously. Hearing Lu Yujuan refer to Qin Jiuxiu as her daughter-in-law made Lin Yuyao's heart ache, prompting her to cast a pleading glance at Ning Bei. To her dismay, she found Ning Bei caressing Qin Jiuxiu's delicate hand. At that moment, Lin Yuyao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Oh dear sister-in-law. Such words cannot be spoken. Lin Donglai chuckled. It is entirely normal for children to have disputes, but as parents, we must not let our children's quarrels overshadow our friendships. It is not that we disregard our friendship, Ning Songhua interjected. Your daughter was the one who initiated the annulment. It is not our fault. Indeed, it is Yuyao's immaturity, Bai Yuqin hastily replied. But we cannot bear the entire blame, can we? Just look at your Ning Bei. He has already moved on, and here he is, holding hands with another woman without a thought for our Yuyao's feelings. Ning Bei, could you please refrain from touching her? Lin Yueyao gazed at Ning Bei, her eyes brimming with a silent plea. Once, this man who revolved around her now dares to hold another woman's hand in front of her and her parents. The blow is truly immense. What business is it of yours if I hold my wife's hand? Ning Bei retorted. My wife hasn't said anything. Qin Jiao slightly nodded in agreement, feeling both shy and delighted at that moment. A rather peculiar sensation. Bai Yuqin, cease labeling my son unjustly. Lu Yujuan interjected. Your daughter has called off the engagement. Does my son not have the right to pursue someone he loves? Moreover, don't think we are unaware that it was your daughter, due to someone named Qinyu, who ended the engagement. If we speak of infidelity, it is indeed your daughter who has strayed. Bai Yuqin nearly retorted sharply, who has strayed. Fortunately, she remembered her original purpose and forced a smile. In-laws. Let us speak more kindly. In truth, Yao has had nothing to do with that good-for-nothing. She is still untouched. Right, Yao? Tell Ningbei. Bai Yuqin nudged her daughter's shoulder. Lin Yuyao raised her eyes to Ningbei, biting her lip. I have nothing with Qinyu. I truly do not like him. Ningbei chuckled outright. Even a trained individual would be at a loss for words. Observing this, Lin Donglai spoke up. Xiao Bei. Do not doubt it. Yuyao genuinely does not like Qinyu. Uncle and aunt promise you, she will have no further dealings with him. We only acknowledge you as our son-in-law, all right? Yuyao, quickly assure Ningbei that you will no longer associate with that good-for-nothing, Bai Yuqin urged her daughter. I promise. Lin Yuyao began to speak, but Ningbei interrupted. Stop. I see you truly do not understand your daughter. In her heart, Qinyu is like a cherished memory. How could she not have feelings for him? Ningbei sneered, looking at Lin Yuyao. Furthermore, you must be braver. Everyone at the academy knows you like Qinyu. Why do you not dare to tell your parents? Ningbei, I do not. Under Ningbei's cold gaze, Lin Yuyao shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. I truly do not like him. I really do not like him. In-laws. Look at this. Bai Yuqin quickly pressed. See how much Yuyao cares for Ningbei? How could she possibly like that good-for-nothing? Lin Donglai chimed in. Exactly. Children often quarrel out of frustration. As parents, we must manage the situation. Now that the children are grown, I believe we should choose an auspicious date and arrange their marriage soon. Do you not understand human speech? Ningbei furrowed his brows, coldly stating. I allowed you to enter to make you completely give up. You even wish to plan a wedding? You should let Lin Yuyao handle matters with Qinyu. At that time, I shall offer her a monetary gift, and once she gives birth, I will present you with a more substantial contribution. Lin Yuyao? Ningbei, how can you speak so? In this moment, Bai Yuqin could no longer contain herself. My daughter Yuyao is truly exceptional. On what grounds do you utter such words? Even if she had erred in the past, she has already offered her apologies. What more do you desire? You once declared that you would marry no one but her. What do you mean by your current stance? Do you wish to evade your responsibilities? Humph. Ning Songhua slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in anger, if apologies are of any worth, why do we need the law? Do you believe the Ning family must revolve around you? Lu Yujuan also stood, asserting, let it be known today, I acknowledge only Jiojing as my daughter-in-law. Your daughter is unworthy of our son. Do not entangle us further. You all? Lin Donglai's face darkened, ready to retort. Yet, in the next moment, several elders burst in from outside. If you intend to argue, we shall have no choice but to expel you. Bai Yuqin, seething with fury, demanded, on what grounds? They are arguing too. Why are we the only ones to be cast out? Mother, please refrain from speaking. I must speak. They are simply overstepping. Before Bai Yuqin could continue her outburst, the elders took action, forcibly dragging Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin away. Outside the inn, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin were unceremoniously thrown out. Both were filled with indignation, yet dared not storm back inside the inn. Ultimately, they directed their fury towards their daughter. Look at the mess you've caused. For the sake of a good-for-nothing, you have forsaken Ningbei, who has treated you so well. Remember how gracious the Ning family was to us. Look at their current demeanor. It is all because you wished to break off the engagement with Ningbei. How could our Lin family produce such a foolish daughter? Lin Yuyao's eyes brimmed with tears. Faced with her parents' scolding, she had no retort. For the mere recollection of her prior actions made her wish to strike herself. Why was she so foolish? Where is Qinyu? Where could he be? In the next moment, Lin Donglai and his wife glanced around, calling out, Uncle, Aunt, I am here. Upon hearing the call, Qinyu dashed over with enthusiasm. He had anticipated that, given Ningbei's temperament, Lin Yuyao's parents would be quite angered. Thus, an opportunity for him to shine presented itself. Uncle, Aunt, Please do not be upset. Qin Yu began cheerfully to console them, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap met his face. Smack. You little wretch. It is all because of you that my daughter's happiness has been shattered. Beat him senseless. Bring him to Ning Bei to apologize. Perhaps there is still a chance for redemption. Qin Yu? Chapter 55. The fiancé's parents express their stance. Even a dog must be led by Ning Bei. Please, stop hitting me. Soon, Qin Yu's cries of anguish pierced the air. Initially, he had hoped to maintain his composure, yet the couple unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration. While their blows were not fatal, they were indeed capable of rendering a person incapacitated. Ultimately, Qin Yu could no longer endure the onslaught and desperately turned to the young woman for assistance. Yu Yao, please save me. Don't let them continue. Father, mother, please cease this at once. Lin Yuyao rushed forward to intervene. Although she understood that Qin Yu bore an undeniable share of the blame for the rift with Ning Bei, she could not simply stand by and witness her parents decimate him. Such an act would only serve to further diminish her own dignity. Step aside. However, to her astonishment, as soon as Lin Yuyao charged in, her mother flung her aside. How can you still defend him? If it weren't for him, would you be breaking off the engagement with Ning Bei? If not for him, would we need to grovel before the Ning family? Bai Yuqin exclaimed, filled with frustration. Lin Yuyao found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she recognized her mother's words held validity. Had it not been for Qin Yu, she would not have ended her engagement with Ning Bei. Had there been no broken engagement, her parents would not have faced the disdain of the Ning family. And ultimately, they would not have been humiliated and ousted from the inn. Each time she attempted to step forward and put a stop to the conflict, her mother would push her back and chastise her, leaving her to stand there in anxious distress. Please, stop. I beg you, cease this at once. Ignoring their daughter's pleas, Lin Donglai continued to strike, berating, you little wretch, ruining my daughter's life. I will not rest until you are dead. Even so, Lin Donglai found no satisfaction in his actions. In his eyes, it was entirely Qin Yu who had shattered his daughter's happiness. And the more useless Qin Yu appeared, the deeper Lin Donglai's resentment grew. It was all because of Qin Yu that their family had been subjected to such torment. Bang! At that moment, unable to endure the beating any longer, Qin Yu, in a moment of heated impulse, picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it backward with all his might. Ouch! Lin Donglai was caught completely off guard, the brick striking his forehead with a painful thud. As he staggered back, instinctively clutching his head, a warm trickle coursed down, blurring his vision. Oh no, I'm bleeding. Bai Yuqin, horrified at the sight, rushed forward. You little wretch, how could you strike so viciously? Father? Lin Yuyao stood frozen in shock. Particularly upon seeing the blood oozing from her father's head, her mind buzzed, and she angrily scolded Qin Yu. What have you done? How could you lay a hand on my father? At that moment, Qin Yu was equally at a loss. The pain had driven him to instinctively defend himself with the brick, never anticipating he would injure Lin Yuyao's father. This was disastrous. Father, are you all right? Lin Yuyao hurriedly approached, her concern overwhelming her. Meanwhile, Wang Teng and others, relishing the spectacle, added to the chaos. Haha. Qin Yu is impressive. Lin Yuyao had renounced her engagement to senior brother Ning for him, yet he had the audacity to harm her father. Alas, this was the man chosen by her daughter. Upon hearing the laughter around her, Lin Yuyao's eyes reddened with fury as she glared at Qin Yu, demanding, I have become like this because of you. Why do you treat my family this way? Why? Tell me why. It's not you, Yao. I was in so much pain just now. Qin Yu could only offer a feeble explanation, his heart already shrouded in despair. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to such severity. If given the chance to choose again, he would rather endure the beating than ever pick up that brick again. Boom. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from Lin Donglai, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he spat. You beast, I was initially inclined to spare your life. It seems you are not worthy of living. Uncle Lin, please allow me to explain. Qin Yu stammered in panic. Stop. Fortunately, in that critical moment, a voice rang out. Let us see who dares to touch my son. Mother? Upon seeing that familiar figure, Qin Yu was nearly moved to tears. Thank goodness. His mother had not been slain by that vile man. Accompanying Yuan was a formidable-looking man, his massive arms adorned with strange runes. Though his cultivation aura was imperceptible, the intensity of his piercing gaze emanated an unparalleled pressure. It's all right now. Yuan approached Qin Yu, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Yuyao's family. How dare you lay hands on my son? Benefactor, please help me eliminate them. Very well, the burly man nodded in agreement. Realizing that the adversary's strength far surpassed her father's, Lin Yuyo quickly turned to Qin Yu and urged, Qin Yu, you must say something. Qin Yu understood her implication. To be honest, he was still seething with anger and yearned for vengeance against Lin Donglai. Yet, he was acutely aware that should he truly kill Lin Donglai and his wife, there would be no future for him and Lin Yueyao. In terms of beauty, Lin Yueyao was indeed a sight to behold. To claim he did not find her attractive would be a lie. Especially since he had nearly won her heart in the past, the lingering sense of achievement made it difficult for him to relinquish the prospect of their future together. Consequently, in the end, Qin Yu softened his heart. Mother, I had a misunderstanding with Uncle Lin. It is not as serious as you think. I implore this esteemed elder not to misinterpret. The burly man turned to Yuan, inquiring for clarification. However, upon noticing the bruises adorning her son's body, Yuan was unwilling to relent. Yet, she could not resist Qin Yu's plea. Thus, the trio ultimately chose to depart first, as there were pressing matters to attend to. Phew, once the man had withdrawn his hostility, the family of three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who was that person? His pressure was so formidable, Lin Donglai remarked. Still feeling unsettled, Bai Yuqin furrowed her brow in frustration. How could that wretched fool's mother possibly know such a powerful figure? Father, mother, at that moment. Lin Yueyao spoke up. You should cease treating Qin Yu in such a manner. Despite all you've done to him, he still allowed mother to show us leniency once. This indicates that he is not as despicable as you portray him. At that moment, her gratitude towards Qin Yu grew. Are you now lecturing us? Bai Yuqin retorted, displeased. Isn't all of this a result of him? Merely beating him is too lenient. Indeed, Lin Donglai chimed in. If it weren't for that little brat, would you and Ning Bei be in such a predicament? Now, just because of a few trifles, you choose to defend him? I'm not defending him. Lin Yueyao replied helplessly. I merely believe that beating him serves no purpose. Even if we were to kill him, it wouldn't resolve the issue. The root of the problem lies in Ning Bei's affections for another woman. He no longer cherishes me. When one truly loves someone, such feelings do not waver easily. Bai Yuqin disagreed. After all, she held great confidence in her daughter's beauty, and she was well aware of how much Ning Bei had once adored her. Thus, in her eyes, Ning Bei was merely angry. After all, any man would be furious if his fiancée had ambiguous relations with another man. Especially a man of exceptional caliber. Yueyao, do you understand why we punished that worthless fool? It was out of anger, foolish girl. Bai Yuqin poked Lin Yueyao's forehead and lowered her voice. Anger is secondary. We did this for your sake. For my sake? Lin Yueyao blinked her long eyelashes in confusion. Seeing her daughter's bewildered expression, Bai Yuqin clarified, of course. We intended to display this to Ning Bei, to make him realize that we would never accept Qin Yu and that we stand firmly against him. Only then will he forgive your transgressions. Moreover, just now, you should not have stopped us. You ought to have joined us in the fray. What? Lin Yueyao looked incredulous. She had never expected her parents to say such things, let alone suggest that she should join in attacking Qin Yu. What does that expression mean? Bai Yuqin remarked, displeased. As your parents, we wish for you to reconcile with Ning Bei, and you are unwilling? Mother, it's not that I'm unwilling. Then you are reluctant to take action? I'm not. Before Lin Yueyao could deny it, Lin Donglai interjected, still reluctant? Just look at your so-called friend. He has left me with a bruised head. Father. Lin Yueyao fell silent. The thought of what had just transpired filled her with anger. Qin Yu had completely disregarded her identity and even struck her father. Ning Bei would never stoop to such a level. Anyway, I've made my stance clear. Observing her obstinate daughter, Bai Yuqin spoke with an unmistakable tone. From now on, even if you were to live as a dog, only Ning Bei shall have the privilege of leading you. No one else may even dare to consider it. Chapter 56. The protagonist's desperate pursuit of glory. While the antagonist harbors great affection, Lin Yueyao's face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Mother, what do you mean by that? I am your daughter. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Bai Yuqin crossed her arms, her displeasure evident. You were once adored by Ning Bei, yet you allowed a worthless individual to drive him away. If you do not bring him back into your life, do not expect to call me mother again. And as for my title as your father, you may forego that as well. Lin Dong added. Knowing that the entire Lin family relies on the Ning family, you still dared to break off your engagement with Ning Bei. You are nothing but an unfilial daughter. Lin Yueyao found herself at a loss for words, chastised into silence. Before departing, the couple reiterated their insistence that she must reclaim Ning Bei, and failure was not an option. Tears streamed down Lin Yueyao's cheeks. In moments past, When mocked by her peers at the academy, she had not felt such anguish. Yet now, even her parents turned their backs on her. Leaving Ningbei had rendered her world a dismal place. It was only now that she realized how significant Ningbei truly was to her. Meanwhile, on the other side, foster father, please allow me to pay my respects. Qin Yu expressed his excitement as he knelt in homage. Haha, splendid, boomed the burly man, laughing heartily as he produced a tome of martial arts and presented it to Qin Yu. This is the Golden Gang Sutra, a token of our first meeting. Yuan, still possessing her charm, beamed with joy. Do not forget to thank your foster father. The Golden Gang Sutra is his most formidable secret, and it is through this very technique that he has earned the reputation of having the greatest physique in the Great Yu dynasty. Haha, such a trivial title is hardly worth mentioning, the man, known as Kuei-en, remarked with pride. Do not be deceived by its classification as merely an earth-level technique. When combined with the right mindset during cultivation, it paves a path to invincibility among peers, allowing you to face foes of higher rank and remain undefeated in physical combat. Thank you, foster father. I am truly honored, Qin Yu exclaimed, filled with joy. As the only noble of a different clan in the Great Yu dynasty, I understand the might of this technique. It is a privilege to call you my foster father. Haha, your words warm my heart, Yu. Kuei-en, in his delight, brazenly placed his hand upon Yuan's rear. Qin Yu, coughing, Yuan trembled slightly, quickly signaling him with her eyes. As Kuei-en regained his composure, he withdrew his hand, continuing, however, the Golden Gang Sutra holds great significance for me. You must remember to cultivate it in secrecy. Do not let anyone discover it, lest they devise countermeasures against us, thereby nullifying our advantages. Rest assured, foster father. Observing his mother's reaction, Qin Yu felt a tumult of emotions but refrained from further comments, merely sighing. However, my meridians are severed, so I fear. There is no need for concern. With that, Kuei-en handed him a vial of spiritual medicine. This elixir will help restore some of your meridians, and in truth, the Golden Gang Sutra not only fortifies your resilience, but also possesses the ability to mend and enhance your meridians as you cultivate. Is what my adoptive father said true? Of course, it encompasses the restoration of meridians. No, I mean, is it resilient? Qin Yu interjected, shaking his head. Although the restoration of meridians is crucial, at this moment, he felt that the ability to endure blows was of utmost importance. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he constantly felt as though everyone wanted to strike him. He even began to suspect that his appearance invited such treatment. Indeed, it was true. Kuei-en remarked with curiosity. Otherwise, do you think the esteemed title of this first corporeal form was earned without reason? Indeed. I am truly grateful to my adoptive father, Qin Yu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened and filled with joy. Then, adoptive father, you and my mother may converse. Oh no, I shall not intrude further. Very well, very well. Kuei-en nodded repeatedly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. This child is promising. Watching Qin Yu's departing figure, Kuei-en swiftly revealed his true nature, pulling Yuan's graceful form into his embrace. Little minx, it's just the two of us now. How rude. Please don't call me that. Yuan blushed. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding situation, Qin Yu, after leaving, swallowed a spiritual elixir in one gulp. Upon feeling the restoration of his meridians, he could hardly contain his excitement. To gain such opportunities merely by calling my adoptive father is truly a remarkable profit. A smile spread across his face. At present, he was convinced that the Golden Gang Sutra possessed the ability to restore meridians. In the future, he would not only re-enter the path of cultivation, but could also ascend to the pinnacle through the Golden Gang Sutra. More importantly, he now had an impressive background. He was the adopted son of a king of a different surname. The fact that his adoptive father could attain such a title spoke volumes of his formidable strength. Qin Yu admired him deeply. Even his mother praised his adoptive father for his capabilities. I have turned my fortunes around. Ning Bei, did you ever think I could rise again? In the next moment, a malicious glint flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. I promised to make you wish you were dead, and I shall surely fulfill that vow. I swear, in the future, I will take everything from you. On the other side, after sending off his parents, Ning Bei agreed to take Qin Jiujiu home for a while and then returned to his room to fiddle with his counterattack points. Over the past few days, his counterattack points had increased significantly. He first exchanged some for a slice of toast, perfecting his practice of the Divine Sun technique. As he had Jiujiu by his side, he wasn't afraid of going astray. He feared only that he wouldn't delve deep enough. Then, he used the remaining counterattack points to exchange for 2 experience fruits, initially planning to give one to Jojo. Thus, the two could elevate together. However, as he reached the doorway, he suddenly heard the sound of a breakthrough emanating from Qin Jojo's room. Mid-stage nascent soul. At that moment, Ning Bei was utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, as one advanced, the path became ever more arduous, yet why was the girl progressing at such an astonishing pace? At times, he couldn't help but suspect he had been turned into a furnace. This divine sun technique, at first glance, seemed rather dubious. Thus, considering he could not fall behind his wife, and having no reason to explain the origin of the experience fruits, he ultimately consumed both in one go. Consequently, his cultivation also reached the mid-stage of nascent soul, securing his position in the family hierarchy. As the reversal value was nearly exhausted, Ningbei received another notification from the system, detected that Qin triggered the protection, seeking glory through dishonor. Prompted by the system's message, Ningbei summoned his trusted disciples, including Wang Teng, to instruct them on a particular task. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ting and his companions returned successfully, bearing an item. The Golden Gang Sutra? Ningbei scrutinized the text, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hasn't discovered it, has he? Wang Ting chuckled. Rest assured, Senior Brother Ning. I knocked him out with a single blow. He then added, by the way, Senior Brother Ning. This sutra is merely of the earth rank. Is it truly worthy of your cultivation? Cultivation? I have no intention of practicing it. Ningbei tossed the sutra to his companions, commanding, Now, my friends, let us begin the transcription. Transcription? Wang Ting and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Senior Brother Ning. How many copies should we make? After pondering for a moment, Ningbei simply stated, Let us start with 1,000 copies. 1,000 copies? Although puzzled, Wang Ting and the others commenced the task without further ado. Soon enough, 1,000 copies of the Golden Gang Sutra lay arrayed within the room. Senior Brother Ning. We have completed the transcription, Wang Ting announced, stretching his wrists. What shall we do next? Disperse them. Disperse them? Indeed. A smile played on Ning Bei's lips as he gazed out the window at the bustling figures on the street. Sometimes, the grandest love is visible to all. I intend for everyone to have the opportunity to cultivate the Golden Gang Sutra. Chapter 57. The fiancé's plea for reconciliation. The antagonist and sister declare their affection indeed. We comprehend. Wang Teng and the others instantly grasped the situation. After securely storing the Golden Gang Sutra in their spatial rings, they quietly ventured into the streets to spread their profound love. The son of fortune, who sells his mother for glory. How intriguing. A cold smirk graced Ning Bei's lips. In the next moment, he stepped out of the room, basking in the anticipation of the approaching storm. At that moment, Qin Jojo also emerged from her room and encountered Ning Bei. She inquired, I was meditating inside. Were you looking for me? Ning Bei nodded with a smile, his gaze appraising the exquisite young woman. Have you broken through? Yes, Qin Jojo admitted candidly. A delicate blush adorned her fair, beautiful face as she offered Ning Bei a gentle and sweet smile. Did you not expect me to achieve this breakthrough so swiftly? Were you startled? The speed of her breakthrough was indeed peculiar. Ning Bei could not deny it and seized the opportunity to jest. I must admit, I was taken aback. I even began to wonder, Jojo, have you been using me as a furnace? Huh, a furnace. Qin Jojo's face instantly flushed. Oh dear, how could you be so mischievous? Are you deliberately teasing me? She pouted, biting her lip shyly. If you regard me as a furnace, who is truly bullying whom? I did not. Facing Ning Bei's knowing smile, Qin Jojo's blush deepened. I merely experienced a sudden surge of energy, allowing me to break through the bottleneck ahead of time. Humph, you are the one teasing me. Haha. Observing the flustered young woman, Ning Bei chuckled unreservedly. He wrapped his arm around Qin Jojo's waist, his finger lightly grazing her rosy cheek. The warmth radiating from his fingertip elicited an even broader smile. Scoundrel. Qin Jojo's heart raced. She was no fool. She could discern Ning Bei's intentions. While she feigned reproach, she nonetheless pursed her cherry lips in invitation. Ahem. At that moment, a deliberate cough interrupted them. It was Lin Yuyao. Sensing the interruption, Qin Jojo hastily withdrew from Ning Bei's embrace, not out of guilt, but to avoid the embarrassment of being caught. Mua. Yet, as if oblivious to Lin Yuyao's presence, Ning Bei stole a quick kiss from Qin Jojo. I will wait for you in my room. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Qin Jojo's mind went blank, and she fled with a crimson face. In stark contrast, Lin Yuyao felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had not anticipated that Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu had progressed to the point of kissing. Was it not too swift? After all these years with Ning Bei, she had yet to share such an intimate moment. Ning Bei, what were you just doing? Lin Yuyao approached, her emotions a tumultuous blend. She sought an explanation, even if it were merely a fabricated lie. Such a pretense would ease her heart. Yet regrettably, Ning Bei showed no inclination to indulge her. Are you blind? Lin Yuyao felt a sharp pang in her heart. Once upon a time, the man who was entirely devoted to her now stood before her, kissing another woman without a hint of remorse. The stark contrast struck her like a bolt, leaving her eyes brimming with tears. How could you kiss her? How could you? Ning Bei, she is my wife, he retorted, raising an eyebrow. With that, he intended to turn and retreat into the room, unwilling to squander another moment on the matter. Ning Bei, Lin Yuyao suddenly dashed forward, grasping his arm with a sense of injustice. Let us reconcile, shall we? I can overlook your indiscretion with her. My parents wish for us to reunite soon. They even called Qin Yu today. As long as you agree to get back together, I promise to let the past be. Release me. You. Faced with Ning Bei's indifferent demeanor, Lin Yuyao felt even more aggrieved. What must I do for you to forgive my past immaturity? A sardonic smile crept onto Ning Bei's face. Gazing at the woman who appeared to be a wronged wolf, he found himself questioning, Lin Yuyao, have you lost your senses? You once broke off our engagement for Qin Yu, and I did not utter a word of protest. Now that he has met with misfortune, instead of showing concern for him, you come to me seeking reconciliation? Wasn't Qin Yu your cherished light? Have you now replaced that light? Lin Yuyao found herself at a loss for words. A slight ache filled her nose, and tears threatened to spill. Ning Bei, I can promise to never speak to Qin Yu again. Will that suffice? As she spoke, she lunged forward, intending to embrace him. Over the years, the two had never shared any intimate moments, yet now she was willing to take the initiative. However, before she could reach him, Ning Bei had already pushed her several feet away. You chose your radiant light, and now, regretting your decision and seeking reconciliation, I assure you, it is utterly impossible. With that, he strode into the room and locked the door behind him. Ning Bei, Lin Yuyao, disregarding the pain, rushed forward, eager to say something more. Yet, no matter how fervently she pounded on the door, no one was inclined to respond. In that moment, Lin Yuyao felt as though she had been forsaken by the entire world. The man who once regarded her as his very life seemed irretrievably lost. The mere thought of it made her burst into tears. Inside the room, Qin Jiujiu listened to the sound of her sobs and glanced at the expressionless Ning Bei. Honestly, I should be grateful to her. Grateful? Indeed. Qin Jiujiu approached him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. If she hadn't been so foolish as to let you slip away, you likely would never have considered me, would you? With a chuckle, Ning Bei shook his head. Yet, Qin Jiujiu's words rang true. Had it not been for Lin Yuyao's reckless decision to end their engagement, no matter how extraordinary a beauty stood beside him, the former Ning Bei would have scarcely given her a second glance. Now, however, all that remained in Ning Bei's heart for Lin Yuyao was disdain, pure and simple. Were it not for the hope that the female protagonist would retain the child of destiny within the Wutian Academy, thereby ensuring continued control over him, Ning Bei's demeanor towards Lin Yuyao would undoubtedly be far more resolute than it is now. Meanwhile, after an indeterminate period, Qin Yu regained consciousness, awakening in a foul-smelling alley. His first instinct was to reach for the golden scripture, only to discover, it's gone. No. In that moment, Qin Yu felt as though the heavens had collapsed around him. This was a precious gift from his adoptive father, intended to aid him in mending his meridians and achieving a remarkable resurgence. Yet, before he had even had the chance to warm it in his grasp, it had been stolen away. How was he to explain this to his adoptive father? Despair engulfed him. Moreover, he had pledged to his adoptive father that he would safeguard the golden scripture, but now it was lost. Should it fall into the hands of another for cultivation? Or worse, should someone devise methods specifically to counter the golden scripture? Even if he managed to cultivate it, his hopes for a turnaround would be dashed. What filled him with even greater dread was the possibility that his adoptive father might descend from the lofty heights of a foreign prince to mediocrity. After all, it was the golden scripture that had endowed Kuei, and with the esteemed title of possessing the finest physique in the Great Yu. This was a complete severance of Kuei and trump card. How was he to face his adoptive father and mother? Qin Yu felt as though he had committed an unforgivable blunder, gazing skyward in anguish, crying out, "My golden scripture, where are you? Seeing you in such distress, allow me to assist," came a voice. Qin Yu looked up to find an elderly beggar before him. However, upon seeing what the beggar offered, his blurry gaze sharpened. Could it be the golden scripture? Is this truly my golden scripture? Ha ha ha. It hasn't been lost. Qin Yu burst into laughter. Though he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that the paper and the script appeared somewhat altered. Could it be that he had merely been disoriented? After flipping through the golden scripture to verify its authenticity, he convinced himself that he had simply been dazed. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the beggar, saying, "Thank you. Thank you. I shall repay you in the future. Do not fret, young man. Despite your unrefined appearance, you exhibit remarkable courtesy." The beggar chuckled heartily, patting Qin Yu on the shoulder. "No need for thanks. I still have another copy." "What?" Qin Yu exclaimed. Chapter 58. As the protagonist's mother appeared to be pregnant, a sense of loss overwhelmed Qin Yu, reminiscent of a missed opportunity. Upon learning from the beggar elder that the Golden Gang scripture had already spread like wildfire, his once sunny disposition transformed into a tempest of despair. Why? How could this happen? Qin Yu's anguished cries echoed through the air. He had merely lost consciousness for a brief moment. How could such a precious scripture be so recklessly disseminated? Who was the scoundrel that had stolen the Golden Gang scripture? Who had the audacity to transcribe and distribute it in such quantities? "Ah, young man, such is fate," the elder remarked, mistaking Qin Yu's agitation for joy. "This is a blessing destined for you. You must learn to cherish it." "Curse you," Qin Yu retorted, fury igniting within him. He struck the elder across the face, unperturbed by any attempts to intervene, and seized another copy of the Golden Gang scripture. "You, a mere waste, how dare you even contemplate practicing the Golden Gang scripture? Get out of my sight." The elder, watching Qin Yu storm away, felt a profound sense of sorrow, lamenting the loss of his earlier praise for the young man's politeness. "You ungrateful wretch. Surely you were not raised by your biological father." Throughout his life, the elder had never encountered such an individual. Meanwhile, Qin Yu hastened toward the estate of Kuei-an, anxiety propelling him forward. However, halfway there, a realization struck him. No, with the Golden Gang scripture now rampant, and having lost it from my possession, my adoptive father will undoubtedly not spare me. Yes, I must return to the Martial Heaven Academy and seek refuge. Qin Yu turned on his heel, fully aware that the consequences of the scripture's widespread circulation far surpassed the gravity of his loss. On a smaller scale, it meant that anyone could cultivate using the Golden Gang scripture. On a larger scale, it signified the utter annihilation of its sanctity. The very foundation upon which Kuei-an had built his power as an adoptive king had crumbled, losing decades of advantage, all because of him. It was inconceivable. Even if he and Kuei-an were merely adoptive father and son, such a betrayal would sever their ties irreparably. Damn it! Why does fate conspire against me? Qin Yu was on the verge of tears. His previous plans to rise and seek vengeance against Ning Bei now seemed trivial. Kuei-an appeared far more perilous. He would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. At that moment, news of the Golden Gang scripture's rampant dissemination reached Kuei-an's ears. One could only imagine the fury boiling within him, as he had hoped to establish his name through this technique. How dare he betray me after I took him in as my son? Kuei-an trembled with rage, realizing the depth of Qin Yu's betrayal. The very legacy of the Kuei family had been transcribed and spread widely. Was this not a deliberate attempt to ruin him? Over the years, Kuei-an had made many enemies, relying on the Golden Gang scripture for protection. Yet now, his painstaking efforts had become as accessible as a public bus, open for all to exploit. "Dearest benefactor, please calm your anger," Yuan implored, at a loss for understanding why her son would disseminate the Golden Gang scripture. However, she comprehended the dire consequences of mishandling this situation. She would endure the anguish of losing her son. In pursuit of appeasing Kuei-an, she found herself compelled to act as usual. Get up. However, at that moment, Kuei-an had lost all sense of leisure and, with a swift motion, seized Yuan, declaring, "Now, let us seek out your esteemed son." At the end of the Wutian Academy, under Ning Bei's direction, Wang Tong and a group of disciples each clutched a copy of the Golden Gang Sutra, sitting at the entrance and reciting the cultivation method in loud voices. Upon returning, Qin Yu was taken aback. Everyone had a copy? Was the dissemination of this knowledge truly so rapid? The thought of Kuei-an soon arriving to seek retribution sent a chill of dread down his spine. Hey, Shi Wang, do you have a copy of the Golden Gang Sutra?" Wang Tong halted Qin Yu with a question. No. Faced with this irritating moniker, Qin Yu was now too preoccupied to care. His sole desire was to enter the inn. Yet Zhao Ming and the others obstructed him, admonishing, with the Golden Gang Sutra being so popular, How can you not possess even a single copy? Without it, you are unworthy of being a disciple of our Wutian Academy. But fear not. We can assist you in transcribing one. Wang Teng and the others appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. However, this sudden display of concern did little to elevate Qin Yu's spirits. He was solely intent on hiding within the inn. Where's Qin Yu? At that moment, a deep voice resonated from afar. Kuan had arrived. Clear the way for me. Hearing this, Qin Yu's heart raced, and without hesitation, he forced his way into the inn. Wang Teng and the others exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from interference. Previously, Ning Bei had informed them that Qin Yu had obtained the Golden Gang Sutra from Kuan, and now that it was circulating widely, it was inevitable that the latter would seek trouble with Qin Yu. Where are you? Upon arrival, Yuan appeared anxious. An elder stepped forward. You two have come unannounced. May I inquire as to your purpose? Bring Qin Yu out to me. Kuan seethed, barely containing his fury. The elder responded calmly. Qin Yu is indeed a mere servant disciple of our Wutian Academy. May I ask what your business with him entails? You needn't meddle in affairs that do not concern you, Kuan retorted, his anger palpable. Know who I am before you speak. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret your words. Yuan chimed in. This is an esteemed prince of the Great Yu dynasty, known for possessing the mightiest physique in the realm. Your academy cannot afford to provoke him. Hurry and summon my son. We have matters to discuss. Ah, so it is the prince of the Great Yu dynasty. At that moment, Ning Bei emerged from the inn, holding a particular item. However, since Qin Yu is a disciple of our academy, and it appears you have come to settle a score, in the interest of protecting a fellow disciple, I kindly ask you to temper your anger. Here, I present this copy of the Golden Gang Sutra as a token of goodwill to His Highness. As he tossed the restored copy of the Golden Gang Sutra towards Kuan, the latter felt veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it. In an instant, Kuan was taken aback, roaring, Bring that beast out before me, or else. After glancing around, he suddenly seized Yuan beside him, declaring, I shall count to 3. If that wretch does not appear, I will. Right here in the street, deal with him decisively. Yuan was left speechless. Ning Bei's expression froze as he quickly turned to the equally stunned Wang Ting and others, urging, Stop him. We must not allow Qin Yu to emerge. Chapter 59. The villain ruins the protagonist. One crisis after another, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Goodness, has the situation escalated to such an extent? One must wonder how Qin Yu managed to provoke this formidable king of a different surname. His mother's safety is now at stake. Yuan's face turned pale with fear. In a panic, she rushed to plead with Kuan, desperate to avoid any disgrace in public. For if such a scandal were to unfold, she would never be able to hold her head high again. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan called out to the inn, You must come out and clarify this with your adoptive father. Do you truly wish to bring ruin upon your mother? Meanwhile, hidden within the inn, Qin Yu felt utterly numb. He had anticipated Kuan's wrath, but had not expected him to target his mother, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. Regardless of the circumstances, as a son, he could not abandon his mother, even if he were to rise again in the future. The stain of neglect would forever mar his reputation. After all, the academy would surely intervene. They wouldn't dare to kill me, would they? Resolutely, Qin Yu decided to confront Kuan directly. However, just as he attempted to step outside, he was obstructed by Wang Ting and others. Qin Yu, you cannot go out now. That king clearly intends to end your life. Venturing out would be perilous. Faced with their seemingly genuine concern, Qin Yu felt no gratitude. He was not so naive as to believe their intentions were pure. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Teng interjected, I know you must be touched. But if you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards senior brother Ning, for he is the one who arranged for our protection. Cursing inwardly upon hearing Ning Bei's name, Qin Yu froze momentarily. Must I thank him? My mother is out there. Do not think I am oblivious to your desire for entertainment at my expense. With that, he forcefully pushed past the group. Yet, as he reached the door, he was once again restrained by Ning Bei, who urged, What are you doing out here? It's dangerous. Return inside at once. Qin Yu was consumed by rage, especially when he caught sight of the item in Ning Bei's hand, his anger boiling over. What do you need the recording stone for? I ask you. What is the purpose of that recording stone? Ning Bei, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a serious demeanor. Do not misunderstand. During disputes, we often use recording stones to document the sequence of events. It is entirely reasonable, is it not? Fuming, Qin Yu felt close to choking on his indignation. Did he truly believe him to be a fool? It was clear that Ning Bei intended to record his mother. 3, 2. At that moment, a countdown echoed from outside. Adoptive father, I am coming. Qinyu, disregarding any further confrontation with Ning Bei, dashed outside. The instant Yuan caught sight of her son, a wave of relief washed over her. What on earth is happening? How could the Golden Gang scripture have been leaked? You reckless child. Kuei-en's eyes narrowed dangerously, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. Adoptive father, please allow me to explain. Qinyu, drenched in cold sweat, stammered in fear. He hastily regained consciousness after being knocked out and recounted the various occurrences surrounding the Jin Gang Sutra, replica to Kuei-en in great detail. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Jin Gang Sutra had been leaked from Qinyu? Who would have thought he could take an unrelated king as his adoptive father and even acquire the Jin Gang Sutra? Could this be part of a conspiracy? Are you suggesting that Qinyu adopted him as a father figure merely to extract the Jin Gang Sutra, subsequently orchestrating a charade to publicly disclose it? Upon hearing the speculations of the crowd, Qinyu was engulfed in existential doubt. For heaven's sake, can you all stop jumping to conclusions? I did not devise any scheme. It was truly stolen. Infuriated, Kuei-en seethed with rage. Yuan quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, My lord, Yuo is innocent. Otherwise, why would only the Jin Gang Sutra be leaked, while the cultivation techniques remain secure? Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. Qinyu's eyes sparkled with insight, eagerly chiming in. If I truly wished to betray you, my adoptive father, then why wouldn't I have revealed the cultivation techniques of the Jin Gang Sutra as well? Kuei-en's expression shifted dramatically. Though he appeared robust, his mind was astutely perceptive. Otherwise, how could he have risen to become a king among unrelated factions based solely on a single technique? This illustrated not only his formidable strength but also his cunning intellect. Especially in a city rife with intrigue, it was challenging for any top-tier expert to remain neutral, yet he had managed to navigate the various factions with grace, demonstrating his valor and wisdom. As Kuei-en's face momentarily displayed uncertainty, Yuan lowered her voice and seized the opportunity to add, My lord. She has entrusted her body to you. She may soon bear your child. In such a situation, how could you betray you? Kuei-en cast a glance at Yuan, his gaze instinctively drifting to her abdomen. For a man without offspring, the mention of child stirred ripples within his heart. If he were to kill Qinyu, Yuan would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him, a scenario he wished to avoid. However, the matter of the Jin Gang Sutra was of utmost importance. He needed to ascertain whether Qinyu's actions were intentional. You claim you were knocked out and had the Jin Gang Sutra taken from you. Who was responsible for this? Adoptive father, do you believe me now? At that moment, Qinyu was on the verge of tears. He understood that Kuei-en's willingness to hear the full story indicated a significant alleviation of his anger. Even if everyone were to learn that his mother was Kuei-en's, this was far more bearable than the previous situation. Seeing Qinyu on the brink of escaping disaster, Wang Ting quietly remarked to Ning Bei, the shit king is incredibly fortunate. Can he truly expect mercy from an unrelated king? Patience, Ning Bei replied with a smile. The next moment, as he spotted figures approaching from afar, a smirk graced his lips. The real drama was only just beginning. Whoosh, 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 just as Qinyu was defending himself to Kuei-en, a throng of individuals arrived uninvited. As the crowd looked up, they were taken aback to see the formidable figures led by Yu Xian and Yu Tong, affiliated with the prince's manor. The atmosphere was quite lively. With a meaningful glance at Kuei-en, Yu Xian smiled and said, I hear that your Golden Gang scripture has been leaked. Are you here to seek retribution? Kuei-en's lips curled in disdain as he retorted, I was wondering who made such a grand entrance. Yu Tong, what brings you here? You shall not kill Qinyu today, Yu Tong declared straightforwardly, his tone light, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Qinyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. What do you mean by that? Kuei-en frowned, glancing between Qinyu and Yu Xian. Are you here to protect him? At that moment, Yu Xian stepped directly in front of Qinyu, extending a hand. Qinyu stood there, bewildered. He had not anticipated that Yu Xian and the others would come to his aid. Could it be that his previous betrayal of Su Yunyang's scheme had earned him their favor, prompting them to arrive at this critical juncture? Reflecting on this, Qinyu couldn't help but cast a provocative glance at Ning Bei, inwardly chuckling. Oh, Ning Bei, you have truly done me a great service. Did you ever imagine that your scheming to slander me would inadvertently work in my favor and leave a lasting impression on the young prince? In that moment, Qinyu felt an overwhelming surge of joy, so abrupt that it seemed almost surreal. The young prince. In the next instant, Qinyu eagerly grasped the hand that Yu Xian extended. However, Before he could utter a word, Yuxian abruptly shook him off, disdainfully inquiring, "Where is the heart method?" "Heart method? What heart method?" Qin Yu's smile vanished, replaced by confusion. Yuxian's gaze turned icy as he coldly retorted, "Do you dare to deceive me? Did you not write to inform me that you would exchange the heart method of the Golden Gang scripture for my protection against Kuei An's vengeance, and that you wish to join our prince's manor? Why now do you ask me about what martial art? Are you seeking death? We came here because we received your letter." Yu Tong raised an eyebrow and added, "Did you not mention in your correspondence that your mother had been sullied by Kuei An and that you could not bear this indignity?" At that moment, Qin Yu felt as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. "No, I never wrote such a letter." Chapter 60, A True Maternal Sacrifice. The protagonist's mother is not safe. The crowd was rendered speechless upon hearing the news. What? The mother of the shit king has been defiled? I had my suspicions. Just observe how Qin Yu's mother behaved in the presence of the foreign prince. What a clever strategy by the shit king. First, he endured hardship to deceive the golden scripture, and then he used his skills to gain the favor of the princely household. This way, he not only secured their protection, but also sought revenge against Kuei, and isn't that so? Upon hearing the speculations, Qin Yu felt a sense of dread wash over him. What nonsense is this? He had not contemplated such depths, nor had he written to the princely household. How absurd. At that moment, Kuei An was utterly enraged. "You wretched beast, what a cunning scheme you have devised. I almost believed you just now. And you dare to use me as your ticket to the princely household? Not my adoptive father. I am wronged." Qin Yu was on the verge of tears. Just a moment ago, he was close to earning Kuei An's forgiveness. But with the appearance of Yuxian and the others, the situation had only worsened. Who impersonated him to write that letter? Who could be so malicious? At this moment, Ning Bei could hardly suppress his amusement. From the hints provided by the system earlier, he had surmised that with Qin Yu's celestial protection, Kuei An would likely be unable to harm him. However, such an excellent opportunity could not allow Qin Yu to escape unscathed. Thus, he pretended that Qin Yu had written a letter to the princely household, completely turning Qin Yu and Kuei An against each other. This way, he no longer had to worry about Kuei An becoming a source of hope for Qin Yu. Well played. Ning Bei approached Qin Yu and declared, "For your mother's vengeance. Well done, Qin Yu. I believe you will take pride in today's decision in the future." Qin Yu wore a face of disbelief. Before he could deny it, others chimed in, "The shit king is quite filial to his mother, isn't he? Who could argue otherwise? Although we are not the shit king, we can certainly empathize. He must be eager to rid himself of that foreign prince. After all, the disgrace of one's mother is a vendetta to be avenged." Hearing the crowd's comments, Kuei An trembled with fury. How could a foreign prince like him endure such slander? In the next instant, he seized Yuan's arm. "Wretched woman. Quickly tell your good son, was it I who forced you, or did you willingly offer yourself? Benefactor, you're hurting me. Speak." I. Facing Kuei An's murderous glare, Yuan was genuinely terrified. "You're mistaken. Mother was willing. Mother simply wanted to find you a formidable father. Your adoptive father has never forced me." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What is this? She claims it was voluntary? Was it truly voluntary? Or was she violated? Qin Yu, speak up. If it was indeed voluntary, then by distributing the golden scripture to confront the foreign prince, wouldn't Qin Yu be repaying kindness with malice, thereby harming his own mother? Amidst the fervent gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu found himself utterly dumbfounded. Especially upon encountering the reproachful expression cast by his mother, he felt akin to a mute who had just tasted bitterness, utterly at a loss for words. What kind of situation was this? Regarding the relationship between his mother and Kuei An, he had long sensed something amiss, otherwise. How could he have the opportunity to acknowledge Kuei An as his adoptive father? Yet, as a son, he could only feign ignorance of such matters. Little did he anticipate that it would ultimately be revealed in such a public manner. It was his mother who had unwittingly exposed it. In that moment, Qin Yu truly felt the urge to weep. He had never intended to betray Kuei An, nor had he written any letters to the prince's residence. Why had things he never done come to fruition? What had gone awry? He was utterly perplexed. "Ha! You beast, did you hear that?" Kuei An glared fiercely at Qin Yu, his anger palpable. "Your mother came on to me. I did not coerce her. If you still doubt it, very well. I shall show you just how eager she was." As he spoke, Kuei An reached for the recording stone. Benefactor, you promised it was for your eyes only." Yuan immediately panicked, glaring at Qin Yu. "You ungrateful son, quickly declare that you believe him." "Mother?" At that moment, Qin Yu felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. This was beyond mere play. They had even recorded it? Adoptive father, I believe. Qin Yu's heart felt as though it might shatter. He could not afford to be ashamed any longer. He had to concede quickly. Otherwise, once the recording was played, he would be utterly ruined. What? Is it true that Qin Yu's mother took the initiative? What a woman, so quickly finding another suitor. TSK, what a scandal. Qin Yu, may I befriend you? The crowd erupted in laughter. Even the elders and powerful figures of the Martial Heaven Academy refrained from stepping in to defend Qin Yu or halt the farce. They were all laughing heartily. After all, even those who had received professional training would likely find it hard to contain their mirth. Congratulations, host. You have dealt a severe blow to the path of the fated child, suppressing the protection of the heavens. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ningbei chuckled. Who says that villains can only serve as stepping stones? I shall make you, the fated child, my stepping stone. At that moment, Qin Yu could no longer hold his head high. For a fleeting instant, he genuinely wished to burrow underground. Hand over the heart technique. Yu Xian, disregarding everything else, spoke coldly. Otherwise, we shall take our leave, and you know well whether the Martial Heaven Academy will protect you. You cannot give it to him. Kuei-en threatened, pointing at Qin Yu. If you dare to leak the heart technique, I assure you, mother and son shall find no place to rest. Qin Yu found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He could not fathom why, even if the heart technique of the Golden Gang was of utmost importance. It warranted such attention from the prince's residence. What hidden truths lay behind this? Rest assured, give me the heart technique. He won't dare harm you. At this moment, Yu Xian quietly interjected. Once I have the heart method, I will be able to exert complete control over him. Otherwise, even if he spares you now, he will view you as a future threat. You must align yourself with us. Only then can we assist you in restraining him. Qin Yu's expression shifted as he listened. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to hand over the heart method to Yu Xian. Haha. Yu Tong burst into hearty laughter. Kuei-en, you have lost. Bang. Kuei-en's formidable frame trembled, deflating like a punctured balloon. After Yu Xian passed the acquired heart method to Yu Tong, he strode confidently to the ashen-faced Kuei-en, saying, You know, my father has always held you, this esteemed king of a different lineage, in high regard. Rest assured, we shall merely safeguard the heart method temporarily. It will not be cultivated, nor will it be leaked. The esteemed title of the first body of De Yu still rightfully belongs to you. Heh. Kuei-en could not help but chuckle, that his laughter was tinged with a hint of self-mockery. In fact, long ago, Yu Fei had sought to win him over. Everyone was aware of the undercurrents swirling between the prince and the emperor. Kuei-en had no desire to become embroiled in the power struggle. Previously, he had managed to maintain his independence through the Golden Gang Sutra. However, now, he understood that if he continued to reject the prince's overtures, his position would soon be usurped. Should the heart method be exposed, the first body of De Yu would become nothing more than a jest. Very well. After a brief moment, Kuei-en also resolved upon a certain decision. Yu Xian smiled. But the next instant, Kuei-en suddenly pointed at Qin Yu. I have a condition. Wait, Yu Xian interrupted with a smile, lowering his voice. You are now one of us. Do you wish for me to go back on my promise to him? Or, if you openly confront the Martial Heaven Academy now, my father will surely deem you lacking in composure. Upon hearing this, Kuei-en's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Yet he understood the implication, sneering, Fine. I will refrain from acting against him for the time being. But his mother, you have no say over that, right? As he spoke, Kuei-en seized Yuan. In due time, I shall give you a surprise. Kuei-en wrapped his arm around Yuan's waist and shot a meaningful smile at Qin Yu. Mother? Qin Yu sensed impending doom and quickly cast a pleading glance at Yu Xian. This was his mother. Kuei-en would undoubtedly unleash all his fury upon her. In response to Qin Yu's beseeching gaze, Yu Xian remained unmoved, stating, I only promise to protect you. Whoosh. Before Qin Yu could utter another word, Kuei-en whisked Yuan away, his rage palpable. Chapter 61. The fiancé seeks redemption. The protagonist also assists. Qin Yu knelt on the ground in despair. In that moment, his world transformed into shades of black and white. Why? Why was there no one by his side? Just as he succumbed to despair, Ning Bei approached him, stating, Qin Yu, your mother has passed away. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned, but the next instant, consumed by rage and humiliation. He lunged at Ning Bei, exclaiming, How dare you say that? Impudence! Wang Ting and others rushed forward. Simultaneously, several elders reprimanded him. Qin Yu, do you understand your crime? As the chief servant of the Wutian Academy, how dare you collude with those from the Princess Manor? The elders voiced their anger, for prior to this, Wu Yu had specifically instructed them to avoid any affiliations with other forces to prevent entanglement in disputes. Yet, Qin Yu had clearly committed a grave transgression. Are you all disregarding my dignity? At this moment, Yu Xian spoke indifferently. He had just pledged to protect Qin Yu, and now with so many people gathered around, he did not wish to lose face. Little prince, save me. Qin Yu grasped at the last straw. Although the letter was not penned by him, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to proceed down this path. However, upon reflection, could this not be a blessing in disguise? After all, the Wu Tian Academy lacked the profound background of the Daiyu Academy, and being invited by Yu Xian would ensure he received more attention. Let us speak plainly. Ning Bei said to Yu Xian calmly. Our Wu Tian Academy will not partake in any power struggles. However, if you intend to use Qin Yu to drag us into the mire, then I must inform you that we are not like Kuei, who can be coerced. You would only compel us to take a different path. At these words, Yu Xian's lips twitched in annoyance. He was not a fool. And with Ning Bei's clear warning, he understood that if they pressed further, the Wu Tian Academy would side with the emperor. The prince's manner could not withstand such a shift. Thus, Yu Xian conceded, let us depart. Yes, Wu Tong and others immediately followed suit. Their objectives had been achieved. Having secured Kuei through mental manipulation, while regarding Qin Yu, a mere waste, as inconsequential, they could not jeopardize their credibility by forcing the Wu Tian Academy into opposition. Little prince? Qin Yu was momentarily petrified. Just moments ago, Yu Xian had vowed to protect him, yet now he seemed indifferent to his plight. He had wagered everything. Seize Qin Yu's title as chief servant and punish him according to the regulations, Li Xin commanded. In an instant, Wang Teng and several disciples advanced to apprehend Qin Yu, dragging him away to face punishment with rods. A cry of anguish echoed from within the inn as Qin Yu lamented his fate. Shall we go inside? Qin Jiu tugged at Ning Bei's sleeve, laughing softly. All right, Ning Bei replied with a smile, taking her hand as they entered the inn. In Ning Bei? Amidst the throngs of people, Lin Yueyao gazed at the affectionate figures of two individuals, her heart awash with a tumult of emotions. At that moment, she could not help but fantasize about the joy she would experience if she were the one by Ning Bei's side. What she had lost, she vowed to reclaim. Lin Yueyao resolved with determination. Oh heavens, have mercy. After enduring a severe beating, Qin Yu lay in disarray upon the bed. Not only had he become the subject of ridicule today, but he had also been stripped of his position as the chief servant. In such dire circumstances, he felt indignant. He attributed all his misfortunes to sheer bad luck. If only fate could favor him just once, he believed he could seize the opportunity to turn his fortunes around. Yet, each time he neared a chance for resurgence, an enigmatic force seemed to thwart him. He even suspected he had been cursed, bound to an eternal misfortune. Ningbei? A name suddenly flashed in Qin Yu's mind. Perhaps it was the resentment he harbored towards Ningbei that intensified his bitterness with each setback. However, after enduring multiple humiliations, he had learned to bide his time. Yes, indeed, Ningbei's prominence was overwhelming at present. It would be prudent to avoid provoking him until he possessed sufficient strength. A gentleman's resurgence is never too late. Knock, knock. Qin Yu, are you there? A voice resonated from outside. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Yueyao? I'm here. I'm right here. Moments later, Lin Yueyao entered, initially offering a courteous inquiry. How are you holding up? They were rather rough just now. Yueyao. Qin Yu felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. He had not anticipated that Lin Yueyao would concern herself with him. Indeed, despite his fall from grace, he still held a place in her heart. This thought rejuvenated the despondent Qin Yu, and he exclaimed, Do not worry, Yueyao. It's merely a trivial pain. I, Qin Yu, can endure. As the saying goes, the hardships endured in youth prepare one for future sweetness. No one can break me. Lin Yueyao was rendered speechless. Particularly when she observed Qin Yu's confident demeanor, she felt an inexplicable disdain. He had previously cried out in anguish, loud enough for even the neighboring inn to hear. Now he was putting on a brave front. Well, that is good. Yet, Lin Yueyao merely forced a smile, for she had come with a request. Yueyao, do you think I am utterly useless? Qin Yu suddenly posed this question. After all, today was different from the past. Everyone now knew of his disgrace, of being occupied by a burly man. The shame he carried would haunt him for a lifetime. Qin Yu wished to preserve the care Lin Yueyao had shown him, fearing that today's events would lead to her being mocked as well, and consequently, to her disdain for him. Thus, he resolved to speak up proactively, to avoid future awkwardness stemming from passivity. In truth, I have not spread the Jingguang Sutra. I am merely a victim of slander. Furthermore, my mother and adoptive father share a genuine love, which is why I did not risk my life to save my mother earlier. As Lin Yueyao listened to Qin Yu's evasive arguments, she felt a wave of frustration. After all, she had witnessed the entire scene, observing Qin Yu's helplessness as he watched his mother being humiliated and abducted by a man. Now, all she could think was how pretentious Qin Yu seemed, stubbornly defending himself even in such a moment. The realization that she had abandoned Ning Bei for someone like him was disheartening. You should be quiet. Lin Yueyao could no longer contain her exasperation. Huh? Qin Yu looked foolishly stunned by the rebuke. Lin Yueyao stammered, her eyes betraying a flurry of emotions as she attempted to justify herself. What I mean is, you need not explain everything to me in such detail. Your mother has her own choices, and that is not something you, as her son, can dictate. Qin Yu, I believe in you. Really? Qin Yu's face brightened at her words. Indeed, Lin Yueyao replied, taking a deep breath and striving to maintain her composure. Actually, I came to find you because there is something I wish to consult you about. What is it? Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired. Sensing the return of the girl who once did not disdain him due to his status, who sought his counsel on all matters, and regarded him as her shining light. Could this be the sweet reward after enduring hardship? Qin Yu felt as if it were true, given the multitude of tribulations he had faced that day. It was time for a resurgence. Facing Qin Yu's expectant gaze, Lin Yueyao bit her lip, contemplating what actions a woman might take to please a man. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could no longer maintain his composure. What thrilled him even more was that Lin Yueyao's words clearly indicated her desire to win his favor. How sincere. Chapter 62. The fiancé's confession to the villain. Has the protagonist become a jester? What are you laughing at? Seeing Qin Yu grinning from ear to ear, Lin Yueyao was perplexed. In truth, she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, seeking to win a man's favor was something she had never contemplated before. And no, it's nothing, Qin Yu said, his lips curling mischievously, yet feigning calmness. I simply didn't catch that, Yueyao. Would you be so kind as to repeat it? As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yueyao, intent on etching the admiration evident on her face into his memory. Years hence, this would surely become a cherished recollection. Though Lin Yueyao found his behavior peculiar, she refrained from overthinking it. I was asking, how can I make a man happy? I would like you to provide me with some suggestions from a man's perspective. I understand, Qin Yu nodded with a smile. The fleeting shyness that crossed Lin Yueyao's eyes confirmed to him that she was indeed embarrassed to admit her desire to please him. After all, such matters could be quite daunting for a young woman. Surely, it was his earlier misfortune that had stirred Lin Yueyao's sympathy. Then speak up, don't just smile. Lin Yueyao said, irritated. The grin on Qin Yu's unattractive face made her suspicious of his intentions. Ningbei looks much better when he smiles. Cough, cough. Qin Yu deliberately cleared his throat and said, Yueyao, you have indeed come to the right person for this inquiry. It's akin to me, please refrain from using yourself as an example. Just refer to men in general, Lin Yueyao interrupted, her dissatisfaction evident. She was currently reluctant to associate herself with Qin Yu, and given her situation, the thought of seeking advice from other junior brothers or seniors was not an option. She would never take the risk of approaching Qin Yu. If Ning Bei were to see her, he would surely misunderstand her intentions. All right, Qin Yu replied, his smile widening. At that moment, he longed to say, Yueyao, you needn't feel shy around me. From a man's perspective, there are indeed numerous ways to please a man. He continued earnestly. Firstly, if a man is fond of a particular woman, then merely performing simple acts, such as pouring a cup of tea, can endear him to her. Men's expectations are rather modest. How can it be so casual? I do not desire such vague advice, Lin Yueyao interjected, shaking her head resolutely. I want him to truly feel, to truly sense my feelings for him. You. At that moment, Qin Yu's heart nearly melted. How kind she is to me. However, noticing the strange expression on Qin Yu's face, Lin Yueyao's frown deepened. The next moment, Qin Yu continued. If you wish for the other party to feel your sentiments, then targeted measures must be taken. What do you mean? She inquired. For instance, for example, a man. As Qin Yu spoke, he adeptly altered his tone. After sustaining an injury or during the course of cultivation, our bodies often find themselves in a state of fatigue. At such a moment, if a beloved woman were to present a bowl of, even if it were merely a bowl of homemade soup, I believe any man would be profoundly touched, perhaps even deeming it more precious than an elixir of life. A bowl of soup, more precious than an elixir? Indeed. Under the skeptical gaze of Lin Yueyao, Qin Yu feigned profundity, stating, Yueyao, you truly do not comprehend men. In reality, what often moves a man are the simplest gestures. Is that so? Lin Yueyao lowered her head slightly, contemplating thoughtfully. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yu further elaborated. Of course, however, executing this sentiment is not as straightforward as it seems. Please, continue. Ahem. With growing confidence. Qin Yu gestured as he spoke. For instance, if you wish for a man to perceive your heartfelt intentions, you must not simply be kind to him in private. It is through comparison that a more profound impact is achieved. What do you mean? Quite simple. Qin Yu shook his head with a smile and provided an example. Everyone has just completed their cultivation, and while others are equally fatigued. It is solely that man who enjoys the soup you have prepared, while the others do not. Do you not think that those onlookers would feel a pang of envy? They would. Precisely. Seeing Lin Yueyao engaged, Qin Yu continued, in this manner. That man savors not merely the soup, but your affections and the envy of others. He will feel like the happiest man in the world. Are you suggesting that others should be made aware? Yes. The more people who know, the happier he will be. Qin Yu could hardly contain his delight. At this moment, he envisioned how enviously the onlookers would gaze upon him if Lin Yueyao were to publicly serve him soup. Even if he felt unworthy, he would still be surrounded by such a stunning beauty. This could indeed be a moment of vindication. I understand now. Lin Yueyao nodded in agreement. Only by publicly expressing her feelings to Ning Bei could she truly convey her significance to him. That makes perfect sense. Qin Yu, thank you for your advice. I will return should I require further counsel. Lin Yueyao turned to leave, eager to prepare the soup. In truth, she had noticed that whenever Ning Bei emerged from Qin Zhou's room, he seemed utterly exhausted from his cultivation. This was her chance to shine. No need for gratitude. Qin Yu was beaming with joy. Watching Lin Yueyao hurriedly depart, he felt a surge of emotion. After hardship comes sweetness. Indeed, after hardship comes sweetness. Haha. Little did I expect that today's tribulations would elicit Lin Yueyao's sympathy. Perhaps this is the finest arrangement by fate. Reflecting on this, Qin Yu found that the day was not as dismal as he once thought. After all, those who mocked him would soon find themselves at a loss for laughter. For they could never find a beauty like Lin Yueyao. Shortly thereafter, sounds began to echo from outside. What is happening? What did Lin Yueyao shout just now? She seems to be calling us all out. Could something have happened? I am uncertain, but let us first step outside to discern her intentions. The crowd emerged from the room, bewildered. We must maintain our composure. This is not the time to falter. Qin Yu will undoubtedly make his appearance. For how else could he uphold his dignity before everyone else? Yet, I did not anticipate that his injuries would render him so limping. At this moment, Ning Bei also heard the commotion and exited the room, inadvertently crossing paths with Qin Yu. Keep your eyes peeled, Qin Yu declared, raising his chin in a somewhat provocative manner. Ning Bei tilted his head and, in the next instant, delivered a swift kick to his backside. Ah! Qin Yu yelped, tumbling down the stairs in a chaotic tumble, provoking uproarious laughter from the onlookers. Goodness! How did the king of misfortune end up rolling down? One jested. Haha, are you not resting in bed to recover? Do you find the 50 lashes insufficiently comfortable? Do not be absurd. He fainted after just 20 lashes. And there are still 30 left. Another chimed in. Upon hearing the ridicule, Qin Yu rose from the ground, disdain evident in his response. However, upon catching sight of Lin Yueyao, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Yueyao, what is it that you are holding? Could it be a soup you made yourself? Lin Yueyao furrowed her brows, taken aback by Qin Yu's unexpected presence. She feared that her prior contact with him might soon be revealed, thereby complicating her efforts to appease Ning Bei. Yet, upon glimpsing Ning Bei on the second floor, she restrained herself from speaking further, determined not to shatter the gentle image she had meticulously crafted. It is a nourishing soup I made myself, she replied. Wow, a nourishing soup? Qin Yu exclaimed, deliberately raising his voice. I have heard that such a concoction requires exceedingly rare ingredients and is immensely restorative. Lin Yueyao, have you gathered us here to treat us to soup? What do you mean by just this one pot? In response to the crowd's inquiries, Lin Yueyao shook her head. This soup is not for you all. I wish to present it to someone special, to convey my sentiments. The crowd exchanged glances, while Qin Yu's smirk threatened to escape. He raised his voice again. Who is it? Which fortunate man is privileged enough to receive soup made by your own hands? Ning Bei. Qin Yu burst into laughter. I knew it would be me. Chapter 63. The protagonist considers you a brother, yet you attempt to ensnare his mother? Lin Yueyao's expression froze. Especially upon witnessing Qin Yu's triumphant demeanor, she couldn't help but question herself. Was it not Ning Bei she had just mentioned? Why was Qin Yu so elated? The onlookers, too, scrutinized Qin Yu with piercing gazes. Was he truly unscathed? Facing the intense stares of the crowd, Qin Yu, belatedly realizing the situation, turned to the young lady and asked, Yueyao, who were you referring to just now? At this moment, Lin Yueyao felt a wave of frustration. However, she had no time to entertain Qin Yu. Her gaze was fixed on Ning Bei on the second floor. Ning Bei, you brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Please do not misunderstand. This nourishing soup is made for you. Ning Bei remained expressionless. In stark contrast, Qin Yu appeared struck by lightning, his disbelief palpable. Not Yueyao. You mean this soup is for Ning Bei? Wasn't it meant for me? How could he presume to deserve it? Lin Yueyao could no longer contain herself. This was an excellent opportunity for her. She had gathered everyone to showcase her sincerity to Ning Bei. Yet now, Qin Yu had disrupted her plan and even slandered her by claiming the soup was intended for him. At that instant, Lin Yueyao was genuinely incensed. Had she not wished to let Ning Bei see her anger, she would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Qin Yu. The crowd began to react. So Qin Yu thought this soup was made for him. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier. He was lost in his fantasies of Lin Yueyao's affections. Laughter erupted, mocking Qin Yu. Truly, he was a source of amusement. Qin Yu felt a burning shame, unable to accept the outcome. Not Yueyao, you clearly asked me earlier. How to please a man, didn't you? I did ask. But the man I wish to please is Ning Bei. What concern is it of yours? Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Awakening from a dream, he realized the jester was none other than himself. The girl he had envisioned had vanished, leaving him with nothing but a fleeting fantasy. Why was this happening? The disparity in his heart was too much to bear, and he could not help but confront Lin Yueyao. You're insane, Lin Yueyao retorted without hesitation, her patience for Qin Yu having run dry. She then extended the nourishing soup towards Ning Bei, adopting a gentler tone. Ning Bei, please come down and taste the soup I prepared for you. Spare me the disgust. Ning Bei scoffed, gesturing towards the disheartened Qin Yu. He has drooled all over it. How could you expect me to drink it? If he desires it so much, why not give it to him? With that, Ning Bei turned and retreated into his room. Ning Bei, wait, Lin Yueyao exclaimed, her anxiety causing her to stamp her foot in frustration, yet she felt utterly powerless. The surrounding laughter only intensified. What was Lin Yueyao thinking? Offering Ning Bei soup tainted by the drool of a fool? Regarding the despicable behavior of the so-called king of excrement. One can only wonder how toxic the soup he spews could possibly be. Who would dare to consume it? You two truly are a match made in heaven. The derisive laughter from those around them caused Lin Yueyao to cast a furious glance at Qin Yu. At that moment, she genuinely wished to hurl the soup on a Qin Yu. For her meticulously crafted plan to win over Ning Bei had not only failed, but had also resulted in Ning Bei's disdain. All because of the unexpected intrusion of Qin Yu. What a troublesome nuisance he was. You, I thought you made this for me, Qin Yu, oblivious to the situation, stepped forward, attempting to sow discord. You see, Ning Bei doesn't appreciate your kindness at all, unlike me. If you were to offer the soup to me, it would be more precious than any elixir. Here, before Qin Yu could finish. Lin Yueyao could no longer contain her fury. She suddenly lifted the steaming soup, which was still releasing billowing white vapor, and violently splashed it towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yueyao, what are you doing? Qin Yu questioned, utterly perplexed. I'm offering you a drink. Lin Yueyao retorted angrily. It's all your fault. You wretched king. Why must you continue to torment me? Ever since I met you, I haven't had a single day of happiness. Are you not satisfied with my misfortunes? Qin Yu stood dumbfounded by her tirade. Gazing at the indignant silhouette of the girl as she stormed away, he intended to stop her, but the harsh label of wretched king had left him stunned. This was the first time Lin Yueyao had referred to him as a wretched king. He despised that title. Must he endure such humiliation? Could he not maintain a low profile? It appeared that even the abduction of his mother had failed to bring him to his senses. The scornful gazes from those around him made it even more difficult for Qin Yu to hold his head high. His face flushed crimson and pale in turn from the insults. Yet he found himself unable to counter their multitude of voices, ultimately departing with a limping gait. He could not comprehend. Why did no one come to his defense? Was it a crime to be outspoken? Qingyu, allow me to assist you. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly came to his aid. Huh. Qingyu looked up in surprise at this fellow disciple. You're not afraid they'll insult you too? Let them insult me. The disciple shook his head dismissively. If you're willing, we shall be good friends from now on. Really? Of course. Would you like to be my friend? Haha, I would certainly like that. Henceforth, we shall be like brothers. Qinyu's face brightened with a beaming smile. This provided a sliver of solace to his otherwise disheartened spirit. Indeed, there were still those who appreciated him. In the next moment, the disciple casually inquired, by the way, Qinyu, with your mother being taken away, could there be any danger? There shouldn't be any danger. You need not worry. A warm current surged through Qinyu's heart, leaving him profoundly touched. Well, that is reassuring. The disciple feigned a sigh of relief and remarked, however, I believe that the foreign prince is not a virtuous man. It is imperative that we find an opportunity to rescue your mother and liberate her from her suffering. Qinyu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the disciple suddenly suggested, how about this, Qinyu? You should seize the chance to bring your mother over, and I shall handle the rest. Hand it over to you? Indeed. The disciple patted his chest and assured quietly, I promise to take excellent care of her. You can trust me. Qinyu was perplexed. What are you implying? Your mother. Cough. The disciple hastily rephrased. I believe that since we are brothers, I shall not lay eyes on your mother. This is for her own good. Do not overthink it. How outrageous. Qinyu realized the implication. In the next instant, he shoved the disciple away, furious and embarrassed, exclaiming, I regarded you as my brother. And yet you wish to pursue my mother. Keep your voice down, the disciple said nervously. It doesn't matter who it is. We are good brothers. Please help me. Damn it. Qinyu was infuriated, shouting, Get lost. You better get out of here. What kind of talk is that? Will you leave or not? If you don't, I'll fight you. Help. Before Qinyu could finish, the disciple suddenly shouted, Qinyu has 30 magic rods left. Someone come help me restrain him. Qinyu? Before long, the inn was once again filled with Qinyu's desperate screams. Inside the room, Ning Bei smiled as he wrapped his arms around Qin Jiujiu's waist, his starry eyes glimmering with affection. Are you feeling a bit calmer now? Chapter 64. The possessiveness of Qin Jiushi. No one shall touch the villain. Qin Jiushi pouted, her expression one of confusion. Why did you stop me just now? Why wouldn't you let me confront her? That woman. I no longer wish to be associated with her. Ningbei shook his head with a smile. Why bother with her? Wouldn't that merely give her a sense of importance? But I must assert my claim. Qin Jiushi insisted, biting her lip. A hint of shyness flickered in her beautiful eyes, yet her resolve remained unwavering. Ningbei chuckled, what claim? You are mine now. Qin Jiushi blushed, her tone firm. Of course, I am yours, and you mustn't stop me next time. Ningbei laughed heartily at her words, observing her bashful yet unassailable demeanor. Warmth surged within him, such a mesmerizing beauty. The more he looked, the more he adored her. He had struck gold. Feeling flustered under his gaze, Qin Jiushi said, Stop laughing. Did you hear me? I heard you. I heard you. Ningbei replied with a smile, drawing her into his embrace and gently holding her small hand. But there is something I wish to correct. What is it? She inquired. Is it that I am yours? Or you are mine? Qin Jiushi blinked her long eyelashes, shyly withdrawing her delicate hand. Isn't it the same? Not quite, Ningbei replied, taking her hand once more with utmost seriousness. We must establish a hierarchy. After all, I am also a man. Qin Jiushi gazed intently into Ningbei's eyes. After a moment, she suddenly withdrew her hand, encircling his neck instead, her cheeks flushed. You are my master. I am yours. Ningbei laughed joyfully. What more could he desire than such a gentle, affectionate beauty, with the background of a reincarnated emperor? He clasped her hand, their fingers entwined. Ningbei, you seem to enjoy holding hands, Qin Jiushi said blissfully. Touching other things would be improper, he teased. Within the arena, figures from all factions gradually gathered, a cacophony filling the air. Although the grand martial event had not concluded as anticipated, the banquet proceeded as usual. In previous years, at this time, various forces would exert every effort to recruit the talented individuals who had excelled in the martial event. Even the likes of the Emperor Yu Wuying and Prince Yu Fei, pivotal figures, would attend to celebrate. The spacious arena had become the unequivocal choice for the banquet. Yet this year's event bore notable differences compared to previous ones. For instance, the traditionally neutral foreign prince, Kuei-en, now occupied the position of the prince's estate. Moreover, Su Yunyang, the the head of the Qitian Academy, had not been imprisoned due to the martial event. Instead, he sat beside Yu Wuiying. It could be said that the previously covert struggles among the various factions had now been moved to the forefront. The understanding of allegiances was already apparent to all, and there was no longer a need for subterfuge. "Your Majesty, that beast is Qin Yu," Su Yunyang said through gritted teeth, casting his gaze towards a certain direction. The figure reflected in his eyes was unmistakably the cowering Qin Yu, and at that moment, he yearned to rush forth and eliminate him. Not only had Qin Yu caused his disgrace in the past, but now he had colluded with the Prince's mansion to manipulate Kuei-en, coercing him into an alliance. It is worth noting that Kuei-en has maintained neutrality for years. Even the imperial family could do nothing about it. Qin Yu undoubtedly serves to establish a formidable adversary for the imperial family. This individual must not be spared. Yu Wuiying spoke coldly, his heart brimming with fury. Ever since Qin Yu's appearance, the imperial family's former advantage seemed to have vanished entirely. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already instructed the Qitian Academy." Su Yunyang's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Meanwhile, what is happening? Qin Yu felt an odd sensation. He was merely a menial worker, stripped of his title of chief. Yet since entering the venue, he felt an unsettling chill creeping down his spine, particularly from the powerful figures of Qitian Academy. Their gazes towards Qin Yu were unmistakably lethal. At that moment, Ning Bei surveyed his surroundings and turned to Wu Yue. "Old master, this atmosphere is quite oppressive. How much longer can we maintain our neutrality? We shall take a step at a time." Wu Yue merely smiled. As a priest of the academy, he naturally possessed more information, and he sensed that the struggle for power would soon escalate to a fever pitch. In the next moment, Wu Yue turned to Ning Bei, saying, "You little rascal. Today both Daiyu Academy and Qitian Academy will be recruiting. Which one do you wish to join?" Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback, then jokingly replied, "I am fine with either. It depends on where you want me to go, old master." TCH. Wu Yue scoffed, his face darkening. "You promised me you wouldn't leave Wutian Academy. Don't let me down. Then why do you even ask me where to go?" Wu Yue, exasperated, stroked his beard and then chuckled. "We need not worry about ourselves, but you must keep a close watch on your little wife. She will be heavily courted by the other two academies." Although Qin Jiuzhou has not displayed much strength in Dawu, Daiyu Academy and Qitian Academy must have conducted their investigations. With Qin Jiuzhou's prowess, she is undoubtedly a top contender among the three academies. Who wouldn't want to recruit such a prodigy? To this, Ning Bei merely smiled. "The rules are strict. She listens to me." Observing Ning Bei's smug demeanor, Wu Yue found himself momentarily at a loss for words, simply shaking his head with a smile. On the other side, Qin Yu was preoccupied with arranging a table when a delicate hand startled him. "Mother?" Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. "Mother, are you all right? That's wonderful. Do not worry. Mother is here to find you." Yuan forced a smile as she said, "Let us find a more suitable place to talk. This location is not convenient." All right. Qin Yu quickly set aside his tasks and led his mother away from the crowd, arriving at a secluded corner. Qin Yu, filled with remorse, lamented, "I am so sorry, Mother, that you were taken by Kuei and because of me. It is entirely my fault for lacking the strength to protect you." "Do not dwell on such matters," Yuan replied, her expression intricate. "The truth is, you should not have betrayed your adoptive father." "I did not." Qin Yu began to protest, but stopped mid-sentence. At this juncture, further explanation would serve no purpose. There was no way to turn back time. In the next moment, he expressed his astonishment. "Wait, Mother, how could you find me? How did Kuei-en agree to this?" "Because I." Yuan suddenly appeared anxious, her hand shyly caressing her abdomen. After a brief pause, she smiled and inquired, "Qin Yu, do you wish for a younger brother?" Qin Yu. Chapter 65. The villain's malicious intent. What? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. His younger brother. He stared at Yuan as if struck by lightning. "Mother, please don't frighten me. What do you mean by that? You aren't suggesting that you are pregnant with Kuei-en's child, are you? How long have you two even known each other?" Qin Yu felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of Qin Hao, that unfortunate father, with tears streaming down his face. Just not long ago, his father and mother had not been at odds, yet now, only a few days had passed. The timeline simply didn't align, unless there had been circumstances long before. "Oh dear, you child, keep your voice down." Observing Qin Yu's flustered demeanor, Yuan felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. Leave my matters aside. I have my own understanding. Let us discuss your situation first. Me? Qin Yu's expression shifted, and in the next moment, he seemed to grasp something. What? Are you suggesting that he wants to sever the mother-son bond between us, so he can properly raise his child? You. A flicker of shame crossed Yuan's eyes, and she hurriedly replied, do not think so narrowly of your adoptive father. What I mean is that the Tian Academy, they wish to eliminate you. What? Qin Yu's expression froze. In truth, he had sensed it long ago. Ever since entering the venue, powerful figures from the Tian Academy had been watching him with predatory intent. Qin Yu could surmise the reason. Surely it was due to his betrayal of Su Yunyang. It was only natural for the Tian Academy to desire his demise. Seeing her son's anxious demeanor, Yuan reassured him. Do not worry. Your adoptive father has promised to help you, but on the condition that you remain at the Tian Academy. To find an opportunity to transform the neutral Tian Academy into a force for the Princess Mansion. Moreover, your adoptive father will not leave you without compensation. At the banquet later, the Princess Mansion will present a Millennium Spiritual Herb as a means to attract talented disciples, and that herb possesses the ability to mend meridians, which is of utmost importance to you. Yuan whispered earnestly. A Millennium Spiritual Herb? To mend meridians? Qin Yu felt his heart race. But then, he dismally reflected, Mother, given my current situation, I fear I may not even have the chance to obtain that herb. Foolish child, that herb is prepared specifically for you. Otherwise, how could the prince's mansion afford to part with such a valuable item? Yuan smiled gently. It was she who had interceded on behalf of Kuei-en, indirectly prompting the prince's mansion to offer the Millennium Spiritual Herb, merely presenting it in a different manner. On the surface, it appeared that everyone was granted an opportunity to acquire the herb, showcasing the prince's mansion's prowess and generosity. Yet in reality, the method for obtaining the Millennium Spiritual Herb would be discreetly relayed to Qin Yu by Yuan, ensuring that only he would be able to secure it. Thus, not only would it seem fair and generous, but it would also allow Qin Yu to shine brilliantly, earning the attention of the Tian Academy. This was all part of a meticulously crafted plan by the Princess Mansion. Do you remember all of this? After speaking, Yuan reminded him once more not to forget, lest he miss the opportunity to mend his meridians. Mother. At that moment, Qin Yu felt a surge of emotion, almost moved to tears. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, his mother would always prioritize him. It must be said that this Millennium Spiritual Herb was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought for him. However, as Qin Yu contemplated the arduous efforts his mother had expended in seeking this chance for him during the obscure night, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Mother, let us find a way to escape. You can abandon the child, and we shall soar far away, never to see them again. Child, you speak foolishly, Yuan said, slightly frowning in reproach. Your adoptive father has only just forgiven you. If you betray him again, what of the suffering I would have endured in vain? Suffering? Oh no, that is not. Realizing she had misspoken, Yuan quickly defended herself. What I mean is, you should heed your adoptive father's arrangements. When you acquire the spiritual herb, the prince's residence will seek to win you over, but you must not display any joy. Instead, remain at the Tian Academy to demonstrate your loyalty, which will facilitate your adoptive father's plans. But, enough, Qin Yu was about to say more, but he was interrupted by Yuan. I must return. Your adoptive father has not given me much time. Remember well the method to obtain the spiritual herb. As he watched his mother's departing figure, Qin Yu felt as if his heart were being cut by a blade. Especially when he thought of the manner in which his mother had fought for this opportunity for him. He longed to kneel upon the snow-covered ground and shout. No. Previously, he had harbored thoughts of others' fiancés, but now, his mother was being coveted by another. How could he, Qin Yu, accept such humiliation? For according to his expectations, he ought to be embracing another's wife, living a life devoid of shame. Why should he be made to play the role of an elder brother? Moments later, Qin Yu steeled himself, gritting his teeth. The gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. Mother, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. I shall rise again, and trample them all beneath my feet. Qin Yu resolved. From this moment forth, he would endure hardship. He would feign obedience to Kuei-en's arrangements, not only to obtain the Millennium Spiritual Herb, but also to gain a layer of protection against the pursuit of the Tian Academy. For now, he must first gain the attention of the Tian Academy. On another front, detection of Qin Yu triggering the protection of the Heavenly Tao, forcibly extending his opportunities through his mother, with the prospect of enhancing his fortune aura. Please do not panic, continue to deal with him. How intriguing! Upon receiving the information from the system, Ningbei's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had not anticipated that Qin Yu had fallen to such depths. Yet he could still rely on his mother to prolong his life. Had it been anyone else, they would have long succumbed to despair. Truly, he was worthy of being the child of fortune. Ningbei instinctively glanced back, only to fortuitously meet the envious gaze of Qin Yu. Despite Qin Yu's immediate attempt to evade, he was still detected by Ningbei. His stubbornness persisted. Even now, he harbored thoughts of surpassing me. Thus, Ningbei, no longer inclined to be polite, rose and approached him. Upon seeing Ningbei striding towards him, Qin Yu felt a flicker of panic, not born of fear, but from the awareness that he could not provoke Ningbei at this moment. After all, just moments ago, his mother had sought him out, revealing the method to obtain the Millennium Spiritual Herb. If he were to provoke Ningbei and be cast out of the banquet, would that not mean his mother had suffered unjustly? The thought of Kuei-en's formidable physique brought him a pang of distress. He absolutely could not be expelled from the gathering. Ning, senior brother, do you require anything? Qin Yu, seizing a moment of clarity, was the first to smile and greet him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, especially given Ningbei's status as the chief disciple. If he were to greet him with a smile and still face hostility, there would be no justification for him being ousted from the venue. Moreover, if Ningbei were truly unreasonable, then his subsequent display of strength, bolstered by the Millennium Spiritual Herb, would be even more formidable. Who would not feel a sense of reverence for an unassuming genius who remained loyal to the Martial Heaven Academy, despite being oppressed by the chief disciple for no apparent reason? With this thought, Qin Yu straightened his posture. Noticing Qin Yu's resolve, Ningbei seized the opportunity. Did your mother come looking for you just now? Indeed. Qin Yu, shedding his earlier anxiety, held his head high and replied, Is there a problem? Are you disappointed to see my mother safe and sound? Heh. Ningbei chuckled, responding calmly. That's an interesting remark. After all, we are fellow disciples. Seeing your mother so well-fed, I couldn't be happier for you. Well-fed? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. The next moment, Ningbei's words shattered his composure. If the food were not good, how do you think your mother's belly became so round? Chapter 66. The protagonist lifts a stone to crush his own foot. Must his mother endure such insults? In an instant, Qin Yu's composure shattered. The piercing term damn ignited a flurry of thoughts within his mind, and the more he tried to suppress them, the clearer the images became. No. With a resounding slap, Ningbei retaliated. How dare you insult me? Guards, expel him from the banquet and ensure he does not return. Yes, sir. In the next moment, Wang Tong and the others rushed forward. Wait, please. Qin Yu quickly softened. Senior brother Ning, I did not insult you. I was expressing my gratitude for your keen observations. I was thanking you for your concern towards my mother. You did not insult me? Then what did you mean by that? You misunderstood. That was merely a brief expression. Qin Yu could only suppress his fury, desperately defending himself with a tearful tone. What I meant was your care for others' mothers. It moved me deeply, and in my excitement, I inadvertently shortened my words. How could I ever insult you when you show such concern for my mother? Really? Indeed, truly. Observing Qin Yu's smile, which was more sorrowful than a cry, Ningbei could not help but chuckle. All right, you may leave for now. Ningbei waved his hand, dismissing Wang Ting and the others. As for expelling Qin Yu, that was entirely unnecessary. After all, if Qin Yu were truly banished from the venue, who could say whether the royal residence would change its mind about presenting the Millennium Spirit Herb? Moreover, without Qin Yu, how could he suppress the other party's celestial protection? You must articulate your words more completely in the future. Look at the misunderstandings this has caused, Ningbei remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. Indeed. I accept your admonishment, senior brother Ning. Qin Yu forced a smile in agreement. However, the moment Ningbei turned his back, the smile vanished, replaced by a fierce resentment. The grudge of having his sister taken, the humiliation of his mother, the pain of oppression. Watching Ningbei's retreating figure, Qin Yu felt a surge of anger. One day, he would ensure that Ningbei experienced a fate worse than death, along with all those, including Kuei-en, who had caused him grievances. He would trample them all beneath his feet. But for now, he did not forget the most crucial task, to seize the Millennium Spirit Herb. His mother must not suffer indignities. Before long, the banquet reached its midpoint. Various factions were already stirring restlessly, subtly extending invitations to the disciples on stage under the guise of games. After several rounds of games, Yu Xian ascended the high platform. Having observed the weariness among you, I shall, on behalf of my father, present you with a surprise, if you so wish, he announced while surveying the crowd. Upon hearing this, curiosity ignited among the attendees. Is the young prince truly presenting us a surprise? Do not keep us in suspense. What is this surprise? As he watched the crowd's excitement grow, Yu Xian smiled and declared, "Bring forth the surprise that my father has prepared for everyone." Immediately thereafter, a chest, half the height of a person, was hoisted up. What treasures might lie within? Given that it was a surprise from the prince, it must surely be of considerable worth. As curiosity mounted among the crowd, Yu Xian decided to dispel the suspense. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for speculation. I shall reveal directly that within this chest lies a Xianmai herb. The Xianmai herb? Is it the legendary herb said to grow upon spiritual veins? Indeed, the Xianmai herb is a rare spiritual plant, and a 100-year-old specimen is worth a fortune. Young prince, does this Xianmai herb truly possess 100 years of age? Aha! In response to the inquiries, Yu Xian burst into hearty laughter. 100 years? You underestimate our royal household. The Xianmai herb within this chest is of the exquisite 1,000-year variety. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. While there are many spiritual herbs aged a millennium, their value is contingent upon their type, and the Xianmai herb, which exclusively grows on spiritual veins, is exceedingly precious, especially when it possesses a millennium of age. One can only imagine the shock that reverberated within the hearts of the attendees. Even Su Yunyang turned to Yu Wuying, saying, "Your Majesty." With such a grand gesture from Yu Fei and the others, it seems they are targeting the two top scholars of the Wu Tian Academy. Yu Wuying furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the audience clamored to inquire of Yu Xian to whom this 1,000-year Xianmai herb was dedicated. At this moment, disciples and elders from the Qi Tian Academy, the Yu Academy, and Wu Tian Academy alike found it impossible to quell their excitement. The existence of a 1,000-year Xianmai herb is truly unprecedented. Meeting the fervent gazes of the crowd, Yu Xian proclaimed, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding, as I mentioned earlier. This is a surprise from my father for everyone, not a gift to any single individual. Now, the Xianmai herb is right here. Any disciple from any academy who can unlock the golden lock on this chest with intellect rather than brute strength shall claim the herb as their own." Upon hearing this, the entire banquet erupted in excitement. What? We have a chance to? Who would have imagined that such immense wealth could one day fall into our hands? But do not rejoice too soon. See that golden lock? The average person would surely be unable to unlock it. To ensure fairness, I shall refrain from participating in the unlocking. The next moment, Yu Xian glanced at Qin Yu and added, "Anyone wishing to take on the challenge, please step forward." Me. Disciples from the three academies rushed eagerly to the stage. In such a chaotic scene, the elders did not intervene. Rather, they felt a twinge of regret for having been born too early. Otherwise, they too could have given it a try. A 1,000-year Xianmai herb is of immeasurable worth. As time passed, however, the figures who had ascended the stage began to descend one by one. The anticipation that once graced their faces had now transformed into undeniable disappointment. I stared at it for ages and still couldn't recognize the runes on the golden lock. No wonder it is said to be a test of intellect. If we cannot even comprehend the problem, how could we possibly arrive at a solution? At the Great Yu Academy, no one could unlock the golden lock, which at least indicated a fair competition. If no one could obtain the mystic vein herb, we could only blame our own lack of ambition. Observing the despondent crowd, Qin Yu felt a surge of excitement. This mystic vein herb was meant for him. No one else should dare to covet it. His reluctance to step onto the stage stemmed from his belief, informed by his mother, that no one could decipher the golden lock. It was indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For now, he merely needed to remain patient, allowing these hopefuls to transition from expectation to disappointment, until they ultimately succumbed to despair and lost faith in anyone's ability to unlock the golden lock. Only then would it be the perfect moment for him to make his entrance. As he astonished the crowd, their admiration would be undeniable. From that point on, no one would have the right to mock him again. However, Ning Bei remained motionless throughout, leaving Qin Yu somewhat disheartened. After all, in his heart, suppressing others was far less satisfying than overshadowing Ning Bei, who had always kept him underfoot. Now, with a rare opportunity to surpass Ning Bei at hand, how could it be acceptable for Ning Bei not to participate? Contemplating this, Qin Yu resolved to provoke him. Ning Bei, as the foremost of the Wu Tian Academy, are you not going to take the stage and give it a try? Chapter 67. A failed scheme backfires, leaving the protagonist's mother at a loss upon hearing these words. The crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Ning Bei. Why had the top student of the Wu Tian Academy not yet made his appearance? It was peculiar, for he was widely acknowledged as the foremost martial artist. Why had he not stepped forward to give it a try? This lock could not be opened through mere brute force. What did strength have to do with it? I suspect he understands he cannot unlock it. Hence his reluctance to participate. Whispers began to circulate within the arena. Yu Xian glanced at Ning Bei, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. You seem rather disinterested in the Xianmai grass, he remarked. Indeed, I find it of no interest, Ning Bei replied with a calm demeanor, facing the fervent stares of the crowd. After all, this item holds no value for me. I shall leave the opportunity for others. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Ning Bei's words seemed to imply that he could indeed unlock the golden lock, but simply deemed the Xianmai grass unworthy of his efforts. However, setting aside the grass's worth, it was evident that no one could dismiss its significance. Each had already experienced the futility of their attempts. The golden lock was not something one could simply open at will, especially since Ning Bei had yet to try. Thus, to anyone who heard him, his words sounded somewhat audacious. Yet, owing to Ning Bei's remarkable performances in the martial arts realm, they refrained from voicing their skepticism. Yu Xian, however, harbored no such reservations and let out a derisive laugh. Oh, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this not the very opportunity he had been waiting for? Ningbei, oh Ningbei, how skillfully you dig your own grave. In the next moment, he seized the opportunity, saying, so, you are confident you can unlock the golden lock. Indeed, Ningbei responded, choosing to play along with Qin Yu's scheme. Haha. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu nearly choked in disbelief. At long last, he had caught a break. What's more, it was a pitfall of Ning Bei's own making. Qin Yu felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. To prevent Ning Bei from retreating, Qin Yu immediately urged, in that case, step up and open the lock. After all, it has left everyone in a quandary, and no one has succeeded in opening it. If you manage to unlock it, you would enlighten us all. Would you not? This suggestion immediately garnered numerous agreements. What a splendid idea. If Ning Bei could indeed unlock the golden lock, it would resolve a lingering concern for everyone. Indeed, I have begun to doubt whether the golden lock is even capable of being opened. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ning Bei shook his head once more. No, I have already stated that the Xianmai grass is of no use to me. I prefer to leave the opportunity for others. Leave it for others? Qin Yu burst into laughter, the sound almost pig-like. At this juncture, he was certain that Ning Bei had no idea how to open the golden lock. Otherwise, he would not display such an attitude. Knowing the secret to unlocking it, he was convinced that no one, except himself, could accomplish the feat. Ning Bei refuses to take the stage? I suspect he cannot open it. He is merely saving face. What? Is he toying with us? And he has the audacity to claim he is leaving the opportunity for us? Ning Bei's repeated refusals inevitably drew forth a wave of skepticism. Qin Yu was on the verge of tears from his overwhelming emotions. It is truly the first time I have witnessed someone questioning Ning Bei. In the past, others have merely echoed his sentiments, engaging in relentless assaults against him. I never anticipated that one day he would revel in such delight. It is nothing short of blissful. Qin Yu, suppressing his excitement, no longer maintained a courteous tone. Ning Bei, are you truly capable? If you can unlock the golden lock, then proceed. If not, why persist in stubborn denial? Before Ning Bei could respond, Wang Teng and the others could no longer contain themselves. You, the king of nonsense, have no right to speak about senior brother Ning. Indeed, senior brother Ning is simply uninterested in the Xianmai grass. If you are so capable, why not show us? Upon hearing this, rather than feeling anger, Qin Yu found amusement. Yes, this was the reaction he sought. The greater the disbelief, the more impactful his eventual triumph would be. Just as Qin Yu was about to flaunt his superiority, he received a system notification indicating that the moment had arrived for Ning Bei. No longer engaging in baiting, Ning Bei declared, very well, since everyone doubts me, I shall ascend and unlock the golden lock. Whoosh. With that, Ning Bei leaped onto the platform in an instant. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Ning Bei to be so audacious, daring to step onto the stage and invite humiliation upon himself. Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with his desires. Triumphing over the chief disciple would be most exhilarating. Please, proceed. As Ning Bei approached, Yu Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Clearly, he shared Qin Yu's sentiment. believing Ning Bei to be at the end of his tether. Thank your father for the surprise on my behalf. Ah, let us see if you still feel that way after unlocking the golden lock. Before his cold laughter could fully dissipate, crack. Suddenly, a crisp, unlocking sound resonated, akin to a boulder plunging into tranquil waters. Yu Xian? In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? The lock is opened? How could it be so swift? I barely grasped what was happening. Wait, who suggested he take the stage? Have we lost our chance? The venue buzzed with excitement. The previous doubts vanished entirely. Senior brother Ning, incredible. Wang Tung and the others exclaimed, their voices ringing out with joy. What? The powerful figures from the Wang family stood in unison. How could anyone unlock the golden lock? This was meant to bolster Qin Yu's reputation, to gain the favor of the Wu Tian Academy, and ultimately, to draw them in. This was not a gift meant for anyone else. Yet, the most thunderstruck individual in the hall was undoubtedly Qin Yu. His mind buzzed, leaving him in a daze. No, this is impossible. Unlocking the golden lock requires a precise arrangement of runes, simultaneous operation, and meticulous attention to 3 concealed compartments. One misstep, and the lock remains shut. How could Ningbei achieve such mastery in a single stroke? He could not comprehend this outcome. It was not meant to unfold this way. This was an opportunity painstakingly earned by his mother through relentless toil. This is indeed his opportunity. Why hesitate? After a brief moment of silence, Ningbei faced the astonished gazes of the crowd and spoke. I initially intended to offer the chance to acquire the Xianmai herb to everyone. However, it seems that my generosity has instead invited skepticism. Very well. It appears I must accept this spiritual herb for myself. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of emotions. They had once held a chance to contend for the millennium-old Xianmai herb, yet now, they had unwittingly compelled Ningbei to seize it. Who was it that first cast doubt upon Ningbei? Ah, yes, that insufferable individual. The one who insisted Ningbei take the stage. Frustration surged among the crowd as they vented their anger towards Qin Yu, lamenting their lost opportunity. At that moment, Qin Yu was less concerned about their ire and more fixated on the Xianmai herb. He understood that he could not let this matter rest. He must obtain the herb. Ningbei, it's a misunderstanding. We have always believed in you, but we fear that the golden lock might be defective. Now that you have proven it is indeed functional, I beg of you, since you show no interest, allow me to try. Just let me have a chance. Will you? Qin Yu was genuinely anxious. After all, this Xianmai herb was something his mother had painstakingly fought to secure for him. He could not bear to watch it slip away. Had he taken the stage sooner, perhaps the herb would have already been his. Yet, in his desire to undermine Ningbei, he had never anticipated things would unfold in such a manner. To miss out on the Xianmai herb would mean that his mother's efforts had been in vain. Observing Qin Yu's humble demeanor, Ningbei chuckled. You wish to attempt opening the golden lock? Yes. Yes, indeed. Qin Yu replied eagerly, nodding fervently. Very well. Ningbei responded with enthusiasm. After carefully tucking the Xianmai herb into his embrace, he promptly closed the golden lock once more. Come on, feel free to try as many times as you wish. Qin Yu. Chapter 68. The protagonist's sister is prepared for great matters, but the fiancé, he remains in Makabaka? Is it not? Qin Yu was taken aback. What he desired was the Xianmai grass, not an innate curiosity about the golden lock itself. Congratulations, Ningbei. Although the treasure chest no longer contained the Xianmai grass, anyone still eager to attempt to open it was welcome to take the stage. Observing Qin Yu on the verge of losing his composure, Yu Xian hurriedly stepped in to regain control of the situation. If Qin Yu, in his desperation, revealed that this entire scene was orchestrated by the princess residence, not to mention the loss of a millennium-old spiritual herb, it would certainly sow seeds of distrust in any future attempts to align with the Wu Tian Academy, potentially backfiring. Thus, it was imperative to prevent Qin Yu from spiraling out of control. Silence yourself, Yu Xian admonished as he approached Qin Yu. Qin Yu felt a torrent of emotions, lowering his voice. Young prince, you must help me. You know I cannot be without the Xianmai grass. It is of utmost importance to me. Huh? Yu Xian scoffed, exuding annoyance. If you understand the significance of the Xianmai grass, why did you provoke him? Qin Yu was rendered speechless. Yu Xian was not a fool. He could clearly see that Qin Yu had intended to undermine Ning Bei, but unfortunately, he had missed the mark. Although Yu Xian had also contemplated stepping on Ning Bei's toes earlier, at this juncture, he shifted all the blame onto Qin Yu. You would do well to temper your ambitions, he warned, discerning Qin Yu's reluctance to accept responsibility. If our matters come to light, consider your mother. With that, he turned to leave, wishing to avoid lingering too long with Qin Yu and attracting undue attention. At that moment, Yuan was clinging to Kuei An's arm. Benefactor, please calm down. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. You know the golden lock should not be tampered with. That Ning Bei was simply too fortunate. Are you still making excuses for that useless son? Kuei An reprimanded, displeased. Why didn't he take the stage sooner? Had he done so, none of this would have occurred. Do you not comprehend the value of this Xianmai grass? Yuan pressed her lips together, fully aware. This millennium-old Xianmai grass was unlike any other spiritual herb of the same age. It was priceless, and even the affluent prince's residence had only recently acquired it. Certainly unwilling to part with such a precious item to the disciples of other factions. It was akin to spending one's own fortune to support another's offspring, were it not for the intention to utilize Qin Yu as a means to forge a connection with the Wu Tian Academy. Even Kuei An's pleas would not have been enough for the prince's residence to so readily relinquish the Xianmai grass. Thus, feeling aggrieved, Yuan sought to vent her frustration on her son. Your mother has provided you with the solution. How could you allow others to seize the opportunity first? Yuan scolded, hands on her hips, disappointment evident. Mother, I never anticipated it would turn out this way, Qin Yu said, lowering his head. He was consumed by regret, having not only failed to trample Ning Bei, but also losing the Xianmai grass that had been within his grasp. Why did it come to this? He felt as though every step he took had been anticipated by someone else, leaving him utterly trapped. Do not be too disheartened. Observing her son's despondent expression, Yuan's heart softened. At this point, mother will ensure that the prince's residence is appeased. You need not worry about them causing you trouble. Really? Qin Yu looked up at her, blinking in surprise. Can you truly manage to stop them? Yuan hesitated for a moment, then replied, Oh, my child. I have my own methods. Just be cautious at the Qitian Academy. Understood. Qin Yu nodded reluctantly. He seemed to have an inkling of what was happening, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Mother, could you assist me in requesting a favor from my adoptive father? What favor? Find an opportunity to help me eliminate Ning Bei. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he whispered, I can't shake the feeling that he is a significant obstacle for me. Yuan's face betrayed her hesitation. Yet she agreed to mention it. However, she was acutely aware that her influence over such a substantial matter, concerning the chief disciple who sought to garner power, was limited. Yet, a mother's love compelled her to comply with her son's request. All right, mother must be on her way now. Mother, please take care of yourself at the prince's residence. Watching his mother limp away, Qin Yu felt a pang of sorrow. What a cruel fate. That wretched Kuei An. Utterly devoid of compassion. Thus, Qin Yu racked his brain and resolved to shamelessly seek out Lin Yueyao. Are you out of your mind? Upon hearing Qin Yu's request, Lin Yueyao coldly rejected him. Last time, you ruined my chances and made Ning Bei resent me even more. I haven't settled the score with you yet. And now you dare ask me to plead with Ning Bei to give you the Xianmai grass? Yueyao, Ning Bei said he doesn't need the Xianmai grass. Qin Yu forced a smile, but it is crucial for me. Even considering that I saved you once, could you help me just this once? Do not bring up the past again. Lin Yueyao's anger flared even more at the mention of bygone events. Just because Qin Yu had saved her once. She had sacrificed her affection for Ning Bei. Had she known she would lose him, she would have preferred not to be rescued at all. Besides, her initial intent to save him was out of gratitude. How could she have genuinely risked her life? Faced with the cold-hearted girl, Qin Yu felt his anguish deepen. Yueyao, you have changed. You would never have treated me this way before. Of course, I've changed. Lin Yueyao, furious, pointed toward the front of the seating area. Look for yourself. I should be beside Ning Bei, but now it's Qin Jiujio. All of this is because of you. If it weren't for you, how could I and Ning Bei have fallen out? Qin Yu was left speechless by her accusations. Meanwhile, Ning Bei, having teased Qin Jiujio, retrieved the Xianmai grass. I don't want it. You can keep it. Qin Jiujio was quite touched, but shook her head in refusal. She did not wish to hinder Ning Bei. Take it. This item is of no use to me. How can it be of no use? Ning Bei feigned seriousness. He was genuinely concerned that his beloved would not accept it. By relying on Qin Jiujio, he had gained numerous benefits, including the ability to exchange for various cultivation resources in the system shop. However, he found it inappropriate to present these items to the young girl, as their origins were difficult to explain. Now that he finally possessed something valuable, it was only natural to offer it to his beloved, perhaps even aiding in her development. Of course, The primary reason was Ning Bei's kind heart. All right, then, under the pressure of Ning Bei's insistence, Qin Jiuyo happily accepted the token of affection. Coincidentally, the medicine she was preparing was lacking one spiritual item necessary for refining meridians, and now it was complete. Ning Bei sensed something. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Meeting Ning Bei's gaze, Qin Jiuyo's face suddenly flushed. Her delicate hand instinctively rested on her abdomen, and with a hint of shyness, she teased, "Can you guess?" Chapter 69. The villainous sister spreads affection, while the protagonist Qin Yu loses his mother. Gazing at the rosy hue gracing the young maiden's cheeks, Ning Bei's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, a smile curving his lips. Could it be a prenatal tonic? Prenatal. Qin Jiujiu was momentarily taken aback, her blush deepening. Casting a furtive glance around her surroundings, she murmured with embarrassment, "Oh dear. What I meant was the cultivation of meridians, and it's a medicinal elixir, a type of nourishing pill." Nourishing pill? Ning Bei, realizing the implication, felt a wave of excitement wash over him. In the next instant, he enveloped Qin Jiujiu in his arms, exclaiming, "Little Jiujiu, are you preparing a path for our future child's talents in advance?" Qin Jiujiu shyly bit her delicate lip, but did not deny his words. As a reincarnated sovereign, she understood the means to enhance the physique of their future offspring through adjustments to her own body. Why not seize the opportunity? Although their innate talents would undoubtedly yield a remarkable offspring, securing an even brighter future for their child was certainly worthwhile. Ever since she had resolved to bear Ning Bei's child, this notion had taken root in her mind. Now, she merely required a rare essence capable of forging strong meridians, and all necessary materials were at hand. At that moment, Ning Bei recalled an item from the system store. "Jiujiu, if you hand over the materials, I shall concoct the elixir, yielding even greater effects. Are you up for it? Can you really do it?" Qin Jiujiu tilted her head, seeking clarification. After all, alchemy was distinct from cultivation. It demanded specialized knowledge, and she had yet to witness Ning Bei's alchemical prowess. Moreover, crafting the pregnancy divine pill required considerable experience in the art of alchemy. Ning Bei chuckled softly, leaning toward her ear. "As your husband, should you doubt my capabilities? Little Jiujiu?" How vexatious. Qin Jiujiu's blush intensified, reaching her ears as she gently swatted Ning Bei with her delicate hand. "You're truly incorrigible. Since I'm so incorrigible, will you still bear my child?" "Of course." With a delighted smile, Ning Bei, captivated by the charming and obedient beauty before him, cupped her face and planted a kiss on her lips. What a treasure he had found. Ahem. Just as they were engrossed in their tender exchange, Yinqing approached, her alluring visage tinged with a rosy glow. "Ning Bei, you two should tone it down a bit. Refrain from such public displays of affection." Ning Bei raised an eyebrow at the newcomer. Before he could utter a retort, he caught sight of the amused expressions of those behind her, and he fell silent. Qin Jiujiu, flustered, nudged him and shifted a step away. Meanwhile, individuals from both the Wu Tian Academy and the Diyu Academy, as well as those from the Qi Tian Academy, were casting glances at the pair. After all, they were renowned figures, the unparalleled prodigies of Wu Tian Academy. Though their conversation went unheard, the expressions on their faces were telling. Never had they witnessed such public displays of affection between partners. Truly, they seemed unworthy of being human. In contrast to the onlookers who were inundated with affectionate displays, one individual in attendance bore the weight of anguish, Lin Yueyao, whose heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. Each time she beheld Ning Bei and Qin Jiujiu exchanging flirtatious banter, it felt as if she were being betrayed. It was she who should have been the one closest to Ning Bei. Why was she relegated to the role of a mere spectator? Cursed Ning Bei. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was seething with frustration. He had long envied everything about Ning Bei, and now he was confronted with the sight of his infinitely promising sister seemingly throwing herself at Ning Bei. It was truly unbearable. To him, if it weren't for Ning Bei's insistence on a blood test for paternity, he and his misguided father would still share a bond akin to father and son. His charming mother and misguided father would continue to bask in their previous affection. Therefore, it was all Ning Bei's fault. Unable to confront you directly, must I not take action against your family? An idea suddenly dawned upon Qin Yu. Thus, after the banquet concluded, he lingered behind as Ning Bei and the others departed, yearning to capture his mother's attention. His anticipation was soon rewarded. Before long, Yuan approached him. Why are you still here? I've told you that the Qi Tian Academy intends to harm you. Your adoptive father cannot openly protect you. You must stay close to Wu Tian Academy. Mother, Did my adoptive father agree? Qin Yu inquired directly. Well, Yuan displayed a pained expression, attempting to soothe him. I mentioned it to your adoptive father, but you know as well as I do that Ning Bei is the top student at Wutian Academy, making it nearly impossible for him to take action. Moreover, he remains under the watchful eye of Wutian Academy. If your adoptive father were to act rashly, it would easily be discovered, jeopardizing the plans of the prince's residence and endangering your adoptive father. If that is the case, then forget it. Upon hearing his mother's words, Qin Yu did not linger on the matter. Mother, there is no need for my adoptive father to kill Ning Bei. But could you possibly persuade him to eliminate Ning Bei's parents? I'll find out where they live. It should suffice if my adoptive father merely makes a move. Kill his parents? Yuan was taken aback. Gazing at her son's eager expression, she felt as though she were encountering him anew. After a moment, when Yuan returned, she gently poked Qin Yu's forehead and said, "You troublesome child, always causing difficulty for your adoptive father." He has agreed. Really? Qin Yu's face brightened with joy. The thought of Ning Bei's parents being deceased and the image of Ning Bei weeping inconsolably filled him with delight. He would endure anything for such revenge. Ah, how exhilarating it is to avenge. However, your adoptive father has one condition, Yuan interjected, shifting her tone. What condition? Qin Yu's smile faltered as he speculated. Is it to gather information on Ning Bei's parents' whereabouts? That I can manage. Not quite. Yuan shook her head. She took a half-step closer to her son, her words hesitant and difficult to articulate. Your adoptive father wishes for you to become a foster son. A foster son? Am I not already that? Qin Yu was perplexed. Until the next moment, Yuan added. He is not your adoptive son. It means that you can no longer call me mother. You must refer to me as your godmother instead. Your adoptive father fears that if you continue to call me mother, his future children will overhear, and your brother might think our family is too chaotic. What? Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. How could he have lost his mother, and now even be denied the title of son? Where in the world is such logic? This is utterly outrageous. If you cannot manage it, then let it be. Yuan quickly tried to console him. To have my biological mother become my godmother. Qin Yu felt tears welling up. Mother, did you not stop him at all? I am your own son. How could I not intervene? But, mother belongs to your adoptive father now. Yuan expressed her innocence. Thud. Qin Yu's heart lurched, and he felt numb. At that moment, he truly wanted to weep. He never imagined that one day he would be despised, even for being a son. Heaven above. Could his plan for revenge against Ning Bei be thwarted in this manner? No. A gentleman's vengeance is never too late, even if it takes a decade. He would first eliminate Ning Bei, and then seek vengeance against Kuei for the loss of his mother. After all, the latter was a more formidable adversary. Yes, avenging Ning Bei is of utmost importance. Soon, Qin Yu regained his composure, lifting a pair of complex eyes to look at Yuan, godmother. I accept my adoptive father's terms. Chapter 70. Is the fiancé still unyielding? The protagonist's sister destroys the heart of Dao. At this moment, Yuan felt an immense sense of relief. In contrast to Qin Yu's myriad of emotions, her smile bore no trace of grievance, instead radiating a sense of ease. Mother, what makes you smile? Qin Yu questioned, a look of incredulity on his face. Silly child, don't call me mother anymore. Call me godmother. Yuan said tenderly as she patted him, then added, tomorrow evening, your adoptive father will be waiting for you at the Yulon Inn. Remember to ascertain the whereabouts of his parents, so that he can visit them directly. With that, Yuan gracefully departed. Mother is gone? Watching his mother's retreating figure, Qin Yu felt as if struck by lightning. What in the world is this? Not only was his father not his biological parent, but now even his mother, he could only call her godmother? The resentment of a lost mother is irreconcilable. Kuei, I shall ensure you regret this. Qin Yu vowed through clenched teeth. However, he understood that he still needed to rely on Kuei's strength to confront Ning Bei. So he could only swallow his indignation. Thus, upon returning to the inn at the Wutian Academy, Qin Yu altered his usual demeanor, deliberately weaving through the disciples who respected Ning Bei, such as Wang Ting. Sure enough, Wang Ting and the others displayed displeasure. What's wrong, Shirwan? Are you looking for trouble? Wang Ting sneered. It's only been a few days since you last received a beating. Are you itching for another? Facing the unfriendly gazes of the crowd, Qin Yu remained undaunted and retorted, what else can you do besides bullying me? Instead of wasting time bickering with me, you should spend your energy on how to curry favor with Ning Bei. Oh, by the way, let me offer you a piece of advice. It's far more effective to win over his parents than to please him directly. Have you lost your mind, Shi Wang? Wang Ting scolded. You don't mean to say you don't know where his parents live, do you? Qin let out a cold laugh, provoking them further. If that's the case, you truly are as dim-witted as a lapdog. Damn it, this guy is really asking for it. Hit him. Wang Tung and the others immediately surged forward, raining punches and kicks upon Qin. As the plan unfolded, Qin continued, stop hitting me. I'll help you find out where Ning Bei's parents live, so you can go and flatter him, all right? What nonsense. Senior Ning treats us like brothers. Do we need your help? We know that Senior Ning's parents live in the mansion outside the city. Wang Tung and the others, incensed by his taunts, inadvertently revealed the address while assaulting Qin. Qin curled up on the ground, battered and bruised. Yet, despite the onslaught, he felt an unexpected surge of joy. Excellent. With just a few words, he had extracted the address of Ning Bei's parents. What a bunch of fools. After the beating, the crowd dispersed, but Wang Tung discreetly approached Ning Bei, saying, Senior Ning, I've already informed Qin of the address you provided. Ning Bei nodded slightly, ensuring that he did not reveal his deliberate intentions. Is Senior Brother Ning still not confident in my abilities? Wang Tung patted his chest and chuckled. The King of Excrement will only perceive my strength as a provocation, undoubtedly thinking I am a fool. Ning Bei smiled, trusting Wang Tung's words, especially since the system had not indicated any failure in the task. In the next moment, he handed a letter to Wang Tung, as per usual, discreetly sending it to the Qi Tian Academy, along with those spiritual items. I don't want the spiritual items, Wang Tung asserted, accepting only the letter. I consider you my elder brother, not for the sake of spiritual items. Even brothers must keep clear accounts, Ning Bei replied with a smile. It is precisely because I regard you as a brother that I offer you the spiritual items. They are not merely a benefit for you, but a means to ensure you can keep pace with me, preventing us from parting ways in the future. Do you understand? Senior Brother Ning. Wang Tung was profoundly moved. Suddenly, he raised his knee, exclaiming, You are too good to me. Allow me to kneel before you. No, Ningbei quickly helped him up, stating solemnly, You shall not kneel. You possess the stature of a great emperor. Senior brother, you are my mentor, Wang Ting declared, his eyes glistening with emotion, assuring. Rest assured, I will handle this well. With that, Wang Ting departed with the letter. Ningbei let out a cold laugh. Qin, you truly show no signs of repentance. Ever since Qin had approached his mother, seeking to have Qian take action against his parents, the system had intercepted the information and informed him. This time, he intended to make Qin experience profound despair. Subsequently, Ningbei opened the system shop and located the Muggle alchemy furnace he had seen previously, 300,000 counterattack points. While it was indeed expensive, it was worth it. Without hesitation, Ningbei exchanged for it. Initially, he had intended to save the counterattack points for a formidable magical artifact. But upon learning that his beloved wished to pave the way for their future child, the child's well-being took precedence. Once he obtained the hefty alchemy furnace, roughly the size of a watermelon, he cast all the materials needed for concocting the pregnancy god pill, including the Shinmai grass, into the furnace. Though the action seemed rather crude, the materials, upon entering the furnace, vanished into an unfathomable abyss. After all, this was a treasure worth 300,000 counterattack points. Living up to its name, simply tossing materials into the furnace, even a Muggle could activate it, and it would automatically assist in refining the elixir. Unlike other alchemists who must first learn intricate processes and ensure their powers align with the alchemical path, this valuable furnace was designed for Muggles. Not only was it user-friendly, but it could also accurately extract the medicinal properties from the materials, eliminating any chance of failure. Thus, the elixirs it produced would surpass those crafted by seasoned alchemists in both perfection and efficacy. Moments later, a burst of golden light emanated from the furnace, transforming into 3 perfectly crafted pregnancy god pills. Ah, how delightful it is to operate without overthinking. Ningbei could not help but chuckle. The Muggle alchemy furnace was far simpler than he had envisioned, and the brief time required left him pondering how those who had studied alchemy for centuries would fare. The mere act of concocting elixirs could lead to unimaginable wealth. In light of the host's fondness for this system, a reward of 100,000 reversal points has been granted. The unexpected delight momentarily rendered Ning Bei speechless. What a treasure! In my next life, I shall have you as my system again. Thus, he decisively exchanged the newly acquired 100,000 reversal points for a deer antler and sunflower seed. There was no ulterior motive, purely curiosity. Just then, the door was abruptly pushed open. Upon seeing Lin Yueyao enter, Ning Bei frowned. Who permitted you to enter? Leave. Ning Bei. Lin Yueyao bit her lip, feeling a pang of discomfort. In the past, she would have never dared to believe that Ning Bei would regard her with such disdain. The stark contrast between his previous gentleness and his current indifference left her feeling particularly unsettled. Facing the eviction, Lin Yueyao mustered her courage and stepped inside. Ning Bei, I need to tell you something. Just now, after Qin Yu was beaten by Wang Ting and his crew, he didn't seem upset at all. In fact, he was grinning foolishly in his room. I think something might be wrong with his head. Just like your head seems to be, Ning Bei retorted coldly, pointing towards the door once more. Oh, is this an elixir? Lin Yueyao feigned ignorance, stepping forward in astonishment. Ning Bei, you can actually practice alchemy? How did I never realize how remarkable you are before? Did you not hear me telling you to leave? Is it because I haven't slapped you in a few days that you feel entitled to stay? Before Ning Bei could roll up his sleeves, he suddenly noticed Lin Yueyao blushing. What on earth? Ning Bei, if you tell me what kind of elixir this is, I promise I'll leave, all right? Lin Yueyao's beautiful eyes sparkled. Conception pill. Now, hurry and leave, Ning Bei urged. He felt something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Strange indeed. Conception. Lin Yueyao's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. Ning Bei, I've given this much thought over the past few days. You used to like me so much, and I am quite beautiful. It's impossible for you to suddenly not wish to see me at all. Tell me the truth. Are you acting cold towards me on purpose, because I was too reserved before, leaving you no opportunity to approach me? You. Hearing this, Ning Bei was infuriated, feeling his blood rush to his head. I have never encountered anyone so shameless in 2 lifetimes. Don't be so fierce. I'm being serious. Lin Yueyao bit her lip, pointing at the elixir in the furnace. You're even preparing for having children now. Just be honest with me. Are you trying to entice me with indifference, to ultimately push me down onto your bed? Speak the truth. Perhaps I might consider it. I curse you. Ning Bei could no longer contain himself. In all his life, he had never seen such unabashed audacity. Do you truly believe that he would abandon his principles and grovel before someone solely based on her appearance? How absurd. Just as he was about to seize a brick to hurl it forth, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Her melodious voice intermingled with a declaration of possession. My husband, have you prepared the elixir for our little one? Chapter 71. The fiancé's arrogance and the protagonist's sister's preparations for conception. Ning Bei paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise gracing his lips as a smile began to form. Although he comprehended that Qin Jiujio was asserting her claim, it was still the first time she had addressed him in such a manner. Little Jiujio certainly knew how to play the game. In stark contrast, Lin Yueyao appeared utterly struck, as if struck by lightning. She turned to glance behind her, fixing her gaze upon her alluring rival, and thought, hey, do you not have a shred of shame? What do you mean by calling him husband? You are not even wed. Ning Bei, look at her brazen demeanor. You must tell her that your relationship is merely a fleeting amusement, that you intend to use her to toy with my affections. Otherwise, my promises to you would no longer hold any weight. Lin Yueyao stamped her foot, feeling unjustly aggrieved. This is truly infuriating. Ning Bei couldn't help but chuckle. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to pry open Lin Yueyao's head to discern what thoughts resided within. How could one be so deluded? Just a moment ago, she questioned whether he was playing hard to get, and now she was utterly convinced. Qin Jiujio, having overheard their exchange, couldn't suppress a cold laugh in response to Lin Yueyao's presumptuous remarks. In the next instant, she bypassed Lin Yueyao and approached Ning Bei. Husband, have you successfully concocted the conception elixir? Indeed. Let us see how well it was crafted, he replied. Wow, husband, you are remarkable, Qin Jiujio exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. This was not merely a performance for Lin Yueyao. Her surprise was heartfelt. The 3 conception elixirs emitted an aura of perfect quality, and she had not anticipated Ning Bei possessed such prowess. It was as if he were operating under a divine advantage. How could one individual be so exceptional? While the two conversed, Lin Yueyao felt invisible. She could not comprehend. Just moments ago, she had shared a delightful conversation with Ning Bei in the same room, and she had even been willing to contemplate the possibility of surrender. How could he still be so intimate with Qin Jiujio? Lin Yueyao, why are you still lingering here? Ning Bei raised an eyebrow at her. Do you require me to take action before you depart? Ning Bei, are you serious? Lin Yueyao replied, a mix of emotions swirling within her. She had articulated her feelings so clearly. She could not believe that Ning Bei was entirely disinterested in her. With her beauty and figure, Which man could possibly resist? Previously, she had not afforded Ning Bei an opportunity, but now she was willing to do so. I suppose I owe you my gratitude, Qin Jiao suddenly interjected. Grateful to me? Lin Yuyao was taken aback. In the next moment, Qin Jiao linked her arm with Ning Bei's. If it were not for your abandonment of Ning Bei for another, how could I have had the chance to find such a wonderful man? However, let us keep matters separate from this point forward. You would do well to maintain your distance from my husband, should your presence affect my mood. She cast a meaningful glance at Ning Bei. Ning Bei understood her unspoken words, adding, if you were to disturb my little wife's mood, it would be detrimental to her ability to conceive. Indeed. Qin Joshua felt her cheeks flush. Lin Yuyao, on the other hand, trembled, as if struck by thunder. You wish to have a child with her, Ning Bei? If you utter such words again, I shall truly reconsider granting you. Before Lin Yuyao could finish her sentence, Ning Bei had already picked up a fertility elixir and said, my dear wife, open your mouth. Qin Joshua obediently parted her lips. Her petite mouth glistening with a pearl-like allure, reminiscent of a blush blossoming from a flower bud, tempting enough to stir desire. A kiss would surely sweeten the day. Gulp as Qin Joshua swallowed the fertility elixir, Lin Yuyao felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Just from the name of the elixir, she could surmise its connection to children, and an overwhelming sense of loss filled her heart. Could it be that even the prospect of compromise on such matters would not sway Ning Bei? Leave. Ultimately, Lin Yuyao, in a daze, was ushered out. Her spirit seemingly lost. Just moments ago, she had dared to hope for a return to the past. Was it merely an illusion? She felt unwilling to accept it. Meanwhile, within the room, the two were exchanging playful banter. Why do you call me little wife? Qin Joshua inquired, raising her alabaster chin. Do you have a big wife? Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. All right, from now on, I'll call you big wife. Then you must have a little wife too? She teased, her face alight with mischief. Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback, then swept her into his arms. Ah, you dare to jest with your husband now? Let me show you the ropes. I'm not afraid of your tricks, Qin Joshua asserted confidently. The following night, are you certain his parents reside in such a remote location? Kuei frowned. Rest assured, adoptive father, it is absolutely true, Qin Yu assured, patting his chest. Tonight, I shall rely on you, and I will forever remember your great kindness. Humph. Kuei snorted. Your mother said you agreed to my terms. Is that indeed the case? Mother? What mother? Qin Yu feigned ignorance. Adoptive father. You are mistaken. I have grown up eating from countless families and do not know who my biological parents are. In this world, I only recognize you and my adoptive mother. Haha. Kuei burst into hearty laughter. It must be said that Qin Yu's words truly resonated with him. Wait for me at the inn. Shortly, I shall bring you the heads of his parents. Kuei had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Adoptive father, please proceed with caution. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly, watching Kuei's departing figure until it vanished from sight. A smile transformed into a mask of resentment on his face. Once I eliminate Ning Bei, you shall be next. In Qin Yu's eyes, Kuei was stronger than Ning Bei, and thus far more difficult to deal with. Therefore, in the face of Kuei, he could only endure humiliation, using a knife to slay his enemy. Subsequently, Qin Yu stealthily returned to the inn at Wu Tian Academy, the journey proving to be quite secure, to the extent that he began to doubt whether the Qi Tian Academy truly harbored intentions to harm him. Why had he not encountered even a single soul? Just as he returned to the inn, Qin Yu encountered the long-awaiting Ning Bei. His eyes brightened as he deliberately approached to strike up a conversation. Ning Bei, it seems you have not made an appearance today? Have you been cultivating indoors all this time? Or perhaps munching on sunflower seeds? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. However, he chose not to dwell on it and remarked with a hint of profundity, at times, I genuinely envy you. You have a harmonious family, exceptional talent, and command respect. Far superior to my status as a mere errand boy. Is that so? Ning Bei chuckled lightly and replied, in truth, I also envy you. Oh? What do you envy about me? A multitude of fathers? Qin Yu's lips twitched, almost unable to maintain his composure. Yet, upon reflecting that shortly Ning Bei would transform into an orphan, he could already envision the scene of his counterpart weeping profusely. Haha. The mere thought of it made him nearly burst into laughter, alleviating his frustrations. What can I say? My mother's charm is indeed remarkable. As he contemplated Ning Bei's reaction to the loss of his parents, Qin Yu lightheartedly engaged in self-mockery. But alas, I did not inherit my mother's beauty, otherwise I too would be a dashing young man. Heh, Ningbei could not help but chuckle, saying, "You cannot blame yourself for that. You can only fault your disfigured father, who is so unappealing that even your mother, with her enduring grace and voluptuous figure, could not redeem him. You." Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. Ningbei's every remark struck at the very core of his being. Furthermore, he dared to comment on his mother's physique. At that moment, urgency descended as Wang Teng and others rushed into the inn, visibly anxious. So soon? Qin heart raced at their words. Had Kuei-en managed to eliminate Ning Bei's parents in less than an hour? However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite plausible. After all, Kuei-en was a prince of a different surname, possessing formidable strength. Even if Ning Bei's parents had studied Kuei-en's Golden Gang scripture, their abilities would still pale in comparison to his. Thus, he promptly seized Ning Bei's arm and urged, "Come, we must go and see what has transpired." At this moment, Qin heart brimmed with anticipation. He could hardly wait to witness the scene when Ning Bei beheld the heads of his biological parents. It was bound to be a spectacle. Ning Bei offered no resistance. He gazed at Qin eager expression, feeling a flicker of anticipation himself. Suddenly, as the two arrived at the main hall, a bloodied head flew through the air, landing directly before Qin. His smile instantly morphed into horror. "Adoptive father?" At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from outside. "Did you provoke my adoptive father?" Chapter 72. The protagonist discusses his mother's physique, leading to a profound moral upheaval. The speaker is none other than Yu Xian, and the severed head that has been thrown into the inn belongs to Kuei-en? A gasp of shock reverberates through the inn. Is this not the prince of a different surname? Who has beheaded him, and why has his head been brought here? In an instant, the atmosphere turns both eerie and oppressive, as the elders appear to be on high alert. Yu Tong, what is the meaning of this? As the esteemed head of the Great Yu Academy, Yu Tong remains silent, merely casting a chilling glare at Qin alongside Yu Xian and the others. Foster father. At this moment, Qin feels as though he has been struck by a thunderbolt. How could it be that Kuei-en, who was meant to assassinate Ning Bei's parents, is now presented before him as a head? He turns to Yu Xian in bewilderment. "Your Highness, what on earth is happening?" "You ask me what is happening?" Yu Xian's voice is laced with fury as he coldly retorts. "That question ought to be directed at you. What exactly did you send Kuei-en to do, and why was he killed outside the city?" It is no wonder he is seething with rage. The prince's household had painstakingly worked to bring this prince of a different surname under their banner, yet before they could nurture their forces, Kuei-en has suddenly perished. It is reasonable to assume that anyone would find it difficult to maintain their composure in such a situation. I do not know. I know nothing." Qin face pales, and he shakes his head repeatedly in fear. His mind is a chaotic muddle. He had intended for Kuei-en to carry out the assassination of Ning Bei's parents, yet now, how had Kuei-en ended up dead? What had transpired in the last hour? He had initially sought to wield another's blade for his own purpose, anticipating the scene of Ning Bei mourning the loss of his parents, only to find himself confronted by Yu Xian and the others. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Yu Tong addresses the elders of the Wu Tian Academy, saying, "Hand Qin over to us. We shall leave the inn immediately." Preposterous. You dare invade our inn and attempt to take away a disciple of the Wu Tian Academy without consent? The elders, incensed and humiliated, retort, "If word of this spreads, and others believe we cannot even protect our disciples, how shall we show our faces in the future? Do we not care for our reputation?" Yu Xian scoffs coldly, hinting, "Are you concerned about losing face, or are you afraid that the deeds you have committed will be exposed?" "What do you mean by that?" the elders demand. But Yu Xian, surveying the room, grits his teeth and declares, "Kuei-en, a formidable prince, could not have been lured outside to his demise without the covert assistance of your academy. In the capital, the only powers capable of such a feat, besides your Wu Tian Academy, are the Qi Tian Academy. Are you suggesting that the Qi Tian Academy would strike down Kuei-en, who bears no grudge against them?" Yu Xian speaks candidly, for anyone can see the absurdity of the situation. This statement is utterly erroneous. At that moment, Ning Bei, suppressing his laughter, stepped forward to further muddy the waters. The conflicts between the Duke's residence and the royal family were already well understood by all. Ever since Kuei-en allied himself with the Duke's residence, he had effectively become an adversary of the Qi Tian Academy. Was it not entirely reasonable for them to wish for Kuei-en's demise? To take a step back, you claim that it was our Wu Tian Academy that acted against Kuei-en, but do you possess any evidence? Without proof, such assertions are nothing but slander. As he spoke, Ning Bei nearly lost his composure. Although he had indeed informed Chi Tian Academy with the intent of letting Kuei and experience some hardship. In order to settle accounts with Qin Yu, he had never anticipated that Chi Tian Academy would go so far as to kill Kuei. Moreover, the Duke's residents had the audacity to suspect Wu Tian Academy. Evidence. While we lack proof to suspect your Wu Tian Academy of involvement, surely there exists evidence to implicate him, does there not? In response to Ning Bei's challenge, Yu Xian suddenly pointed at Qin Yu. Kuei and had your mother bound at the window, and I have reason to suspect. Your hatred for Kuei and runs deep, leading you to conspire with others to eliminate him. Is this not a reasonable assertion? At this revelation, the crowd was taken aback. Goodness, was that not exposed for all to see? Who would have thought Kuei would engage in such scandalous behavior? Can his mother withstand this? It is not surprising that the king of excrement would expose Kuei's golden gang scripture. Truly a devoted son, isn't. Under the intense gaze of the crowd, Qin Yu was left speechless. He was entirely unaware of this situation. The mere thought of such an unspeakable scene filled him with rage, and without thinking, he instinctively lifted his foot to kick Kuei's head. How dare he treat his mother in such a manner? Seeing this, Yu Xian smiled, thinking, look, I have struck a chord with him. Enough, Ning Bei interjected solemnly. Even if Qin Yu truly wished to kill Kuei, what capability does he possess to mobilize our academy to assist him? Furthermore, if tonight he sought to avenge his mother, would he not desire to witness Kuei's execution firsthand? Yet, until just now, he has been with me, having had no opportunity to lure Kuei outside the city. As he spoke, Ning Bei gave Qin Yu a light pat on the face. Right, king of excrement? Yes, Qin Yu stammered, snapping back to reality and nodding vigorously. He never expected Ning Bei would come to his aid, but now was not the time to ponder that. He needed to distance himself from the death of Kuei. After all, Chi Tian Academy already sought to kill him. He could not afford to remain on the Duke's radar. That would spell his doom. Hearing this, Yu Xian turned to Ning Bei, raising an eyebrow. You mean he was with you tonight? I don't recall your relationship being this close. It wasn't before. But tonight is different, Ning Bei readily admitted, adding with a meaningful glance, after all. Qin Yu has been discussing his mother's figure with me all night and has shared quite a few, rather intimate details. I personally feel he is a friend worth having. The crowd. Qin Yu? Upon hearing the words, Qin Yu was utterly bewildered. Before he could voice his thoughts, he caught the knowing glance from Ning Bei. This is all to help you clear your name. Just play along. After deciphering Ning Bei's expression, Qin Yu's mind erupted with curses. What kind of situation is this? What normal person would discuss their mother's physique with someone else? Couldn't they think of a different excuse? Yet, constrained by the circumstances, he reluctantly nodded. Yes, we were discussing my mother's figure. But that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that I had no opportunity to seek someone to kill Kuei, and I have no one who could assist me. Immediately, a cacophony of discussions erupted around him. Upon hearing those intolerable remarks, Qin Yu wished he could find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Damn Ning Bei. Did he really have to use this excuse? At this juncture, Yu Xian and the others were left speechless, unwilling to truly confront the Martial Heaven Academy, as it would be even more disadvantageous for the prince's residence. Thus, they had no choice but to let the matter rest. However, before departing, Yu Xian scornfully remarked to Qin Yu, "What a devoted son you are. Discussing your mother's physique. I shall inform her." Qin Yu was left in a state of shock. Well then, everyone, please proceed with your tasks. The elders sighed in relief, dispersing the crowd. No need to thank us. We are all of the same sect. Ning Bei patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and turned to leave. Damn. Watching Ning Bei's retreating figure, Qin Yu was filled with exasperation. Although Yu Xian and the others had departed, he felt no joy. In the next moment, a disciple approached him, asking, Qin Yu, would you be open to making a friend? Qin Yu? Chapter 73. The antagonist, the sister's ambiguous happiness, the protagonist, and the mother's ruin get lost. Qin Yu erupted in furious exclamations. He was no fool. How could he not comprehend the other's intentions? It was clearly aimed at his mother. If he were not at a disadvantage, he would have already swung his fists in retaliation. What did they take him for? Humph. The disciple remained unfazed and said, You truly are superficial. You can converse about physique with senior brother Ning, yet dismiss us, ordinary disciples? Get lost. You get lost. Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine. Wait until one day senior brother Ning leaves the academy, and when we ascend to the position of chief. Don't come begging us to chat. Before departing, the disciple made sure to leave with a threatening remark. Damn it. At that moment, Yu felt his composure nearly shatter. He even began to doubt that Ning Bei was genuinely helping him. Instead, it seemed as if he had dug a deeper pit for him. Why was this happening? What was supposed to be a flawless plan resulting in Ning Bei's parents' demise had turned into Kuei and being murdered, with him emerging as a suspect. Moreover, some even believed he would sacrifice his mother to climb higher. This was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Ning Bei had ascended to the second floor. Entering a room veiled by a protective barrier, he caught sight of the girl attempting to sit up despite her pain, and hurried over, urging her to lie back down and recuperate properly. Humph. Qin raised her delicate face, biting her lip in grievance. You mustn't eat sunflower seeds anymore. I can't even have sunflower seeds? You. Faced with Ning Bei's feigned ignorance, Qin cheeks flushed red. You're so mean. Haha. Ning Bei chuckled as he sat at the edge of the bed, affectionately teasing her nose. If I don't bully you, little Jiu, should I bully someone else? Upon hearing this, Qin paused momentarily, then nestled into Ning Bei's embrace. Then you should bully me. Hey, you said that. A playful smile crept onto Ning Bei's lips as he gazed at her innocent yet enchanting visage, reflecting on how she was truly nothing like he expected. Not like what? Not like a reincarnated emperor. Ning Bei smiled. Instead, you resemble an unsuspecting, naive girl easily deceived. In this world, you're the only one who can deceive me. At his words, Qin pouted. Back when I was possessed, you clearly wanted it, yet insisted I had to ask you first. Eh? Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a hint of embarrassment crossed his handsome features. You could see through that? Do you take me for a naive fool? Huh. Ning Bei smiled awkwardly yet politely. Indeed, he had underestimated her. His perceived control over the situation was merely her willing cooperation. However, he remained utterly unperturbed. Since you have seen through me, I shall no longer pretend. Ah, you little Giorgio, back then when you discovered I had a fiancée. You even discerned my ulterior motives, and yet you still played along? Pray tell, when did you begin to desire my physique? Qin was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. It seemed she had not anticipated that upon unmasking Ning Bei's true nature, he would not only remain unfazed, but would also retaliate with a slap. Alas, was I truly bewitched back then? Qin blushed, realizing it was indeed you. You only know how to bully me. Henceforth, let us not speak of the past, shall we? Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. No. You must be serious. I have a very grave matter to discuss with you. Oh? What is it? Observing Ning Bei's suddenly serious demeanor, Qin hesitated for a moment, thinking how wicked he was. How did he manage to refrain from approaching her back then? This her referred to Lin Yuyao. What? Do you doubt my word that I did not touch her? That I am deceiving you? Well, how audacious of you to question your husband. In the next moment, Ning Bei produced a handful of sunflower seeds. Qin immediately softened. I was wrong moments later. Qin presented a tome of martial arts. Here, you have mastered the Divine Sun technique to perfection. Henceforth, you shall cultivate this text. The Grand Thunder technique? Though the Grand Thunder technique may not be as advanced as the Divine Sun technique, it is nonetheless a rare thunder-based divine art, excelling in its ability to harness solar power. Qin explained, by utilizing the solar energy within your body as a foundation, you can summon divine thunder to confront your foes, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single strike, bringing all things to silence. And even forging realms of thunder is well within your grasp. Is it truly that formidable? Ning Bei's eyes sparkled with interest as he turned to the enchanting beauty before him. Did you select this technique specifically for me based on my circumstances? Indeed, Qin smiled sweetly, nodding. At that moment, the entire world seemed to brighten, since her body and soul had already pledged themselves to Ning Bei. She regarded his path of cultivation as paramount. One could say, if she could grant Ning Bei a perfect score, she would not withhold even a fraction. Meanwhile, Ning Bei was filled with warmth, lifting the young woman's delicate face and planting a kiss. With a little wife like you, what more could a husband desire? Qin trembled with delight from the kiss, her pride surfacing as she declared, You must not call me little wife anymore. You should call me big wife. Very well, big wife. Thus, the two of them, after their playful exchange, commenced their cultivation. Although at their current mid-stage nascent soul level, they were already formidable within the Martial Heaven Academy. Astonishing most of the elders, they both understood the importance of diligence in their practice. Even if Ning Bei lacked sufficient reversal points to exchange for toast, He continued to revel in the swift accomplishment of mastering techniques. Even if each step was taken with care, he found joy in the process. 2 days later, Qin Yu remained in his room, engulfed in sorrow, unable to comprehend how a plan that was once flawless had deteriorated into such chaos. At that moment, a sudden crash against the window startled him. When he opened the window in astonishment, he beheld a figure he had longed for. Mother? Swiftly, Qin Yu crossed the barrier and ushered his mother into the room. How did your adoptive father meet his demise? Upon her arrival, Yuan could not contain her inquiry. No one could fathom the extent of her torment since Kuan's murder, as she, being one of his closest confidants, had endured relentless interrogation. Mother, I truly do not know. Qin Yu lamented, tears welling in his eyes. You must believe me. He was assisting me with that matter. How could I desire his death? I merely seek confirmation. I know you would not commit such an act. Yuan sighed. However, with Kuan's death, we have lost our protection. The prince's manor will undoubtedly seek retribution. Qin Yu hung his head in despair. For the past few days, he had pondered over who could have killed Kuan, even suspecting Ning Bei, given that Kuan had gone to eliminate Ning Bei's parents. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it himself. Setting aside the fact that Ning Bei could not possibly match Kuan's strength, there simply wasn't enough time. Furthermore, Ning Bei could not foresee the future. By the way, Mother, Qin Yu suddenly recalled, the prince's manor must have imprisoned you, right? How did you manage to escape? Yuan hesitated, her expression troubled. What other means could I have employed to flee? Qin Yu was left speechless, his mind racing. Chapter 74. The fiancé transformed into a love-struck fool? Is life really that dramatic? Qin Yu felt a pang in his heart. At times, he wished he could remain oblivious, for there was little he could change. Had he known this would transpire, he would never have beseeched Kuan to eliminate Ning Bei's parents. Now, not only had he failed to carry out the deed, but he had also attracted a multitude of troubles. Regrettably, there exists no remedy for remorse. I have brought you something, Yuan declared, producing a piece of parchment in an attempt to shift the topic. Look, this is a map I discovered beneath your adoptive father's bed. Does it not hold some significance? Oh, Qin Yu exclaimed in surprise upon examining it. Mother, this is a depiction of the Shura Cliff. I have been there before. It is not far from the Wu Tian Academy. Initially, guided by my soul's spirit, I intended to seek a blood spirit herb at Shura Cliff, but I was thwarted by Ning Bei. That incident is forever etched in my memory. Shura Cliff? Yuan blinked her long eyelashes and remarked, in that case, perhaps you should test your luck. Your adoptive father must have kept it for a reason. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, then looked up and asked, Mother, will you not accompany me? I shall not, she replied. How can that be? Qin Yu protested, clearly displeased. You have only just escaped the princess manor. This is a splendid opportunity for us to flee. Listen to me. Once you secure the opportunity, return to the Wu Tian Academy, for it is the only place that can ensure your safety. But I am concerned you, my child, are worried about me? Yuan raised her chest proudly and laughed. Are you not aware of your mother's capabilities? If I could escape from the prince's manor, I have a childhood friend I plan to seek refuge with, to provide you with another source of support. Qin Yu was taken aback by her revelation. He had never anticipated that his usually virtuous and pristine mother would possess such an extensive network of connections. But, did you not carry Kuan's child? He suddenly recalled. Fear not, my dear. My childhood friend's heart is vast. Yuan chuckled, covering her mouth. I can easily concoct an excuse to deceive him, just as I did with your father. Or rather, that detestable Qin Yu. He had a retort on the tip of his tongue, but refrained from voicing it due to their relationship. Perhaps it was best left unsaid. After Yuan departed, Qin Yu shouldered his pack, resolute in his decision to set forth to Shura Cliff ahead of time. This opportunity, he was determined to seize. Meanwhile, on the other side, congratulations, host. You have yet another chance to intercept an opportunity. It has been detected that Qin Yu has vacated the inn and is en route to Shura Cliff. According to the system's divining, this opportunity involves a drop of Thunder Dragon's blood. Coincidentally, the host is cultivating the Great Thousand Thunder technique, which allows for the refinement of Thunder Dragon's blood, transforming it into a higher form of thunderous divine power. Having received the system's message, Ning Bei smiled. This time, they have even provided me with the route. My dear system, you are becoming increasingly competent. System, whimpering sound not long after. Ning Bei soon found Wu Yu, who had just returned. Old man, you seem quite busy lately, spending whole days away from the inn. Wu Yu sighed lightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. To maintain my integrity amidst those two colossal entities is no simple task. If I do not take action soon, countless elders within the academy will be courted by the royal family and the prince's residence behind my back. As he spoke, Wu Yu turned to Ning Bei. You little rascal, you must grow up quickly so that I can pass my position to you and enjoy my twilight years. Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. I believe it would be wise for us to return to the Wu Tian Academy as soon as possible. Otherwise, remaining in the capital makes us a prime target in their eyes. Returning to the academy, that makes sense. After contemplating, Wu Yu made up his mind. Then we shall set off tomorrow. Excellent. Consequently, the news of Wu Tian Academy's impending departure spread swiftly. Many family members of the disciples rushed over, eager to see their children once more, uncertain of when they might reunite again. Relying on the pill formula provided by Qin Jiujiu, Ning Bei used the Muggle alchemy furnace to concoct several elixirs, distributing them to Wang Teng and Zhao Ming. Senior brother Ning, these are far too precious. We have already received so much care from you. We cannot accept more of your cultivation resources. Wang Teng and the others were taken aback, repeatedly declining the offer. These are not for you, Ning Bei replied firmly. They are for you to take home to your families, to let them know that you are valued at Wu Tian Academy. This way, they need not worry about you. Quickly, take the elixirs. We must leave soon. This. Wang Teng and the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words, their hearts stirred with emotion. Ning Bei treated them as a father would his sons. Senior brother Ning, let us kneel in gratitude. In the next moment, they all knelt down to express their thanks. Ning Bei helped Wang Teng to his feet, refusing to allow him to kneel. You possess the demeanor of an emperor, senior brother Ning. This familiar scene reignited Wang Teng's fervor. Upon seeing his parents, he presented the elixirs while declaring, Father, Mother, senior brother Ning says I possess the demeanor of an emperor. So I will not kneel before you to avoid any karmic repercussions. The elders were left speechless. Meanwhile, what have you been doing all these days, you girl? Bai Yuqin scolded, her disappointment palpable. She had hoped to hear news of her daughter reconciling with Ning Bei. Who would have thought that Ning Bei was preparing to have children? Yu Yao, Ning Bei used to adore you. How could this be? Lin Donglai frowned. Are you not lowering your stance enough? I must inform you, our Lin family is now in dire straits. If Ning Bei does not reconcile with you, we will be utterly ruined without the support of the Ning family. Lin Yu Yao pouted, feeling wronged. Faced with her parents' accusations, she was at a loss for words. In her view, she had exhausted every means to please Ning Bei, yet he seemed to grow increasingly disdainful of her. Mother, I truly cannot. I really do not know what to do. Listening to her parents' incessant nagging, Lin Yueyao could no longer endure it. Gazing at her disappointing daughter, Bai Yuqin softened her heart and promptly inquired, Then tell me, do you still have feelings for Ning Bei? Lin Yueyao hesitated. Her mind flooded with memories of Ning Bei's past tenderness towards her. After a brief moment, she nodded decisively. Yes. That's good to hear. Bai Yuqin sighed in relief and suggested, reflect on how he treated you before and reciprocate in kind. Lin Yueyao blinked her long eyelashes in surprise. Chapter 75. The parents of the fiancé are out of line. Do they truly believe their daughter still has a chance? Do you still not understand? Bai Yuqin observed her daughter, who appeared to be in a daze, and spoke earnestly. What I mean is that you must endeavor to touch Ning Bei's heart. After all, you were at fault initially. Only by allowing him to perceive your sincerity can you rekindle the affection he once held for you. Lin Yueyao hesitated. Not because she was oblivious to her mother's intentions. On the contrary, she was acutely aware of how wonderful Ning Bei had been in the past. It was precisely for this reason that she felt emulating him would be an insurmountable challenge. Yueyao, Ning Bei is already planning to have children with another woman. We are all anxious for you. Can you not set aside your pride? Lin Donglai expressed his disappointment. Father, that is not what I meant, Lin Yueyao vehemently denied, pressing her lips together. I simply feel that Ning Bei has been too good to me in the past. I fear I cannot measure up to him. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Ning Bei had once treated her with such tenderness that he seemed to cradle her in his hands, fearing she might slip away, and he had cherished her as if she were the entirety of his world. Each recollection of his previous gentleness pierced her heart like a dagger. How had she lost this man who was so devoted to her? Moreover, he was undeniably handsome and exceptional, a paragon of perfection with not a single flaw to be found. She had once been so foolish. Seeing her daughter in such a pitiable state, Bai Yuqin felt a pang of sorrow. Yueyao, the The fact that you are now aware of these things brings both your father and me great comfort. Rest assured, with the beauty that you possess, regardless of your past mistakes, as long as you can convey your sincerity to Ning Bei, I believe he will surely reconsider his feelings for you. Lin Donglai concurred. Indeed, that lad once had an immense affection for you. You must find the strength within yourself, Yueyao. Your mother and I will visit Ning Bei's parents to seek their assistance on your behalf. Father, mother, Lin Yueyao was deeply touched. Tears of gratitude brimmed in her eyes as she solemnly nodded. I understand, and I will certainly make it happen. That's the spirit. The couple exchanged a knowing smile. Moments later, after bidding farewell to their families, the disciples of Wutian Academy were summoned to prepare for their journey home. The disappearance of Qin Yu sparked only brief astonishment. However, considering the recent events, no one probed further, nor did anyone seem to care about his departure. As they gazed upon the departing throng of Wutian Academy, couples waved their goodbyes. Lu Yujuan linked arms with Ning Songhua, joyfully exclaiming, Songhua, our son is maturing more and more. He is destined to achieve great things in the future. Ning Songhua could not help but smile in agreement. Indeed, Bayer possesses some of my former charm. Lu Yujuan rolled her eyes, playfully pushing him away. How shameless. At that moment, Lin Donglai and Bai Yuqin approached the couple. Ning Songhua and his wife were momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, they turned away, seemingly wishing to sever any connection with the other. Hey, there's no need to avoid us like this, is there? Lin Donglai and his wife hurriedly called after them. Lu Yujuan furrowed her brows and turned back, stating that since Ning Bei and Lin Yueyao's marriage had been annulled, there was no longer a need to refer to them as in-laws. And there was little left to discuss. Sister, such words cannot be uttered. Bai Yuqin smiled apologetically, adding, as the saying goes, one should not judge a monk by his face, but rather by the Buddha's countenance. It matters not if you harbor disdain for us, yet that child, Yuyao. She once held you in the highest regard as her own mother. Lu Yujuan, finding this hard to believe, retorted, Bai Yuqin, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you not aware of your daughter's character? Did she ever treat me with the respect of a daughter? Was it not always we who initiated greetings during our encounters? Yes, our Yueyao may struggle to express her feelings, but her heart is inherently good. Bai Yuqin forced a smile, pressing on. We merely wish to have a serious discussion regarding the potential reconciliation of the two children. Reconciliation? Ning Songhua interjected, displeased. Your daughter chose to interfere, that scoundrel. Now that she realizes he pales in comparison to my son, she wishes to reconcile? Is she attempting to take advantage of my child? Let me assure you, such a notion is utterly preposterous. Indeed, my son has found a most exceptional daughter-in-law, far superior to your daughter. Lu Yujuan chimed in. Ninggu, sister-in-law. Please do not be upset, Lin Donglai interjected, attempting to ease the tension with a smile. We recognize that Ning Bei has found a remarkable partner. Our intent is not to disrupt their relationship, but rather to explore a possible outcome. What outcome? Lin Donglai and his wife exchanged knowing glances, as if communicating silently. Bai Yuqin stepped forward slightly and lowered her voice. What if we consider having Yueyao serve as Ning Bei's concubine? The response from the opposing parents was one of utter disbelief. After departing from the capital, Ning Bei sought out Wu Yu. Old master, during my last expedition to Shura Cliff, I discovered a location that may hold opportunities, but I lacked the time to explore it fully. I wish to return. Now. Yes. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Yu decisively replied. Then let us venture to Shura Cliff and take this group of disciples along to broaden their horizons. Ning Bei smiled in agreement. Given his current standing at the Martial Heaven Academy, he need not worry about sharing the dragon blood essence, which was destined solely for him. As for other opportunities, those could indeed be shared. At Shura Cliff, Qin Yu exclaimed, Huh? I am truly clever. As he watched the marked location on the parchment draw nearer, his hands trembled with excitement. At this moment, he even felt tears welling up. With an unremarkable body devoid of cultivation, he had traversed treacherous terrains to reach this place, which was renowned for its extreme danger and desolation. It could be said that encountering any beast would likely result in a near-fatal experience. Yet, curiously, throughout this journey, he had not encountered any trace of a beast, as if an invisible force were protecting this seemingly worthless individual. However, he did not consider it a stroke of good fortune. After all, how could all his chaotic misfortunes possibly be associated with luck? Thus, he attributed everything to his own cunning. It was his foresight that allowed him to anticipate potential dangers. deliberately choosing to veer off the well-trodden path to evade the monstrous beasts. Days passed, and he remained unaware of whether his mother had successfully aligned herself with her childhood companion. Reflecting on this matter, Qin found himself unable to smile. The heavens were about to rain, and his mother was to remarry. Yes, he should feel happy for her, after all. At least she was beautiful enough to find someone to take care of her. Qin mentally reassured himself. Yet, despite this self-deception, he was acutely aware of the harsh truth. Why must my mother endure such a wretched life? Damn it. It was all Ning Bei's fault. This entire predicament stemmed from him. Qin expression contorted with anger. He suddenly realized that anything associated with Ning Bei, whether by his own volition or by circumstance, even if he covertly solicited Kuei to eliminate Ning Bei's parents, would ultimately lead to a disastrous outcome. Consequently, he blamed all his misfortunes on Ning Bei, convinced that the latter was his jinx. Last time, he snatched away my blood spirit herb. This time, let him dare to seize my opportunity again. Qin gritted his teeth and tucked away the parchment. He refused to believe that this time, having stealthily arrived at the Shura cliff, he could still be thwarted by Ning Bei. If that were to happen, he would rather not live. Yet, before he could venture far, it seemed as though voices began to reach his ears, not just one or two, but a multitude. Chapter 76. The fated hero loses his muse. The halo turns into a stain? Qin was momentarily taken aback. In this desolate and rugged terrain of the Shura cliff, how could there be anyone? Could it be that someone came here for training? No, that couldn't be right. Why were there so many voices? Qin was instantly bewildered. Upon hearing the indistinct clamor, he even doubted whether he was hallucinating. Who would gather a crowd at the Shura cliff? Yet, in the next moment, a far more despairing realization struck him. Good heavens, the direction of that group. Did it not resemble the location marked on the parchment? Thud, thud, thud. Panic surged through Qin. He could no longer afford to hide and dash toward the crowd like a mad dog. That was his opportunity. Whoosh! As the crowd sensed the commotion, they swiftly turned to see a figure stumbling out from the thicket. Qin? Wow. When the two factions converged, all were utterly astonished. Shit, King, you're surprisingly quick. I thought you had run off with your mother, but here you are catching up to find us. Are you a dog or something? Ning Xixiang had just found his opportunity, and the timing of Qin's arrival was truly impeccable. Wang Teng and the others, realizing what was happening, began to speak up. Upon recognizing the identities of those present, Qin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. At that moment, he even suspected he had been poisoned. Why were those who should be in the capital, or returning to the Martial Heaven Academy, appearing before his opportunity? Who could explain this to him? Ning Bei. Opportunity? In the next instant, Qin jolted awake, rushing forward amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Ning Bei. What are you doing? Oh, the shit king returns? Ning Bei feigned surprise upon seeing him. Where have you been? Were you waiting for me to find an opportunity before you showed up? A question mark formed on Qin's face. At this point, he was no fool, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cry without tears. No. Did you bring them here to seek the opportunity? Ning Bei nodded. This is my opportunity. This is my opportunity. Qin was flabbergasted. In his desperation, he began to stomp on the ground, no longer caring about his image. Family, who understands? After enduring countless hardships to reach the Shura cliff, the chance for his rise was right before his eyes, only to suddenly discover that others had arrived ahead of him, and they brought so many people along. No matter how good the opportunity was, it would no longer belong to him. This opportunity was clearly meant for him. He couldn't comprehend it. Before Ning Bei could speak, Wang Teng and the others had already taken the lead in voicing their thoughts. I have never seen such a shameless person. You, a useless fellow, suddenly vanish. And we haven't even settled the score with you yet you dare to claim that the opportunity is yours? It was clearly Brother Ning who found this opportunity. Do you think we are blind? Lin Yuyao, hurry and take away your shameless white moonlight. In an instant, Qin found himself besieged by the crowd. However, the one who first lost her temper was not him, but rather the innocent Lin Yuyao, who, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "He is your white moonlight. Your family's white moonlight. If anyone dares to say I have any connection with Qin, I will fight him to the bitter end." Lin Yuyao was so furious that tears threatened to spill. Now, whenever she heard Qin name, she felt an instinctive revulsion, especially when reminded of their past relationship. Her face betrayed an undeniable mix of anger and disdain. Yuyao? Qin felt as if struck by lightning. Looking at the girl he once regarded as everything, he felt a pang of distress, realizing just how much she had come to disdain him. Do not call my name. We are not familiar. In the face of Qin Yu's pitiful gaze, Lin Yueyao not only felt no sympathy, but was instead consumed by a surge of anger. She was genuinely afraid that Ning Bei would overhear Qin Yu calling her by her first name, leading to misunderstandings about their relationship. If that happened, her chances of reconciling with Ning Bei would be further diminished. To her, Qin Yu had become an indelible stain on her life, and the best course of action was to utter not a single word to him. We are not familiar. Confronted with Lin Yueyao's icy demeanor, Qin Yu felt as if his heart was being cut. No, Yueyao, do not think I am embarrassed. I am not lying. This opportunity truly belongs to me. In the next moment, he sought to prove himself. However, before he could retrieve the parchment, Wang Tung and others rushed forward. Still being stubborn? Come on, drag him aside and teach him a lesson. A series of anguished cries from Qin Yu soon followed. The elders did not intervene, merely frowning as they watched him being beaten. What a thoughtless act. Even Wu Yu, the festival overseer, shook his head with a sigh. Turning to Ning Bei, let us not waste time. Let us proceed inside. Very well. Ning Bei nodded with a smile, signaling Qin Jiu to follow. The opportunity lay hidden within a mountain, imperceptible to the naked eye, but fortunately, the system had provided Ning Bei with a method to access the passage. Wu Yu, Ning Bei, and Qin Jiu were the first to enter the cave. The others hesitated to follow, uncertain of the dangers within, and aware that they should not harbor greedy thoughts of seizing the glory for themselves. Only what Ning Bei offered would truly belong to them. As they walked through the cave, after much contemplation, Wu Yu could no longer restrain himself and asked, You rascal, I have heard that Qin Yu has provoked you several times. Why do you still tolerate his presence in the academy? The implication of his words was clear, suggesting that with just a word, Ning Bei could make Qin Yu vanish without a trace. Because I am benevolent, Ning Bei replied without hesitation. Of course. The true reason could not be disclosed. Nevertheless, this statement left Wu Yu speechless. What a notion of benevolence. After all, Jiangji was merely offended by a few words. Why did you kill him? Because she was my everything. Ning Bei smiled gently, taking Qin Jiujiu's delicate hand in his own. To anyone who dared to impede our union, the consequence would be dire. Suddenly, Wu Yu halted in his tracks. After taking a couple of steps forward, Ning Bei turned back and inquired, Old man, why have you stopped? I've had my fill. You two may carry on, Wu Yu retorted, vexed. Before turning away in a huff. How unfortunate it was that he had spoken up. Ning Bei could barely suppress a chuckle as he watched the old man's figure vanish. He then shifted his gaze to his little wife, who was staring at him intently. Now it is just the two of us, he teased. Humph, how annoying, Qin Jiu exclaimed, raising her hand shyly to lightly swat at Ning Bei. He seized her hand and lifted her chin with his other hand, asking, What's wrong? Is my little Jiu feeling bashful? Suddenly, Qin Jiu's expression transformed, and she stammered, Wait, husband. I think I sensed something. Chapter 77. The protagonist becomes a servant of 3 surnames, while the antagonist has seized great fortune. Oh, a faint smile graced Ning Bei's lips as he followed Qin Jiu's gaze. Are you referring to that flickering aura of thunder? You sensed it too? Qin Jiu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Let us proceed. Ning Bei smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further as he led her deeper into the unknown. Before long, a dazzling blue light filled their vision, accompanied by a piercing crackling sound, reminiscent of electricity roaring in fury. What is this? Qin Jiu was taken aback by the spectacle before her. Suspended in front of them was an extraordinary object, the size of a melon seed, radiating a deep blue hue and continuously releasing bolts of lightning like a blooming flower. It is the blood of a thunder dragon, Ning Bei remarked with a smile. Do you recognize it? Qin Jiu, initially astonished, quickly transformed her surprise into delight. To think that the essence of such a creature would manifest in this place. My dear husband, our fortune is truly remarkable. Indeed, Ning Bei chuckled, acknowledging her excitement. The opportunities bestowed by the heavenly Tao upon its favored children are no trifling matter. Quickly, my husband. After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Jiu urged Ning Bei, you should refine this drop of essence. Even if you do not grasp the principles of thunder, it will greatly aid your future cultivation of the great thousand thunder technique. Very well. Ning Bei did not hesitate. After casting a glance at the scattered items around, he made his way toward the thunder dragon's blood. It is destined to be mine. Boom. Suddenly, the mountain trembled violently, catching everyone off guard. What is happening inside? Has something dangerous befallen Ning Bei and the others? Mou narrowed her eyes slightly, but the next moment her brow relaxed. There is no need for alarm. Ning Bei has merely encountered a significant opportunity. A significant opportunity? The crowd exchanged glances, their initial worry transforming into curiosity. What could have caused such a commotion? Truly, Ning Bei is remarkable, a true embodiment of fortune. To have him as a disciple is indeed a blessing from the heavens for the Martial Heaven Academy. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd, Qin Yu was seething with frustration, on the verge of tears. The map was in his possession, and he had set off ahead of everyone to reach the Shura cliff. Why was he the last to arrive? Who can explain this to him? It simply makes no sense. This is utterly unfair. The more he thought about it, the more bewildered he became. Initially brimming with confidence, he had believed that the opportunity would be his for the taking. Yet, how had it ended up in Ningbei's hands? Smack. At that moment, Wangting slapped him, asking, "What are you fussing about? It is only natural that you do not comprehend. Ningbei possesses a divine disposition that is beyond the understanding of mere mortals like yourselves. You dare to strike me." Qin Yu fumed with indignation. Previously, the others had beaten him for a reason, but why was he being treated this way now? Is it unacceptable to express confusion? Before he could fully articulate his dissatisfaction, Zhao Ming delivered another kick. Dare you insult Wang Ting? Are you not aware that even senior brother Ning has proclaimed him to possess the bearing of a great emperor? Upon hearing these words, Qin Yu felt a numbing sensation. Unfortunately, given his current predicament, he lacked even the courage to retort, as these individuals were indeed capable of delivering lethal blows. In the end, he could only leave in a dejected manner. Surveying the entirety of the Martial Heaven Academy, he realized he could not find a single confidant to confide in. Previously, there was Lin Yuyao. At this thought, Qin Yu hastily glanced around, attempting to locate the young lady's figure. For she had often stood close by him in the past. Yet now, it seemed as though Lin Yuyao was avoiding him like a persistent affliction. This time, not only had Qin Yu lost an opportunity, but he had also been publicly forsaken by the girl who once regarded him as her shining beacon. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. The entire Martial Heaven Academy had become devoid of anything worth his concern. Were it not for the relentless pursuit by the Qitian Academy and the prince's estate, he would have genuinely contemplated abandoning the academy altogether. No, I must stay here. Recalling his mother's admonitions, Qin Yu regained his composure. Moments later, he approached Li Shun with a bold demeanor and drew him aside. Elderly, this is a spiritual artifact bestowed upon me by my mother, but with my meridians destroyed, it would be a waste to utilize such items. Oh. Li Shun regarded the offering with mild surprise. Is this truly a gift from your mother? Has she escaped from the princess estate? Yes. And where is she now? Qin Yu's expression faltered. Coughing, Li Shun lowered his voice. Do not misunderstand. Qin Yu, I have always considered you as a child, merely concerned for the safety of your family. Qin Yu regarded him with skepticism. However, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you for your concern. Elderly. He forced a smile and pushed the spiritual artifact forward. Please accept this as a token of filial piety from your junior. Li Shun, no longer feigning politeness, accepted the offering with subtle greed. You, my child, struggle in your own life, yet possess such filial spirit. Alas, you make me wish to adopt you as my son. Really? Of course, as it happens, I have never married. Li Shun stated earnestly, if you're willing, I can adopt you as my son right now, and we shall refer to each other as father and son henceforth. Qin Yu was so moved that words nearly escaped his lips. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something lecherous in Li Shun's gaze, as if he were calculating something. Damn. Once he realized the implication, Qin Yu nearly erupted in expletives. Yet, due to Li Shun's status and his own precarious situation, this seemed to be an opportunity he could scarcely afford to dismiss. After a mental struggle, he ultimately forced himself to say, "Adoptive father, please allow me to bow before you." Ah, yes. Li Shun hurriedly assisted him to his feet, expressing with astonishment, I never expected that in my lifetime. I, Li Shun, would gain a son. From this day forth, you shall no longer be merely a servant, but my adopted son. I shall personally guide you in your cultivation of the Golden Gang Sutra. Thank you, adoptive father. Between us, as father and son, there is no need for such formalities. Li Shun waved his hand and smiled. Since we are now family, your kin shall also be mine. We must find an opportunity to bring your mother to the Martial Heaven Academy, A delicate woman like her wandering alone is rather concerning. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth but could only force a smile, replying, "Thank you, adoptive father. You are truly kind. Haha. I shall first inform the ritual liquor master." With satisfaction, Li Shin departed. As he gazed at the unsavory figure retreating, Qin Yu ground his teeth and muttered, "This is the last time. Mother, this shall be the final instance I exploit your kindness. I vow that once I rise again, I will ensure you will never endure hardship again." Qin Yu clenched his fists, reigniting his fighting spirit. After all, he possessed the complete version of the Golden Gang Sutra, which not only fortified the body but also had the effect of mending meridians. Surely, he would rise again. At this moment, Ningbei had successfully refined the essence of the Thunder Dragon's blood. Under its influence, the power within him was elevated, with arcs of visible electricity dancing around him, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. Especially when he opened his eyes, the brilliant electric light burst forth from his pupils, emanating an unparalleled pressure. Even though he had yet to master the Great Thousand Thunder technique, he already wielded extraordinary thunderous power. Should he further cultivate the Great Thousand Thunder technique, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Little Jiao. Ningbei suddenly lifted his gaze towards the girl, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You may have to endure some hardships in the future." Chapter 78. The weight of the villain's paternal affection forces the protagonist to bow, even against their will. Qin Yu blinked innocently. "Allow me to demonstrate something for you." With that, Ningbei pulled her into his embrace and flicked his fingers forward. A swift, lightning-like force surged forth, striking a stone wall several dozen feet away. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The once sturdy surface of the bluestone not only bore a deep dent, but was also adorned with a web of crackling lightning patterns. How peculiar! Qin Yu trembled slightly, feeling as though she had been electrified. The sensation was utterly strange. In that moment, she distinctly perceived the tingling, electrifying energy emanating from Ningbei. Blushing, she gazed at him, elated. "Your strength. How has it become capable of unleashing such potent thunderous power? Impressive, isn't it? You're amazing, my dear husband." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Her exquisite face reflected both astonishment and confusion. She had not anticipated that this drop of Thunder Dragon blood contained such fortuitous potential. Surpassing her expectations, it was undoubtedly not something an ordinary Thunder Dragon could leave behind. Ningbei could not deny this revelation. Just a single drop of blood had more than doubled his strength and granted him insight into such extraordinary thunder elements. It felt as though he had been bestowed with a cheat. The thought of such an opportunity potentially falling into the hands of the Son of Destiny, should someone else seize it, was simply unthinkable. Ningbei resolved to keep a close hold on that treasure-seeking mouse. Before long, when Ningbei and Qin Yu emerged hand in hand, Wu Yu commanded the elders and all disciples, excluding the servants, to enter the cave in search of treasures. Although the greatest opportunity had been claimed by Ningbei, many items remained, and the crowd displayed no signs of discontent. Had it not been for Ningbei discovering the opportunity, they would not have even had the chance to partake in the spoils. Furthermore, given Ningbei's status as the chief disciple and his contributions to the Wu Tian Academy, who could fail to recognize the hierarchy? Except, of course, for the unwilling Qin Yu. As he passed by Ningbei, he couldn't help but snort in disdain. Ningbei grasped him and inquired, "What are you doing going in there?" In the face of Ningbei's challenge, Qin Yu remained unfazed. Directly calling out for his adoptive father, Li Shin, "Come here and explain." "Ningbei, I just took Qin Yu as my adopted son. He is no longer merely a servant. For my sake, let him in." Though he was an elder responsible for managing the disciples within the academy, with considerable status and strength, he still had to show courtesy when addressing Ningbei. After all, the latter's future prospects were boundless. The last person who dared to disrespect him was Jiang Ji, and his ashes had since been scattered. "I see." Upon learning of the situation, Ningbei did not make things difficult. He merely chuckled and said, "Have you found a new father? You didn't even mention it. Hurry along and go in." "You." Qin Yu nearly spat blood in indignation. Ningbei's words struck a chord, as he had ostensibly served as a son to three individuals, Qin Hao, Kuan, and Li Shan. This was merely the visible aspect. As for the hidden intricacies, how could he possibly comprehend them all? Soon, the group had thoroughly scavenged the treasures, returning with their arms laden. "Ning Xixiang, why are there still so many valuable items remaining inside?" Techniques, elixirs, and weapons appear untouched. Upon their emergence, The curious gazes of the crowd converged upon Ningbei. While they yearned for further gains, their immediate desire was to unravel the mystery at hand. The bounty was overwhelmingly abundant. "You little rascal, did you not even touch anything apart from refining that object?" Wu Yu, equally astonished, could not restrain her inquiry. Meeting the fervent stares of the crowd, Ning Bei simply smiled serenely. "Esteemed companions, as you accompany me to Shura Cliff, how could I solely pursue my own interests? Moreover, I have already acquired what I sought. As for the other opportunities, they must naturally be prioritized for the benefit of all." "Old man, did you not once proclaim that the interests of the Academy come first? Yet this Academy does not belong to me alone. It belongs to all of us." His words resonated with a profound clarity, echoing powerfully. "You little rascal." Wu Yu's eyes sparkled with light. At that moment, words could scarcely encapsulate her emotions. She had longed for the emergence of such talent within the Wu Tian Academy. It was as if a dream had materialized. If Wu Yu was moved, how could the others remain unaffected? Individuals like Ning Xixiang, gifted and imbued with a sense of righteousness, are indeed rare in this world. Had he been from another academy, they might have resorted to conflict for opportunities. Only Ning Xixiang could exhibit such selflessness. Sometimes I truly cannot fathom how the Wu Tian Academy could produce such a figure as Ning Xixiang alongside one like Qin Yu, who is the very embodiment of folly. Because Ning Xixiang has parents. The disciples buzzed with conversation, while the elders were equally touched. Ningbei is our Wu Tian Academy's lucky star. Honestly, just days ago, the prince's estate sought to recruit me, but I firmly declined. My sole wish is to witness Ningbei's growth firsthand. Look at these disciples. As long as Ningbei stands guard, even in our absence, the Wu Tian Academy will not falter. At that moment, Wang Ting and others suddenly took the lead. "Ning Xixiang, your immense kindness is beyond repayment. Perhaps we should prostrate ourselves before you." In an instant, led by Wang Tung and Zhao Ming, the disciples knelt down, and those who had not previously considered such an act were swept up in the moment. All kneeling before Ningbei in unison, their emotions raw and heartfelt. After all, in the world of cultivation, opportunities are fiercely contested, often leading even blood brothers to turn against one another. Yet, Ningbei willingly relinquished his chance for them. Who could deny that this was not an expression of parental love? Moreover, at present, Ningbei is merely the chief disciple, yet he displays such remarkable generosity. In the future, he is destined to achieve immeasurable accomplishments. Who wouldn't wish to seize the opportunity to align themselves with someone of such stature while appearing grateful? Haha, splendid. Observing this scene, the elders not only refrained from intervening but instead burst into hearty laughter. They relished the sight of genuine admiration directed towards the chief disciple. For only in this manner could the Academy unite as one cohesive force. Alas, what are you all doing? Ningbei appeared both flattered and astonished, to be candid. He had not anticipated such a spectacle. He was not a celebrity, after all, nor did he possess any peculiar penchant for being worshipped. Just as he was about to assist everyone in standing, he suddenly caught sight of a figure standing nearby. "Qin Yu, why aren't you kneeling?" Qin Yu was taken aback by the question. Should he kneel? Initially, he had felt quite displeased witnessing Ning Bei's adoration, and now, to his astonishment, Ning Bei was asking him why he had not bowed. "On what grounds should I kneel?" Before Qin Yu could finish his retort, unexpectedly, Li Shin delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. "My apologies. In the past, Qin Yu's upbringing was rather chaotic, lacking proper guidance. I shall ensure he learns better manners moving forward." Qin Yu. Chapter 79. A Job Well Done. The Man Who Can Discharge Electricity. Qin Yu, whose body trembled, as if struck by lightning. He had anticipated support from Li Shun, yet to his astonishment, not only did Li Shun deliver a swift kick to him, but he also bestowed upon him a moniker that pierced his heart. What on earth is this father? Can he be blamed for this? Blame his mother. In contrast to Qin Yu's existential doubts, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, elderly is quite humorous." This is not humor, it is a piercing truth. Initially, I failed to comprehend why elderly would adopt a scoundrel like Sherlock as a son. But now it seems he believed the boy lacked proper upbringing and wished to lend a hand. As the mocking voices echoed around him, Qin Yu's anger surged. He turned to express his dissatisfaction to Li Shun, only to be restrained by the latter. "Everyone is kneeling. Why would you sing a different tune? If you wish for my protection in the future, be sensible and do not drag me down with you." Qin Yu hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, Ningbei interjected. "Elderly, I was merely jesting. I did not genuinely intend for anyone to kneel. Please do not take it to heart." "I certainly understood you were joking," Li Shun replied, his tone ingratiating as he faced Ning Bei. Yet, when he turned to Qin Yu, his demeanor shifted. But fairness must prevail. This ungrateful child not only fails to appreciate kindness but dares to repay it with malice? If I do not discipline him strictly, will it not reflect poorly on my ability to raise children and provide proper education? With righteous indignation, Li Shun surveyed the crowd. What say you all? Does my argument hold merit? The onlookers exchanged glances and, unable to restrain themselves, voiced their agreement. Elder Li speaks wisely. They preferred to endure Elder Li's reprimands towards Qin Yu rather than witness the latter being labeled as lacking in family values in the future. It is often said that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Qin Yu, you may revel in this irony. In that instant, the crowd expressed their admiration for Li Shun. Conversely, Qin Yu was rendered speechless. How did the discussion devolve into him being portrayed as the oblivious one? What is this madness? Why the delay? Do you think those precious pills were obtained without effort? You ought to express your gratitude to Ning Bei at once. Li Shun urged with a furrowed brow. Qin Yu felt as if he had swallowed something distasteful. Having come this far, he finally grasped Li Shun's apprehension of offending Ning Bei. Yet, he also recognized that he would need Li Shun's support at Wutian Academy in the future, so he could not afford to clash with him. Thus, Qin Yu resigned himself to bowing before Ning Bei. Truly, there is no need. Ning Bei hastily waved his hands, stepping forward to assist Qin Yu while saying, Come on, treasure mouse, get up quickly. Qin Yu's expression froze, doubting his own ears. What did you just call me? Ning Bei paused momentarily before addressing the crowd. Everyone, let us prepare to return to the academy. Qin Yu? Consequently, the crowd ceased their chatter and set off back to the academy, in stark contrast to the jubilant throngs returning with abundant spoils. Qin Yu found himself engulfed in a tumultuous blend of emotions. Moments ago, it seemed that Ning Bei had called out to him, although the words had eluded his comprehension. Yet, an instinctive sense told him that it bore significant weight. Why do you not walk alongside your father? At that moment, Li Shun approached unexpectedly. Without allowing Qin Yu a chance to respond, he continued, Earlier, I instructed you to kneel before Ning Bei. Have you begun to harbor resentment towards me? Father, how could I ever resent you? Qin Yu feigned a smile, denying any ill will. Yet, deep within, he silently vowed that Ning Bei would never meet his mother. He would ensure that such a meeting would not take place. Seemingly perceiving Qin Yu's inner turmoil, Li Shun lowered his voice. Know that I too have my burdens. Do you truly believe that everyone was merely expressing gratitude towards Ning Bei? Qin Yu looked up in astonishment. Li Shun continued. This was a test of everyone's loyalty to the Wutian Academy. You alone stood apart. I understand your discontent, but if I had not reprimanded you, you would have become the pariah of the academy, suspected of harboring ulterior motives, and even I might face scrutiny. This revelation left Qin Yu genuinely taken aback. However, upon reflection, he conceded that there was some merit to Li Shun's reasoning. Thus, we must remain at the Wutian Academy. We cannot afford to draw attention to ourselves. Do you understand? Li Shun spoke earnestly. Father, I now comprehend that your intentions were for my benefit. Qin Yu was profoundly moved at that moment. He silently retracted his earlier vow. Nevertheless, he found himself puzzled. But father, while I can understand your reprimand, why must you bestow upon me such a nickname that subjects me to ridicule? Foolish child, the truth is what it is. Li Shun clapped him on the shoulder, stating firmly, even if unspoken, the truth will be known. But fear not, from this day forth, should anyone dare to call you by that name, you can assert that only I, Li Shun, am your true father. At these words, Qin Yu could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, he found it difficult to ascertain whether Li Shun genuinely sought his well-being or was merely scheming for his own advantage, especially with that declaration that only Li Shun was his father. Did he wish to monopolize that title? Among so many, he was indeed the most avaricious. Very well, Qin Yu could only acquiesce begrudgingly. Upon returning to the academy, the interval during which the others had departed was marked by peace within the institution. Although the Du dynasty was rife with factions, none were foolish enough to raid the three major academies during the great martial event. Following the opportunities discovered at the Sure Cliff, the group wasted no time in resuming their cultivation. Ningbei was no exception. Throughout the journey, he frequently teased Qin Yu, thereby accruing a significant amount of reversal points. Utilizing these points, he exchanged them for a loaf of toast to aid in his practice of the Great Thousand Thunder technique. In the span of merely 3 days, Ning Bei, having just begun his acquaintance with the Grand Thunder technique, has now reached a comprehension of its 7th or 8th level. He is not only capable of freely unleashing its power through solar energy, but can also manifest it in various forms. Even without the assistance of that drop of Thunder Dragon's blood, his mastery over the Grand Thunder technique enables him to unleash a terrifying force of thunder. With the enhancement of the blood, his abilities are further amplified. Although he has yet to manifest the thunder domain described by Qin Jiujiu, the augmentation in his strength and speed, among other aspects, could be deemed an understatement to say it has doubled. Upon concluding his training, Ning Bei exhaled a breath of turbid air. He spread his fingers and gazed at the flickering arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips, experiencing a surreal and enchanting sensation. This feeling of becoming one with the thunder made the world around him appear to slow down, a state unattainable through mere cultivation of thunder-based techniques. And it was solely due to the Thunder Dragon's blood he had refined. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a mischievous smile crept across his lips. Who wouldn't be enamored by a man who could wield electricity? Ding! Warning! Warning! A detrimental factor has been detected. Host is advised to return home immediately. Chapter 80. The villain unleashes his power, shocking all. Host, please return home immediately. Upon receiving the message transmitted by the system, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Ning Bei's eyes. How dare they set their sights on me? Not being the child of destiny? According to the intelligence gathered by the system, the prince's residence was poised to make a move against the Ning family. Shortly after Ning Bei and his companions departed from the capital, the power struggle between the prince's residence and the royal family had reached a boiling point. Following the death of Kuan, his faction was largely absorbed by the royal family, and the emperor, Yu Wuying, recognizing the ripe opportunity, decided to act without granting the prince's residence a moment's respite. Currently, the prince's residence was experiencing a decline in strength due to the loss of Kuan. While not entirely incapacitated, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. Thus, in light of future considerations, they resolved to first take the Ning family hostage. In this way, even if the prince's residence were to be defeated by the royal family, they could manipulate Ning Bei through the abduction of his parents. The significance of Ning Bei to Wutian Academy was well known. Perhaps they could sway the academy, which had maintained neutrality, to side with the prince's residence, thereby prolonging their existence. Should the prince's residence emerge victorious in the power struggle, they could safely release the Ning family and offer some treasures as compensation. By then, the Great Yu dynasty would be firmly in the hands of the prince's residence, rendering any thoughts of revenge from the Ning family utterly futile. This was both a bold gamble and a prudent precaution. In any case, there was nothing to lose. However, they could never have anticipated that this very act would provoke Ning Bei's wrath. How dare they scheme against his family? Heaven itself would not spare them. Whoosh! Ning Bei transformed into a streak of lightning, surging towards the sky with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Even the elders within the academy could not match such astounding swiftness. He truly resembled a flash of lightning, ephemeral and elusive. Ning Bei refrained from summoning them, partly due to his speed. Moreover, Wutian Academy had always maintained neutrality, and he was not solely intent on protecting his parents. The prince's residence had no reason to continue its existence. In Qiqing, at the Ning family residence, a dozen ominous figures loomed before the entrance. The head of the Ning family, Ning Songhua, along with his wife, Lu Yujuan, stood before their clan, their expressions grave, the atmosphere tense and fraught with danger. Ning family head, we harbor no ill intentions. Yu Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a condescending smile gracing his face. You and your son, Ning Bei, have had some interactions. If you recall the recent grand performance, we even collaborated on stage, did we not? Humph. Ning Songhua scoffed. If that is the case, then please do not put us in a difficult position. I kindly ask you to leave. A glint of cold light flashed in Yu Xian's eyes. Just then, a formidable figure beside him spoke. We merely invite you to the prince's residence as guests. How can that be considered troublesome? Moreover, our young prince wishes to befriend Ning Bei, but as he is not present, we implore you, Ning family head, to grant us the courtesy we seek. Ning Songhua let out a cold laugh, saying, what a proposal for friendship. Despite our firm refusals, you still intend to coerce us through threats. Are you truly seeking camaraderie? Or do you wish to use us as hostages to confront Bayer in the future? Although our Ning family is but a small clan, we are uninformed about the intrigues of imperial power struggles. At this moment, Lu Yujuan grit her teeth and interjected, however, if you intend to exploit us against Bayer, I must inform you, abandon that thought. Even if we were to perish at our doorstep, we would never impede Bayer. It is folly to offer wine and then impose punishment. Yu Xian could no longer contain his fury. Initially, he had feigned politeness merely to prevent any potential gains in the power struggle, only to capture the Ning family members and invite unnecessary trouble. Yet, observing the resolute attitude of Ning Bei's parents, Yu Xian cast aside his pretense. I shall reiterate, he stated firmly, you will go to the prince's residence, whether you wish to or not. I urge you all to reconsider your response. We cannot accommodate so many. Other formidable figures also threatened. Their intentions unmistakable. Should there be further refusals, they would eliminate some of the less significant members of the Ning family. In that moment, despair was etched upon the faces of the Ning clan. Nevertheless, Ning Songhua and his wife remained steadfast, even in death. They would not abandon the gates of the Ning family, nor would they become a burden to Bayer. Prepared to act, Yu Xian's gaze turned icy, ready to give the order, when suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, landing squarely between the Ning family and the prince's entourage, stirring a cloud of dust and resonating with the sound of thunder. What is happening? Before Yu Xian could comprehend the situation, a powerful figure behind him swiftly pulled him back, urging, be cautious. As the dust settled, a tall silhouette gradually emerged. Bayer. Upon sighting their son, the couple's expressions shifted. Ning Bei smiled lightly, saying, Father, Mother, I have arrived late. Please step back. Ning Songhua was the first to regain his composure, hastily pulling back his wife, who had intended to advance. Ningbei. Upon recognizing the arrival, Yu Xian was taken aback. The aura emanating from Ningbei at that moment was utterly different from what he had sensed on the dog arena, especially at the moment of his appearance. What was that lightning? Boom. Without further ado, Ningbei raised his hand and struck forward. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning surged from his palm, causing the heavens to tremble. This is bad. Quickly protect the young prince. A powerful figure, sensing the terrifying energy of the lightning, reacted instantly, unleashing his late-stage nascent soul power. Such strength would be considered top-tier within the Dayu dynasty, even directed against the Ning family. It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, Ning Bei had returned. As that individual took his first step towards Ning Bei, the bolt of lightning above twisted like a venomous serpent, lunging towards him. Bang! In an instant, an explosion erupted. Before the anguished cries could escape his lips, the man's flesh was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd, whether they hailed from the prince's estate or the Ning family. All were left utterly speechless at that moment. What? Yu Xian was as if he had seen a ghost. He was acutely aware of Ning Bei's capabilities. How could one possibly annihilate a late-stage nascent soul master in a single strike? The formidable individuals he had brought along were all of that caliber. Hurry! Seize him! Panic surged within Yu Xian as an ominous premonition overwhelmed his thoughts. A dozen nascent soul experts surged forward in unison. Yet, though the Ning family's warriors recognized their inferiority, they charged ahead without hesitation, hoping to alleviate Ning Bei's disadvantage. After all, it is often said that two fists cannot contend with four hands. However, before they could reach the heart of the battle, Ning Bei faced the oncoming elite of the Great Yu dynasty, his expression betraying no fear. He bent his knees and struck the ground with a palm. Crack! In an instant, the earth seemed to tremble beneath him. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from the fissures in the ground, crashing towards the vital points of the crowd like raging thunder dragons. The air was filled with horrified screams. Almost no one could withstand such a dense and terrifying force of lightning. Within mere moments, the scene fell into a hushed silence, save for the fading roars of the dragons. Bayer, Ning Songhua and his wife were left in a state of shock. Their son, had he truly attained such formidable power? Those were over a dozen experts from the prince's estate, all prominent figures within the Great Yu dynasty. And yet, Ning Bei was merely a teenager. At that moment, tears of disbelief welled up in the eyes of the couple. What? Yu Xian felt as though struck by lightning. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if I summoned my father, it wouldn't be feasible to eliminate these individuals in an instant. Ning Bei approached Yu Xian, his expression devoid of emotion. Misunderstanding, Ning Bei. At this moment, Yu Xian's terror was palpable. I merely wished to invite your family for tea. I meant no harm. Believe me, I will clarify this matter with my father. The prince's estate will not pursue any further action. As Ning Bei drew nearer, Yu Xian had no choice but to appeal for help from Ning Songhua and his wife. Uncle, Auntie, I beg you, say something. Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan exchanged complex glances. After all, Yuxian was the son of a prince. Thus, Ning Songhua hastily spoke. Bei quickly eliminated him to silence him. Yuxian? Upon reaching Yuxian, Ning Bei seized his head, lifting him effortlessly into the air. I initially did not perceive you as a threat, allowing you to survive. However, you should never have dared to set your sights on me. Faced with Ning Bei's icy glare, Yuxian was struck with fear. Ning Bei, please remain calm. I am the son of a prince. If you kill me, you are opposing the royal household. Do you understand? The royal household. Huh. It is of no consequence even if you are the son of heaven. Ningbei laughed coldly. With that, he summoned the thunderous power within him. Oh. As the powerful current coursed through his body, Yuxian let out a wave of agonizing cries. He shook uncontrollably, resembling a toy charged with electricity. Moments later, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, eliciting audible sounds of salivation from the onlookers. Only then did Ning Bei scatter his ashes. Hiss! At that moment, the entire world trembled silently. Ning Bei paused, momentarily unaffected. Just as he turned to speak to his parents, before he could utter a word, a voice echoed in his mind. Host, your home is gone. Chapter 81. Qin Jiuyo loses her electric husband. The world is snatched by the void. What? Ning Bei momentarily fell into a daze. He instinctively raised his gaze, only to discover that his parents, their kin, and even the residents of the Ning family remained entirely unscathed, untouched by the battle. What had vanished? Host, your wife is also gone. Host, your father-in-law has also disappeared. Host, your treasure-seeking mouse is no more. Host, your fiancé, he is also lost. In an instant, a cascade of system notifications surged into Ning Bei's mind, prompting an exclamation of shock. Oh my goodness! With a crackle, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring into the sky, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Bei? At this sight, Ning Songhua and Lu Yujuan exchanged bewildered glances, while the others were equally perplexed. They had just vanquished the enemy, yet Ning Bei uttered not a word before abruptly departing. Boom! Just then, that bolt of lightning, akin to dawn breaking, descended once more, revealing Ning Bei. What has transpired? Ning Songhua inquired hastily. Ning Bei, too anxious to provide a lengthy explanation, urgently urged, Father, Mother, do not worry about the Duke's manners seeking revenge. They are no more. I must attend to a pressing matter. You must stay safe. Everyone? Before Lu Yujuan could finish her sentence, she witnessed her son transform into lightning once again and flee. At that moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Lu Yujuan turned to Ning Songhua, bewildered, and asked, what does Bei mean by the Duke's manner being gone? Ning Songhua pondered for a long while but could not utter a single word. He too was in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Ning Bei was racing towards the Wu Tian Academy, according to the information relayed by the system just moments ago. Upon slaying Yuxian, the entirety of the Zhongxian continent had been seized. In that fleeting instant, countless individuals and numerous regions had vanished. Indeed, regions referred to the very land beneath one's feet. The entire world seemed as though it had been cleaved asunder, regardless of whether it was the Wu Tian Academy, the Duke's manor, or the imperial family. All entities, be they human or otherwise, had entirely disappeared. Where is this place? Mid-flight, Ning Bei was rendered speechless. Gazing down, the familiar route back to the Wu Tian Academy appeared foreign and chaotic. It was as if the very fabric of existence had been unraveled and reshuffled. Do not panic, host. This disturbance in the realm is not a targeted act against you by the heavenly Tao. Rather, it is a spatial fluctuation resulting from the impact of the Great Battle. Based on the current detected conditions, there is no immediate danger to the host. A battle? Ning Bei pondered existentially. Was it a case of celestial beings clashing, with mortals caught in the aftermath? What caliber of conflict could cause such disorder in the realm, forcibly stripping the Zhongxian continent of so much territory? Could it be some child of destiny? Rest assured, host, it is not the next treasure-seeking mouse. Ning Bei breathed a sigh of relief. As the conversation unfolded, the system's voice resonated once more, reassuring the host, do not worry, since the child of destiny has been taken away, the heavenly path will, in its protective instinct, steer clear of insurmountable crises. Ning Bei let out a sigh of relief, hastily urging, quick, point me in the right direction. In another realm, the Wu Tian Academy was in an uproar. What on earth? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly intensified? Exclaimed one. Indeed, I feel it too. What could be the cause? Another remarked. The bottleneck that has confined me for over a decade is now loosening. Huh. At that moment, both elders and disciples wore expressions of confusion intertwined with delight. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind these occurrences, they could sense that the spiritual energy in the void was significantly denser and more robust than before. It was simply ideal for cultivation. Is the dimensional position in chaos? In stark contrast to the bewilderment of others. Qin Joshi felt a shiver run down her spine, recalling a hypothesis she had once encountered. Could we have departed from the Zhongshan continent? Where is Ning Bei? After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Qin Joshi swiftly scanned her surroundings in search of his figure. Unfortunately, her efforts yielded no results. This heightened her anxiety, prompting her to seek out Wu Yu for answers. Isn't that brat at the academy? Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then a thought struck him. Wait. Could that thunderous sound have been when he departed? Thunder? Hearing this, Qin Joshi confirmed her suspicions. Ning Bei was absent. It was highly likely he had not been brought along. In the next instant, she frantically retrieved several tomes on barrier formations, declaring, "This place is no longer the Zhongshan continent. Quickly, instruct the others to set up a defensive barrier." What? Wu Yu was perplexed. Not the Zhongshan continent. What do you mean? Qin Joshi surveyed her surroundings. I suspect we are experiencing a form of dimensional chaos. A force has transported us to another realm. Given the richness of the spiritual energy here, it seems to be a realm superior to our Zhongshan continent. Hence, when the inhabitants of this world become aware and approach us, we may lack the means to defend ourselves. Therefore, we must establish a defensive barrier immediately. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu felt as though he had been struck with a thunderbolt. Dimensional chaos, the concept of realms? Though he had seen much as a ritual elder, he had never personally encountered such phenomena. Especially after witnessing the formidable barrier she presented and her calm demeanor in the face of danger, he was profoundly shaken. Was she yet another reincarnated emperor? How else could she possess such knowledge? Before he could voice his inquiries, Qin Joshi was already prepared to depart. I must find Ning Bei first. The rest is in your hands. Wait, Wu Yu called out to stop her. If this truly was not the Zhongshan continent, and the realm was indeed superior, the girl's strength made her vulnerable to danger when alone. He could not bear to face that wretched boy if anything befell her. But before he could dissuade her further, the next moment, she vanished without a trace. Not soaring away, but rather evaporating entirely. Wu Yu's mouth hung agape, astonished to the point of nearly losing his tongue. Just a moment ago, I discovered that the resounding thunder was none other than the manifestation of Ning Bei, and in the next instant, I witnessed Qin Joji's extraordinary prowess. It was truly a collapse of my convictions. What, then, has been the significance of his arduous cultivation over these years? These two children have concealed their depths remarkably well. Amidst Wu Yu's astonishment, he could hardly conceal his delight. Subsequently, he hastened to command the elders to commence the arrangement of the barrier. Clutching the unfamiliar diagram, Qin Joji, in her frantic search for Ning Bei, was consumed by anxiety. At this moment, she could not ascertain the true nature of this high-level realm. She could only pray that it was not overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, with the trump cards she currently possessed, she might not be able to obliterate this realm. At times, the inability to annihilate worlds indeed breeds a profound sense of insecurity. The chaos of realms truly exists. Qin Joji pressed her lips together. She had yet to experience the electrical husband, and this arrival was exceedingly ill-timed. With such thoughts, she retrieved a divine pregnancy pill and placed it in her mouth. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, after enduring a prolonged flight, Ning Bei finally arrived at the realm known as the Susheng realm, as described by the system. Chapter 82. Ning Bei and Jojo's mutual pursuit. The system yearns for disengagement according to the system's prompt. Ning Bei had foreseen that the realm of Susheng was a higher plane than the Zhongshan continent, with an overall strength several tiers above. Upon entering this realm, he was deeply struck by the potency of the spiritual energy, rivaling that of the spiritual springs he had encountered in the Azura secret realm. Cultivating here, one's innate talent would undoubtedly surpass that of the Zhongshan continent. After a full month, he finally arrived. As he set foot on the fertile land once more, Ning Bei could not help but reflect on his journey. During the trek, he had begun to doubt the system's guidance, as he had not encountered a single soul for over 20 days, surrounded solely by endless waves. There was not even a place to rest. It was no wonder that there had been no records of the realm of Susheng in the Zhongshan continent. With its limited horizon, It seemed improbable that anyone could traverse the seas to reach this land. Even with the aid of numerous deer antler seeds and his lightning speed, it had taken him nearly a month to arrive. With little time for rest, Ningbei hurriedly borrowed money to exchange for a search talisman. Find Jiujio, find her, Ningbei urged. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound your eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Jiujio. Reminder to the host, due to this unexpected event, the system will provide a loan for the counterattack value. Please repay promptly to avoid accruing interest. Ningbei ignored the warning and followed the trajectory indicated by the search talisman. However, he soon noticed an anomaly. Despite having flown nearly thousands of miles, the distance to Qin Jiujio on the talisman had not diminished at all. As a beneficiary of 9 years of compulsory education, he understood that the map scale was excessively large. This signified that the realm of Su Sheng was vastly larger than he had anticipated, potentially thousands of times grander than the Zhangxian continent, and the distance between him and Qin Jiujio remained considerable. Thus, Ningbei once again accessed the system store, scrolling down to find an item. System, lend me 3 million counterattack values once more, so I may exchange for a flying cloud boat. I promise to repay together next time. Sorry, you cannot afford this. Ningbei's lips twitched in frustration. However, he was not one to easily concede defeat. Please, just one last time. I truly promise this is the final request. I feel as if ants are crawling all over me. I am in such discomfort. I implore you to lend me a little more. Moments later, a grand flying cloud boat appeared before him. Whoosh! Ningbei transformed into a streak of lightning, leaping aboard the cloud boat and controlling it with his thoughts. Following the trajectory indicated by the search talisman, its speed surpassed even that of his lightning form. What a thrill! Standing on the deck, Ningbei gripped the railing, relishing the refreshing breeze. This was far superior to flying on his own. They say borrowing money can be addictive, and those who have borrowed know the truth. Please remember. Host, this is merely a temporary loan for your use, and you are required to repay the usage fee. Ningbei chose not to respond. After all, some things, once experienced, make ownership irrelevant. For instance, yuan. How exhilarating! Gazing at the distance between himself and his beloved wife, Ningbei was pleasantly surprised to realize they were drawing closer. It would not be long before they would meet. At that moment, he longed to give her an electrifying embrace. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in the air. Ningbei looked down and discovered a group of cultivators, their eyes fixed upon the cloud vessel, conjuring spells to launch an assault. Ningbei furrowed his brow slightly. Considering the limited time, he chose to disregard them. After all, with the speed of the cloud vessel, this group could not catch up. Indeed, the pursuers ceased their chase. Elder, that magical artifact is far too swift. Indeed. The leader of the group stroked his beard and remarked, I wonder which faction possesses such a treasure. It is truly remarkable, yet soon it shall belong to another. The man beside him nodded in agreement. Such a precious item, yet only a young lad is at the helm. TSK. Akin to a child wielding gold in the marketplace, utterly foolish. It is a pity we cannot intercept it, that direction. It will be a boon for the thieves of the Xuanma sect. Meanwhile, Ningbei pondered the fact that the realm of the Xuxing world was of a significantly higher plane, with cultivators far surpassing those of the Zhongshuan continent, making the danger exponentially greater. Now, piloting the flying cloud vessel, such a prized possession would undoubtedly attract envy. Previously, he had escaped due to his speed, but that might not hold true for long. Thus, he resorted to his old tricks. Precious one, I long for the enhancements of the flying cloud vessel. I implore you, my dear, this truly is the last time. I feel as though ants are crawling all over me. I am in such distress, my dear. You wouldn't want the flying cloud vessel to be seized by others, would you? A moment later, the once barren top of the flying cloud vessel was equipped with a mysterious energy cannon, capable of defending or attacking in a full 360-degree radius. Ningbei gripped the handle, feeling a profound sense of security. My dear, you shall be my beloved wife from now on. Ding. Reminder to the host. This cannon requires the host's energy as its power source, with its strength determined by the host's own capabilities. Warning to the host. System detachment in progress. Ningbei. Boom. Just then, the flying cloud vessel jolted violently. Before him loomed a pitch-black barrier, forcefully halting the vessel, indicating it was no ordinary barrier. This realm belongs to the Xuanma sect. To pass through, you must offer your life. Accompanied by this proclamation, a formidable presence descended. Following the sound, Ningbei saw a dozen figures clad in identical black robes, all of them formidable cultivators at the transformation stage. Even before reaching the center of the Shushing world, he was already surrounded by so many transformation experts. It was truly terrifying. Ning Bei could not help but exclaim. He had no desire to make enemies, so he cast a few spiritual items downwards. I kindly ask you all to grant me passage. Otherwise, I shall be forced to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, the group paused in surprise before bursting into hearty laughter. Brothers, how long has it been since we encountered such an audacious youth? What a fearless young one, unafraid of the tiger. Do me a favor and leave this artifact behind. You, young lad. Today we are in a good mood, so I shall spare your life. Go back and inquire with your parents about the nature of the Xuanma sect. As the situation seemed to escalate, Ningbei furrowed his brows, and the next moment, he firmly grasped the cannon, turning its muzzle towards the dozen or so individuals below. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall reiterate for the last time. Do not compel me to waste time exterminating your lineage. Exterminate your lineage? Gazing at the petite cannon, the group erupted in laughter, their mirth uncontainable. In that moment, a shared curiosity surged within them. Who could this young master be, to flee from home? In the realm of cultivation, one toys with cannons? No one would dare to criticize you for playing with maidens. Among them, the middle-aged man at the forefront stepped forward, brazenly pointing at Ning Bei and the cannon. Come on, let it burst upon my face. Chapter 83. A request unseen before, naturally to be fulfilled. I have never encountered such a request before. A cold smirk crept across Ning Bei's lips. In the next moment, he summoned the thunderous power within him, forcefully channeling it into the cannon, causing blinding arcs of electricity to gather at its muzzle. Boom. Instantly, the entire world resonated with the sound of rolling thunder. What? Observing this, the formidable members of the Xuanma sect momentarily froze. This cannon's might seemed rather formidable. I shall shoot your face, Ningbei bellowed. Before the leading man could regain his composure, Ningbei decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a dazzling thunderbolt projectile shot forth at tremendous speed toward his adversaries. As it soared through the air, a tremendous force seemed to tear through the atmosphere, producing a deafening roar. This is bad. At that moment, the leading man sensed an impending disaster. Could it be that the cannon was a magical artifact? Bang! Before the dozen or so individuals could react, the thunderbolt projectile had already reached them, unleashing a terrifying force. A sudden wail erupted. A massive pillar of lightning erupted from the ground beneath the feet of the group, causing the very heavens to tremble with an ominous spectacle. Under such a horrific slaughter, their voices were obliterated, instantly reduced to dust by the power of the thunder. Good heavens! Ning Bei blinked in astonishment. He gazed at the seemingly ordinary cannon. Truly enlightened, this contraption could even eliminate those at the God transformation realm in an instant instant that just too overpowered? Products from the system are guaranteed to be exquisite. Ning Bei chuckled. With the practicality of the flying cloud ship and the additional power of the cannon, it could easily rival the treasured artifacts of formidable factions in the realm of Shushing. This was indeed a trump card capable of both offense and escape. For merely a few million reversal points, to exchange for such an extraordinary contraption, Ning Bei could hardly fathom the terror of items in the system shop that cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of reversal points. Contemplating this, a bold idea sprang to Ning Bei's mind, but before he could voice it, the system could no longer contain itself. Stop it, please, host. Don't take more. There is truly not a drop left. Ning Bei, warning, please enable defenses. Ning Bei's pupils constricted sharply. He beheld a swirling mass of black mist rushing toward him, within which countless skeletal phantoms clawed and gnashed, descending with overwhelming power, peak of the God transformation realm. The intruder's strength far surpassed that of the dozen men. Ning Bei dared not underestimate the threat. He hastily poured thunderous energy into the cannon and activated the defensive trigger on the left. The cannon's mouth unleashed a curtain of thunderous sky, rapidly unfurling to envelop the entire cloud ship in a protective thunder barrier. Bang, bang, bang. Countless skeletal phantoms collided against the thunder shield, erupting with deafening sounds, accompanied by an endless wailing that sent chills down one's spine, reminiscent of human cries. Little one, you have already chosen the path to your demise. A hoarse voice emerged. As the black mist dissipated, hundreds of figures appeared ahead. At the forefront stood an elderly man wielding a staff, his visage gaunt and emaciated, resembling a mere shell of a human. Behind him stood individuals clad in similar attire, belonging to the Xuanma sect. Ning Bei narrowed his eyes. Upon witnessing our venerable ancestor of Xuanma, Why do you not hasten to kneel and pay your respects? How dare you lay hands on us? Do you consider yourself formidable? What use is strength without the backing of a powerful lineage? The aged leader raised a hand to silence the clamor, his aged gaze fixed upon Ning Bei. You, young one, have wantonly slain numerous elders of the Xuanma sect without just cause. Regardless of your affiliations, such egregious conduct warrants an explanation, does it not? An explanation? Ningbei chuckled at the remark. While subtly channeling power into the Xuanli cannon, he sought to buy time. They were the ones who obstructed my path. I merely acted in self-defense. Where, then, is the injustice? They sought to extend you the courtesy of hospitality. Indeed, did you not inquire before unleashing your attacks? Is this your usual manner? Our ancestor was offering you an opportunity. Do not be foolish enough to spurn it. In an instant, a multitude of voices surged forth. The elder smiled, his expression ominous and sinister. Young one, today I wish to forge a benevolent bond with you. Are you amenable? What benevolence? Ningbei engaged in the conversation with feigned nonchalance. Your appearance is remarkable, your demeanor distinguished, and your talent exceptional. You are no mere commoner. The elder extolled. Then continued, although you have slain many formidable members of the Xuanma sect, I have indeed developed an appreciation for your talents. Why not descend and converse? Descend? Ningbei pretended to be naive, feigning ignorance. How could I possibly trust that you do not intend to deceive me into leaving my ship? Only to kill me and seize my treasures? Have you not heard of the venerable ancestor of Xuanma, whose words are as steadfast as iron? Today, our ancestor is filled with goodwill, wishing to turn conflict into camaraderie. It would be wise not to be ungrateful. Do you truly believe this vessel can protect you? Noticing Ning Bei's hesitation, the elder provocatively urged, Young one, I can see you are no ordinary individual. I have developed a fondness for your talents. How is it that you journey through the world without even the courage to seize this moment? Allow me to ponder for a moment. Ningbei feigned difficulty. Adopting a contemplative demeanor, after a brief interlude, he suddenly raised his head with a smile. Very well. Oh, the elder in the black robes, eyes brightened, surprise gleaming in his murky gaze. This child is surprisingly naive. Suddenly, Ningbei pivoted the cannon, aiming it at the 100 or so individuals. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and the elder's smile vanished, replaced by a raised eyebrow. Young one, did you not agree? What is the meaning of this? Indeed, Ningbei feigned innocence, stating, I was merely waiting to gather energy. What were you all waiting for? Gathering energy? The elderly man was suddenly beset by existential doubts. At that moment, even a fool could perceive that Ningbei had not been deceived by them. Rather, he was gathering strength for a formidable strike. They had been played for fools. With a snap of his fingers, Ningbei's smile gradually morphed into one of madness. Thus, the moment of the hunt was about to commence. Chapter 84. The reunion of Ningbei and Jiujio. Unrestrained passion with a resounding boom. Ningbei resolutely pulled the trigger. A sound akin to the tearing of the void erupted. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous beam of light shot forth from the muzzle of the Xuanli cannon. Not a mere projectile, but a solidified bolt of lightning. It swept through the air like an invincible blade, targeting the throng of over 100 individuals. Be careful. The elderly man gasped in horror, hastily offering a warning. The terrifying might of the thunder was such that even he dared not confront it head-on. He swiftly dodged to the side. Alas, the weaker elders behind him were unable to evade in time, emitting horrific cries. Each individual struck by the lightning ray was severed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, blood rained down like a deluge, accompanied by the dismembered bodies plummeting from the heavens. Ningbei's madness intensified. Gripping the Xuanli cannon with both hands, he deftly maneuvered it, directing the lightning ray to scour the surroundings. Destruction reigned wherever it passed. Even the hardest mountains, upon contact with the lightning ray, were cleaved in two with a resounding crash. What chance did these people stand? Ningbei was utterly enraptured by the chaos. As he deftly maneuvered the cloud boat, he continued to pursue the remaining foes, lost in the euphoric slaughter akin to a game of whack-a-mole. The exhilaration of overwhelming power surpassed that of direct combat. Stop! Witnessing the carnage, the black-robed elder shouted in a commanding tone. These were his meticulously trained elite, the backbone of the Xuanma sect, now being slaughtered like mere insects. Who could bear such a sight? Boom! The elder struck the air with his staff, summoning dark mist that surged within a 1,000-foot radius. Yet, before the skeletal phantoms could reach the cloud boat, they were shredded by the lightning ray as if slicing through fabric. Left with no choice, the elder advanced, attempting to confront Ning Bei directly. Just in time, a glint of madness flickered in Ning Bei's eyes. In the next moment, he swung the Xuanli cannon towards the elder, unleashing the lightning ray upon him. The elder, not daring to underestimate the assault, raised his staff, channeling his power into it, causing strange runes to appear upon its surface. Soon, a black vortex emerged before him. Boom! Upon their collision, a powerful gust of wind erupted, sending shockwaves that radiated for miles. Many were unable to withstand such force. Coughing up blood, the vortex the elder created seemed incapable of fully absorbing the power of the Xuanli cannon, propelling him backward. Considering the limitations of the Xuanli cannon's power, Ning Bei refrained from pursuing further. Instead, he swiftly turned the cloud boat around, directing the lightning ray to continue the hunt for the fleeing remnants. Compared to the elder, they possessed no means of resistance. Along the way, Ning Bei caught sight of a cluster of buildings Xuanma sect. Without hesitation, Ning Bei soared towards them. As the saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Since these people reveled in deceit and trickery, they were surely not righteous in their endeavors. Thus, Ning Bei ruthlessly began to reshuffle the situation. No, the old man in the black robe was momentarily taken aback. Where did this madman come from? Why is he even more sinister than the Xuanma sect? At that moment, the old man felt utterly helpless. Staring blankly as the Xuanma sect was reduced to dust by the thunderous rays, he was powerless. How dare this young one so brazenly destroy my foundation? The old man charged again, furiously demanding, "Dare you reveal your name and origin?" Oh, Ning Bei's expression shifted, observing the other's fury. It seemed he harbored a desire for vengeance. Could there be a more formidable force backing him? Surely, it must be more powerful than the Xuanma sect. Considering that the Xuanli cannon was nearly out of commission, a cold smile crept across Ning Bei's lips. What? Do you wish to know my name? Do you dare to tell me? The old man glared at Ning Bei, gritting his teeth. A true man does not change his name or alter his surname. Ning Bei scoffed, his tone brimming with arrogance. Listen well, my surname is Qin, with the given name Yu. My mother is Yuan, warm-hearted and hospitable. With that, Ning Bei maneuvered the flying cloud vessel and turned to depart. The old man clenched his teeth, watching the cloud vessel but refraining from pursuit. For he had clearly understood from the recent battle that although Ning Bei's strength was inferior to his own, he was formidable with that flying artifact. Even he was rendered helpless. Qinyu. The old man etched this name deeply into his memory, furiously roaring at the sky. Qinyu. I must kill you. At that moment, a dashing young man from the Wutian Academy inexplicably sneezed. After departing, Ning Bei tenderly caressed the Xuanli cannon, as if cherishing a priceless treasure. Capable of both offense and defense, what more could one desire? This contraption was extraordinarily overpowered. As long as he possessed the Xuanli cannon, even a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator could easily contend with a god transformation expert. It undoubtedly surpassed ordinary artifacts meant for crossing realms. Subsequently, Ning Bei retrieved a searching talisman. Although he had squandered some time earlier, he was drawing ever closer to Qin Jiujiu. Fortunately, he encountered no more forces akin to the Xuanma sect. Perhaps, as he approached the heart of the Xuxing realm, this world, much like the Xiantian continent, had powers maintaining order, unlike the Xuanma sect and others. Situated on the periphery of the Xuxing realm, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Of course, this was merely a relative observation. After a considerable time, as he observed the searching talisman indicating that he was nearly overlapping with his wife's position, Ning Bei stowed away the flying cloud vessel. It was not out of fear of being seen by Qin Jiujiu, but rather due to the consideration of the surrounding force's power. After all, the flying cloud vessel was not an ordinary item, and being too conspicuous would ultimately prove detrimental. After concealing the vessel, Ning Bei proceeded with the searching talisman in hand. After approximately 1,000 miles, Ning Bei arrived at a city, Han City. True to its name, snowflakes fluttered down, and the cold wind pierced through. But this was of little consequence to cultivators, thus the streets remained bustling with activity. As Ning Bei examined the hints from the searching talisman, Jiujiu should be within this city. Yet, as he looked up, he fell silent. There were simply too many people. In a moment of desperation, Ning Bei opted for the most prudent approach, navigating the streets while inquiring passers-by, "Have you seen my wife?" Although this method felt somewhat antiquated, he had entertained the notion of transforming into a streak of lightning, soaring through the skies to attract attention, perhaps even to be noticed by Qin Jiujiu. However, upon reflecting on his intentions, he ultimately dismissed the idea. "Have you seen my wife?" as Ning Bei was about to inquire once more without success. Intending to advance another 100 paces in his search, a figure adorned in a violet veil unexpectedly appeared. "Are you looking for me?" The young girl tilted her head, her sparkling eyes curving into crescent moons. "Jujio?" Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully leaped forward, enveloping the delicate, ethereal form of the girl in his arms. After an entire month, who could comprehend the allure of her fragrance? "Oh dear," Qin Jiu shyly uttered, her face beneath the veil flushing a deep crimson. "Husband, there are so many people here." Yes, indeed." Ning Bei regained his composure, glancing around before seizing the girl's hand and rushing toward a deserted alley. As Qin Jiu was about to express her confusion, suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through her delicate body. The girl shuddered, feeling a wave of numbness. "How unfair. We've only just met. And you're already bullying me." Qin Jiu instantly became soft and powerless. Yet, upon removing her veil, her enchanting visage radiated a bashful joy. Upon witnessing her breathtaking beauty, which seemed to exist in a realm entirely distinct from the world around them, Ningbei found himself utterly unable to resist. Whoosh! In the next moment, he whisked Qin Jiu out of the city and into a secluded wilderness, summoning a flying cloud vessel and ushering her into its cabin. "What is this?" Upon her first glimpse of the cloud vessel, Qin Jiu gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Before she could utter a word, she caught sight of Ning Bei's predatory gaze. In an instant, her heart began to race. "Husband, please don't rush. Let us talk. Let us discuss the matter at hand first. No more talking. I can't hold back any longer." Chapter 85. The Treasure-Seeking Mouse's Rebirth. Greater fortunes await. 3 days later, the cloud boat floated atop the azure sky, with 2 figures nestled on the deck. Although they had agreed to discuss important matters first, a week had slipped away. Qin Jiu gazed affectionately at Ning Bei, her exquisitely beautiful face still adorned with a lingering blush. Her enchanting eyes, fixed upon him, shimmered with an intoxicating mist of emotion. Truly, it was a delightful reunion. Ning Bei looked at the lovely lady in his arms and remarked, "This is a significant event in life. How could we possibly consider it a delay? You little temptress." "Oh, please don't call me that," Qin Jiu exclaimed, playfully stamping her delicate foot, her shyness palpable. In the next moment, she pointed at the flying cloud boat. "What is going on with that?" Foreseeing her inquiry, Ning Bei had prepared his response. "After your disappearance, I heard a strange voice. More accurately, it was an indescribable force that insisted on gifting me this cloud boat artifact and directed me to the realm of Sushing. System? Indescribable." Qin Jiu blinked her long eyelashes, her heart still trembling with unease. "I have never been to this Sushing realm before. It was only recently that I began to understand the general nature of this world, yet I have not found a way to return to the Zhongxian continent. Fortunately, you managed to find your way here." Ning Bei smiled gently. "So, you parted ways with the Wu Tian Academy to seek me?" "Yes," Qin Jiu replied sweetly, adding, "But before I left, I also provided the Academy with several protective barriers, so there should be no major issues. We should hurry back and take a look." "Agreed," Ning Bei responded readily. Soon after, Qin Jiu closed her beautiful eyes, sensing the spiritual imprint she had left at the Wu Tian Academy, while Ning Bei maneuvered the cloud boat, descending from great heights. As they approached the academy, they disembarked from the cloud boat and flew onward. Ning Bei surveyed the surroundings, noticing signs of battle, likely from the forces of Su Shang. Qin Jiu lifted her gaze, observing that the Wu Tian Academy was shrouded in a curtain of light. Fortunately, the barrier remained intact, suggesting that they had not encountered any catastrophic events. At that moment, despite the academy being enveloped in a protective barrier, numerous elders and disciples were stationed outside, their expressions tense. "Look, isn't that senior brother Ning and senior sister Qin?" someone shouted. The crowd quickly turned their heads, their surprise unmistakable. "Senior brother Ning, you have finally returned." Upon seeing Ning Bei, Wang Ting and Zhao Ming, among others, felt a wave of emotion wash over them. After all, Ning Bei was their pillar of support, and his sudden disappearance for over a month without a word in the unfamiliar Sushing realm had led them to fear the worst. "Who did this to you?" Upon landing and observing the injuries on Wang Ting and Zhao Ming, Ning Bei asked in astonishment. Wang Ting and the others exchanged glances, falling into a silence that spoke volumes. Their faces bore traces of unspoken difficulties. "Senior brother Ning, it is just good to have you back. When Sister Qin initially sought you out, she did not inform us, and we have been worried these past few days, fearing that something might have happened to you." "Brother Ning, Let us return to the academy and discuss this further. Faced with the evasive attitude of the crowd, Ning Bei chose not to press further. Yet he had already surmised the situation. The child of destiny is ultimately the favored one of the heavenly path. On the journey to the Susheng realm, Ning Bei had already learned through the system that Qin Yu had attained a new opportunity, one even more extraordinary than before. However, according to the system's indications, this opportunity was not bestowed by the heavenly path and posed no threat to Ning Bei, thus he paid it little mind. Yet, he did not expect that it would extend to bullying his younger brother. What a treasure-seeking mouse. When news of Ning Bei and Qin Jiuzhou's return spread, it instantly ignited a wave of jubilation throughout the academy. Not only the disciples, but even the elders emerged to welcome them. How wonderful! Our academy is saved. Indeed, it is only with brother Ning and sister Qin that our academy can have a promising future. They have finally returned. The experiences of this time have truly left an indelible mark on everyone, especially instilling the understanding that only in the presence of extraordinary talents can they secure a place in the future. Otherwise, they would be perceived as easy targets. Oh, who is this? A sudden voice interrupted. As the crowd turned to look, they were astonished to see Qin Yu, with Lin Yuyao following closely behind. Upon seeing Ning Bei, her beautiful eyes sparkled, but as she caught sight of Qin Jiuzhou, she hesitated, refraining from approaching. Times have changed. She now had new intentions to have Ning Bei compete for her affection, rather than continuing to compromise and make herself seem cheap in his eyes. Facing the crowd's scrutiny, Qin Yu, exhibiting an unusual composure, approached Ning Bei with an air of triumph, spreading his arms wide. Ning Bei, here I stand before you. How much do I resemble my former self? Ning Bei suddenly smiled. Before he could speak, Wang Teng and the others counterattacked first. What are you so arrogant about? As long as brother Ning is here, you will forever be a mere fool. Now, confronted with these taunts, Qin Yu remained unfazed. In fact, his confidence stemming from his newfound strength caused him to chuckle instead of fume. Noisy. I am conversing with your master. When did it become your turn to bark? Have you forgotten your wounds so soon? Oh no, it seems your faces are still swollen, aren't they? Saying this, Qin Yu touched his own face and laughed heartily. You. Wang Ting and the others trembled with anger but found themselves powerless to retort. After all, they had lost to him. Qin Yu had indeed experienced a stroke of luck, managing to defy fate. Who would have thought he would suddenly become a genius in swordsmanship, capable of defeating Wang Teng and his cohort so swiftly? Hush, in the future, Qin Yu will undoubtedly become a formidable swordsman. Do you wish to court death? Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Ning Bei was not surprised. Due to his prior knowledge from the system, he was aware that someone had aided Qin Yu, whose meridians were damaged, by planting a seed of a sword within his dantian. This formidable sword seed significantly enhanced Qin Yu's abilities, allowing him to successfully embark on the path of swordsmanship. Reveling in the stark contrast of the crowd's former loud ridicule to their current cautious discussions, Qin Yu thoroughly enjoyed this newfound attention. Consequently, upon learning of Ning Bei's return, he hurried over, eager to redeem himself from past humiliations. Wang Teng and the others are the ones you injured? Ning Bei inquired calmly. Indeed, it was I, Qin Yu readily admitted, a cold smile gracing his lips. They refused to accept my superiority and insisted on challenging me. What was I to do? I could only give them a minor lesson. In his words, Qin Yu deliberately sought to provoke Ning Bei. Should Ning Bei become enraged and retaliate, even if he were not yet a match for him, he could always retort. Why be envious of my ascent in swordsmanship? Such a moment would surely be his triumph. After all, having been suppressed by Ning Bei for so long, it could be said that Qin Yu was on the verge of psychological distress. He longed for a moment where Ning Bei would feel jealousy towards him. Even a beating would be worth it. However, much to his dismay, Ning Bei remained unfazed by his provocations, responding with a serene demeanor. Indeed, one must strive diligently henceforth to become a valuable asset to the academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was left questioning his own existence. Why was Ning Bei not angered enough to strike? How could he possibly be the one to deliver such words? With a sudden clap, Qin Yu found it difficult to maintain his composure. He angrily swatted Ning Bei's hand away and exclaimed, 30 years of prosperity in the east, 30 years of decline in the west. Do not presume I am still the old Qin Yu. To be frank, even with my meridians in ruins, I possess strength that surpasses the foundation establishment realm through the sword path alone. Oh, splendid, Ning Bei replied with a thumbs up. However, bear in mind that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they shall inevitably regress. Cherish this opportunity. Qin Yu was left speechless. Cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, they shall regress. Why did he feel as if he were grasping the essence of the Tao? Senior Ning, your words are profound. I shall record them and play them repeatedly at the academy to inspire everyone. In an instant, the surroundings erupted with admiration. It seemed that whenever the child of destiny stood alongside a villain, even in the absence of mockery, the villain would still be revered. Frustrated, Qin Yu felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Faced with Ning Bei's condescending tone, he could hardly contain himself, especially with such a chorus of agreement ringing in his ears. Did they truly believe Ningbei was worthy of guiding him, Qin Yu? This realization stripped Qin Yu of his dignity. Ningbei, could you not show me a modicum of respect? Are you truly a swordsman? And yet you presume to instruct me? Chapter 86. The villains return to the academy in the mockery of the treasure-seeking mouse. Why is that? He is indignant. In the past, when he was down and out, it was one thing to be looked down upon by Ningbei. But now, having risen to become the first prodigious sword cultivator in the history of the Wu Tian Academy, why must he still be ignored by Ningbei? Why should he not capture Ningbei's attention? Qin Yu is perplexed. I hold you in high regard, and I even cheer for you. Ningbei appeared harmless. Senior brother Ning is absolutely right. The king of shit exclaimed, you truly are like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Senior brother Ning has been rooting for you, yet you wish to cast aspersions. Everyone witnessed it clearly just now. At this moment, Wang Teng and the others, who had been enduring for so long, finally found an opportunity to retaliate. Although they were unable to contend with the child of fortune when acting alone with Ning Bei, the great villain, by their side, they felt emboldened. This speech naturally garnered much agreement from the crowd. How could senior brother Ning, who was clearly praising him, be deemed disrespectful? Ever since Qin Yu's rise, has he become too arrogant and self-important? Indeed, he embodies the notion of a petty person achieving success, unlike senior brother Ning, who has always been exemplary and treats others with humility and courtesy. In an instant, the crowd began to point fingers at Qin Yu. Even the elders displayed signs of displeasure. Although Qin Yu's resurgence seemed promising, it was all relative. If compared to the ever-prestigious Ning Bei, all they could say to Qin Yu was, practice more, not to mention tolerating Qin Yu's public slandering of Ning Bei. What? Qin Yu was left speechless. Listening to the mockery, he found himself unable to muster a retort. Surely he could not admit that he was feeling frustrated for failing to capture Ning Bei's attention. Just then, an idea struck Qin Yu, and he turned to Ning Bei, saying, "Oh right, I forgot to mention something to you. Where's Lin Yueyao?" In the midst of everyone's gaze, Lin Yueyao stepped forward. She understood that Qin Yu intended to execute that plan. At this moment, she felt inexplicably excited, eagerly anticipating Ning Bei's forthcoming reaction. "Qin Yu, did you call for me?" Lin Yueyao feigned ignorance as she approached. Ahem. Qin Yu deliberately cleared his throat and declared solemnly, "Yueyao, I know you have feelings for Ning Bei, but let me make this clear. I believe he does not appreciate your worth. Ning Bei is simply not worthy of you. Therefore, in the future, I will not relinquish you to him easily. I will vie for your affection alongside him." Wow. Upon this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. What is happening? This. Lin Yueyao pretended to be surprised, her beautiful eyes looking pitifully at Ning Bei. She was anticipating his reaction. This was her plan, to make Ning Bei realize that she was also highly sought after, although she knew that Qin Yu genuinely liked her. If this could instill a sense of urgency in Ning Bei, she wouldn't mind playing along in this act, even under the pressure from her parents. Compelling her to mend her relationship with Ning Bei in a humble manner, she initially acquiesced. Yet, deep down, she harbored a sense of resentment. Rather than submitting to such degradation, she yearned for the Ning Bei who once cherished her. Ning Bei, upon hearing her words, chuckled. "What did you say? Competing with me for Lin Yueyao?" Indeed, Qin Yu, witnessing Ning Bei's response, was filled with elation. Finally, he acknowledged my existence. In the next moment, he turned to the young woman. "Yueyao, in the past, I lacked the qualifications to pursue you, but now, you will grant me a chance, one to you?" Lin Yueyao did not respond but continued to gaze at Ning Bei. Her eyes seemed to convey a message to him. If he did not cherish her, he might truly lose her. This was a form of threat. However, before Ning Bei could laugh, a tinkling giggle emanated from behind. The crowd turned to see Qin Jiujiu. Qin Jiujiu paused for a moment before quickly suppressing her laughter. "Ning Bei, you may not be aware, but recently, Qin Yu has been of great assistance to me in my cultivation. Witnessing Qin Jojo's laughter, Lin Yueyao could no longer contain herself. She attempted to express how wonderful Qin Yu was and how he had aided her in her training, hoping to make Ning Bei take notice, as she might genuinely choose Qin Yu. Yet, Ning Bei paid her no mind. Instead, he turned to Qin Yu and said with a smile, "Silly boy, what are you competing for? She's not some virtuous woman. If you like her, just pursue her. As I mentioned, once you two are wed, I shall gift you a congratulatory sum, and when you have children, I shall present an even grander gift." Haha. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd. Oh dear, this scene feels so familiar. It seems Ning Shixiang said something similar back then. If he truly cherished Lin Yueyao, he would not have annulled their engagement. What are you thinking, Shi Wang? Ning Shixiang is already with Qin Shiji. Would he still compete for Lin Yueyao? Hearing the laughter, Lin Yueyao was taken aback. She turned to look at Qin Yu, but the reality was starkly different from what she had been told. Wasn't it said that Ning Bei would be jealous? Qin Yu was also bewildered. He had intended to provoke Ning Bei. Yet Ning Bei's casual remark about a congratulatory sum felt like a slap to his face. The goddess he yearned for had seemingly lost her charm to Ning Bei. How utterly disdainful. This was intolerable. The once proud Qin Yu could hardly endure such humiliation any longer. Fortunately, he still had a plan. Ning Bei, if you dare, come and experience my swordsmanship. The onlookers understood. Qin Yu had become agitated once more. Ning Bei, of course, would not refuse. After all, suppressing a child of destiny could yield rewards. Thus, a space was cleared for the duel. As a swordsman, it is only reasonable for me to compete using a sword. Qin Yu summoned a sword, gritting his teeth. A formidable sword aura surged forth, akin to a frigid wind enveloping the surroundings. This was indeed a celestial-grade sword. Even though the entire Wutian Academy possesses but a few, it is still that enigmatic maiden named Lin Xiaoxiao who claimed to have unearthed it from a garbage heap. Reasonable. Ning Bei nodded calmly. Excellent. A smirk curled upon Qin Yu's lips. This time, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Ning Bei. However, his resolve to challenge remained undeterred. Driven by a desire to validate his own worth, to remind those around him of his latent potential, even as they dared to mock him. Of course, what weighed most heavily on his mind was his longing to capture Ning Bei's attention. He felt utterly disregarded. First, he was instructed in the art of cultivation, and now, he was treated as a mere contribution, as if he were inconsequential. In the next moment, Qin Yu swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a terrifying intent that soared into the sky. It must be said that his ability to triumph over Wang Ting and others indeed showcased a modicum of strength. Yet Ning Bei merely chuckled, then flicked his fingers, sending forth a surge of thunderous energy that swiftly struck the sword. In an instant, Qin Yu, who had just gathered his might and had yet to swing his blade, began to tremble as if electrocuted. Clap. Subsequently, the heavenly sword slipped from Qin Yu's grasp. He could not hold onto it at all. Gasp. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers were rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Ning Bei, with an innocent demeanor, remarked, "It is quite reasonable for a sword to conduct electricity, is it not?" Chapter 87. The Mysterious Young Girl, whom even the system dares not probe. Qin Yu found himself engulfed in skepticism. Everyone was clearly engaged in metaphysics, yet someone dared to invoke science? Thus, he believed he had merely been careless. After a fleeting moment of regained clarity, he bent down to retrieve the sword that lay on the ground. The battle had yet to commence in earnest. He still needed to prove himself. However, in the next instant, the previous scene repeated itself. Just as Qin Yu grasped the hilt of the sword, his body convulsed violently as if seized by an epileptic fit. The sword was utterly ungraspable. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. What sorcery was this? The sword emitted an electric discharge, seemingly infused with Brother Ning's thunderous power. What kind of formidable lightning technique had been cultivated? This move was a veritable bane for sword cultivators. In that moment, the crowd appeared to have stumbled upon a new revelation. To counter a sword cultivator, one merely needed to master a lightning-based technique that rendered them unable to wield their weapon. Typical lightning techniques lacked such potency. Ning Bei relied on a drop of Thunder Dragon's blood, imbuing his lightning with extraordinary might. How could this be? At that moment, Qin Yu was rendered speechless. He had initially hoped to prove himself. Even if he could not best Ning Bei, he at least wished to astonish the crowd. Yet now he could not even lift the sword? What kind of absurd logic was this? In all his years, he had never heard of a sword cultivator fearing electricity. Was he meant to experience your swordplay? Suddenly, Ningbei fixed his gaze upon him and bellowed, pointing at the sword on the ground. Pick it up. I command you to pick it up. You. Qin Yu felt as if he were a mute consuming bitter gall. It wasn't that he didn't wish to pick it up. It was that he was utterly terrified to do so. Where was your earlier bravado, O king of excrement? While brother Ning was absent, you seemed so imposing. What happened to render you mute now? You cannot even hold a sword. You are unworthy to call yourself a sword cultivator. Observing Qin Yu's flustered and enraged demeanor, Wang Teng and the others showed no mercy. Indeed, Qin Yu's sudden rise had caused them considerable distress, and now they finally reveled in their vindication. Now, confronted with their ridicule, Qin Yu trembled in fury. Gentlemen, I implore you to show me some respect. At that moment, Li Shan spoke up to mediate. After all, he was Qin Yu's adoptive father and had witnessed Qin Yu's potential in recent days. He felt it was his duty to intervene. Surely, in the future, Qin Yu would remember his timely assistance and hold him in greater esteem. However, Li Shan seemed oblivious to the fact that, given Ning Bei's current prowess, there was no need to honor an elder's presence. The answer was a resounding no. With a swift motion, Ning Bei unleashed a crackling lightning whip, striking towards Qin Yu with unparalleled speed. Qin Yu could not evade in time, and a pained scream escaped his lips. As the crowd turned to witness the spectacle, a collective gasp resonated through the air. Before them stood Qin Yu, his face marred and bloodied, a gaping wound marring his features. As his anguished cries echoed, he found himself at an impasse, unable to neither release nor abandon the situation before him. Observing this, Li Shan was at a loss. Before he could intercede, Ningbei had once more lashed out with the thunder whip, commanding, "Pick up your sword. I insist that you retrieve your sword." Qin Yu screamed out in agony once again. At that moment, the excruciating pain coursing through his body extinguished any remaining defiance within him. Wait, Ningbei. I concede, please. Yet, before he could finish his plea, Ningbei struck again with the whip. Thus, a highly anticipated contest devolved into farce, with Qin Yu yelping and darting about, while Ningbei pursued him relentlessly. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Even Li Shan dared not intervene, fearing he might incur Ning Bei's wrath as well. After a dozen lashes or so, someone shouted, "Is Ning Xixiang trying to train the fool by making him pick up the sword?" It was a reasonable assertion, and they urged, "Come on, fool. Pick up the sword and give it a try." At this, Qin Yu found himself questioning his very existence. With no other recourse, he braced himself and approached the sword lying on the ground. Fortunately, after a bout of evasion, the residual power of the thunder had diminished significantly, allowing him to grasp the blade with some semblance of strength. How splendid! He could finally strike back. Qin Yu nearly wept with joy. However, as he turned to face Ning Bei, he found him sheathing the whip and solemnly declaring, "At last, you have chosen to wield your weapon, Qin Yu. Remember this, the sword is the very essence of a sword cultivator. Regardless of the circumstances, even when faced with unforeseen tribulations, you must never discard your sword. Do you understand?" Qin Yu was left utterly baffled. Before he could respond, Ning Bei had already turned to the girl beside him. "Jiao, let us depart." Qin Jiao beamed, linking arms with Ning Bei as they walked away. As they gazed at Ning Bei's nonchalant retreat, murmurs erupted among the spectators. Goodness, was Ning Xixiang imparting wisdom to Qin Yu just now? He was right. The sword is indeed a cultivator's companion. But earlier, Qin Yu committed a grave error by losing his sword. Indeed, Ning Xixiang's intentions seem to be well placed. More than mere intent, it appears he harbors great expectations. At this, Qin Yu's composure shattered. Were these people blind? Did they not see him being beaten to a pulp by Ning Bei? How could they call this benevolence? What a mockery of kindness, nearly resulting in his demise. Li Shan approached, extending a hand filled with medicinal pills and spiritual herbs. "You must take these, father." Qin Yu's eyes instantly reddened as he gazed at the cultivation resources offered by the other party, an overwhelming warmth surging within him. Indeed, there were still individuals who genuinely cared for him, unlike that group of blind fools who spoke absurdities with their eyes wide open. Ning Bei had just struck him, yet had the audacity to cloak it under the guise of guiding his cultivation. It was utterly shameless. Before Qin Yu could revel in his joy, he heard Li Shan add, "I have never seen Ning Bei hold such high hopes for any disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Seize the moment to present these items to Ning Bei as a token of gratitude, and strive to gain his guidance on several occasions. It will greatly benefit your future." Qin. Meanwhile, on the way back, Ning Bei and Qin Jiujio were conversing. Qin Jiujio smiled sweetly and asked, "What has made you so happy? Is there?" Ning Bei shook his head with a smile. In truth, he was genuinely delighted, not merely because he had dealt Qin Yu a solid blow, thus acquiring a considerable amount of counterattack value, but because despite his severe reprimand of Qin Yu, the mysterious benefactor who had bestowed the sword seed upon him had not intervened to assist Qin Yu. This clearly indicated, as the system suggested, that this opportunity was not bestowed upon Qin Yu by the heavenly path, but rather an unforeseen circumstance, posing no threat to Ning Bei. In his heart, Ning Bei pondered, "System, who is that mysterious individual?" Response to the host, "Their name is Lin Xiao, and their strength remains unknown." Lin Xiao, strength unknown? Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback, silently questioning, what does unknown imply? Could it suggest formidable strength? What is this person's background? Response to the host, the system dares not investigate. Chapter 88. The mysterious girl chooses the villain and proactively enters the room for a dialogue. What? Ning Bei felt as though struck by lightning. Dare not investigate? At this moment, he was engulfed in astonishment and suspicion. Treasure, you are not deliberately toying with me because I borrowed some money, are you? I was merely jesting, and I shall certainly repay you in the future. Host, silence. This system holds no expectations for your future repayment. Once again, I must remind you, the system never speaks in vain. It indeed dares not probe her background, lest this world, along with the host, be utterly destroyed. Hiss, upon hearing this, Ning Bei gasped in shock. At that moment, goosebumps erupted across his skin. You dare to defy the heavenly path, yet do not dare to investigate her background. Could it be that her origins are more terrifying than the heavenly path itself? Based on the clues this system has detected, the heavenly path has previously been forcibly reversed by someone. Good heavens! Ning Bei could not help but exclaim. Such a defiance of fate? Qin Jiujio paused in surprise, her cheeks flushing. Now, did you not say, we should first seek the sacrificial wine? Ning Bei was momentarily taken aback. And as he regained his composure, he chuckled. I was not referring to you. Qin Jiujio blinked her long eyelashes. Do you have other women? Ning Bei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Yu returned to his residence in a daze. The glory and accolades he had won during this time now lay in shambles. Damn it! Qin Yu clenched his fists in anger, gritting his teeth. That damned Ning Bei. I have never had a moment of peace since encountering you. Why are you not dead out there? In his eyes, everything was Ning Bei's fault. Otherwise, he would not have been beaten today. Nor would anyone dare to mock him. The next moment, Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and attempted to call out, Senior Lin. Are you there? Can you hear your junioress voice? So annoying. A light and ethereal voice echoed in the room. Hearing this, Qin Yu's face brightened, only to feign grievance, Senior Lin. You have no idea what I have been through. I know. Before Qin Yu could finish, Lin Xiao interrupted. Qin Yu was taken aback. You know? Then why did you watch me get beaten? Why did you not help me? Lin Xiao replied with displeasure. What do I owe you? Qin Yu's expression froze. After a brief, awkward pause, he mustered the courage to say, he nearly beat me to death. If I die, how can I assist you in the future, right? Who asked you to provoke him? Lin Xiao snorted. You are no match for him and still sought trouble. If he were to kill you, I would only find it amusing, you fool. Qin Yu was instantly left speechless. Especially the term fool shattered his already fragile dignity into pieces. Whose side are you on? Despite feeling a surge of discontent, Qin Yu dared not express it. Fully aware of the power of this mysterious figure. After all, this was someone who could assist him, whose meridians lay shattered. To plant a seed of the sword in his dantian, propelling him directly onto the path of the sword as a formidable warrior. It would be a challenge to find another like him across the realm. Thus, Qin Yu could only force a smile and say, speaking of which, Senior Lin, you previously mentioned that I should help you eliminate someone. If even you, no need for you. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao interjected. You are nothing but a useless being, and you have an affinity for pretentiousness. I despise the sight of mediocrity masquerading as greatness. Allow me to conceal my presence with the 7 stars pearl, ensuring they cannot locate me. I shall seek out the one named Ning Bei. I sense he is the person I have been searching for, and besides, he is quite handsome, unlike you, which only dampens my spirits. Qin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless. In the next instant, he pleaded, no, please, Senior Lin. You have no idea how wicked Ning Bei truly is. I merely wish to snatch his fiancée, yet he dares to court my sister. Silence. Lin Xiao commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. If you dare to bother me again when I confront him, I shall reclaim the sword seed granted to you. Having witnessed Ning Bei's potential during his recent altercation with Qin Yu, she recognized that he possessed a remarkable ability, one that conducted electricity. Yet, she wondered if her father's sword could withstand such a force. Perhaps there would be an opportunity in the future. No, Qin Yu despaired. The sanctuary he had so painstakingly sought was now suddenly directed towards Ning Bei. What was he to do? Faced with Lin Xiaoxiao's resolution, Qin Yu felt a mix of panic and apprehension, fearing that he might genuinely lose the sword seed. He would revert to being a worthless entity. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Bei inexplicably sensed a wave of malice. Wu Yu raised his ancient gaze. You little rascal. Stop wasting time here and hasten to your training. The future of the Wu Tian Academy relies on you. Old man, but your injuries. Ning Bei hesitated. Upon his return, he had sensed something amiss when he did not see the elder come to greet him. Now that he was here, he realized the elder had sustained severe injuries during a recent confrontation with a faction from the Xuxing realm. However, to maintain the morale of the academy, Wu Yu had been sequestered in his chamber, focusing on self-healing, though the recovery process was excruciatingly slow. Wu Yu urged, do not concern yourselves with this old man. I am not on the brink of death yet. You must focus on your training, and as for the resources within the academy, feel free to utilize them. Just grow swiftly. Under the elder's insistence, the two could only take their leave. Once outside, Ning Bei turned to the girl. Gio, do you have any solutions? The dean is merely holding on. His meridians are on the verge of collapse. Qin Jiu softly replied, though there may be a solution. The required materials are likely unavailable within the academy, and it would be challenging to find them in the Xuxin realm as well. Ning Bei fell silent for a moment before returning to his room, intending to explore the system shop for a possible remedy. If all else fails, I shall seek to borrow a measure of reversal value from the system. I cannot simply stand by and watch the venerable elder suffer from the degradation of his meridians, ultimately rendered a mere shell of a man. Moreover, even though he and Qin Jiu have returned, it is still the esteemed Wu Yu, as the sacrificial wine, who supports the Martial Heaven Academy. Creak. As Ning Bei pushed open the door and stepped into the room, a young lady, whose arrival was unbeknownst to him, suddenly emerged from around the corner, cheerfully waving a delicate jade hand at him. Hello, Chapter 89. The villain had boundaries, but the girl offered too much. Hello, Ning Bei. The girl beamed with a radiant smile, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon him. She stood tall, her figure graceful yet not overly slender. Her dress failed to conceal her alluring curves, particularly her prominent bosom that captivated the gaze. Beyond her meticulously sculpted silhouette, her exquisite face radiated youthful vibrancy, intermingled with a hint of bewitching charm. Yet, this allure seemed not to be deliberately displayed, but rather an innate quality that emanated from within. Were it not witnessed firsthand, it would be hard for anyone to believe that such a strikingly beautiful and enchanting woman with an ethereal demeanor existed in the world. Excuse me, who are you? However, instead of admiring her beauty, Ning Bei was taken aback. He had distinctly sensed no presence prior to entering the room, and even now, standing before him, he felt no aura emanating from her. Host, she is Lin Xiaoxiao. What? Upon hearing this, Ning Bei felt as though he had been struck by lightning. This was the mysterious figure with an unclear strength and an extensive background. What brought her here to seek him out? Panic surged through him. While he was confident in handling the treasure-seeking mouse, confronting such a terrifying and ominous presence, one that even the heavenly Tao dared not provoke, was enough to unnerve anyone. Do not be alarmed, host. No hostility has been detected from her, and for certain reasons, she has sealed part of her power. Currently, she will not be able to read your mind. She can read minds? Ning Bei felt a chill run down his spine. Observing Ning Bei's unusual reaction, Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled gently. Do not be afraid. I concealed my aura with the 7-star pearl, which is why you did not notice me earlier. I am not here to harm you. Before Ning Bei could respond, the system interjected. The 7-star pearl is a divine artifact valued at 10 billion counterattack points. Please convince the host to acquire it. Are you kidding me? Ning Bei felt a wave of dread wash over him. She could annihilate the heavenly Tao, yet he struggled to contend with the son of the heavenly Tao. Now, he was being asked to persuade her to part with a 10 billion counterattack point artifact? What if she discovered his intentions through mind reading? Was he not digging his own grave? At this moment, Ning Bei merely wished to ascertain why she had sought him out. May I ask what brings you here? Curious? Lin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a look of intrigue in her eyes as she gazed at Ning Bei. Shouldn't you first inquire about who I am? Oh, right. Who are you? I want to tell you. Ning Bei's expression froze, but he soon saw Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Just kidding. My name is Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin means two trees. And Xiao means small. Oh, so it is Miss Lin. Ning Bei's emotions were complex as he forced a smile. Might I ask what brings you to me? Well, I wish to propose a transaction. A transaction? Yes, I will guide you in your cultivation. Once you reach a certain level of growth, you will help me deal with someone. How does that sound? Deal with whom? My father. Uft. Ning Bei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him, one could not help but question the very fabric of existence. Setting aside the audacious notion of confronting his own father, he had previously gleaned from the system that her background eclipsed the heavens. And it was not difficult to surmise that this so-called background likely pertained to the girl's father. Now, the prospect of striking at him felt like a jest. Thus, Ning Bei hastily declined. Do not be so quick to refuse, Lin Xiaoxiao candidly stated. The individual you assaulted today, Qin Yu, is someone I helped embark upon the path of the sword. Should you agree, I can offer you even greater opportunities. Perhaps she was unafraid of her revelations being discovered. Nevertheless, Ning Bei remained resolute in his refusal. Why would anyone dare offend an entity that even the system feared to investigate? Noticing Ning Bei's persistent rejections, Lin Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow slightly. If you do not acquiesce, I shall have no choice but to return to Qin Yu. Are you not concerned that when he matures, you may find yourself entangled in a web of fate with him? What? Ning Bei's expression froze in disbelief. What are you saying? You can perceive my destiny with him? Meeting Ning Bei's astonished gaze, Lin Xiaoxiao responded with calm assurance. Of course. I am also aware that he possesses the protective force of the heavens, which is inherently antagonistic to your own fate. This interplay of strengths and weaknesses should be evident to you. Upon hearing this, Ning Bei's heart skipped a beat, leaving him speechless. To be truthful, standing before this stunningly beautiful maiden felt akin to being an inexperienced recruit, as if she could see right through him. Simultaneously, a wave of concern washed over him. If Lin Xiaoxiao were to aid Qin Yu, bolstered by the protection of the heavens, he might not pose a threat at present. But what of the future? This was a realm where even the heavens could not intervene, let alone his own attempts at control. Sensing Ning Bei's hesitation, Lin Xiaoxiao pressed her advantage. Rest assured, even if you cannot best my father in the future, I can guarantee your survival. My intention is merely to vex him. If you agree to collaborate, I can save your esteemed ritualist. He may only have 2 hours left. What? Ning Bei's pupils constricted. Yet, at this moment, he no longer doubted Lin Xiaoxiao's words, for she could discern the fate he shared with Qin Yu.